Does Chairman Wang have any difficulties? The mayor's implied meaning was obvious. Whatever conditions there were could be raised and discussed. If it was something he could help resolve, he would open every possible door of convenience. Since things had already been said to this extent, Wang Zilong no longer bothered to hide anything. He glanced at Su Huizhi beside him. The map. Su Huizhi hurriedly pulled a rough sketch of the main urban district of Xinqing, surveyed by Lilong Group, from the satchel he carried. Though the sketch was somewhat crude, one could still vaguely make out the key features. Pointing at a tall building on the map, Wang Zilong said, "This is the Guomao building, the landmark of central Xinqing. All around it are high-rises and public works still under construction." Construction on the Guomao building had begun in 1982 and was completed and put into use in 1985. It had officially been in operation for only 3 years. All these surrounding projects had gradually entered the planning stage after work on the Guomao building commenced. The mayor understood what Wang Zilong meant. Every prime plot already had its own destined owner. All the best locations had long been claimed, and neither the wealthy merchants from Gangxing nor their rising mainland real estate partners would hand these projects over to anyone else. Thinking of this, the mayor could not help feeling awkward. Lilong Group was not in the habit of picking up other people's leftovers. If they wanted to bring such a company into the game, they needed truly outstanding projects to offer. "So how have you been considering this matter?" He knew Wang Zilong had come fully prepared. It was better for everyone to speak frankly and lay their cards on the table. "Please take a look. On Shinan East Road, across the river from the Guomao building, there is a large tract of land that has not yet been planned. As long as the Shinan East Road highway is extended further, our Lilong Group can begin development on the western side of the river." Build a road. The mayor fell into thought. If development on the West Bank were truly to begin, a single road would definitely not suffice. The city's transportation network would need to undergo a fresh round of planning. Yet Wang Zilong's words also reminded him that construction around the Guomao building was currently in full swing. If the main urban district were to continue expanding, it would inevitably have to push westward. He knew this boss Wang must be after something, and not something small. "What do you intend to do with that piece of land across the street?" "To build a new landmark." The mayor's interest was piqued. That meant Lilong Group intended to erect a structure taller and larger than the Guomao building. Only then could it truly be called a landmark. "Our Lilong Group plans to build the tallest building in all of China, a skyscraper at least 400 meters high." 400 meters. Everyone present who had been quietly listening could not help but cry out in astonishment. Even the well-traveled mayor felt goosebumps rise all over his body. People of this era all harbored a certain obsession with skyscrapers. They were among the first generation to step beyond the nation's borders and see the world. They knew how magnificent the forest of high-rises in Manhattan, New York across the ocean truly was. A soaring tower was the emblem of a city's prosperity. Oh, without a true high-rise, how could one claim to be a first-tier metropolis? Everyone was still immersed in the shock of that 400-meter figure. The Guomao building was only so tall, 53 stories, 160 meters. In other words, Lilong Group intended to construct an ultra-tall building of more than 100 floors. Once completed, it would not only be the tallest building in Xinqing, but the tallest in all of Asia. At that time, it would inevitably attract many more international corporations to set up their headquarters in Xinqing. A single tower could not only drive the West Bank's expansion, but also accelerate the entire city's development process. Thinking of this, the way the group looked at Wang Zilong changed. The mayor could tell that boss Wang was painting them a grand vision, yet he still asked, his voice faintly trembling. "To build a 400-meter skyscraper will require an enormous sum, will it not?" Lilong Group intends to invest a total of 4 billion Hong Kong dollars in this project. The people in the room could not restrain another round of exclamations. General Manager Run, who had been quietly listening all along, suddenly felt dizzy. This was the breadth of vision and the bold methods of the #1 young master of Gangxing. 4 billion Hong Kong dollars was an astronomical figure anywhere. It would not be a problem to buy up all the buildings around the Guomao building outright. With a single investment, Wang Zilong far surpassed the total investment that other merchants from Gangxing had made over many years. The way the mayor looked at Wang grew ever more fervent. This man truly was a god of wealth in the flesh. "So you want us to set aside a parcel of land for the construction of Lilong Tower?" "Yes." As he spoke, Wang Zilong pointed to the piece of land that would in later years be occupied by the Diwan building. The total site area is 28,000 square meters with a ground coverage of 18,000 square meters. The total planned gross floor area is estimated at 270,000 square meters. Hearing this figure for land coverage, the mayor keenly sensed the hidden point within. To build a single tower did not require such a large land parcel, much less such extensive ground coverage. Wang Zilong clearly intended to use this opportunity to stake out a sizable piece of land. Though he had already seen through the trick, the mayor did not wish to puncture it himself, for the grand vision, painted by the other party, was simply too enticing. HSBC 1 vote. Standard Chartered 1 vote. Many representatives from Chinese-funded banks frowned tightly. The Eagle people had long controlled Gangxing's. They were an international real estate conglomerate, and the Wang family stood out as leaders among all the merchants of Gangxing. They fully possessed the strength to turn their bold boasts into reality. The only question was whether they were truly willing to commit themselves seriously. Are you hoping that our Xinjiang authorities will allocate this land to Lilong Group for use free of charge? Confronted with the bait the mayor had cast out, Wang Zilong hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. That would never do. We will purchase it with you. Dollars, though I hope you can give us a somewhat favorable price. Wang Zilong truly did not dare to accept land for nothing. There was no such thing as a free lunch. He was a conscientious businessman, not a capitalist conjuring up excuses to seize land and profit empty-handed. In other words, once the land was bought, he could choose when to begin construction as he pleased. The mayor nodded. He was very satisfied with Wang Zilong's reply. Based on the current market price, this parcel should be worth around 60 million US dollars. We can offer you roughly a 20% discount. How about that? A 20% discount meant about 48 million US dollars. The later building would be called Diwang Tower, King of the Land, because the Gangxing company that originally bid for this parcel had paid a massive 140 million US dollars, breaking the record for land transaction prices, hence its name. That was not 140 million US dollars after the 1993 exchange rate reform, but 140 million in 1992. Compared with that 48 million for an even larger parcel clearly meant that Wang Zilong was gaining an enormous advantage. It was evident that this mayor was doing his utmost to see the deal through. Good, it's a deal. I will have my people come and discuss the specific details of the transaction with your side. The two of them had merely sketched out a broad direction in haste. It was likely that they would still haggle over various details for quite some time to come. Naturally, Wang Zilong would not waste his own time on the bargaining. To him, his time was far more valuable than those tens of millions of dollars in land costs. When the mayor walked out of the reception room, he felt a bit unsatisfied. He had originally intended to pull Wang Zilong into taking on several large public works projects. He had not expected that after only a few words the conversation would be steered in a different direction. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Despite Master Wang's youth, when it came down to it, he was far more difficult to handle than any of the Gangxing merchants the mayor had dealt with before. The authorities of Shen City moved with remarkable efficiency. As soon as the intention to cooperate was confirmed, they proactively dispatched a negotiation team to discuss concrete terms with Ni Kuan and the others who had rushed over. A group of people shut themselves in a smoke-filled conference room and talked for 3 days straight. What Ni Kuan and his team focused on most was Shun City's upcoming urban planning. Boss, we've more or less settled all the details. The authorities have promised that they will build roads and plan a transportation hub around this parcel of land, including a subway line. The subway plan in Shin City had been discussed for years, but it was not until 1992 that survey and planning for Line 1 finally began. Transportation is the lifeblood of a city, and the subway hub is its very heart. That was why Ni Kuan was so persistent about the subway line. A verbal assurance is not enough. Tell them this: whenever construction on the subway along Shinan East Road begins, that is when we will break ground on the plot. Wang Zilong knew there would definitely be a subway station near the King of Land Tower. He was merely using this condition as a pretext to delay the construction schedule. He intended to officially expand into the mainland around 1993. And it was a perfectly reasonable pretext. With the surrounding road, subway, and other public facilities not yet completed, what use would a bare solitary tower be, even if its main structure were finished? If you wish to grow rich, you must first build roads, an eternal formula for wealth. As expected, when Ni Kuan requested that this clause be added to the contract, the Shun City authorities agreed without much hesitation. In their blueprint, the Lilong Tower would become Shun City's new landmark of the 1990s. The International Trade Building had only just come into use, and its surroundings were still under construction. They too were worried that moving too fast might tear something. The two sides hit it off at once and quickly reached consensus on the plan. Lilong Group would pay $50 million to secure 280 square meters of commercial land along Shinan East Road. On it, they would erect a main tower 400 meters high, flanked on either side by a luxury apartment hotel over 100 meters tall and a commercial plaza. They would build a truly large-scale commercial complex in every sense of the word. Under the witness of numerous domestic and foreign media outlets, Lilong Group's director Ni Kuan and the mayor of Shin City signed the cooperation agreement. The news created a tremendous stir across Asia. According to the information released at the press conference, the main tower would be at least 400 meters tall, with a total investment estimated at no less than 4 billion Hong Kong dollars. Once completed, it would become the tallest building in Asia and the second tallest in the world. The ones who found it most intriguing were the powerful elites of Sakura country. They had a premonition that this was only Wang Zilong's first step into the mainland real estate market of Longhua. The businessman from Harbor City who had once bought half of Tokyo was now turning his back on them. In the final analysis, it was all because of that fellow Mitsui Qiangtian who had instilled a sense of crisis in Wang Zilong. Wang Zilong was quite happy to let them misunderstand. Thanks to Shin City's vigorous publicity, his name suddenly became widely known among the public there, and in Guangdong, he acquired a new title, the Land King Dragon. When he heard the media call him that, Wang Zilong readily accepted it. This kind of public prestige was exactly what he urgently needed. If he handled landmark projects well, he could swiftly open up the mainland market. Just as he was preparing to set off for the capital, the temporary office that Lilong had set up within Longwei Company received an official invitation from the investment promotion team of Modu. Boss, an official invitation from Modu. For now, just send a polite reply. At present, the tallest building in Modu was still the Modu Hotel, a 4-star international hotel completed a few years earlier. The Bund, which the people of Shanghai were so proud of, would not begin redevelopment until 1990, and in October 1992 the Pudong New Area would be officially established in name. As the saying goes, you cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry, things take time. Wang Zilong had never seen himself as a pioneer. He only wanted to fight battles with the wind at his back and sit comfortably atop the dividends of the era. After receiving the reply from Wang Zilong's assistant, the Modu investment team expressed deep regret. Come on, we'll change course to the capital. I want to have a proper talk with my eldest uncle. This trip to the mainland, Wang Zilong had another purpose as well. He wanted to purchase a private island overseas. To be clear, he had no sordid intentions in buying an island. He felt deep shame for the scandals perpetrated by certain Western magnates. He wanted the island for one purpose only, to establish a private military company upon it. So long as the island was large enough, he did not mind forming an entire mercenary corps. A skyscraper rises from flat ground. The cornerstone of the team had to be his own people, so he set his sights on retired Special Forces soldiers. The times were far from peaceful yet. The counterattack war was nearing its end. Any warrior who had survived that brutal war could be called a king of soldiers. They had not only tempered their bodies to near perfection, but possessed a willpower far beyond the reach of ordinary people. The army ranked first in the world, and when it came to the strongest soldiers on earth, they were unquestionably worthy of the title. Coming to the mainland to negotiate business was merely incidental. Recruiting mercenaries was his true purpose on this journey. This was not his first time in the capital. He knew his way around. On the road to Elder Zhao's secluded residence, Wang Zilong suddenly remembered that he now also had a home in the capital. On his last trip back, Lei Lao Lu had helped him purchase 3 large Sihiyuan courtyard residences for 3 million. We'll visit grandfather first, then later go take a look at the Sihiyuan I bought. After the gate guard reported his arrival, a young soldier quickly came to escort Wang Zilong inside. Elder Zhao was basking in the sun in the courtyard, lounging comfortably in a rocking chair as he watched a chubby stray cat not far away. His spirits were fairly good, and his complexion looked much better than on the previous visit. Zilong, you've come to see me. Yes, grandfather. I brought some herbal tea and pastries from Shin City for you. Elderly people often grow fond of slightly bitter flavors, and Elder Zhao nodded happily. I've heard about the stir you caused in Shin City. Very good. Shin City is our window to the outside world. By investing in a skyscraper there, you've earned the approval of those old fellows at the top. They are all very satisfied with you, and some are even a little envious that I have such an outstanding grandson. Thinking of the looks on his old comrades' faces as they said this, Elder Zhao could not help laughing in delight. However, he was far less satisfied with his son-in-law Wang Tianhao, who was still in Harbor City. The Wang family had rampaged overseas in recent years and made a great deal of money. Many harbor businessmen already had investments in the mainland, yet Wang Tianhao remained completely inactive. He ought to have shown some gesture at least. Zilong, this time you've come. Is there something else on your mind? I knew I couldn't hide it from you, grandfather. This time I want to. Wang Zilong did not mention the private military company. Instead, he said he wanted to recruit some retired Special Forces soldiers to serve as security personnel for the Wang family. That is a good idea. Many of them return to their hometowns to farm after retiring, and it is hard for them to adapt to civilian life. If you recruit them as security staff, you will not only improve their families' living conditions, but also give them a second career. Your eldest uncle will certainly agree with pleasure. Zhao Dajuan felt a pang in his heart after hearing about this matter. The retired soldiers had always been a thorn. Many excellent soldiers, due to injuries, could not return to the battlefield. Not every soldier could become a non-commissioned officer. Those who could attend NCO school for further training were often just a select few. These injured soldiers could only sadly conclude their military careers. For such proud men, returning to farming in their villages was indeed a waste of their talents. Not only could the soldiers not accept it, but he as an officer felt even more helpless. Zilong, your idea is excellent. Let's do this. I will submit an application, and tomorrow you can visit the troops under my command and meet my subordinates who are about to retire. Is there such a good thing? To witness the battle drills of the legendary soldiers in person is far better than watching Special Forces dramas. Wang Zilong readily agreed and specifically had his men prepare a camouflage uniform. As a former ace killer, he also wanted to witness the legendary soldiers. Seeing their boss so serious, the bodyguards felt a bit sour. They were all elite members from the Flying Tigers and G4, and they couldn't help but feel a bit unconvinced. Boss. Looking at the more than 20 bodyguards standing neatly in front of him, Wang Zilong had almost guessed. You are unconvinced, right? Yes, boss. Well, it's good to be unconvinced. I will propose that the other side send a small team to have a blank bullet competition with you. If you lose, your welfare bonus will be halved this month. Can you accept that? We won't lose. Wang Zilong patted the shoulder of his bodyguard team leader Li Jiaxin. Very well, just remember not to deny it when you lose. Seeing their boss underestimate them, a fiery determination ignited in Li Jiaxin's eyes, while the others displayed strong competitive spirit. This was precisely the scene Wang Zilong wanted to see. He aimed to let these proud elites of the Hong Kong police know that there were always greater heights beyond their own, and they were not irreplaceable. Properly challenging them would greatly enhance the entire security team. After all communication and photographic equipment was confiscated, Wang Zilong and his bodyguards finally entered the military jurisdiction area. Comrade, the commander has instructed that we first lead you to observe our daily training. The formal drills are scheduled. Wang Zilong nodded. He was very interested in the daily training subjects of the army, having heard that the training in the 1980s was particularly harsh. Under the blazing sun, dozens of shirtless men were engaged in their daily drills. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they displayed techniques like hand-chopping bricks, mastering unarmed climbing skills, carrying recoilless cannon tubes over low walls, water combat, and mechanized infantry training. Not to mention the six-finger push-ups and one-handed stone lifts. Their military boxing was fierce and filled with killing intent, leaving the onlookers trembling with fear. The group of elite Hong Kong police officers brought by Wang Zilong were dumbfounded. To be honest, these soldiers were not particularly tall, and they didn't look very strong. At most, they could be described as fit, yet each of them seemed to possess boundless strength, making the police officers feel inferior in terms of physical fitness and power. Looking at their training subjects, unarmed climbing, carrying weapons over low walls, water combat, and vehicle training. These were all high-level skills that only the elite could master, yet for these soldiers they were as simple as drinking water. To give these proud bodyguards more army shock, Wang Zilong asked the accompanying officer, "Commander, is this the legendary Special Operations Team?" "No, they are just ordinary soldiers merely rotated down from the Laosan battlefield." Wang Zilong nodded. No wonder that was indeed the Laosan battlefield. The bodyguards thought they had misheard. How could these be just ordinary soldiers? At that moment, they finally understood what kind of people they were about to face. On the way to the next camp, the officer in charge of hosting reminded them, "Comrade Wang, soon we will meet a group of special individuals. Please try to act naturally." Even Wang Zilong did not understand why he said this until they encountered a group of disabled soldiers. A soldier missing an arm skillfully reloaded and fired with one hand, sweeping fire at the distant target. The machine gun was blazing, and Li Jiaxin was also dry-mouthed. He was astonished to see someone reload and fire with one hand. This soldier's shooting ability was excellent, as targets were hit and shattered under the machine gun's barrage. Next, they witnessed a sharpshooter with one eye blind, exhibiting sniping capabilities that surpassed the limits of distance. There was also a seemingly foolish officer who stood 1.9 meters tall, his physique as strong as a bull, excelling in hand-to-hand combat shooting and carrying burdens over obstacles. This person, aside from looking a bit slow-witted, was practically a living embodiment of physical prowess. The large fellow immediately piqued Wang Zilong's interest. If he encountered this guy up close, he would likely end up flat on his back. "Li Jiaxin, do you think you can beat him?" Li Jiaxin, with his mouth agape, reluctantly replied, "I can't win, but I'm smarter than him." Then Zhao Dijin's voice resonated nearby. Lu Xiaowu was once the instructor of the Special Operations Company, but unfortunately, while covering for others on the Laosan battlefield, he was injured in the head by a stray bullet fragment. Although he was saved, the bullet remains in his brain. He looks foolish most of the time, but on the battlefield, he is still a killing machine. The others are not bad either. They are all wounded soldiers from the Special Operations Company. I couldn't bear to let them retire, wanting to train them as non-commissioned officers, but unfortunately. Upon hearing this, all the bodyguards felt reverence for this group. Li Jiaxin muttered softly, "If they are this strong, even after everything, just imagine how formidable they were at their peak, each one a true warrior." "You are right. Those who enter the Special Operations Company are the best of the best, each having killed dozens of the enemy's most elite soldiers. They undertake the most brutal missions." At this point, Zhao Dijin's face was filled with solemnity and guilt. Seeing Li Jiaxin and others lost in thought, their gazes turning to respect, Wang Zilong knew that this trip was not in vain. He suggested, "Leader, I propose that the special forces led by Lu Xiaowu engage in a practical exercise with my bodyguards." Zhao Dijin also became interested when he heard this. It was a great opportunity for learning and exchange. "I have heard that the Hong Kong police force has several special teams, and the Flying Tigers and G4 are among the elite. We should take this opportunity to exchange and learn from each other." Upon hearing Zhao Dijin's praise, Li Jiaxin and others felt inexplicably a bit shy. Previously, their training was for salary and the honor of the police force. Usually, they dealt with some lawless thugs. How could they compete with these special operations soldiers? Although these soldiers had been rendered disabled, the fighting spirit they displayed left Li Jiaxin and the others deep. Zhao Dijin waved at the dazed Lu Xiaowu, saying, "Lu Xiaowu, come over here." "Hello, Chief. You called me for what business?" Lu Xiaowu found it difficult to string a coherent sentence together, and his innocent smile often made people overlook the fact that he was a presence as fearsome as the god of death. "In a moment, we will be conducting a drill with these comrades. Be gentle, they are not the enemy, and you must not use lethal force." Take it easy. Lu Xiaowu nodded with a seemingly half-understanding expression. Comrades are good people, we'll just play with them. Yes, that's the idea. Hearing this, Li Hanxing felt a bit indignant. They were also a team with a sense of collective honor. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? To make matters worse, Wang Zilong suggested, Chief, the target of this special forces team is me, right? They are going to carry out an assassination mission against me while Li Hanxing and the others are my heavily bribed bodyguards. My stronghold is that mountain over there. Wang Zilong pointed toward the distant mountain peak. Zhao Dejun couldn't help but feel skeptical. Wang Zilong had stumbled upon a dead mouse, as that mountain had hidden defensive fortifications and a lookout station. It was indeed the most defensible and challenging location in the entire jurisdiction. Alright, we won't be using live ammunition, but everyone should still be careful and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. Everyone is not a novice, they all know what to do. As soon as they heard this drill was about protecting the boss, Li Hanxing and the others instantly became energized. Guys, this is a matter of professional honor. If anyone falls behind, I'll make them wash everyone's socks for a month. Even without Li Hanxing saying it, the bodyguards reignited their competitive spirit. Their training focused on protecting the boss from bullets. During the most dangerous moments, they became the boss human shields. They could sustain injuries, but the boss must not be harmed in any way. Li Hanxing emphasized once more, the drill can be lost, but the boss cannot be harmed. Seeing this scene, Wang Zilong smiled with satisfaction. What he wanted was exactly this. If they fought in a friendly manner, they would not be able to extract the true strength of both sides. He also wanted to see how his bodyguard team would perform when faced with a real god of death. Li Hanxing found suitable weapons and gear in the armory, and then the group drove a green pickup truck to the lookout station on the mountain. In terms of protecting people, they were indeed professionals. Remaining inside the lookout station, Wang Zilong felt, for Li Hanxing and the others, the biggest challenge was that Lu Xiao's team knew the terrain of the mountain very well. The only unknown was the personnel configuration. Wang Zilong said to Li Hanxing, let the guys conserve some energy. I estimate they will only approach at night. Li Hanxing nodded in agreement. During the day, with the lookout station in place, charging forward would be suicide, but at night, with insufficient light, it was the best opportunity to attack the lookout. It's a pity our night vision equipment is not here otherwise. Hanxing, do you know a saying? What saying? No guns, no cannons, the enemy provides them for us. Boss, do you mean we can seize their supplies? Nonsense. What I mean is you should be glad you didn't bring night vision equipment and heavy weapons. Otherwise, if the opponent captures them, you'll have a bigger headache. Li Hanxing tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling that his boss was no longer endearing, only doing things that boost others' morale while undermining his own. Despite saying that, Wang Zilong felt an unprecedented competitive spirit rising within him. He was the organization's ace killer, and now he had a chance to compete against the king of soldiers. His long-buried competitive desire began to stir. Hanxing, give me a Type 54 pistol. The Type 54 pistol had excellent performance and was still used by the police as a service weapon even after being retired in the 1990s. Wang Zilong touched the pentagram on the top, and a long-lost feeling surged in his heart. He had used the export version while on missions abroad, so he had a very thorough understanding of the Type 54 pistol. Boss, do you want me to teach you how to shoot? It wouldn't be good if you accidentally hit one of your own. Wang Zilong couldn't help but chuckle and said with a hint of annoyance, you should worry about yourself. I noticed Lu Xiao's gaze has been on you. If you fall into his hands, it'll make you wash the brother's underwear for a week. Lu Xiaowu squatted there stunned. Oh, what was wrong with the boss? Was it wrong for me to care? Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Outside, gunfire suddenly erupted as a bullet whizzed past a bodyguard's ear on watch. Everyone hurriedly shrank their heads. The sniper from the Flying Tigers said it's extreme shooting. They're too far away, so don't waste ammunition. Wang Zilong thought of that one-eyed sharpshooter. At such a long distance, he had nearly been hit. He thought of something and reminded Lu Xiaowu. Let half the men wear earplugs and rest. We can't have you all exhausted before nightfall. Upon hearing the boss say this, Li Hanxing took it seriously. If the enemy continued to harass them, they were already quite tense, and it could be that a single charge would completely break. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaowu, hiding on another hill, was observing every move of the checkpoint through binoculars. The one-eyed sharpshooter said with disinterest, Xiao, should I take a break too? The harassment tactic doesn't seem to be very effective against them. Lu Xiao's usual silly demeanor vanished, replaced by a somber expression. Look for an opportunity to continue. Let the one-armed man throw grenades from a distance to harass them. There's no way they'll sleep under my watch. The others could only acknowledge the order with enthusiasm. After all, silly Xiaowu had once been and still was their instructor. The foremost duty of a soldier was to execute commands without fail. Damn, can grenades be thrown that far? A mobile lookout was blown away, not knowing where that one-armed man had come from. One moment of inattention cost him a grenade. His teammate beside him gleefully reminded him, you've already been eliminated, you can't speak anymore. Just as the words fell, a barrage of bullets rained down on the place where he had been lying. Haha, you laughed at me, but you were also eliminated. Wasn't it your loud voice just now that exposed me? Li Hanxing frowned as he listened to the reports of his team members being eliminated. Originally, he had a slight numerical advantage, but if this continued, that advantage would soon vanish. Order everyone to take shelter at the checkpoint and abandon the outer fortifications. People are at the checkpoint. Li Hanqing's decision was clearly astute. Special operations teams excelled in jungle infiltration warfare, ambushes, concealment, and camouflage were their hallmarks. The Flying Tiger unit, also known as the Urban Assault Team, held distinct advantages in close-quarters combat within buildings or confined spaces. G4 was unparalleled in security operations, experts at identifying latent threats and safeguarding VIPs, even willing to intercept bullets with their own bodies when necessary. Soon the Special Operations Team realized their harassment tactics had failed. Lu Xiaowu grinned foolishly. Our comrades across the line are remarkably sharp. The one-eyed soldier smacked his lips while rehydrating. He sensed something oddly off about Lu Xiaowu's remark. Worse still, he was expected to follow this foolish junior's commands. Commissar, what's our next move? Get some rest. A fierce battle awaits tonight. Inside the checkpoint, Wang Zilong listened as Li Hanqing and others debated tactics. Nothing more than standard positional defense and crossfire protocols. Perhaps shaken by earlier setbacks, Wang Zilong adopted an unusually cautious approach, already contemplating how to evacuate his employer, even down to fighting to the last man. Boss, you exercise regularly. Walking 10 kilometers on foot shouldn't be an issue, right? Hearing this, Wang Zilong suspected Li Hanqing was settling a personal grudge. A surrender would have been simpler, yet here he was being needlessly tested. Hanqing, your tactics need revision. You're here for joint field training, not to diminish the Hong Kong police force's. Once collective honor entered the equation, Li Hanqing and the others bristled instantly. In my view, you should use me as bait, to lure them in and eliminate them. Boss, how could we possibly risk your safety? Look, you've fallen into a misconception. First, this is not real combat. Second, their primary objective isn't to kill me. It's to capture me alive. Li Hanqing immediately grasped Wang Zilong's intent, his mind quickening. Perhaps they truly could outwit the opposition. Yet he still deemed the boss's plan dangerously audacious. Brother San, of all of us, you bear the closest resemblance to the boss in build. Swap jackets and sunglasses. We'll deliver them quite the surprise. At midnight, the hour when vigilance wanes, the Special Operations Team, having studied the searchlight patterns, silently scaled the checkpoint. Gunfire and explosions erupted in deafening unison. Both sides chose brutal, heated confrontation to end the engagement. Zhao Dujuan, observing from a safe distance, nodded repeatedly. His nephew's bodyguards possessed genuine skill. At least they'd held the checkpoint during the first assault and inflicted casualties upon his men. For the first time, Li Hanqing and his team grasped the terrifying prowess of these battle-hardened veterans. Half their force had been neutralized in the opening exchange alone. What struck them most profoundly was the group's uncanny marksmanship and ruthless follow-up fire, a reflex honed through thousands of rapid-fire drills. Surveying plummeting morale and the ground littered with corpses, Li Hanqing realized the checkpoint was untenable. Their mission was not annihilation, but protection. Everyone fall back into the checkpoint. Execute the prearranged protective formation for the boss. Inside the cramped structure, the bodyguards regained a measure of confidence. From their entrenched positions, any breach would exact a heavy toll. Yet they underestimated the Special Operations Team. Blocking muzzle flashes posed no psychological burden for the one-eyed soldier or the one-armed warrior. For Li Hanqing's team, this was merely an exercise. For the special operators, it was indistinguishable from the battlefield itself. To eliminate the target, they stood ready to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Through the calculated sacrifice of several soldiers, they tore a breach through the otherwise impenetrable defense. Li Hanqing engaged Lu Xiaowu in close-quarters combat, an ordeal that left the security chief humiliated. Against Lu Xiaowu, he was utterly defenseless. Had his opponent not held back, he would have been disarmed and subdued barehanded within 3 moves. Li Hanqing could only watch helplessly as special ops soldiers shot down 2 retired G4 operatives shielding the boss. We've won. We've captured the target. The one-handed soldier triumphantly dragged the boss toward him, elated. But Lu Xiaowu sensed something amiss. Why did the boss keep his head lowered? Caution. The target is compromised. Too late. The elite former Flying Tiger operative disguised as the boss yanked the grenade strapped to his chest. Red powder sprayed across the remaining special operators. Li Hanqing, who had just been declared fallen, burst into unrestrained cheers. Though underhanded, they had ultimately emerged victorious. Yet his grin froze mid-expression as Lu Xiaowu leapt clear of the red powder zone, and now stood glaring furiously at Wang Zilong, emerging calmly from the cellar. The one-eyed soldier cursed inwardly. Lu Xiaowu was genuinely enraged. He hurriedly interjected, "Commissar, no one's fallen. This remains an exercise. Escort the boss back and victory is ours." At those words, the lethal glint in Lu Xiaowu's eyes gradually softened, replaced once more by his familiar guileless smile. "Comrade, concede now. I've been ordered by command not to harm you." Wang Zilong regarded the towering figure with keen interest. What a pity his mind wasn't fully sound. With solemn gravity, he replied, "I cannot surrender. I owe it to my brothers who took bullets for me." Hearing this, Li Hanqing and the others felt a pang of unexpected emotion. "Boss." Wang Zilong slid his pistol back into its holster, gesturing for Lu Xiaowu to advance. Lu Xiaowu's gaze hardened anew. He resolved to grant this comrade a dignified conclusion. Li Hansheng averted his eyes, unable to bear witness. Moments later, gasps rippled through the onlookers. The boss evaded Lu Xiaowu's lunge 3 times and landed 3 clean punches. Even the one-eyed soldier and the one-armed warrior found the spectacle astonishing. The boss was maneuvering the legendary warrior like a puppet within the confines of that narrow space. Stunned after 3 blows to his kidneys, Lu Xiaowu paused briefly, then decided to unleash full force, driving a devastating punch straight toward Wang Zilong's chest. A heavy thud echoed, but Lu Xiaowu recoiled in disbelief. His strike had missed entirely. Wang Zilong seized the opening, striking again at the exposed flank. Got you. Though Lu Xiaowu's intellect was unremarkable, his muscle memory was extraordinary. He deliberately feigned vulnerability to draw Wang Zilong in. No, wait, came the one-eyed soldier's cry. When had the boss drawn his pistol? None of them had seen him retrieve the Black Heart Type 54 from his waistband. Puzzlement clouded Lu Xiaowu's face as he watched the bullet strike his forehead and ricochet away. Wang Zilong nodded. After receiving the answer, Lu Xiaowu was not dejected. Instead, he wore a silly grin. Not only were the one-eyed men astonished, but Li Hansheng's group also looked as if they had seen a ghost. The one-eyed man flattered. Your boss is truly extraordinary. The skills displayed just now caught us completely off guard, and it would be no problem to take out a few of us. What could Li Hansheng say? He could only smile wryly and nod. It was a shame that after protecting his boss for so long, he had no idea his boss was so hidden and deep. He even felt a sense of frustration. They had been feeling good about themselves, but when it came down to life and death, who would protect whom was really uncertain. At that moment, Lu Xiaowu, clutching his stomach pitifully, said, I'm hungry. Hansheng, give a can of beef to eat. On the way back, everyone sat silently in the pickup truck. Both the winners and the losers of the match felt somewhat unsatisfied. No one had expected that a practical drill would end in such a manner. What? Wang Zilong took down Lu Xiao. Zhao Dejuan was also taken aback by the final result. The special operations team he had formed with great effort actually met with total failure, with everyone sacrificed. His nephew actually had such capabilities. However, seeing Lu Xiaowu eagerly following Wang Zilong, wanting to eat, his mood lightened considerably. Regardless, the outcome was good. No relatives were willing to take in Lu Xiaowu, and staying by Wang Zilong's side might be the best result. At this moment, Wang Zilong no longer wanted to keep things from his uncle. Uncle, I actually came this time to reach a tight cooperation with you. Do you have any ulterior motives? Wang Zilong shared his thoughts about establishing a private armed company on a legal island abroad. Zhao Dejuan fell into deep contemplation. His heart was in turmoil. As a high-ranking official, he knew the war was nearing its end. Over the decades, they had defeated all challengers, and almost all necessary battles had been fought. There would likely be no wars for a long time to come. Thus, reducing the troops became inevitable. A large number of soldiers would retire, and their final destinations would likely be returning to their original homes to farm. Naturally, he had personal interests. He hoped these veterans would find better placements. Perhaps becoming instructors for a private armed company would be a good choice. The salary Wang Zilong offered was very tempting, sufficient to make the veterans wealthy in a short time. Wang Zilong continued, Dubai and the others are excellent candidates for instructors. Once the company is established, we will need a lot of logistical personnel. With state-owned enterprise employees facing difficulties and on the brink of layoffs, it would be better to hand this over to me. I will employ some as security personnel. They will become part of the Lilong Group's security force. The security situation in Port City will become very chaotic. Many mainland soldiers will go to Port City to make a fortune. Everyone should have heard of the stories about the 4 great bandits. Wang Zilong's family also owned a bank, so relying on some police officers to guard their assets was certainly not feasible. Recruiting a group of capable security personnel became an urgent matter. Of course, some would become mercenaries executing tasks around the world. After hearing Wang Zilong's plan, Zhao Dejuan felt no more concerns. All right, you can recruit people, but everything must adhere to the principle of voluntariness. If I find out you are treating them unfairly, I will not spare you first. Wang Zilong knew this meant he had succeeded halfway. The first group he intended to take with him was naturally Lu Xiaowu and the others. These people were not inclined to return to farming. Upon hearing that Wang Zilong was willing to treat him to a whole roasted lamb, Lu Xiaowu could hardly wait to fly to Port City. While going through security checks, Lu Xiaowu triggered the red alarm. After explaining, the security personnel finally saluted and let him pass. Seeing Lu Xiaowu's distressed face, Wang Zilong smiled. Xiaowu, once we get to Port City, I will find a doctor to help you get another brain checkup to see if we can remove the shrapnel. Hearing this, the one-eyed men were all taken aback. If the surgery succeeded, could their instructor return to normal? Everyone had a big question mark in their hearts. Lu Xiaowu knocked on his head, making a clattering sound. Everyone, I will also invite top-notch doctors to fit you with prosthetics. From now on, you will all be my people, Wang Zilong. Everyone nodded. They had a new understanding of this boss. At least he was not a cold-hearted capitalist. The establishment of the private armed company was officially on the agenda. Wang Zilong called for Ni Kuan. Boss, why did you suddenly think of buying an overseas island? Of course it is for your safety. We have offended quite a few people in Sakura. I won't be in danger, but you cannot be guaranteed the same. To prevent certain people from acting out of desperation, I think it is necessary to equip the company with some more reliable security personnel. If I buy a personal island, I can establish a training base there. Those who pass training can be dispatched worldwide to protect the Wang family's assets. Of course, there will also be a group of elite individuals to engage in clandestine operations. Ni-kun nodded and said, purchasing an island is not a simple matter. I need to survey several small countries to choose the best location. This task will be entrusted to Ni-kun. I am quite assured. He often manages to turn impossible tasks into possible ones, successfully bypassing various complex procedures and rules. Those who sign contracts against their conscience will surely regret it someday. Soon after the neurosurgery team Wang Zilong arrived in Port City. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Wang Zilong initially asked them to repair the removal of shrapnel and restore the brain nerves without harm or side effects. A group of foreigners exclaimed, "No, impossible." After Wang Zilong mentioned a generous reward, the foreign doctors quickly changed their tune. No problem. It is said that this group of foreign doctors made such great progress in neurology largely due to the lobotomy surgeries of the last century. With a plethora of human experiments, they naturally advanced faster in neurology than other countries. The good news is that Lu Xiao's intellectual disability is due to the shrapnel pressing on his nerve tissue. As long as the surgery removes it, he may return to normal. The one-eyed men all nodded, their eyes clouded with tears as they watched Lu Xiao being pushed into the operating room. A few hours later, the foreign doctors exited the operating room beaming. They babbled excitedly to Wang Zilong. Very good, the remaining bonus and surgical fees will be paid to you after his complete recovery. He is as strong as a bear. You can rest assured, as long as he keeps up with nutrition, he will recover quickly. Once again pulled out, Lu Xiao's gaze was clear, and it took him a while to recognize his few comrades. What excited the one-eyed and the one-armed was that their instructor finally showed a lively demeanor. The one who once commanded the battlefield and led the charge was back. Thank you, boss. From now on, our lives are yours. What do I need your lives for? Just help me train the new recruits well. 3 months later, Lu Xiao easily leaped over 2 tall defenders, his entire body soaring towards the basket. The staff of the Leon group, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but hold their breath. Clang! As the basketball was dunked into the hoop, a terrifying force shattered the glass backboard. Everyone gasped in shock. The basketball players who had provoked Lu Xiao were dumbfounded. They had no idea what kind of monster they had stirred. Just as they wanted to apologize, they realized Lu Xiao had already walked far away. The one-eyed man teased, "You're recovering quite well. Didn't you see the way they looked at you? With their level, they still want to play professional leagues." Even the boss could misjudge people sometimes. "Instructor Lu, why are you leaving so quickly?" Lu Xiao hurried away, fearing he would be asked to compensate, because he was carrying a huge debt on his shoulders. Although the boss did not require him to cover medical and rehabilitation expenses, he felt a sense of guilt. He came to the Leon group with the one-eyed man to discuss work with the boss. After resting for so long, Lu Xiao and all the veterans felt their bodies were almost rusting. It felt a bit embarrassing to just eat and drink for free. Meanwhile, Wang Zilong soon learned about the miracle Lu Xiao performed on the playground. "Is this the professional athlete you found? Even a bystander can dunk over them." "Boss, they are here." "Then let them in." The first time in such a high-end office, Lu Xiao and the one-eyed man felt a bit restrained. "Boss, they are here." "Then let them in." The first time in such a high-end office, Lu Xiao and the one-eyed man felt a bit restrained. Lu Xiao's body had gained considerable strength during his time in the rehabilitation center. "Boss, we are all ready and want to find something to do." "Good, Huaiji, bring in the projector." Wang Zilong was well prepared for this. Soon an aerial view of an island appeared on the projector. Then several photos of the island followed. Lu Xiao's first impression was that it was a beautiful island with mountains, jungles, and many wild animals. Su Huaiji began to introduce. This island is called Lanai Island, the 6th largest island in the Hawaiian archipelago, covering an area of 365 square kilometers, equivalent to 117 of the area of Magic City. This island originally belonged to Dole Company. Its founder Dole bought this abandoned island for $1 million in 1922 and spent millions transforming it into a pineapple plantation. Lu Xiao and the one-eyed man were unclear why the boss wanted to introduce them to a small island across the ocean. Su Huaiji continued to say, "And our Leon group spent $30 million to buy 100 ownership of the island from Dole's descendants. This island is now the private island of our boss Wang." Hearing $30 million made Lu Xiao gasp. Wang Zilong thought the money was well spent. In the future, this island would change hands multiple times, and in 2012 the transaction price ultimately reached $610 million. "I bought this island for 2 reasons. On one hand, I want to turn it into my private vacation palace. On the other hand, I want to establish the Lanai Private Armed Company on it, which has ports, plains, and mountainous jungles, making it perfect for camping and training. And you as instructors will be fully responsible for the selection, training, and assessment of armed personnel." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaowu and the one-eyed man's eyes lit up. The one-eyed man excitedly asked, "Boss, can we farm on it?" Wang Zilong paused for a moment, unable to suppress. "Of course you can dig a few tunnels if you like." Lu Xiaowu, however, was examining the various data of Lanai Island. The island is 28 kilometers long with a circumference of about 80 kilometers. It's indeed an excellent training ground. Before even reaching the island, he was already contemplating how to fortify the coastline. "Xiaowu, we have obtained a license for a private armed company in the beautiful country through acquisition, and we are operating legally. Even if someone invades the island, it would be equivalent to infringing on my private territory, and you can eliminate the intruders." Lu Xiaowu nodded, filled with anticipation for the upcoming life as an instructor. After the two left satisfied, Su Huizhi felt a bit pained and said, "Boss, just rebuilding this island will cost over $100 million. Is it really worth it?" "Of course it's worth it. The natural scenery here is exceptional, and occasionally going on vacation is also nice." After sending Su Huizhi off, Wang Zilong made a phone call to Nixon Hunt. "Mr. Wang, what can I do? I have observed the stock index of Sakura. You can start shorting the Nikkei on a small scale with the futures contract expiring in a year." Nixon asked in astonishment, "Do you think the Japanese stock market will crash within a year?" The reason he raised the question was that Sakura's real estate and stock markets were too surreal, doubling within just a few years. During the stock crisis in the beautiful country, there were indeed attempts to short the Japanese stocks. For example, the Proton Fund. The decline of the Japanese stock market lasted only a few days before quickly recovering and starting a new round of madness. Old Su suffered a bloody defeat and returned in disgrace. With normal financial thinking, it was no longer possible to predict the direction of the Japanese stock market. The national vanity of the Sakura people swelled to unprecedented levels, clamoring to buy the beautiful country. With such soaring investment enthusiasm and a nationwide bullish sentiment, the Japanese stock market and its real estate seemed to keep rising. Yes, I have insider information. Over the next year, the Bank of Sakura will continuously raise interest rates to curb the false bubbles in the stock and real estate markets, so you need to start shorting now, but keep it low-key. Understood, I will take care of it right away. Upon hearing there was insider information, Nixon instantly understood and his doubts dissipated. There was no need for Wang Zilong to explain further. He had already sentenced the Sakura stock market to death in his heart. Nixon and William then conducted a thorough investigation. They then discovered that the economic bubble in Sakura was even more severe than they had imagined. The most prominent issue was the yen exchange rate. In just a few years, the yen exchange rate rose from 2401 to 1301. This means that if a foreign trade company earned $100 abroad before the Plaza Accord was signed, that $100 could be exchanged for 24 million yen. But now it can only be exchanged for 13 million yen. The foreign trade company effectively earned 11 million yen. It's worth noting that in the early 1980s, Sakura was still a major exporter of electronics, with various appliances and goods flooding the supermarkets of the beautiful country. But now the export business is clearly a losing venture, greatly dampening enthusiasm for real industry development. People turned their attention to the faster profits of the real estate and financial sectors. Then there's the issue of bank interest rates. The Sakura government lowered the rates to a very low level to stimulate land investments. Companies that originally focused on real industry and foreign trade abandoned research and development factories and machinery, turning their money entirely towards real estate speculation and stock trading. Nixon and William were very clear that this kind of prosperity was all false. Sakura's currently booming economy was filled with a large number of bubbles. Let's do it. In October 1989, on a beautiful sunny morning, Wang Zilong turned on the television and casually tuned into a news channel. The Sakura Central Bank was holding a press conference for a change of leadership. An energetic old man appeared in Wang Zilong's view, and his introduction flashed on the screen. Mitsuya Shigeyasu, aged 65, also known as a genius of the Heisei era. At the age when one should retire, he took on the heavy responsibility of being the new president of the Bank of Japan. The previous president was concurrently held by the Deputy Minister of Finance. Most officials in the Ministry of Finance were conservatives who had set a low-interest rate strategy to stimulate Sakura's economic growth. What they did not know was that the first directive Mitsuya Shigeyasu issued upon taking office was to raise interest rates. In just 6 months, he raised rates 3 times, pushing the actual negative interest rate up to 6. He was called an economic prodigy, known for his extreme measures in both work and life. This drastic medicine directly caused the stock market to crash, as the stock index was halved within a month. Of course, at this moment, aside from Wang Zilong, no one realized that Mitsuya Shigeyasu was a hard-headed individual, and the Sakura stock market was already surging with hidden currents. Meanwhile, the Hunter brothers, who had already shorted a lot of stocks, began to feel doubtful. Over the past few months, the Japanese stock market had been smooth and was still maintaining high growth, creating an atmosphere of prosperity. The Hunter Fund had invested a significant amount of capital in this prolonged short position, and with their arrows already loosed, there was no turning back. They could only march forward into darkness. Silently praying that Wang Zilong's predictions were not wrong, Wang Zilong, having turned off the television, transmitted a new directive to an icon. Akuen, it's time to start selling. After a year out of the housing market, their Liyun Group had made considerable profits in the stock market, and Ni Kuen, who had been indulging in the money game, suddenly woke up at this command. Is it because of Mitsuya Shigeyasu? You're paying attention to the news. Yes, I've been following him for a while. In the last interview, he complained that Tokyo's housing prices were too high, making it impossible for young people to buy homes, which is not typical for a conservative figure. Wang Zilong nodded. Ni Kun's insight was sharp. Despite being 65, Mitsuya Shigeyasu was indeed a true radical. He was one of the few clear-headed individuals in the Sakura Bank. Mitsuya Shigeyasu is very likely to start raising interest rates in the near future. We need to withdraw from the Sakura market in the short term. Ni Kuen grasped the key point in his boss' words. Withdrawing in the short term meant they would return again later. As Ni Kuen issued directive after directive, all the traders began to move. The large screen at the Tokyo Exchange immediately started showing red. This was the first time since the stock market crash in the beautiful country that a significant amount of red appeared. The stock investors merely complained a bit and did not take this large drop seriously. They thought it was just a minor mark. On that day, the stock index dropped more than 1,000 points with the market down 7. The Sakura financial newspapers reported the specific trading situation, revealing that Liyun Group was significantly selling off its holdings of Sakura stocks. People did not ponder the underlying reasons. Haoyun, holding onto the last 2 pieces of land, shook his head in confusion. He could not understand why Wang Zilong would withdraw from the Sakura stock market at this juncture. After arriving in Sakura, he had mortgaged the land to a financial company specializing in loans and successfully obtained a large sum of money to start constructing apartment buildings. After the last ordeal, he seemed to have transformed into a different person. He let go of his jealousy and resentment towards Wang Zilong and wanted to work diligently to seek an opportunity for a comeback. Under his supervision, the construction of the apartment buildings was progressing little by little, and he believed that it would not be long before the main structure was completed. Thinking of this, he felt a surge of motivation. Personally going to the construction site, he resembled a simple-minded pragmatist, completely shedding the charm of the young master he once was. Occasionally, he would wake up in the middle of the night recalling those extravagant days and his unwed fiancée. What troubled him the most was the Yonglong Bank he had sold. He heard that Yonglong Bank had been renamed Liyun Bank, and the new president had brought a fresh outlook to the bank. According to his former drinking buddies, the bank had undergone a complete transformation. If one did not know better, they would think it was an international bank. He heard that Liyun Bank was seeking to acquire banks in Sakura, entering the Sakura industry. Haoyun had to admit that this Wang San was indeed quite adept at managing business. Seeing that the seemingly doomed Yonglong Bank not only survived, but also reached out to foreign markets, he shook his head. These matters had no bearing on him anymore. Lion's exit from the Sakura stock market must be another scheme by Wang Zilong. Haoyun's confusion. Once again, it was a beautiful sunny morning. The newly appointed president of the Bank of Japan, Mitsuya Shigeyasu, issued his first directive: raise interest rates. The Sakura cabinet supported this move as they clearly felt that the rise in housing prices and the stock market needed to be curbed. If this continued, Sakura's economy could face serious problems. However, what they did not know was that they were opening Pandora's box. What puzzled Mitsuya Shigeyasu was that the Sakura housing market and stock market did not decline as a result. On the contrary, they continued to rise. This left him feeling embarrassed. So he decided to continue raising interest rates. During the second increase, foreign capital maintained an optimistic attitude, considering that at this stage the beautiful country's policy interest rate was as high as 8,125, while 8 compared to 5, everyone knew what to choose. The real estate companies in Sakura and individual speculators felt they were still making money, just a bit less than before. The housing market remained vibrant. Haoyun also completed the main structure of several apartment buildings within these few months. Next came the external decoration and the landscaping and construction of public buildings. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Mitsuya Shigeyasu was dumbfounded. The cabinet had tasked him with curbing the skyrocketing housing prices, and now not only had they not fallen, but they were still rising, making him appear incompetent. He proposed another interest rate hike. At this time, the cabinet found themselves in a difficult position. They wanted to advise Mitsuya Shigeyasu to take it easy, but he cited the Federal Reserve's rate hike as an example. Between 1988 and 1989, the Federal Reserve directly raised the benchmark interest rate from 6.5 to 8,125. The beautiful country's father was still doing fine. We could certainly do the same. Moreover, he assured them that he would only raise the rate to 6.5. Seeing that this made sense, the cabinet acquiesced. Thus, within 6 months, Mitsuya Shigeyasu initiated a third interest rate hike, raising the rate to 6.5 in one go. Wall Street Capital observed this and thought to themselves, bro, this doesn't feel right. Is the Sakura little brother trying to align its interest rates with the beautiful country's father? Interest rate hikes are typically aimed at combating inflation, puncturing the beautiful bubble inflated by finance. Once interest rates are raised, the borrowing costs for many enterprises will also increase, heightening operational costs and reducing net income, making it inevitable that even the most extravagant financial reports cannot prevent a decline in stock prices. The most critical aspect is that interest rate hikes are detrimental to the stock market. A consensus within the market, once the conditions are triggered, large-scale selling will occur, and under the herd effect, the stock market will experience a significant downturn. Wall Street Capital has its own set of formulas for buying and selling. The announcement of another interest rate hike by Song Hye-kyo has triggered the tense and sensitive nerves of countless people. That night, Wall Street was sleepless, with numerous investment banks and fund companies holding urgent meetings. At this time, the Hunter brothers stopped pretending and began to build large short positions in the 24-hour futures market. Seeing this, the Proton Fund was filled with hesitation. President Suwa, I asked a few friends, and they all plan to wait and see before making decisions. Some investment banks will make small-scale sell-offs after the Japanese market opens in a few hours. Suwa Lao nodded at this. It was a normal market reaction. The Japanese stock market had shown enough resilience during the previous 2 interest rate hikes, leaving many uncertain about its future trajectory. Many still believe that the Bank of Japan's interest rates will remain lower than those of the beautiful country. There might be some adjustments in the stock market, but it will stabilize quickly. Suwa Lao felt extremely indecisive. He was not a timid bear and would stake heavily whenever he saw an opportunity. Yet this time he could not bring himself to make a decision. Once bitten by a snake, he feared the rope for 10 years. When he shorted the Japanese stocks 2 years ago, he suffered unprecedented losses, with the Proton Fund's assets shrinking by 1/3, causing him to live rather uncomfortably these past 2 years. He also became increasingly cautious. BOSS, we found out that the Hunter brothers had secretly started building short positions months ago. Their short position is estimated to be in the tens of billions of dollars. Should we? Upon hearing his assistant say this, So Lao felt a lump in his throat. Why was there the shadow of the Hunter brothers everywhere? He had always believed that he was the true king of the bear market, but all the limelight had now been taken away by the Hunter. Their gamble is their business. We must act cautiously. How about this? You build both long and short positions simultaneously, so we can adapt to changes. Without the courage to go all in, Suwa Lao chose a more moderate path. Meanwhile, the Hunter brothers were not idle. They produced a detailed report based on their previous market investigations, which was published in the Wall Street Journal. The two originally thought it would be a long battle, but before the report was even published, the Japanese stock market began to plummet due to foreign selling. As previously mentioned, Wall Street's large and small institutions have their own formulas for selling and buying. At that moment, the Tokyo trading floor had only sell orders, no buy orders. In just one day, the Nikkei average index dropped from nearly 4.0 points to below 3.0 points, a decline of 22. Foreign capital no longer needed to wait for the Hunter brothers report and began a massive retreat. N.I. Cohen looked at the parabolic decline in the stock market and sighed in relief. In hindsight, their decision to withdraw months in advance was incredibly wise, or they would have been forced to cut their losses like those foreign investors. Even at this moment, the stock market's crash had not raised the alert of the Sakura officials and the Ministry of Finance. There is a saying, when the frog is boiled in warm water, it does not realize it is being cooked until the water boils. According to former Ministry of Finance officials, the Sakura officials' assessment at the time was that the Japanese economy would continue to grow, and there was a general optimistic attitude across different sectors. They believed that the stock market's decline was a good thing, at least actively puncturing the bubble. Their confidence stemmed from the relatively good income environment for companies and households, leading them to believe that the Sakura economy would continue to grow. Instead, housing prices became a major concern for them. Previously, they had mainly resorted to appeals and restrictions on transactions to address the housing price issue. 3 interest rate hikes did not lead a group of property speculators to turn back. Increasing real estate transaction taxes to restrict trading resulted in sellers holding back, reducing market supply, and subsequently driving up housing prices again. Taking advantage of the stock market's sharp decline, Song Hye-kyo once again ordered the Bank of Japan to strictly investigate loan qualifications. Young master, he quickly felt the market changes brought about by various policies. That meant the bank refused his renovation loan. Yun Hayasen, I'm sorry, but due to the new laws, we cannot provide you with. Is there no way to resolve this? As he spoke, Yunhao took out a wad of cash wrapped in paper from his bag and stuffed it into the other person's pocket. Seeing this kid's sincere attitude, the business manager of the advising bank stroked his chin and said, "Our bank cannot provide loans, and other banks surely won't be able to either. However, every policy has its loopholes. You might try borrowing from the housing company. They might lend you some money." Yunhao, enlightened by the advice, felt as if he had struck gold. He also sensed that the atmosphere in Tokyo's real estate industry was off lately, but he was already deep in the mire. Several apartment buildings had become his last capital for a turnaround, and with success just a step away, he would not easily give up. After taking on a substantial loan again, he began the interior renovation project. Meanwhile, Nixon and William were reporting their achievements to Wang Zilong. "Mr. Wang, can we take profits and close our positions now?" Not only did the Sakura officials maintain an optimistic view on the Sakura economy, but many organizations, both private and international, shared this belief. Due to Sakura's previous rapid economic growth, most people held the view that a sick tiger is better than a cat, believing that Sakura would recover quickly and grow again. Nixon and his partner with the attitude of making quick money planned to take a shot and run. But they heard Wang Zilong. The reason I had you choose a one-year contract to shorts now. Not only did the Sakura officials maintain an he clearly remembered that this sudden collapse was just the beginning of the Sakura bubble being burst. Over the next 6 months, the Sakura stock index would drop by 49, and over the next 2 years it would fall by a total of 31, ultimately breaking below 100 points, landing at just over 700. From 3900 it fell to 700 points, a nearly 80 drop. Not until 1993 did the Sakura officials acknowledge in a white paper that the bubble had burst, causing a tremendous impact on the real economy. This gave Wang Zilong a more greedy idea. Since you do not acknowledge the bubble, how about I continue to short you? Upon hearing his prediction, Nixon and William revealed greedy expressions. They were not conservative speculators. Let's not forget the silver manipulation case, which drove silver prices from under 10 to nearly 50. They showed no signs of stopping. How impressive is the Bank of Sakura at this moment? In 1980, only 2 banks made it to the top 10 companies by market value, both valued at 80 trillion yen, which doesn't even rank among the world's top 500 companies. However, merely a decade later, during the era of rampant speculation, the Bank of Japan experienced a shining moment. Among the top 10 companies in Sakura, 8 are banks, with Sakura Industry Bank boasting the highest market value of 80 trillion yen. In 10 years, the market value of Industry Bank surged tenfold, surpassing IBM and General Motors among other international conglomerates. The banks of Sakura nearly occupy half of the top 10 list, making it understandable why the people of Sakura are swelling with pride. However, in the eyes of Wang Zilong and the Hunter brothers, these banks are rife with flaws and can be said to be bursting with loopholes. The reason these banks can hold such high valuations is closely linked to their encouragement of corporate and personal borrowing. Under a loose financial policy, banks recklessly issued loans, allowing various individuals and enterprises with poor credit to obtain large amounts of funding. These enterprises and individuals invested their loans into real estate and the stock market, or engaged in large-scale overseas acquisitions. As loan disbursement increased, the bank's short-term revenues rose correspondingly. But this prosperity is merely temporary in Wang Zilong's view. With the stock market crashing and real estate being hastily sold off, the banks are bound to fall into a crisis of bad debts. Therefore, our first step is to short sell the banking sector in Sakura. Wang Zilong had a slight personal motive for this. A lonely bank had been developing well in Port City, and Ms. Jin's reforms were in full swing. Yet in his view, only sheep would obediently farm and develop. As a wolf, the fastest way for Lonely Bank to grow strong is through the merger and acquisition of other banks. The banks in Sakura have developed quite well, taking over a decade to establish overseas operations, with several banks seizing this opportunity to become international giants. There are many operating branches overseas. If Jin were to expand overseas, spending a decade, the effect might still be negligible. After all, how many decades does one have in life? Nikeson and William nodded in agreement. Even with today's significant drop in the stock market, the stock prices of these banks remain quite firm, leaving ample room for short selling. Mr. Wang, leave this matter to us. We will return and investigate several banks in Sakura. Wang Zilong felt quite at ease handing this matter over to them. The two elders were no longer the naive individuals they once were, having accumulated rich experience through numerous large-scale, short-selling operations. 10 days later, Nikeson excitedly arrived at Wang Zilong's office to report their findings. Mr. Wang, just as you predicted, there are numerous loopholes in Sakura's major banks. Our investigation in New York has quickly yielded strategic results. Tell me about it. We discovered that the vice president of the Daiwa Bank's New York branch has been involved in long-term bribery of individuals within the Federal Reserve System, which is hardly a secret within the system. Thus, we conducted a more in-depth investigation into this vice president. We found that during A.U.S. Treasury bond transaction in '84, he incurred massive losses, but astonishingly, he managed to cover this up. Wang Zilong roughly understood the Vice President Ikuguchi Toshihiro's crafty operations. He lost a significant amount of money on U.S. Treasury bonds, and to avoid being held accountable by Daiwa Bank's headquarters, he directly sold off the bonds held by Daiwa Bank to offset his losses and forged the reconciliation statement from the bond custodian, the Federal Reserve Bank of America. This kept headquarters from discovering his enormous losses and the illicit sale of bonds. We used some minor tactics to investigate and found that the bond value held by Daiwa Bank at the Federal Reserve Bank is now only $3.7 billion. According to the financial report disclosed by Daiwa Bank, these bonds should be valued around $4.6 billion. During this period, he forged false accounts at least over 2,000 times. Hearing this, Wang Zilong was stunned for a few seconds. This Ikuguchi Toshihiro was indeed quite the talent. Being able to forge over 2,000 times just to make his performance look better, is that not a talent? With nearly $1 billion lost over 6 years, many issues can be reflected from this. On a smaller scale, there are significant management and regulatory problems at Daiwa Bank. On a larger scale, Daiwa Bank's financial report has serious issues involving concealment of losses and financial fraud. Mr. Wang, should we lease Daiwa Bank stocks, trigger a sell-off, and then expose the scandal? Wang Zilong shook his head. If we expose it immediately, Daiwa Bank can completely shift all responsibility onto Ikaguchi Toshiro personally, then downplay the issue. We won't be able to deliver a fatal blow. Naiki-san nodded and asked, so what do you mean? I hope to drag the entire Daiwa Bank down with him. First, write an anonymous letter to this Mr. Ikaguchi Toshiro stating that headquarters intends to adjust the work under his supervision, advising him to turn back before it's too late. Naiki-san's eyes lit up as he smiled. You intend to have him confess his crimes to Daiwa's headquarters voluntarily. What do you think Daiwa's headquarters will do once they know the truth? You truly are. Laughter quickly filled the room as two crafty foxes shared a moment. Naiki-san was very efficient when it came to making money, swiftly delivering the anonymous letter to Ikaguchi Toshihiro's desk. After reading the letter, Ikaguchi Toshihiro was engulfed in panic. This was a letter urging him to turn back from a well-meaning person who hoped he wouldn't disclose the matter to anyone. Yet Ikaguchi Toshihiro was worried that if he did not confess voluntarily, they would report him. Thus, he immediately bought a ticket to Sakura's Osaka headquarters. He proactively confessed to his superiors about the falsification and concealment of losses. At first, his superior couldn't believe it. This subordinate had maintained good performance for nearly 6 years, and he had hoped for him to help generate more profits. Yet he came to say that the performance was all fake, and they didn't just break even, but lost nearly $1 billion USD. The superior's mindset exploded. This matter would eventually be impossible to conceal, but the most critical issue was how to maximize profits. He immediately reported the situation to the major shareholders behind the scenes. After some discussion, they decided to preemptively sell the preferred shares valued at 50 billion yen. They planned to recover part of the losses first, and after some time, they would notify the Ministry of Finance and the Federal Reserve Bank of America. What they did not know was that a giant crocodile had already set its sights on Daiwa Bank. Daiwa Bank was founded in 1918 and is one of the 8 major commercial banks in Sakura. It is the only bank among the Sakura City banks that also engages in trust business. In addition to its core banking operations, it also encompasses currency trusts, land trusts, pension trusts, and more. It has over 240 branches, including operations in New York. With a capital exceeding 10 billion USD and total assets soaring into the hundreds of billions, when Jian heard that boss Wang aimed to acquire Daiwa Bank, her mind was filled with one thought. Her boss had lost touch with reality. After a period of reform, Lilong Bank successfully restored its savings business to the right track, with deposits once again reaching the peak levels of Yonglong Bank. This performance was enough to make many peers in the industry feel ashamed. Jian was acutely aware that the astonishing results of her operational strategies were inseparable from boss Wang's commercial influence in the harbor city. Many people chose to deposit their money in Lilong Bank because of the Wang family. However, she was fully aware of Lilong Bank's current strength as a regional bank with less than 1 billion in capital. Aiming to swallow an international bank with a capital of over 10 billion was akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. She acknowledged that boss Wang was the creator of many commercial miracles, but out of her professional ethics, she earnestly advised Wang Zilong to abandon this unfeasible idea. Boss, why not consider another acquisition target? The economy in Sakura is currently unpredictable. In the future, there may be better opportunities to engage with some of the smaller banks in Sakura. Unless you invest tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, it will be hard to gain control over Daiwa Bank. Wang Zilong removed the phone from his ear, and once Jian had stopped talking, said, "Is that all? I've already made my decision on this matter. You just need to cooperate and prepare the funds. Wait for my instructions in a few days." Jian's mindset exploded. "So you didn't listen to a word I said?" She felt that the once wise and formidable Wang Zilong was essentially a reckless tyrant. If all funds were used to acquire shares in Daiwa Bank with the declining economy of Sakura, this investment would surely plunge Lilong Bank back into an uncontrollable abyss. She had poured a lot of effort into Lilong Bank. It could be said that Lilong Bank was like her own child, and she did not want to watch Wang Zilong stray further down the wrong path. Thinking of this, she had her assistant write a resignation letter for her. "Sister, are you really going to resign? Boss isn't that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding between you." "What misunderstanding could there be? I am definitely resigning." Jian decided to be stubborn. Upon receiving the resignation email, Wang Zilong couldn't help but laugh. He replied, "The resignation letter has been noted. You may not leave your post without finding a successor." Seeing the response, Jian felt very sad. After not receiving a salary for a long time and working without pay, she was met with this outcome. She became listless. Meanwhile, Wang Zilong also received news from Nixon. "Mr. Wang, they indeed secretly sold 50 billion yen worth of preferred shares. If they weren't afraid of market fluctuations, they would likely have sold even more. All right, we will also start selling the borrowed stocks while publishing our investigation report on this incident in the Wall Street Journal, accusing Daiwa Bank of illegally concealing massive trading losses and harboring Ikaguchi Toshihida's falsification of accounts and banking fraud. Nixon clapped in approval. Daiwa Bank, knowing that Ikaguchi Toshihida had committed serious crimes, failed to notify the Bank of Japan and the Federal Reserve in a timely manner, instead secretly selling preferred shares. Was this not concealment and cover-up? If these two charges were established, Daiwa Bank's reputation would take a significant hit, and it could also face hefty fines from the United States, making either outcome a major negative signal. Damn, boss, Wang really knows how to play. I, an old man, have learned something. Mr. Wang, what do you call this tactic? Fishing law enforcement, though that doesn't seem quite right. Let's temporarily call it Jiang Taigong fishing. Isn't this fish quite plump? Indeed, Daiwa Bank's stock price is likely to drop significantly. Wang Zilong thought of something. The Sakura people wouldn't be able to handle it. Time to cast the net. He shook his head. Unless the Tokyo Stock Exchange could indefinitely suspend trading of Daiwa stock, this kind of international scandal would take longer than a day or two to unfold. Daiwa Bank had never anticipated that a powerful force was lurking in the shadows. Just a moment ago, they were still grateful for having salvaged certain losses, planning to notify the Ministry of Finance's Regulatory Department and the Federal Reserve 2 months later. What caught them off guard was the Wall Street Journal's comprehensive exposure of their actions. This report detailed how Ikaguchi Toshihida falsified accounts and secretly sold Daiwa bonds to cover up losses from investing in government bonds. Seeing a near $1 billion deficit, the entire Wall Street was in an uproar. $1 billion is no small number. It could become a financial scandal that shocks the world. What shocked the Wall Street elites the most was Daiwa Bank's subsequent actions. They did not immediately report this issue to the two regulatory agencies, but secretly sold 50 billion yen worth of preferred shares for their own gain. The elites on Wall Street understood Daiwa Bank's actions. If they hadn't been discovered, it would indeed have been an admirable salvage measure. If given the chance, they would have done the same. However, if exposed, the Federal Reserve also felt a bit of pressure. During Ikaguchi's 6 years at the New York branch, they had conducted audits twice without discovering any issues. Now that the problems were exposed, they were also caught in the crossfire, and it was too late to cover their mouths. They could only hastily announce an investigation into Daiwa's New York branch. If the issues were confirmed, they would formally sue Daiwa Bank. Only then did Daiwa Bank realize they had been played. Ikaguchi Toshihida's confession was not a moment of conscience, but rather that someone was pushing this matter from behind. Before they could figure out how to respond to the investigation, another piece of bad news arrived. Someone was frantically selling Daiwa Bank stock. Without a doubt, the hand behind it was the influential short seller, the Hunter brothers. Both the Daiwa Bank Group and the Sakura officials knew someone was maliciously shorting their stock, but across the ocean, chaos erupted. They wanted to contain the news, but ultimately paper could not contain fire. The news of Daiwa Bank being investigated by the beautiful country soon spread back to the cherry blossom. The public was in an uproar, and everyone knew that the financial reports disclosed by Daiwa Bank in previous years were significantly inflated. The appearance of a cockroach in a house signifies a major problem with the hygiene and safety of that dwelling. Many were certain that Michikubo Juine was not an isolated case. Daiwa Bank's management system had considerable flaws. After several days of continuous declines, the Tokyo Stock Exchange, under pressure from banks and officials, had no choice but to halt trading on Daiwa Bank stocks for 3 days. Wang Zilong and the Hunter brothers both understood that the shareholders of Daiwa Bank were merely struggling in vain. Seeing the others' lack of awareness, Wang Zilong instructed Nixon to hold nothing back. Nixon quickly found the chief judge responsible for the case. After some small talk, Nixon directly stated his intention. To be frank, we intend to impose the most severe punishment on Daiwa Bank. For the chief judge, this was not difficult at all. Daiwa Bank's situation was quite special. The case details had been leaked in advance, making the evidence irrefutable, with no chance of overturning the case. Whether to impose a strict or lenient punishment was merely a matter of the chief judge's will. However, he was certainly inclined towards the harshest penalties for Daiwa Bank. The reason was simple: Daiwa Bank's actions had crossed the threshold of the beautiful country's reserve bank. If everyone behaved this way, how could the rules set by the beautiful country be enforced? In the end, it would be the beautiful country's banks that suffered the consequences of fabricated accounts. Thus, the Federal Supreme Court unanimously believed that Daiwa Bank should receive a lesson, such as ordering Daiwa Bank to permanently withdraw from the beautiful country's market within 3 months, prohibiting it from conducting any business in the beautiful country, and subjecting it to hefty fines from the beautiful country's reserve bank. Upon hearing this, Nixon frowned. Instead, the federal court's stance was more intense than he had anticipated. If Daiwa Bank were fined and permanently banned from the beautiful country's market, it would certainly conflict with Mr. Wang's interests. What they wanted was to deal a heavy blow to Daiwa Bank, not to cripple it entirely. With this in mind, Nixon began to whisper in the chief judge's ear. The chief judge did not expect Nixon, the big short seller, to plead for Daiwa Bank. All right, then I will do as you say. Hearing this, Nixon tactfully handed a document bag to the chief judge. After glancing at the contents inside, he revealed a satisfied smile. The next day, the chief judge was stopped by a group of reporters in front of the federal court. When asked about the Daiwa Bank case, the chief judge stated with righteous indignation, Daiwa Bank's intentional concealment of losses is extremely serious. They have violated the banking laws of the beautiful country. In order to maintain the normal order of the Reserve Bank, we will impose the most severe judgment on them. The reporters present could smell the scent of a big news story. Some pressed further, asking what the most severe punishment would entail. The chief judge again stated firmly, including but not limited to expelling Daiwa Bank from the beautiful country's financial market and confiscating substantial assets. Each point sent shivers down the spine of those present. Any of these penalties occurring to a foreign bank would be a devastating blow. The interview with the chief judge immediately became an international news headline. Banking professionals from various countries understood that the beautiful country's Reserve Bank was determined to teach the reckless Daiwa Bank a lesson. They interpreted this as setting an example. In public, bankers from all nations expressed their support for the federal court's strict punishment of Daiwa Bank. Daiwa Bank found itself in a very awkward position in international public opinion, as not a single bank spoke in its defense. Seeing this situation, the investors of Daiwa Bank became restless. If the federal court really imposed strict punishment, Daiwa Bank would be finished. They jumped out to publicly criticize the Tokyo Stock Exchange for inappropriately halting Daiwa Bank's trading. The Tokyo Stock Exchange was also taken aback. They thought time would dilute the impact of negative news, but the public outcry did not subside, instead amplifying the investors' fears. At this moment, the Cherry Blossom officials were unwilling to continue supporting Daiwa Bank. Continuing to protect Daiwa Bank would only bring trouble to themselves. Just 3 days after the federal judge's statement, Daiwa Bank's stock reappeared in the trading market. Daiwa Bank's stock price immediately plummeted. Apart from a handful of purchases, hardly anyone was seen taking over at this moment. The stock price fell from its pre-short peak of 720 yen per share to 400 yen per share in just one day. Among many large banks and corporations in the Cherry Blossom, they were all in a state of mutual shareholding. However, seeing the unfavorable situation, these large corporations hurriedly sold off their Daiwa Bank shares. Suddenly, a large number of low-price sell orders appeared in the market. The large-scale sell orders quickly spread throughout the market, triggering massive sell-offs by Daiwa Bank shareholders. They all felt that Daiwa Bank was doomed. The trading volume in just one day reached an astonishing 48 million shares. Daiwa Bank's stock price subsequently dropped to 140 yen per share, and in a short period, its market value dwindled to just 1/5. The buyers of these 48 million shares were naturally the Hunter brothers. They showed no attachment to battle, returning all the shares purchased at a low price to the lending institutions. These institutions wore frowns. Had they known Daiwa Bank would fall, they would never have gambled against the shorts. They had no idea that the lending party was a sub-fund of the Hunter brothers. The two brothers were becoming increasingly experienced in short selling. However, the Hunter brothers provided them with a good suggestion. The Hunter brothers fund was willing to buy all the Daiwa shares they held at 90 of the closing price. These institutions were very clear that Daiwa Bank's stock price would certainly continue to decline in the near future. Losing the beautiful country market, Daiwa Bank's business in other countries was also bleak. Daiwa Bank might also face the issue of credit downgrades. At this point, selling off Daiwa Bank shares might help salvage some losses. After the contract was finalized, the Hunter Brothers Fund held 20 of Daiwa Bank's shares. At this moment, Daiwa Bank's private shareholders could no longer sit still. They hurriedly sought out the representatives of the Hunter Brothers, expressing their willingness to sell their shares to the Hunter Brothers. Consequently, Daiwa Bank's stock price plummeted once more. When Ms. Jin and her assistant, who were intently focused on Daiwa Bank's stock price, saw it drop to 103 yen, both were stunned. Daiwa Bank's market value has dropped by 67 in just half a month. It seemed that merging with Daiwa Bank was not an impossible task. Jin, hailing from a prominent family branch, had naturally heard of the relationship between Wang Zilong and the Hunter Brothers. Now that the Hunter Brothers had short-sold Daiwa Bank, causing its stock price to plummet, it further validated her suspicions. From start to finish, this was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by young Master Wang to annex Daiwa Bank. The words of the Grand Judge in public were merely a part of the merger plan. She was almost certain that the progress of this case would correspondingly shift with the progress of the acquisition. With this thought in mind, she picked up the phone and dialed Wang Laoban's office. Mr. Wang, is it time for me to buy into DA's stocks? What are you not thinking of resigning? Jian blushed at the teasing, but as a fiery European lady, she quickly regained her composure. She playfully said, Boss, let's talk about the acquisition of Daiwa Bank. Now is indeed a good time to enter the market, but I hope you first go do something else. Jian curiously asked, what could be more important than buying DA's stock? I hope you will initiate negotiations with the Sakura government for the acquisition of Daiwa Bank. Jian instantly understood her boss' intention. Daiwa Bank has a unique background. After World War II, the Sakura government provided nearly 50% of its funding through the subscription of preferred stocks, and afterward the Ministry of Finance subscribed to a significant amount of financing bonds issued by Daiwa. The Sakura government holds at least about 30 of Dahe Bank's shares. To acquire Dahe, one cannot bypass if the shares of Dahe Bank held by the government are acquired. One could say the merger would be halfway successful. Just as she was about to agree, she heard Wang Zilong instructing further. But I hope your negotiations with the Sakura government will become stagnant and that news of a breakdown in talks will occasionally surface. Jian quickly grasped the key point through her experience. Once negotiations become protracted, news of a breakdown will further depress Dahe Bank's stock price. Additionally, the federal court's continued delay in rendering a final judgment would place immense psychological pressure on Dahe shareholders. At that point, it would be much simpler for Lilong Bank to acquire Dahe Bank's shares. Wang Zilong knew that the federal court could drag out cases for 6 months or even a year. For example, Microsoft's antitrust case lasted from the investigation to the final judgment for a full year. If he wished, the Dahe Bank case could be delayed for several months. In the following year, the real estate bubble in Sakura would fully burst, making the situation increasingly unfavorable for the Sakura government and the banking industry. In such circumstances, did the Sakura government have any better options? Jian could feel her boss' confidence. Jian, do well. The merger of Dahe Bank is just the first step in our encroachment upon Sakura Bank, and I have an even greater goal ahead. Hearing her boss' ambitious aspirations, Jian's body involuntarily trembled slightly. A greater goal. Dahe Bank was already one of the top 8 banks in Sakura. Was the greater goal meant to imply? Thinking of the names of those banks, Jian couldn't help but swallow hard. All she could say was the boss was impressive. Just 2 or 3 years ago, merging with Dahe Bank would have been nearly impossible, but she was slowly beginning to believe that her boss' ambition to create a world-class bank would eventually become a reality. On the other side, news of the Hunter brothers cashing out, while also bottom-fishing part of Dahe Bank stocks, undoubtedly relieved both the Sakura government and the Ministry of Finance. Without external influences, Dahe Bank stock price would certainly begin to recover. Indeed, Dahe Bank stock price had started to slowly rebound, and currently, it was quite tempting. However, as long as the federal court had not rendered a final judgment on the fraud case concerning Dahe, few would choose to enter the market at this time. Just then, a bank from Port City came into the view of the Sakura government. Lilong Bank. Is it the bank established by Lilong Group? These officials from Lilong Group were well acquainted with Wang Zilong and Lilong Bank, viewing them as nothing but pure speculators. Over the past 5 years, Lilong Group had taken a huge bite out of their real estate and stock market dividends, reaping a substantial fortune before cashing out. It can be said that they had little fondness for this group. Yet this very company had been continuously buying Dahe Bank stocks, and it could be said that the recent rise in Dahe Bank stock price was largely due to this company's efforts. While they were curious about Wang Zilong's intentions, Lilong Bank initiated acquisition negotiations with the Ministry of Finance regarding Dahe Bank. This news immediately ignited the financial industry in Sakura. Most people were skeptical about Lilong Bank's acquisition decision, thinking Wang Zilong was taking a bit of a risk. Dahe Bank had revealed many issues during this incident, and even the Sakura people themselves did not have high hopes for the bank's future. Lilong Bank's actions were viewed by peers as being overly eager. For Lilong Bank, swallowing a large bank was indeed a monumental feat, but everyone was also well aware of the consequences of a snake swallowing an elephant. If things went awry, Lilong Bank, which had just emerged from crisis, might also be dragged down into the quagmire by Dahe Bank. Thus, this news was not particularly good for Dahe Bank. The Sakura government, however, regarded Lilong Bank as a willing victim. Especially after seeing that the president of Lilong Bank was a beautiful lady, their chauvinism flared up, and they did not take Jin seriously. After their initial meeting, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Finance gave Jin a show of force. They offered a price that Lilong Bank could not possibly accept. 30 of the shares, 30 billion yen. Jin couldn't help but sneer. Did these guys really think they had Lilong Bank under their thumb? The Sakura officials had analyzed the acquisition of Dahe Bank was extremely important for Lilong Bank's expansion. If Lilong Bank wanted to become a bank that engaged in international business, Dahe Bank was its best opportunity. They quoted a high price to leave room for negotiation. However, what the deputy minister of the Ministry of Finance did not anticipate was that Ms. Jian directly pushed back her chair and stood up, leading the acquisition team out of the meeting room amidst the astonished gazes of the Sakura side. This move immediately made the people from the Ministry of Finance unable to sit still. The deputy minister quickly followed after her. Miss Jian, if you think the price is high, we can negotiate further. I did not see your sincerity. We are here to save Dahe Bank, yet you have this attitude. The deputy minister of the Ministry of Finance also realized he had been a bit excessive just now. He was just about to say something when he saw Ms. Jian wave her hand, seemingly unwilling to engage in further meaningless conversation. An assistant handed a sealed document to the deputy minister. The deputy minister merely glanced at it and immediately broke into a cold sweat, his forehead furrowing deep. The deputy minister saw his subordinate trying to peek at the contents of the document and hurriedly placed it back in the file bag, clutching it tightly. At that moment, he held no more disdain for Ms. Jian, but instead felt a growing sense of fear. He dismissed everyone else and personally went to the prime minister's residence. What's going on? Weren't you negotiating with the people from Gangcheng? Why do you look so flustered? Prime Minister, there's a problem with Changyin, he said, handing over the sealed document to Prime Minister Inghua. Prime Minister Inghua merely glanced at it, his expression turning serious. Is this from the people at Lirong Bank? The deputy minister quickly nodded. The issue of Changyin's bad loans has always been a secret. How did they find out? Both realized that Changyin or the Ministry of Finance had been infiltrated, and the person selling the information held considerable power. The deputy minister anxiously asked. If the issue with Changyin is exposed, it might follow in the footsteps of Daiha Bank. The prime minister also fell into contemplation. The situation with Changyin could not be easily brushed aside, and its problems were even more severe than those of Daiha Bank. Truly, one misstep leads to another. Speaking, the prime minister took out the document again and carefully read through it. What he saw made him erupt in anger. How did I not know about Yai real estate? The deputy minister was instantly drenched in sweat, hurriedly making excuses for himself. It's all the doing of those below who knew they would dare to lend so much money to Yai. What benefits did Yai give to Suzuki to allow him to repeatedly postpone raising loan interest rates? At this moment, Prime Minister Inghua was furious. The vice president of Changyin, Suzuki, not only approved Yai Real Estate's request to delay increasing loan interest rates, but also disbursed more loans to cover deficits, allowing Yai to continue operations. Baka Yalu, anyone can see that Yai is already finished, yet he secretly approved 20 billion yen to Does he think everyone is a fool? There was no benefit in this, even a ghost wouldn't believe it. What made him even angrier was that after reading the materials submitted by Lirong Bank, he discovered that Changyin had lent a staggering 300 billion yen to Yai over time. A large portion of this was short-term loans with no collateral. A wave of powerlessness surged within the prime minister and the deputy minister. They both realized one thing: Yai was already on the brink of collapse. If Changyin alone lent out 300 billion yen, how much would Yai's total debt be? A conservative estimate would certainly put it at 700 billion yen. Thinking of this, both felt a chill run down their backs. The report also stated the issues of Changyin's hidden bad loans. Changyin was a publicly listed company, and in the financial report released this year, the risk loans were only a mere 400 billion yen, yet the Ministry of Finance had found 4 trillion yen. Fearing that such a massive amount of risk loans would adversely affect Changyin's stock price and operations, the Ministry of Finance tacitly accepted the claim that Changyin only had 400 billion yen in risk loans. In reality, part of the 4 trillion yen in risk loans they discovered had almost zero chance of recovery and could be directly declared as bad debts. The reason for this was that this year both the stock market and real estate in Inghua began to plummet, causing Changyin's potential earnings to collapse. The key issue was that a significant portion of their loans went to real estate companies. As the housing market began to crash and banks increased interest rates, these real estate companies were on the brink of bankruptcy one after another. The prime minister and the deputy minister could imagine that if Yai declared bankruptcy, the crisis of bad debts at Changyin would also erupt. What troubled them most was how to deal with Lirong Bank. If this matter is exposed, the impact would not only be on Changyin, as the overseer, the Ministry of Finance, could not escape blame for helping to conceal the bad debts. The crux of the matter was still Yai's bribery of Changyin and Inghua officials. This could not be investigated deeply. The exposure of such a serious political and business scandal. At that time, they might also get implicated. What troubled them most was that just after the Daiha case was exposed, now the Changyin case surfaced. Both banks had official stakes, and by then, many people in office might resign in shame. Thinking of this, both felt as if Lirong Bank had them in a chokehold, and they were helplessly furious. Finally, the prime minister commanded, in the acquisition of Daiha Bank, try to comply with Lirong Bank's wishes. As for the issues with Changyin, you can communicate with them privately. Not being in the position, I want meddle in politics. The prime minister believed that the issues with Changyin wouldn't fully break out for the time being. By then, he might have already stepped down, letting the floodwaters rise. The most important thing now was to resolve the issues with Daiha Bank. After the deputy minister returned, he did 2 things. One was to send someone to contact Lilong Bank again, hoping to reopen negotiations. The other was to hold an emergency meeting overnight. He ordered all banks to tighten their lending, prohibiting any bank from secretly supplying funds to real estate companies, mandating a review of each real estate enterprise's borrowing qualifications. If any secret fund transfers are discovered again, the Ministry of Finance will impose severe penalties. He glanced at the troubled vice president of Changyin, Suzuki. Suzuki numbly nodded along with the others, his heart filled with suspicion. Had his little actions been discovered so quickly? Just as he contemplated whether to confess to the deputy minister, Yano Shigeyasu approached him. The deputy minister frowned. What scheme did this old brat want to pull off again? Suzuki knew Yano Shigeyasu's character well. As his direct superior, the fear he instilled in him far exceeded that of the deputy minister. Thinking of this, Suzuki could only feign calm once more and leave with the others. Yano Shigeyasu grabbed the deputy minister as he turned to walk away. Deputy minister, there's something I need to discuss with you. You're too kind, President Yano. Please speak your mind. Recently, I received an application from Mr. Dot of the Ross family, who is interested in Daiha Bank and wishes to participate in its acquisition. The deputy minister, who thought the situation was settled, furrowed his brows even deeper, never expecting a new contender to emerge. Who hadn't heard of the name of the Ross financial family? They controlled several major banks in Europe and America. How could they possibly be interested in Dae, a mid-tier bank mired in public controversy? The key issue was that Dae Bank was currently entangled with Chang'an, and he urgently wanted to reach a consensus with Lelong Bank. Deputy Minister, is there a problem? The participation of the Ross family will give our negotiations an advantage. The deputy minister snapped back to reality. You're right, having another competitor is beneficial for our negotiations. I will have someone contact Mr. as soon as possible. With that, the deputy minister changed the subject. President Yano, the impact of consecutive interest rate hikes is significant. I hope you thoroughly check the risk loans across various banks. Yano Shigeyasu never expected that his mere remark would lead the deputy minister to assign him so many tasks, and they were all extremely arduous and thankless jobs guaranteed to offend someone. But he dared not refuse. These were indeed his responsibilities. After Yano Shigeyasu left with his various tasks, the deputy minister was plunged into deep worry. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, and decided to communicate with Lelong Bank first. He changed into his regular clothes and had his driver secretly take him to the hotel where the Lelong Bank team was staying. Jian never expected the deputy minister would come to see her so soon. To be honest, she didn't even know what was in the document bag. It was handed to her by Boss Wang just before the negotiation meeting. She didn't expect the contents of this document bag to be so useful. Let him in, she said. After removing his hat, the deputy minister took the initiative to say, President Jian, I have some breaking news. Mr. Dodd from the Ross family also wants to participate in the acquisition of Dae Bank. Upon hearing this, Jian couldn't help but be startled. What surprised her even more was yet to come. The deputy minister continued unabashedly saying, Of course we prefer to sell Dae Bank to Lelong Bank. Regardless of what conditions Dodd proposes, we will choose Lelong Bank's acquisition plan. However, we hope your acquisition proposal can be more appealing so we can provide a good explanation to the public. Upon hearing this, Jian's heart suddenly stirred with waves. When had the deputy minister of the Ministry of Finance ever been so accommodating? Not only was he taking the initiative to extend goodwill, but his words also carried a hint of flattery. The magic of this document bag was so great that she wondered if this deputy minister had been caught by Boss Wang on some leverage. Thank you for your kindness. Rest assured we will keep the secret. The deputy minister wanted this very sentence, and he excitedly responded, Lelong Bank will always be a friend. After the deputy minister left, Jian immediately relayed what had just happened to Wang Zilong. At this moment, she felt nothing but deep admiration for her boss. After all, the Ministry of Finance was the most powerful institution in Sakura, and yet it was so easily manipulated. Boss Wang indeed had some extraordinary abilities. Wang Zilong had anticipated this long ago. However, Dodd's intervention indeed took him by surprise. But with a little thought, one could understand that Dodd was not interested in Dae Bank. His acquisition of Dae was merely to prevent Lelong Bank from growing any larger. One must admit Dodd was a man of great strategic insight. However, this time he was likely to be disappointed. Money alone cannot solve all problems in this world, and Dae Bank was destined to be swallowed up by Lelong Bank. Meanwhile, Dodd was feeling quite pleased with himself. At the last board meeting of Kongbai, Wang Zilong had embarrassed him greatly. Coincidentally, hearing that Lelong Bank was acquiring Dae Bank, he finally had the opportunity to regain his face. He wanted to tell the board members of Kongbai that in the financial realm, he, Dodd Ross, was the undisputed king. As for whether acquiring Dae Bank would incur losses, that was not a concern for him at all. Preventing Lelong Bank from acquiring Dae Bank would be a strategic victory for him. News of the breakdown in negotiations between Lelong Bank and the authorities spread quickly. Meanwhile, the investigation by the United States into Dae Bank showed no signs of progress. Shareholders inclined towards large capital taking over were thrown into a panic. The day after the news broke, the stock price began to plummet again. By the close of trading, Dae Bank's stock price had fallen another 5. The officials of the Ministry of Finance were feeling increasingly anxious. With the drop in stock prices, Da's market value was decreasing day by day, which was detrimental to the acquisition negotiations. In such an atmosphere, the Ministry of Finance and Lelong Bank hastily began the second round of negotiations. Just half an hour before the meeting began, officials from the Ministry of Finance learned that Dodd Ross had officially arrived in Tokyo and submitted an acquisition application for Dae Bank, which immediately calmed their hearts. After all, this was the Ross family, a major financial family controlling the banking industry in Europe and America. The officials of the Ministry of Finance immediately felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, what they did not expect was that the deputy minister would actually take the initiative to lower the price. Ms. Jian, after discussion, we believe the quoted price is indeed a bit high. We are willing to proceed with the final transaction at the current stock price of Dae Bank, but we hope to discuss the capital injection aspect. The officials of the Ministry of Finance all showed expressions of surprise, but they were seasoned veterans who understood that there must be some insider trading involved, so they remained silent and observed the developments. Based on the current stock price, Lelong Bank would need to spend 20 billion yen to purchase Dae, which is indeed a very tempting price. After thinking for a moment, Jian added, We are willing to inject 180 billion yen into Daihe Bank to resolve its current predicament. Daihe Bank had suffered from short selling and bank runs with executives leaving one after another. Without sufficient funds, it would face operational funding shortages. Upon hearing that Lilong Bank was willing to inject 180 billion yen, the officials of the Ministry of Finance couldn't help but nod. Lilong Bank was indeed very sincere. With this capital, Daihe Bank would quickly recover. Both parties initially reached a consensus. After the meeting, the officials of the Ministry of Finance surrounded the deputy minister. Naturally knew what they wanted to ask and proactively revealed, "This is all the Prime Minister's intention. If you want to know the reason, just ask the Prime Minister." A few days later, Dodd cheerfully accepted the reception from the Ministry of Finance officials. However, he found it strange that the deputy minister was very respectful to him, but did not mention anything about Daihe Bank. "The conditions you mentioned have all been received. However, this matter cannot be decided by me alone. Everything must be submitted to the cabinet for deliberation." Hearing this, Dodd felt an immense discomfort. Oh, wasn't this just like saying, "We have received your resume, you can go home and wait for news"? Dodd felt that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. The Sakura officials would have to give the Ross family some face regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, his bid was far higher than the market price set by Daiwa Bank. The Sakura Ministry of Finance had no reason to choose Rylong Bank. For this matter, he willingly stayed in Tokyo for over 10 days. It wasn't until he saw on Fuji TV that the Deputy Minister of Finance and Ms. Jin, the president of Rylong Bank, signed a share transfer agreement. The two sides reached an agreement on the pricing issue with Daiwa Bank. Rylong Bank invested 20 billion yen to acquire 30 of Daiwa Bank's shares. It should be noted that Dodd's offer was more than double that of Rylong. Dodd's expression turned extremely grim as he felt a sense of unprecedented mockery. He couldn't understand what promises Wang Zilong had made to the Sakura officials that led them to abandon him. As soon as the meeting ended, the deputy minister rushed to the hotel where Dodd and others were staying, appearing to come an apology. "I am very sorry, sir. Rylong Bank has promised us that after fully acquiring Daiwa Bank, they would inject over 100 billion yen to address the crises that Daiwa Bank is about to face. They successfully impressed us with their business philosophy compared to Daiwa, showing greater sincerity." In response to the deputy minister's apology, he squinted and smiled. "Is that so? I didn't expect Rylong Group to surpass the Ross family in banking philosophy. It seems we have areas that need improvement." His demeanor relieved the deputy minister. It was good that he wasn't angry. Indeed, Rylong Bank had seized the upper hand, forcing them to make concessions. Under normal circumstances, they would never take the risk of offending the Ross family by choosing Rylong. Dodd also keenly sensed this. Naturally, he wouldn't confront the Sakura officials. These people were adept at adapting to the wind, and this time, he truly hadn't prepared enough. Having lost to Wang Zilong again, Dodd finally realized that Wang Zilong was a very formidable opponent. The other side always seemed to find a point of entry he had never anticipated to gain an advantage. For this reason, he locked himself in his hotel room to reflect and concluded that he had been too impatient, repeatedly stepping into Wang Zilong's traps. Thus, he was always one step behind. "Next time I will take the initiative to start the battle." On the other side, Jian reported the good news of the signing to Wang Zilong. "Very good. We have completed our acquisition of Daiwa Bank. Next, we will continue to acquire shares in the secondary market to further increase our control." Jian hesitated and asked, "Boss, are we really going to help Daiwa pay the hefty fines imposed by Meili country? They can think whatever they like. The money I invest cannot be touched. As for the fines, we will sell part of Daiwa Bank's assets in Meili country to pay these fines. This investment money will be entirely used for acquisitions in Sakura. Many enterprises that will go bankrupt due to Sakura will be targeted for our acquisition." Jian keenly noticed the important secret revealed in the boss words. They would sell only part of the assets in Meili country, not everything. Given Meili country's notorious practices, everyone believed they would impose the maximum penalties on Daiwa Bank. Under the guise of punishment, they would force Daiwa Bank out of the Meili market and cease all business there. This meant that Daiwa Bank would have to sell all its assets in Meili within a deadline, giving Meili Capital an opportunity to lowball and buy in. She realized that her boss had found ways to allow Daiwa Bank to remain in the Meili market without having to exit. There was talk of selling only part of it. Fines were certainly unavoidable. This was a customary method of harvesting by Meili for foreign enterprises. At that moment, Jin nodded obediently, witnessing her boss' remarkable abilities. The news of Daiwa Bank being acquired by Rylong Bank soon reached the ears of the public in Sakura through the media. Their first reaction was that the officials had completely abandoned Daiwa Bank. With the media's explanation, the public knew that Rylong Bank had recently been a nearly bankrupt bank in the port city. It was simply not on the same level as Daiwa Bank. Being acquired by such a small bank was undoubtedly a tremendous disgrace. Almost everyone believed that Daiwa Bank was doomed. Even Rylong's financial backing would not save the Sakura Bank. The stock price subsequently experienced a massive collapse. After the news of the acquisition broke, the stock price not only failed to rise, but fell dramatically instead. Daiwa Bank's various branches experienced a wave of bank runs. At this moment, Wang Zilong felt both pain and pleasure. As everyone was selling off Daiwa shares, he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to buy in. The painful part was that Daiwa Bank's deposits had already been rapidly declining, and now it was even less. He knew that if this continued, Daiwa Bank would truly encounter problems, so he hurriedly asked Li Jiaxin to contact the Chief Justice again. Upon receiving the local specialty, the Chief Justice's efficiency suddenly became astonishingly quick. He changed his previous tone and told the media that Daiwa Bank did not deserve such a severe penalty and should have a chance to redeem itself. People around the world were puzzled. The ones who were supposed to impose the maximum penalties were now the ones offering Daiwa a chance to reform. The Chief Justice's ambiguous attitude left the public unsure of the federal court's stance. The Supreme Federal Court of Malay Country soon made a ruling on Daiwa Bank. Ikuchi Toshihiro is guilty of financial fraud, and due to the serious impact, must take responsibility in this case. Without a doubt, Ikuchi Toshihiro's life was thoroughly ruined. The public also couldn't empathize with a financial criminal. They were curious about what judgment would be passed on Daiwa Bank. Daiwa Bank is guilty of deliberately concealing losses, but considering it is a first-time offense and not a principal offender, it is sentenced to pay a fine of $1 billion and suspend its operations in Malay for a month for rectification. The Sakura media was in an uproar. Daiwa Bank had not suffered the maximum penalty. Being fined $1 billion was completely within an acceptable range, and a month of rectification was trivial compared to a complete shutdown. Seeing such a punishment, the Sakura officials were stunned, as were the experts in the small country. Just a second ago, they were relieved to have sold Daiwa Bank early to avoid greater losses. Now they could only lament. Some consortiums that hadn't joined in on the buying spree were envious, continuing to mock through the media. However, the public in Sakura paid no attention. What is going on? This punishment is entirely good news. The current stock price does not match the value Daiwa Bank deserves. Those who don't seize the opportunity to buy in are truly foolish. Barry stood on the streets of Tokyo, his eyes filled with confusion. Just this morning, he received an official notice from the headquarters of the first bank of the beautiful country. The Sakura branch's funds will be withdrawn within 3 days, and all local employees will be dismissed. This time is different from before. The analysts at the first bank believe that the Sakura bubble economy is experiencing a collapse, and there will be no financial improvement in the short term, so they decided to officially dissolve the Sakura branch and withdraw from the Sakura financial market. This news was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Barry, who had pinned all his hopes on the Sakura market, wanting to use the benefits of the Sakura financial boom to prove himself once again. He wanted to fight back instead of retreating like this. It was hard to imagine how his competitors would view his failure. Having always been on the fringes of power, he would surely become a discarded pawn. Standing in Ginza, he watched the news broadcast on the large screen in the square. Daiwa Bank's stock price has risen for 5 consecutive days, breaking through the 400 yen mark again. Hearing this news, Barry was filled with shock. It is worth noting that when Liong Bank just acquired Daiwa Bank, its stock price had once fallen below 100 yen per share, yet in just 5 trading days Daiwa Bank's stock price had risen back to 400 yen. With the current momentum, it is only a matter of time before it rises back to 700 yen. Barry calculated the profits for Liong Bank. The shares of Daiwa in their hands had at least returned 6 to 8 times, which could definitely be considered a tremendous profit. The Sakura Ministry of Finance and local financial groups thought Daiwa Bank was a trouble, yet it turned out to be a turnaround. Meanwhile, Liong Bank achieved absolute control over Daiwa Bank, accomplishing the miracle of a snake swallowing an elephant. Barry thought of Jian. She was merely a junior in the banking industry, having not even majored in finance in college, with neither the experience nor expertise to match his. If he hadn't declined the interview invitation from Liong Group back then, perhaps he would be the president of Liong Bank now. Ms. Jian is indeed flourishing at present, busy accepting interviews from various authoritative media. She was featured in this month's Character magazine, selected as a pioneer figure on Wall Street, and named an outstanding woman by the Wall Street Journal. She has indeed performed exceptionally well at Liong Bank, implementing a series of reforms after renaming Yonglong. This has set Liong Bank on the right track, making it the fastest-growing bank for deposits in the harbor city. Now she has successfully led her team to acquire Daiwa Bank, completing the merger of a small regional bank with a large local bank, which in Barry's view is undoubtedly a merger that deserves to be recorded in financial history. The media in the harbor city even referred to this as the Liong miracle. One can imagine that achieving such a miracle with the vigorous promotion by the harbor media, Liong Bank's influence in the local area will reach unprecedented heights. This influence will even quickly extend to Southeast Asia and other countries. Liong Bank will ride this wave to gain recognition in Asia and even have a certain influence internationally. Thinking of this, Barry felt it would be a lie to say he wasn't jealous. If there were a regret pill in this world, he would surely, but the reality is he must face a disorganized office with a crowd busy packing up and his secretary frantically sending stacks of documents into the shredder. Sir, a call from headquarters. Barry snapped back to reality and numbly nodded. The voice on the other end was that annoying new president. Barry, I know you are feeling very frustrated right now, but we believe the failure of the Sakura branch is not solely your responsibility. We sympathize with you. When you return, you can still lead your team to conduct business. Rest assured there will always be a place for you at the first bank. The other's words did not provide Barry with any comfort. Instead, they successfully angered him. Did he need sympathy? The Sakura branch led by Barry had consistently been in a leading position among foreign competitors in the past 2 years. Before the collapse of the Sakura stock market, he promptly sold off most of the stocks and bonds held by the first bank, minimizing the losses. The dissolution of the Sakura branch was entirely due to the adverse macroeconomic environment, not because they suffered severe losses and fled. Even if he didn't have credit, he at least had the effort right. Yet in the eyes of his new boss, it became his responsibility. In the other's view, the Sakura branch had failed miserably. One sentence wiped out all their achievements over the past 2 years. Not firing him by the first bank became an act of charity and pity. Perhaps in the eyes of the other party, he was just a thorn in their side. No matter how well he performed, he would never be recognized. He did not confront the other party directly. That was not how adults should behave. As a branch head, he had to be responsible for his subordinates. He could not let them bleed and cry. With this thought, he stepped out of his office, stood on the now empty desk, and shouted to the busy employees. Everyone stop what you're doing and listen to me for a moment. The anxious crowd turned their eyes toward their boss Barry. Everyone, you have worked hard. In the past 2 years, you have done exceptionally well. The dissolution of the branch is not a man-made disaster, but a natural calamity. The employees who received this acknowledgement felt much more at ease. Recently, there had been many rumors circulating in the industry that in addition to the local staff being dismissed, many of them were also on the layoff list at headquarters. Now the boss does not like Barry. He had previously chosen the wrong side. Reality is cruel. There are only so many positions in a company. What does it matter if you are capable? Good positions are certainly reserved for one's trusted allies. Otherwise, why would others follow you so devotedly? These people also stood on the wrong side with Barry, and the positions at headquarters are limited. They are likely to be laid off or assigned to marginal roles upon their return. But they are not emotionless machines. Barry's words have given them great comfort. Barry continued, "We have truly become discarded pieces. Are you willing to follow me in search of light?" Light. The crowd was shaken, realizing the deeper meaning of Barry's words. Did they want to change jobs? Most people's eyes ignited with unusual colors. They had waited for this day for a long time. They followed Barry, tired of being treated differently, tired of a futureless job. Changing jobs might be their only way out. "Boss, we are all willing to follow you. Wherever you go, we will go." Barry nodded gratefully. These people had volunteered to follow him to Sakura to develop new business, and now they made the same choice. Receiving a call from Barry, Wang Zilong was not particularly surprised. To be honest, he had always kept an eye on this. There was no other reason. He just felt that this guy was truly a harbinger of disaster wherever he went. Financial crisis. On the phone, Barry had no complaints, just hoping Wang Zilong could give him a job, allowing him to lead a team to explore new markets. After all, this wasn't the first time he had done such a thing. Isn't sending you to open new markets a waste of talent? Aren't you afraid that all your efforts will go to waste again due to a financial crisis? No way. I believe that President Wang will not treat his brothers unfairly. With effort, there will definitely be rewards. With such words, Wang Zilong began to feel envious of Barry's team. This team was remarkable. They could open up markets and fight tough battles, and even in times of crisis, they could unite as one. With such a team, there was nothing they couldn't accomplish. Barry was just a bit unlucky. Wang Zilong had never doubted his ability. Refusal. This was once the sales champion of the #1 bank in the beautiful country. Thinking of this, a sense of dark amusement rose within Wang Zilong. He suppressed his laughter and asked, "If I really let you expand territory, where would you choose to go?" Barry thought Wang Zilong was testing him and gritted his teeth and said, "I would like to go to Eagle Country. It is currently undergoing privatization reforms, and if we start banking operations there, it would surely yield great results." Wang Zilong's smile froze on his face. He indeed knew how to choose. In 1992, Old Su had an onion with the Eagle Country's bank, causing its financial system to collapse in a single day. This was also Old Su's famous battle. He then asked, "The banking system in Eagle Country is already quite complete. If I asked you to choose a more challenging place to develop new markets, where would you choose?" Barry clearly pondered for a long time before saying, "Mexico. As one of the emerging markets, they are actively opening up their financial markets and encouraging foreign investment. I believe if we establish a branch there, we could be well established within 2 years." Wang Zilong's smile completely froze on his face. This guy really knew how to choose. Since 1989, Mexico's economy indeed experienced significant improvement. Countless foreign investments flowed into emerging markets like Mexico after leaving the cherry blossom country market. Mexico attracts foreign investment totaling up to $30 billion every year. But all of this was a case of pulling up seedlings to help them grow. The peso was overvalued, and Mexico also realized this issue, attempting to learn from the beautiful country and the dragon country to actively devalue the peso. Their officials naively believed that what the dragon country could do, they could do as well. The result was naturally disastrous. In 1994, it ended in tragedy, with the peso collapsing and Mexico being abandoned by foreign capital suffering a devastating blow to its financial sector. Thus Wang Zilong lamented Barry's choice. From this, Wang Zilong gained a thorough understanding of Barry, and this guy can maintain the status quo, but is absolutely unfit to be a general for expansion. He decided to keep Barry's team at the Date Bank. The economy of the cherry blossom country was already on the verge of collapse, and perhaps Barry could still achieve some results in the midst of despair. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong said, "Barry, I formally invite you to serve as the vice president of Date Bank, fully responsible for its operations in the cherry blossom country. As for your team, Date Bank has many vacancies, and naturally, there will be opportunities for them to excel." Barry was deeply surprised by this, although it was a rank lower than Ms. Jin, the vice president, was still a position of real power, and this trust was something he had never felt before. Compared to being transferred to a new environment staying at the headquarters of Date Bank, this treatment far exceeded his psychological expectations. By the way, in a month, Date Bank will resume its operations in New York. You need to pay attention to this aspect. I hope we won't encounter incidents similar to Ikaguchi Toshihiro again. Sure, I will select a group of capable individuals to take office, but at this point, Barry found it a bit hard to speak. He originally did not want to bring this matter up with his new boss. He didn't want to cause any trouble for him, but some things still needed to be addressed in advance. If our group leaves together, we will all be burdened with a non-compete agreement, and we will definitely face a lawsuit from the first bank. Regardless of the outcome, we will bear it ourselves, and it will not affect the work of Date Bank. Wang Zilong thought for a moment. This matter was indeed not the first bank's fault. Commercial competition is like this. If you choose the wrong side, I will isolate you, forcing you to resign. If you resign, you will have to bear a non-compete agreement, and you cannot work in the same industry for many years. Of course, it's your business if you go to other jobs. Oh, whether to sue is my business. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong came up. If I were you, I would sue the first bank first. In the beautiful country where human rights are supreme, employees facing unfair treatment, bonuses, and performance disparities can indeed sue the company for forced resignation and claim economic compensation. Barry, being a seasoned veteran in the workplace, understood this logic, but the problem was that he didn't want to backstab his old employer. It was a matter of personal professionalism, and he didn't want to escalate matters with the first bank to this extent. Barry hesitated, but Wang Zilong did not press him. This is a right you can reserve. You can go back and collect evidence. Whether to exercise it is entirely up to your own thoughts. As for the resignation matter, I will negotiate with the first bank. If they are not perceptive enough, Wang Zilong wouldn't mind having another enemy. Hearing this, Barry felt quite moved. With the Liron group negotiating in the middle, the first bank wouldn't dare overreach. The news of Barry wanting to resign quickly reached the ears of the president of the first bank. He scolded Barry for being ungrateful. He hadn't fired him out of concern that people in the bank would say he was excluding a meritocratic figure. Yet this guy dared to lead a collective resignation. Someone who can sit in this position is not a kind-hearted person. He immediately called in HR, wanting to force Barry and others to sign an additional non-compete agreement before their resignation. He couldn't completely ruin Barry, but he could certainly make it so he couldn't work for years. However, what this president didn't expect was that before he could launch his attack, the people from Liron Bank had proactively come to negotiate with the first bank. This president also didn't anticipate that Barry would choose Liron Bank. Liron Bank recently gained significant fame on Wall Street for its ambitious acquisitions of Date Bank. However, in front of the banking giants of the beautiful country, Date Bank was nothing. But the Liron group, along with Li Hao and Li Han groups behind it, made him a bit cautious. These three groups, although independent enterprises, were all known to belong to the Wang family. As a professional manager, he had no reason to offend such a prominent family over a minor character like Barry. The most crucial factor is having the Wang family as a backer. Even if the lawsuit drags on, he will gain nothing, and the board will not support such actions. With this in mind, he said with little enthusiasm, let someone handle their resignations. There's no need to mention the non-compete clause anymore. It's best for everyone to part ways amicably, as they have all fought for the company in the past. Those pursuing performance in human resources and legal affairs finally ceased their efforts. Upon hearing this news, Barry and his team let out a sigh of relief. Human hearts are tender. With the Lelong group having eliminated such a significant risk for them, how could they not feel grateful? They were filled with anticipation for their new jobs. On the other hand, the news of Lelong Bank acquiring Date Bank spread throughout the harbor city, invigorating the general. As one of the world's 3 major financial centers and the most developed city in finance among the 4 Asian tigers, the citizens of the harbor city understood the significance of this acquisition. Especially since Lelong Bank's audacious acquisition against the odds was quite legendary, making it a topic of lively discussion among the public. People were already thrilled by the acquisition of the foreign trading company by Li Chao and the Boat King, but Wang Sanshao had created an unprecedented example that was impossible to surpass. The Chinese nation has an abundance of cohesion. They simply express it more subtly. Now, with the Wang family stepping forward to lead the charge into the global financial market by successfully acquiring Date Bank, they felt the power of a Chinese-owned bank for the first time. The citizens of the harbor city had long suffered under foreign banks. For over a century, the financial economy had been entirely in the hands of foreigners who exploited them, while local enterprises were either acquired or went bankrupt. At this moment, they realized that Chinese banks were on the rise, challenging foreign banks, and how could they remain indifferent? Many elderly people lined up outside Lelong Bank's lobby with their life savings. Lelong Bank offers the highest deposit interest rates in the harbor city. I trust it more than putting my money in a foreign bank. It's better to support our own bank than to entrust it to foreigners. In recent years, the public has witnessed the actions of the Wang family. There is a saying that fairness resides in the hearts of the people. Wang Zilong and his son are not bad people. They possess more humanity compared to other financial tycoons. While Linghua was busy with the transition with Barry, she was surprised when she received a phone call. After years in the industry, she had only heard of customers withdrawing from banks, but it was her first time hearing about the public eagerly wanting to deposit money into a bank. However, having such an occurrence happen at her own bank made Jian exceptionally happy. This meant that the credibility crisis of Yonglong Bank was finally over, and with a large influx of deposits, Lelong Bank could naturally free up its hands to do more. Meanwhile, Wang Zilong received a special phone call. Along, this matter truly requires your assistance. The caller was Ho Lao, who had not been in contact for a long time. Ho Lao, just tell me what you need. Ho Lao had no intention of continuing the pretense with Wang Zilong. Are you aware of the Bank of China Group? Of course. The Bank of China Group consists of 14 Chinese banks, including the Longhua Bank, Nanyang Commercial Bank, and Huqiao Commercial Bank, known collectively as three major banking groups alongside Standard Chartered and HSBC. Do you know the Harbor City Bank Association? Yes, my Lelong Bank is one of the members of the Bank Association. To operate a licensed bank in the Harbor City, one must be a member of the association. Ho Lao said slowly. Currently, the Harbor City Bank Association has 2 currency printing banks and 7 elected committee members, with 2 of the currency printing banks being permanent members. Wang Zilong nodded slightly as he began to piece together the information. Those 2 currency printing banks are HSBC and Standard Chartered, serving as the permanent council members of the Harbor City Bank Association. The other elected committee members are chosen by the Bank Association members. What do you mean? I represent the Longhua Bank in hoping that Lelong Bank can participate in the upcoming committee election. Upon hearing this, Wang Zilong was taken aback, realizing the deeper meaning behind Ho Lao's words. Everyone hopes that Lelong Bank can step up and compete with the foreign banks. If Lelong Bank succeeds along with Longhua Bank, Nanyang Commercial Bank, and Dongya Bank, we would then have 4 committee seats. Having 4 local bank seats out of 9 would undoubtedly be a significant step forward for Chinese banks. Wang Zilong smiled. Are you looking to apply for the currency printing rights? I knew I couldn't hide it from you, kid. Yes, our Bank of China Group is looking for currency printing rights and to become one of the permanent members of the Harbor City Bank Association. Securing the currency printing rights holds special and sacred significance for the Bank of China Group, and it also bears great historical importance for local banks. The Harbor City is an inseparable part of Longhua. How can financial power be in the hands of outsiders? Wang Zilong did not hesitate for a moment, saying, all right, I will take on this responsibility. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Don't worry, becoming an elected committee member will also bring great benefits to Lelong Bank. The power of the association is not just for show. Wang Zilong naturally understood this. After hanging up the phone, he immediately summoned Ms. Jian to explain the situation. Their previous minor friction had deepened their trust in each other. Upon understanding the significance of this matter for the Longhua people, Jian readily agreed. She would try to align some smaller foreign banks with Lelong Bank. Now that Lelong Bank was set to be an elected committee member for the next 4 years with sufficient strength and reputation, there would naturally be more than one bank wanting to build a good relationship with Lelong Bank. This was the perfect opportunity to gather votes. In this regard, Jian had a significant advantage as she understood overseas culture and her family held considerable prestige in the banking sector, allowing her to effectively influence those with ulterior motives. By the way, I almost forgot to ask you, how are things with Barry? He is a workaholic. The Sakura people have suffered, and I suspect many will lose their jobs. That's good. I was worried he might be too soft-hearted. Wang Zilong then shifted his tone regarding the future direction of Dahe Bank. It should still be under your control. I believe the idea of attracting deposits is excellent. Your main task remains to do everything possible to absorb the deposits from the Sakura public. In the 1990s, Sakura experienced a wave of bankruptcies among banks and financial institutions. This was entirely due to banks like Zhangyin, which failed to deleverage during the bubble and continued to inject capital into so-called zombie enterprises, leading to an increasing number of bad debts. At the same time, these banks saw a significant outflow of deposits, resulting in a short-term liquidity crisis. Sanya Zhongkong, not wanting these zombie banks to continue causing harm for 1,000 years, took no large-scale rescue actions, forcing these banks and large financial companies to declare bankruptcy. With this in mind, Wang Zilong said, you and Barry have an important task, which is to reassess the loans issued by Dahe Bank. Some risky loans and bonds should be directly resold to other interested banks, optimizing Dahe Bank's asset structure as much as possible. After Jian took over Dahe Bank and reviewed the accounts from previous years, she felt a constant sense of dread, while the Sakura people she interacted with appeared unconcerned. She clearly understood Boss Wang's concerns and assured that she would eliminate all potential risks, enabling Dahe Bank to quickly get back on track. Regarding Boss Wang's instructions, Jian was quite attentive. After arranging her work, she returned to the harbor city that afternoon with her assistant. Jian and her assistant returned triumphantly, greeted by rounds of applause wherever they went. "Head well done. Now everyone is calling us the light of the Chinese people." Jian politely smiled at her colleague. She was well aware that the applause rightfully belonged to Boss Wang. She was merely executing his orders. However, her assistant was visibly excited. She felt the vitality among the colleagues. Ever since Boss Wang and Ms. Jian arrived, the entire bank seemed to have regained its former vigor. As a veteran, she naturally felt happy for the bank. "Xiaohua, order a cup of silk stocking milk tea for everyone, and then check at the front desk to see which banks have recently visited us." The assistant nodded. She had heard that many industry peers had come to visit since Ms. Jian returned from Sakura. Among them, the most significant was undoubtedly the Mitsubishi Tokyo Bank's Harbor City branch. Currently, foreign banks like theirs are in a very awkward position. As the time for the return approaches, foreign merchants have lost many privileges, while Chinese merchants led by the Wang family and the four major tycoons are starting to rise, and Chinese-funded banks are quietly emerging. Many small banks have exited the harbor city or been swallowed by HSBC and Standard Chartered. The commercial conflict between Chinese-funded banks and foreign banks has also become particularly pronounced. To survive, they can only huddle together for warmth. But whose warmth they should seek has become a significant problem. The most popular currently is undoubtedly the Liong Bank. It is said that many harbor city residents have withdrawn their money from Standard Chartered and HSBC to invest in Liong Bank. After spending a long time in the harbor city, they have also been influenced by Eastern culture. There is an ancient Eastern proverb, "He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world." Seeing the scene of people queuing to deposit money and many large companies opening accounts at Liong Bank, many foreign bankers already have an answer in their hearts. It is said that the Ross family lost to Liong Bank in the bidding at Daiwa Bank, and they are well aware that Liong Bank's rise in the harbor city is unstoppable. The head of Mitsubishi Tokyo Bank's harbor city branch, Hanlu Nobuaki, naturally realized this. With the possibility of much cooperation in Sakura, he privately reached out to Ms. Jian. Based on the potential for cooperation, the two sides naturally had a pleasant conversation. "Nobuaki, the cherry blossoms in Tokyo have already bloomed. Oh, won't you go back to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Hanlu Nobuaki immediately felt a wave of homesickness and replied in a low voice, "Yes, but unfortunately, I am too busy and probably won't be able to return to Tokyo in the near future." Feeling homesick, Hanlu Nobuaki opened up, and he and Jian spoke candidly. Jian, doing business in the harbor city is becoming increasingly difficult. Standard Chartered and HSBC are gradually consuming our market with their printing privileges. Before the 1980s, there were 8 foreign banks with the privilege of printing money. However, these banks were quickly absorbed by Standard Chartered and HSBC, and the printing privilege was entirely in the hands of the Eagle Nation. Faced with the rise of local banks, the Eagle Nation could only turn its sights on its former allies. Jian sensed the timing was right and sincerely said, "Nobuaki, why don't you cast your committee vote for Liong Bank? As long as Liong Bank becomes a committee member, if your bank wants to apply for the printing privilege, we will definitely support you." With the printing privilege, it can naturally become a permanent committee member, a status equivalent to that of a permanent member of the Security Council. The Japanese were thrilled to hear this. Hanlu Nobuaki was immediately intrigued. If Liong Bank could become a strong ally among the committee members, it might just work. Seeing the expression on Hanlu Nobuaki's face, Jian knew he was hooked. Chinese-funded banks have only recently begun to emerge, having always been at a disadvantage in the Harbor City Bank Association, as can be seen from the proportion of committee seats. The seats of foreign banks are twice that of Chinese-funded banks. The most critical point is that among the foreign seats, there are 2 permanent seats. It would still be a bit difficult for Bank of China and other Chinese-funded banks to help Liong Bank secure a committee seat. However, now with Hanlu Nobuaki as an ally, many things have begun to change. Hanlu Nobuaki assured, "Jian, don't worry, I will do my utmost to persuade other banks to vote for Liong Bank in the upcoming committee election." "Nobuaki, you can rest assured. As long as our Liong Bank becomes a committee member this time, when you apply for the printing privilege, we will certainly give you the crucial vote in return. The printing privilege must be approved by a vote from the Bank Association before an application can be submitted to the monetary authority. Proposals of this nature are generally decided by committee votes, and as long as a majority of committee members support it, the proposal is officially passed." As soon as Hanlu Nobuaki left, Jian reported this matter to Wang Zilong. Upon hearing that Hanlu Nobuaki took it seriously, Wang Zilong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This guy can still be used well. The Eagle Nation will never agree to a subordinate being on equal footing with them. We can certainly use him to our advantage. However, Jian did not think so far. Her alliance with Hanlu Nobuaki was solely for the purpose of the committee vote. What you need to do now is to spread the news about Mitsubishi Bank's plan to seek the printing privilege and permanent seat. I will contact a few other Chinese-funded banks to put on a good show together. Jian nodded repeatedly, and with Mitsubishi Bank as the troublemaker, things seemed to become simpler. Meanwhile, Hanlu Nobuaki remained in the dark, running around for the vote of Liong Bank. What puzzled him was that recently people's gazes towards him seemed a bit off. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Ms. Jian, the president of Liong Bank, was also lobbying the public relations personnel for him to obtain the printing privilege. Hanlu Nobuaki did not feel the need to keep this matter hidden. He was deeply moved by Jian's loyalty. Ms. Jian truly is a good ally. However, the kind-hearted Jian was secretly meeting with many representatives of Chinese-funded banks. The Harbor City Bank Association was in a state of quiet upheaval, and no one knew that a significant event would occur in the upcoming election meeting. 2 months later, Wang Zilong stood once again on the land of Gangqing. Jian and the others were ready. Today was a tremendously important day for all the colleagues at the Gangqing banks. Representatives from 160 licensed banks in Gangqing gathered at the Financial Management Bureau. Numerous foreign and local media had been waiting outside the bureau's doors, originally interviewing the two big bosses from HSBC and Standard Chartered. When they saw Wang Zilong himself appear, the media surged forward, and the bodyguards quickly formed a wall to block the reporters. "Mr. Wang, may I have a brief interview with you?" Seeing that the female reporter was quite attractive, Wang Zilong signaled his bodyguards to clear a path. "Of course. Congratulations on Lulong Bank successfully acquiring Daiwa Bank. Does your group have any further acquisition plans in the banking industry?" Upon hearing this, all the reporters in Gangqing looked at Wang Zilong with eager eyes. The citizens of Gangqing were hopeful for the upcoming major moves from Lulong Bank, which was a concern for many. To acquire Daiwa, I admit there was an element of risk. Moving forward, Lulong Bank and Daiwa Bank will focus on stabilizing the market and will not pursue further acquisitions in the short term. Many reporters nodded in understanding. It wasn't disappointment, as acquiring a bank is never a trivial matter. Meanwhile, the foreign banks observing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Currently, Lulong Bank was exhibiting an overwhelming momentum in Gangqing, even challenging their authority. If Lulong Bank continued its acquisition spree, it would truly be bad news for them. Those fools actually believed in this. As outsiders, they indeed lacked any advantage in winning public sentiment. The female reporter then asked, "There are rumors that Lulong Bank will also participate in this session's selection of bank committee members. Do you have any information on this?" "Of course I am confident." A sparse cheer rose from the crowd. "We all support Lulong Bank." Interestingly, the voices came from representatives of Sakura Mitsubishi Bank and several Japanese-funded banks. Upon seeing this, the people from Standard Chartered and HSBC exchanged knowing glances, their eyes filled with mockery, as if watching a group of clowns. Today they intended to show Lulong Bank and Mitsubishi Bank who the true masters of this land were. The Eagle country had monopolized power for over a century, and it couldn't be shaken by just a few foreign banks. Wang Zilong politely declined interviews from other reporters and led his team towards the conference hall. Along the way, he occasionally noticed representatives from Chinese-funded banks stopping and casting him acknowledging glances. Wang Zilong subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Jian and the assistant felt a chill run down their spines, as if enveloped by an invisible force. Everyone was tacitly aware that a mere exchange of glances could convey each other's resolute intentions. All attendees today had come for a singular purpose. "Mr. Wang, Ms. Jian." A large group blocked their path. Jian immediately recognized them and introduced Wang Zilong. "It's President Zheng of Longhua Bank in Gangqing." Actually, there was no need for Jian to introduce him. Wang Zilong and President Zheng had long been acquainted, and although there was a middleman who allowed, it did not affect their deep mutual respect. The two embraced like old friends who hadn't seen each other in years, with President Zheng patting Wang Zilong on the back and solemnly saying, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Wang." "Not at all. We will certainly succeed. Come, let's not give the foreigners something to laugh about. Let's enter the conference hall together." With a grand procession, a large group of people surged into the conference hall of the Financial Management Bureau. The conference was hosted by personnel from the Bureau. Notably among the Bureau's personnel, Wang Zilong spotted several familiar faces from the Chinese community. The foreign director rambled on with a lot of nonsense, but the gist was that today they would vote to select the new members of the 7 major committees. Additionally, any good proposals should be put forward for the committee to decide whether to implement. Then there was a round of applause. There were a total of 160 licensed banks present, meaning there were 160 guild members. Each guild member held 7 ballots. The 7 ballots could not be cast for the same bank. Naturally, Lulong Bank received 7 blank ballots with the Lulong logo on the back. Wang Zilong wrote Lulong Bank on the first ballot, followed by Longhua Bank, Gangqing Limited, Zhongnan Bank. He only paused when all the ballots were filled. After finishing, he noticed a Sakura representative grinning at him. "It's Hanlu Nobuhiro," Jian whispered. Hanlu Nobuhiro picked up a ballot and pointed at the words on it. Due to the distance between their seating, Wang Zilong couldn't see what he had written, but he roughly understood the implication. HSBC 1 vote. Standard Chartered 1 vote. Many representatives from Chinese-funded banks frowned tightly. The Eagle people had long controlled. Hanlu Nobuhiro immediately nodded in understanding. After a brief wait, the bureau's personnel began to announce the votes in both Chinese and English. HSBC 1 vote. Standard Chartered 1 vote. Many representatives from Chinese-funded banks frowned tightly. The Eagle people had long controlled Gangcheng's financial system, and saying it was deeply rooted wouldn't be an exaggeration. Furthermore, the alliance of the United States, Sakura Western European countries, and the Eagle country was too powerful. Banks like the Royal Bank of Scotland, BNP Paribas, Citibank, and Mitsubishi Bank had siphoned off a significant number of votes. But soon the tide turned to votes for Longhua Bank, Gangcheng Limited, Nanyang Commercial Bank, Longhua Industrial Bank, and Lulong Bank began to catch up. Canadian Imperial Bank won. Canadian Imperial Bank won. 4 consecutive votes were cast for Canadian Imperial Bank, and the votes for Lulong Bank immediately entered a fierce competition. Jian and the assistant couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. They realized that the Eagle People's Banks had concentrated their votes for Canadian Imperial Bank, Italian United Bank, and even the Eagle's Roman Bank, which had few branches in Gangcheng, received a significant number of votes. The Asian representatives turned pale. The alliance of Europe, North America, and Canada was overwhelmingly strong, and the votes for Lulong Bank were visibly overtaken by Canadian Imperial Bank. Just as the representatives of Chinese-funded banks felt disheartened and Standard Chartered and HSBC were smug, the voting suddenly took a turn. Lulong Bank won. Lulong Bank won. Lulong Bank won. At this moment, a note was passed to Wang Zilong from the block where Longhua Bank was situated. Rest assured, I've run the simulation. It's foolproof. Wang Zilong had assumed there was a mole above poised to terminate the deal. Yet upon reading the note, his heart settled considerably. The vote between the Imperial Bank and Lilan Bank remained fiercely contested. The first 6 major banks had already secured dominant positions. Only the final seat remained undecided. As the vote counter's voice grew hoarse with exertion, the tallying concluded. All eyes turned toward the giant screen. In 7th place, Hong Kong Lilan Bank. At the announcement, Wang Zilong felt gooseflesh rise along his arms. It was merely a committee seat within the banking association. Countless times he had told himself it held no real significance. Yet now that it was truly in his grasp, exhilaration surged uncontrollably. The foreign director of the Monetary Authority, along with representatives from HSBC, Standard Chartered, and numerous European and American banks, stared in disbelief. Despite their concerted obstruction, despite every measure they deployed to block Lilan Bank, it had still secured the committee seat. Reporters in the front row swiftly trained their cameras toward Lilan Bank's delegation. The foreign director's face turned ashen. This was their established rule. If they reneged, now public opinion would turn sharply against them. He could only declare coldly, Lilan Bank has rightfully earned its place on the new association committee. Alongside Lilan Bank stood 3 other Chinese-funded institutions: Longhua Bank Hong Kong Limited, Nanyang Commercial Bank, and Zhongnan Bank. Of the 9 committee seats, Chinese-funded banks now held 4. An unprecedented breakthrough. Murmurs erupted across the entire hall. HSBC and Standard Chartered suddenly realized they had fallen into Wang Zilong's trap. Their primary rivalry had never been with Mitsubishi Bank. Their true adversary had always been the local Chinese-funded banks. Regrettably, Banryu Nobuo of Mitsubishi Bank failed entirely to grasp this. He remained immersed in the euphoria of what he believed was a flawless plan. Next, if their proposal secured 5 votes among the committee members, Mitsubishi Bank would break the Anglo-American stranglehold and seize Hong Kong's banknote issuance rights. His gaze swept towards Citibank, Swiss Bank, East Asia Bank, and Lilan Bank, for institutions certain to vote in favor. With his own vote added, defeat seemed impossible. Eager to proceed, he immediately proposed, "We hereby petition the Monetary Authority for banknote issuance rights, and urge all fellow committee members to endorse this resolution." Thanks to Jin's extensive advance publicity, many attendees had anticipated this move. A hush fell over the room. Could Hong Kong soon host yet another note-issuing bank? Representatives from Standard Chartered and HSBC inwardly cursed Banryu Nobuo, their ally, who had unwittingly become a pawn in the hands of the Chinese bankers. Yet regardless of circumstance, Mitsubishi Bank remained one of the 9 committee members. Its proposals could never be ignored. Let us now proceed to a show of hands. Lilan Bank, aye. Jian raised her hand first. Banryu Nobuo nodded approvingly. Truly a loyal ally he himself had elevated. HSBC, nay. Standard Chartered, nay. Swiss Bank, aye. East Asia Bank, aye. All eyes then turned expectantly towards Citibank. Citibank's representative faltered under Banryu Nobuo's gaze. Citibank, nay. You oppose. Banryu Nobuo was stunned. His once loyal ally. How had he so abruptly reversed course? The reason was simple: Citibank itself lacked issuance rights. So how could its offspring leap ahead of the parent? Hearing Citibank's veto, the 7 committee banks collectively exhaled in relief. Just as they believed the farce might finally end, Wang Zilong raised his hand. "I propose Longhua Bank Hong Kong Limited be granted permanent membership in the Banking Association, and thereby awarded full banknote issuance rights." At Wang Zilong's words, over 100 banks present, and even the foreign officials of the monetary authority, drew sharp collective breaths. Again, amidst the rising murmur, Banri Nobuo finally grasped the truth. He had been used as a decoy by Liland Bank. Yet he felt no sense of betrayal. This was mere mutual exploitation. What truly wounded him was Citibank's sudden unanticipated stab in the back. He knew well that Liland Bank's proposal would almost certainly fail. Chinese-funded banks held only 4 seats, and Mitsubishi Commercial Bank, which he represented, would undoubtedly abstain. Yes, Liland Bank was an ally, but their transaction was complete debt settled. More crucially, what they could not obtain, no one else would claim. Most other banks shared this sentiment. If they could not secure it, neither would anyone else. HSBC understood this implicitly. Since the banking association's founding in the 1980s, no force had ever broken their monopoly. Even with Chinese-funded banks gaining considerable influence, that ironclad rule remained unshakable. Led by President Zheng, the 3 other Chinese-funded committee banks unanimously voiced their support. Just as everyone assumed no further backing would emerge for the Chinese-funded bank, Citibank's representative spoke up. Citibank, Hong Kong branch. What? You support it? That meant Liland Bank's proposal now commanded exactly 5 ayes. Banri Nobuo nearly choked with fury. Not only had Citibank refused to back him, it had openly endorsed an outsider. HSBC and Standard Chartered were equally baffled. Why would Citibank champion Longhua Bank's bid for issuance? An awkward silence descended. Everyone sensed something profoundly unusual, yet none could discern the underlying logic. From the moment President Zheng introduced the proposal, his expression had remained one of unwavering confidence. The reason was straightforward. Citibank sought goodwill to pave its future entry into mainland China's banking market. British interests held no relevance to Citibank's strategic calculus. Hong Kong media and delegates from Chinese-funded banks suddenly perceived the truth and erupted in jubilant cheers. After more than a century, Hong Kong people had reclaimed banknote issuance rights from British control. They embraced passionately, celebrating openly and unselfconsciously. "Boss, we did it." Though Jian did not fully grasp the magnitude of their triumph, she clapped enthusiastically. Several Hong Kong television stations interrupted programming to broadcast the historic news. As HSBC and Standard Chartered representatives stormed out of the venue furious and humiliated, they found the exterior thronged with Hong Kong citizens who had rushed to the scene. They felt like a solitary skiff adrift in a vast ocean. Everywhere they turned, Chinese celebrants filled the streets. Nobuo Mizuhashi of Mitsubishi Bank only now regained his senses. He realized he had fallen victim to a cunning scheme orchestrated by Lirong Bank. Its true objective from the outset had been to restore the banknote issuance authority to the China Banking Group. But the grave error had already been committed. He could not face Mitsubishi Bank, or its allied Sakura Brothers banks, with honor. Everyone had looked to him for leadership, expecting to follow in his wake and share in the spoils. Yet he had delivered this catastrophic blunder instead. Wang Zilong and President Zheng were jubilantly tossed high into the air by their elated colleagues. They had awaited this day for far too long. So long, in fact, that many Chinese capital banks had vanished entirely from history before ever witnessing it. In that moment, the oppression and humiliation long imposed by the British were finally released. Jian instinctively patted her chest, relieved. Thankfully, the crowd's fervor had not turned toward her, otherwise she surely would have let out a shriek. That would have been terribly unbecoming. Watching Wang Zilong soar skyward, she at last understood why he had pursued this matter with such unwavering intensity. This perhaps was the rarefied joy of immense wealth. The image of Wang Zilong being hurled aloft by the cheering throng became the front-page headline across Hong Kong the following day. People genuinely sensed that as the date of national reunification drew near, the nation was resolutely reclaiming its sovereign rights. The official state newspaper reported on Longhua Bank's acquisition of Hong Kong's banknote issuance authority. Lirong Bank, riding on Longhua's coattails, likewise appeared frequently in mainland news coverage. Thus the name Lirong Bank spread swiftly across the mainland. Jian in turn received a formidable new assignment to plan and establish Lirong Bank branches in Guangzhou and Shenzhen. This development incensed numerous British banks, including HSBC, Standard Chartered, and Hang Seng, whose decades-long monopoly over banknote issuance now felt sullied, compromised, and no longer absolute. Wang Zilong, the architect of it all, was promptly placed on the blacklist of the Bank of England, the United Kingdom's central bank. A native has outwitted you so utterly. The Bank of England's governor raged during the emergency meeting. He could not fathom how 2 institutions holding overwhelming dominance within the Hong Kong Banking Association had suffered repeated humiliating defeats. For them, control over banknote issuance remained the linchpin of economic dominion over Hong Kong. Even after its eventual reunification, they believed they could still steer Hong Kong's economic trajectory through this very authority. Now, however, that authority had crumbled prematurely, shattering their ambitions. HSBC's president flushed with embarrassment and, steeling himself, spoke up. Why flare up so fiercely? Even if they seize the issuance right, what of it? HSBC and Standard Chartered are deeply rooted here, like ancient oaks. Grant them another 50 years, and they still dare not dream of surpassing us in issuance volume. Representatives from Standard Chartered nodded in agreement. Having operated in Hong Kong for generations, nearly every local tycoon had risen to prominence under their patronage, while the Wang family was merely a recent arrival. Yet what left them helpless was this stark reality: the Wang family had broken free of their influence, no longer reliant on their banks for capital circulation. Lirong Bank had now ascended to membership on the current Banking Association Council, its position entrenched and increasingly unassailable. Moreover, with Longhua Bank standing firmly behind it, any move against Lirong would demand careful reckoning of the consequences. This profound loss of control felt deeply ominous, yet they remained powerless against the Wang clan. The Bank of England's governor immediately discerned their silent resignation. A cold, venomous smile curled his lips. If you cannot subdue him, that does not mean British banks are impotent. As the United Kingdom's central bank, holding note issuance rights over Scotland and Northern Ireland, the Bank of England, once sovereign of the global order, could never tolerate a former colonial subject leaping atop its head. Ban all British banks from lending a single cent to any enterprise affiliated with the Wang family. Any bank maintaining cooperative ties must sever all such relations immediately. As for existing loans, inform every British corporation no business dealings whatsoever with any Wang-affiliated enterprise shall be tolerated. If violated, such conduct will be deemed a direct affront to the Bank of England itself. Though issued orally, this edict carried unquestionable force. To defy it would be to declare oneself a traitor and wage war against the vast majority of British financial institutions. No one dared challenge the Bank of England's authority, not even the Wangs. Though diminished in stature, the institution remained far beyond the reach of any single family's provocation. Within hours, these two directives cascaded down from the attending bank executives to every subordinate branch of British banking, its impact swift and unmistakable. First, all subsidiaries of Li Hao Group received unilateral notices from HSBC and Standard Chartered, demanding immediate repayment of all outstanding debts and announcing the termination of all future business cooperation. Li Hao's subsidiaries erupted in panic. HSBC and Standard Chartered were Hong Kong's two largest financial institutions. Virtually no enterprise operated without some degree of engagement with at least one of them. To them, the news was nothing short of cataclysmic. Yet Wang Tianhao felt no such anxiety when confronted by his subsidiaries' desperate appeals. Lirong Bank had been meticulously prepared precisely for crises like this. The Wang family was no longer a minor conglomerate shackled by banking constraints. They've delivered their warning. Shall we remain kneeling? Let us repay them in full, immediately and decisively. Wang Tianhao, fully aware of Lirong Bank's and Lirong Group's formidable capital reserves, waved his hand authoritatively. Terminate all business relations with British banks. Consolidate every transaction exclusively with Lirong Bank. At that thought, Wang Tianhao could not help but chuckle. The Bank of England had unwittingly cemented their resolve. The very doors it slammed shut now opened wide for Lirong Bank. Soon thereafter, Wang Zilong received an aggrieved call from his elder brother Wang Zixin. Brother 3, you've certainly made headlines. The light of Chinese capital banks indeed. But you've angered the British, and I'm paying the price. His sarcasm was hardly unjustified. Li Jiaxin Group conducted a substantial portion of its operations in Britain, relying heavily on British bank financing during its expansion phase. Now, with all Wang-affiliated enterprises blacklisted by British banks, Li Jiaxin bore the brunt of the fallout. Wang Zixin was heartbroken. Though his business empire lagged behind those of his younger brothers, he had striven tirelessly. He had played a pivotal role throughout Britain's privatization drive, leveraging funds from the Bank of England to acquire numerous British energy enterprises. Second only to Li Jiaxin, he ranked among Britain's largest foreign investors. Yet Wang Zilong's actions had just shattered his entire foundation. You'll compensate me for my losses. Surely you can approve several low-interest loans at the very least. Wang Zixin felt himself an innocent casualty and expected at minimum a gesture of goodwill. Absolutely not. That's hardly fair. What? Wang Zixin came to his senses, thinking he must have misheard. Third brother, you wouldn't hold a grudge, would you? I wronged you in the past, but those matters should have been put behind us by now. He felt a rush of anxiety. If Lilong Bank was unwilling to lend him money, what would he do when the debt came due? Elder brother, you don't understand my meaning. Then what do you mean? Wang Zixin felt a deep discomfort in his heart. He had an urge to seek his father's counsel. Elder brother, I advise you to sell off the assets in the Eagle Nation as soon as possible. Wang Zixin was taken aback. Did his younger brother have some insider information? Wang Zilong's insistence on persuading Wang Zixin stemmed on one hand from genuine concern that Li Jiaxin might face retribution from the people of the Eagle Nation. As for dealing with him, Wang Zilong could still reap benefits from Wang Zixin. Currently, if Wang Zilong lent money to Li Jiaxin, it was very likely to go down the drain. The Eagle Nation is essentially a nation of robbers. Every piece of art from other countries displayed in the Eagle National Museum is evidence of their crimes, and they commit such acts without any burden. On the other hand, Wang Zilong knew that the pound crisis was imminent. Historically, in a few years, old Su would lead Wall Street to challenge the pound. The Bank of England failed to maintain the pound's exchange rate, and Old Sue became famous overnight, dubbed the man who brought down the Bank of England. In this public short-selling, Old Sue personally profited $10 billion. It's worth noting that the Bank of England had mobilized hundreds of billions of dollars in foreign exchange reserves, yet still suffered a disastrous defeat. They had to announce their withdrawal from the European exchange rate mechanism. Once the news broke, the pound plummeted by 25. Wasn't that equivalent to Li Jiaxin losing 25 overnight without doing anything? Elder brother, if I told you that some people hope the pound's exchange rate is tied to other European countries. During Thatcher's tenure, she insisted that the pound's exchange rate should be determined by the market. But as her influence waned, another voice emerged claiming that the pound should not stand alone and should join the European exchange rate mechanism. As national strength declined, it was only natural for nations to band together for warmth. However, the Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation misjudged the international situation. The sudden outbreak of the Gulf War caused oil prices to soar, leading to a contraction in both consumption and investment. With the Cold War coming to an end, various countries reduced their defense spending and lowered government expenditures. Other European countries entered a period of significant economic recession. Originally, the Eagle Nation could have actively lowered interest rates to stimulate consumption and investment and resist economic decline. But they mistakenly pegged the pound to the German mark. At that time, Germany was in a state of reunification following the fall of the Berlin Wall, combating domestic inflation. To counter inflation, Germany repeatedly raised interest rates. The Bank of England, wanting to cut rates, found itself in an awkward position because their pound was tied to the mark, and they couldn't lower interest rates unilaterally, leaving them helpless as the economy declined. And Old Sue had his sights set on this opportunity, aggressively short-selling the pound and forcing its depreciation. Knowing the pound would depreciate, how could Wang Zilong still lend money to Wang Zilong? Wang Zilong listened to Wang Zilong's thorough analysis, feeling a mix of fear and apprehension. The fall of the Berlin Wall is a historical fact. Germany is indeed raising interest rates to combat domestic inflation. If the Eagle Nation decides to join the European monetary system and locks the pound to the mark, then the pound will indeed lose its autonomy. As for the prediction by the third brother that a war over oil would erupt in the Middle East, causing oil prices to soar and leading to a decline in investment and consumption, as well as the end of the Cold War, Wang Zilong was somewhat skeptical. If someone else had analyzed it like this, Wang Zilong would have dismissed it entirely, but this was Wang Zilong speaking. Wang Zilong had long been convinced of Wang Zilong's ability to foresee the big picture. His own brother Wang Zilong was the best example. If it weren't for Wang Zilong forcing Wang Zilong to sell his IBM stocks by getting personally involved, the outcome would have been the collapse of Lion's company. Now, with Wang Zilong urging him to sell off the assets in the Eagle Nation, could he ignore it? If he didn't listen, his fate might be a plummet in fortune, being forced by the people of the Eagle Nation to sell at a loss. Selling voluntarily and being forced to sell at gunpoint are two entirely different matters. At this moment, he had no choice but to seriously consider selling the assets. Little brother, who do you think I should sell these assets to? To be honest, I'm still quite reluctant. This was the place he had worked hard for 7 years. His children were attending elementary school in the Eagle Nation. To suddenly leave here, he naturally felt quite upset. Don't let the fat water flow to outsiders. Sell it to Li Jiaxin. He must be eager for you to transfer the assets to him. When the pound falls, you can return to the Eagle Nation. It's all about the back and forth. By then, the people of the Eagle Nation will have lost face and will have to consider the international impact. All right, I will contact him shortly. He is indeed quite keen on investing in the industries of the Eagle Nation. As for where you should move, Li Jiaxin, if you're not going to the beautiful country, I suggest you transition to Germany for 2 years. Because of the interest rate hikes, the German mark has been rising steadily. Between 1990 and 1991, it appreciated by 25. Many people made a fortune investing in the mark. At that time, all 12 countries in Europe were pressuring the German bank to lower interest rates, but throughout the German central bank showed no intention of cutting rates. Yes, this is merely a facade of brotherhood. Transition. Wang Zilong detected the subtlety in his younger brother's words. Yes, a transition. To be honest, Mrs. Thatcher's privatization reforms were quite effective. If her successors didn't mess things up, there wouldn't have been so many issues. If the Eagle Nation abandoned the benchmarking against the mark, its economy would quickly rebound. So I will ultimately return to the Eagle Nation. Yes, and by then you won't have to worry about the people of the Eagle Nation reaping from you again. Why? Wang Zilong smiled without answering. Because he was convinced by your brother. Indeed, Wang Zilong was not someone who would smile in response to a slap. Since the Bank of England has thrown down the gauntlet, how could he not give the other side a taste of their own medicine? The exchange rate dropped by 25. What he wanted was to completely crush them, to thoroughly subdue them. With that in mind, he said to Wang Zilong, "Elder brother, I've said what I needed to say. You should think it over carefully. All right, selling assets is no small matter. I may need to borrow some money by then. These are trivial matters. My Lilong Bank is here to serve everyone. Caroline, what brings you here? With such a big incident, how could I not come?" Upon hearing that the Bank of England had blacklisted the Wang family's associated enterprises, Caroline immediately flew back to New York from North Dakota. Someone was bullying her man. How could she remain inactive? She immediately begged her father to take people to the... Fortunately, a phone call from Wang Zilong saved him. All right, how is the situation in North Dakota progressing? Very smoothly. We have already purchased 2100 acres of land, spending nearly $130 million. To avoid attracting attention, they also acquired a large amount of land in other areas of North Dakota. During the period before the oil boom, land in North Dakota was very cheap. Even if oil was not discovered, the future value of this land could triple. It is well known that rich people in the beautiful country like to buy land. A notable example is Gates, who after stepping back from Microsoft began purchasing land on a large scale, reportedly owning 2700 acres at his peak. This amount of land is nothing compared to the wealthiest man, John Malone, the cable TV godfather, owns 2 million acres across the United States. Thus, their trust company purchasing 2100 acres of land hardly counts as anything in the eyes of the public. On the contrary, Wang Zilong seemed a bit overly cautious. Wang Zilong calculated the time. There were a few months left before the Gulf War would break out. At that time, the oil crisis would once again unfold, and the price of oil would rise from the low 14 per barrel to 40 per barrel. When that time comes, it would be the moment for North Dakota to make its name. How is the research on new extraction technology going? We have made breakthrough progress in the hydraulic fracturing method for shale oil, and I believe it won't be long before we can use this new extraction technology on a large scale. With money, one can move mountains. After the acquisition of Hunter Oil Company, a significant amount of funds were invested in shale oil extraction. They spared no expense, and with sufficient manpower and existing technology, they quickly achieved major technological breakthroughs. You did very well. Receiving praise from her man, Caroline couldn't help but blush slightly. No one would expect that this elegant lady also had such a shy side. After not seeing each other for several months, Wang Zilong noticed that Caroline had become noticeably caviar, stirring his desires. After dozens of minutes, the Rolls-Royce stopped swaying and parked in front of a magnificent mansion. This mansion is located in the famous affluent area of Long Island, New York, Sagaponack. Not only does it boast a long and beautiful coastline, but it is also embraced by green corridors away from the hustle of the metropolis. Wang Zilong couldn't help but marvel that the two old men certainly knew how to enjoy life. When he got old, he too would want to find a similar place to retire. Nixon completely ignored his disheveled daughter and warmly embraced Wang Zilong, who had come from afar. Mr. Wang, long time no see. Nixon, you seem to have aged a few years less. Haha, wealth makes me younger. There are countless ways for the rich to look younger. To maintain their condition, Nixon and William have invested in many costly high-tech treatments. Nixon was quite clear about Wang Zilong's purpose for coming here. Once seated, he straightforwardly stated, Mr. Wang, with just one word from you, I can have the President of the Bank of England step down immediately, or any means of retaliation you can think of. The Hunter family will not hesitate to assist. What a joke. The Hunter family was almost erased from the annals of history. Nixon almost went to meet his old father with regret. It was Wang Zilong who gradually pulled them back from their downfall. Their wealth did not diminish. On the contrary, it was even more vigorous than before. In the past, when people mentioned the Hunter family, they would say they were the biggest upstarts of this century. But now when people mention the two brothers, it is more about the fear of the great short sellers. Nixon took pleasure in this. The names of the two brothers had almost become taboo on Wall Street. The Hunter brothers could instill fear in financial institutions worldwide. Wang Zilong had made them successful. Now that someone had offended the Wang family, wasn't that also slapping their face? Wang Zilong was quite satisfied with Nixon's performance, whether out of interest or genuine feeling. This decisiveness was exactly what he wanted. Thinking of this, he said solemnly, when they slap us, we must strike back with dignity. Not only must we hit back, but we must make it resoundingly loud. What do you mean? Haha, we are businessmen. Their blacklisting of us will not bring them any benefits, but rather push all the business to my Liyun Bank. We don't need to act impulsively against them. I not only want to hit them, but I also want to stand tall and make money. Wang Zilong was very clear about who stood behind the Bank of England. In 1925, the Eagle country experienced a money shortage and the currency crisis spread, leading to the closure of 75 banks in the UK. The Bank of England also faced a major crisis. The Rothschild family provided a large amount of gold and silver coins to assist the Bank of England. It was precisely this outstanding achievement that saved the Bank of England, which established the Rothschild family's dominance in the international financial market. Thus, Wang Zilong was very clear about who was targeting the Wang enterprises from behind the scenes. Even if Nixon had their president remove, the other party could immediately appoint another to continue competing. Since the other party had made a move, Wang Zilong naturally had to respond, and he would respond with a heavy fist. When it came to making money, Nixon and William's eyes instantly lit up. Do you mean to declare war directly against the Bank of England? Yes, in other words, I want to short the pound. As the official bank of the Eagle country, the Bank of England is responsible for exchange rates and interest rate hikes. Wang Zilong reiterated the relationship between the pound and the mark. Nixon and William were also semi-experts in the financial field, nodding as they listened. Nixon echoed, If the pound is pegged to the mark, Germany will inevitably raise interest rates to curb inflation, and the mark will undoubtedly rise. Once the mark rises, the pound will follow suit. William and Caroline both realized the business opportunity contained within. The rise of the pound does not align with the actual economic situation of the Eagle country. If it does not conform to the objective economic development law, the market must actively correct it. Market corrections often exhibit lag, sometimes taking years or even decades to reveal their power. And the existence of short sellers is precisely to correct this lag. As the discussion reached this point, everyone in the room revealed fierce smiles. Wang Zilong detailed his plan. Before shorting, we need to buy some marks. Nixon immediately guessed Wang Zilong's intentions. After the fall of the Berlin Wall, the two Germanys merged into one, and the sudden unification of two ideologically different countries inevitably led to significant issues. Amidst cheers, people crossed the collapsed Berlin Wall to tour West Germany. They longed for the prosperity of West German capitalism, with 20 million East Germans, 10 million of whom flooded into the long-desired paradise. East Germans, much like country folk entering the city, were awestruck by the dazzling world of prosperity, captivated by the towering buildings and advanced technology. On the other hand, they were disdainful of their poverty as East Germans. Originally, the black market exchange rate was 4-for-1, but after the Berlin Wall fell, this feeling of inferiority reached its peak. People's confidence in the East German mark began to crumble. They felt that the East German mark was not worth its price. The East German mark rapidly depreciated to 201. Previously, 4 East German marks could be exchanged for 1 West German mark, but now it required 20. The collapse of confidence among the populace and the mass influx into West Germany led to a market collapse in East Germany and a significant economic downer. After all, everyone was compatriots. East German friends were lamenting, and West Germans could not sit idly by. After all, they were one family. To stabilize the East German mark, the West German government allocated billions of marks for East German tourists to exchange. The exchange rate was set at 3-1. This decision immediately encountered issues. Speculators saw that this exchange rate was far more favorable than the black market price, and they quickly began trading in currency arbitrage. They frantically profited from the price differences. This was actually something the West German government was happy to see. As East Germans began using the West German mark, they effectively achieved monetary unification. Other countries opposing their unification could not reverse the economic integration process. However, the 3-1 exchange rate appeared to Nixon and Wang Zilong to be a massive loophole. When the currency exchange rate was more profitable than the black market, it indicated significant underlying issues. This was akin to using one's own printed money to subsidize poor relatives, which would naturally lead to inflation. To accelerate the economic unification process, the West German government will undoubtedly reduce the currency exchange ratio between the two sides until 1-1. Once the two currencies are at a 1-1 exchange rate, there will essentially be no difference between the West German mark and the East German mark, achieving a substantive monetary unification in Germany. Nixon and Williams' eyes lit up. Once the exchange rate reaches 1-1, the implications are enormous. It would mean the East German mark appreciates by 20 times. The once impoverished East German populace would suddenly become wealthy, with some even surpassing West Germans in wealth. It would be like a sudden windfall. Originally, I had 100,000 marks, barely enough to buy a home in West Germany, but suddenly one day, I found that this 100,000 marks had appreciated to 2 million marks. Why would I still need to work? Why on earth would I work? Isn't it better to just relax? Moreover, East Germans were used to communal meals and were far less diligent than the populace under West German capitalism. East German brothers would immediately lie flat. Meanwhile, West Germans would not only have to support their East German brothers, but also work even harder. The German government would have no choice but to start printing a large amount of currency to pay for its decisions. As more and more currency flooded the market, money became worthless, leading to inflation. You can ask Adolf how sensitive Germans are to inflation. To prevent a repeat of the situation where a card of marks could buy a loaf of bread, the only path for the German bank was to raise interest rates. Raising interest rates would directly lead to higher bank deposit rates, causing money in the market to flow into banks. As a result, the money circulating in the market would decrease, leading to an appreciation of the currency. I estimate that the mark will appreciate by 25 within a year and about 30 in 2 years. We can definitely profit from this first. Nixon and William agreed with this. We need to act quickly. The current exchange rate of the East German mark to the West German mark has reached 3-1. We must complete our arrangements before the 1-1 policy is established. Nixon raised his hand and asked, "Sir, how much mark do we need to buy this time?" "At least $3 billion worth of marks." "How much pound do we need to borrow?" Wang Zilong pondered for a moment and replied, "The Eagle country roughly has 22 billion pounds in dollar reserves, which is equivalent to about $44 billion. So our maximum borrowing limit is $44 billion. The operation method of the Hunter Fund is also particularly simple: borrow pounds against U.S. bonds, and at critical moments sell pounds to buy stronger marks. After the pound drops sharply, the appreciated marks can then be exchanged back for devalued pounds. This back and forth will create significant profit margins. So we need to borrow £22 billion. Because when a crisis occurs with the pound, there may be no one to take over the risk. The Bank of England, which wants to maintain the exchange rate, might become the only buyer. Should the short position exceed $44 billion, the Bank of England would also be unable to withstand it, leading to two possibilities. The Bank of England might borrow dollars from other banks to hold out. Of course, it's also possible that they would see the situation as dire and simply lie flat. Therefore, the maximum short position is around $44 billion. In this process, leverage must be used to short the currency. Even so, the Hunter Brothers Fund would need to deploy over $100 billion in funds. If the Bank of England resists, even more funds might have to be mobilized. In Wang Zilong's view, attempting to short a country's currency single-handedly was an unwise move. At that time, it won't just be us targeting the pound. My idea is for the Hunter Fund to take the lead while we join forces with international speculators to take down the rich. Upon hearing this, Nixon and William nodded. They would eat meat, but also leave some soup for others. Then let's short $3 billion, leaving some for other speculators. Meanwhile, in the Proton Fund's conference room, Old Sue was also studying the mark. He had received insider information that the German government was likely to take action to raise interest rates in the coming months to curb domestic inflation. Our friends in the Eagle Country Parliament have also informed me of some trivial news. The newly appointed Prime Minister is likely to implement a monetary policy opposite to that of Mrs. Thatcher. Upon hearing this, Old Sue's eyes brightened even more. These two contradictory insider messages sparked a bold idea in his mind, simultaneously raising the mark while shorting the pound. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. A bold idea began to take shape, challenging a nation's exchange rate. If successful, the Proton Fund would surely make a name for itself, and it would be possible to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Hunter Brothers Fund. Li Jiaxin never expected that a pie would actually fall from the sky. This morning, he received a letter of invitation from Wang Zilong, hoping to meet and discuss. As for what they would discuss, even though the other party said nothing, he could guess most of it. He truly did not expect such good fortune to fall upon him. However, after reanalyzing the entire situation, it seemed that Wang Zilong only had the option of selling assets. The Wang family should never have provoked the Eagle Nation Bank. As a businessman, being amiable breeds wealth, one should avoid offending others whenever possible. To help the Dragon Nation Bank secure the right to print money in this situation seemed to Li Jiaxin a very foolish act. It was pitiful for the elder brother Wang Zilong, who had to pay for Wang Zilong's momentary impulse. He had long envied the assets of Zilong Company. Wang Zilong had entered the European market earlier than him and had acquired a substantial amount of energy assets. These energy assets would surely earn vast sums in the future, but now they were being offered to him at a bargain. Li Jiaxin did not intend to take advantage of the situation, as Zilong Company was offering opportunities and there was no shortage of buyers for its assets in the Eagle Nation. If he were to upset Wang Zilong, the situation would turn unpleasant. He did not want to see the delicious meat slip away from his grasp. Therefore, he wanted to show his sincerity in the acquisition by personally visiting Zilong Company. With this thought in mind, his driver in the Eagle Nation said, "Sir, we have arrived at our destination." After getting out of the car, Li Jiaxin was immediately ushered into the company by Wang Zixin's secretary. The building of Wang Zixin's company was not cheap. They were in real estate, and the location of the company was meticulously chosen for its potential for future appreciation. The more Li Jiaxin looked at the company, the more satisfied he became. 2 hours later, he walked out of Wang Zixin's office feeling refreshed. However, Wang Zilong, who followed closely behind, wore a bitter smile on his face. In reality, the offer given by Li Jiaxin was very generous and not excessively low. It could be said to be filled with sincerity. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the assets in the Eagle Nation were all built from his own hard work. If it weren't for the impending crisis of the pound, he would never have considered selling them. Zilong, there's no need to see me off. I am very grateful that you sold me the assets in the Eagle Nation. If you ever need anything, just let me know. Wang Zilong felt quite displeased, but did not pay much attention to whether Li Jiaxin's words were mere pleasantries. He still escorted Li Jiaxin all the way to the door. After several interactions, both parties formally completed the property transfer procedures, and Wang Zixin's company account quickly received a wire transfer of $600 million from Huanghe Industrial. After deducting debts, Wang Zilong still had about $400 million left from the cash flow he held. When he first arrived in the Eagle Nation, he had only $57 billion. In just 7 years, his net worth had nearly multiplied by 8 times. Compared to Lilong and Lihan Lisan's endeavors, did seem somewhat trivial. However, let us not forget that Wang Zixin's main business was in the energy sector, with all highly stable and quality assets. The potential for long-term growth may not be significantly less than that of the financial industry. The news of Lisan Company's withdrawal from the Eagle Nation could not be kept from others. This matter stirred quite a controversy in the business community of both the Eagle Nation and Hong Kong. Some thought that the Wang family was making a mountain out of a molehill, and such a small issue did not warrant a withdrawal from the Eagle Nation's energy market. Others believed this was a backlash from Wang Zilong's overly arrogant behavior. Most were watching the Wang family's misfortune, thinking that the Wang group had been comprehensively shut out by the Eagle Nation Bank, and that the days ahead would be very difficult. Wang Zilong also received consolation calls from the gambling king and his daughter, as well as from Hua Lao and others. Hua Lao, feeling particularly sorry for Wang Zilong, lamented, "I shouldn't have agreed to President Zheng's plan that dragged the Wang family down." Wang Zilong smiled nonchalantly. He genuinely believed that his elder brother selling the assets in the Eagle Nation was a good thing. In the future, when the mark rises and the pound drops, how many years of effort would it save Wang Zilong? Moreover, after the crisis of the pound occurred, many capitals fled the Eagle Nation, and many entrepreneurs believed that the Eagle Nation had completely declined, never anticipating that its economy would rebound sharply. Only then would it be the true opportunity for his elder brother Wang Zilong to enter the market. He naturally did not share this explanation with Hua Lao. Hua Lao was still mumbling in self-reproach, "Why not let your elder brother come along with our Hua family to develop Nansha?" The Hua family bought 3.0 acres of land in Nansha, and last year they officially launched the Human Ferry Terminal project. As early as 1985, the Hua father and son began investigating Nansha. Due to inconvenient transportation, it often took 3 days to make one trip. In recent years, Hua Lao had poured all his efforts into the construction planning of Nansha. Issues such as land reclamation, environmental beautification, transportation, energy, and water control all required his personal oversight. "Haha, Hua Lao need not worry. I will ensure my elder brother does not suffer any losses." Hua Lao, upon hearing Wang Zilong's words, relaxed and replied, "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. As always, if you need my help, just say the word, I will not decline." Wang Zilong nodded in agreement. Bai Chaoqiong was even more direct. "Zilong, how much does our elder brother need? I still have 100 million Hong Kong dollars saved up, while invest in his project." Hearing Bai Chaoqiong's bold demeanor on the other end of the phone, he couldn't help but smile. "He's not lacking money. Well, I will convey your intentions to him. But would you be willing to invest that 100 million Hong Kong dollars in me?" Bai Chaoqiong, feeling a bit cautious, replied, "Are you short on cash?" She was on high alert, suspecting that he was aiming for her private funds. "There's an opportunity to make money off the Eagle Nation people. Just say if you're willing to join in." Bringing a girl along to split profits felt quite fulfilling. "You want to fleece the Eagle Nation people?" "Exactly." Bai Chaoqiong readily replied, "I still have 200 million in the fund my mother set up for me. Should I entrust it all to you?" "Oh, as expected of a little rich woman, I didn't know you had so much money." On the other end of the line, Bai Chaoqiong's face turned slightly red. This man was never serious, and this was all her dowry. "Don't worry, it won't take 2 years. I guarantee your money will double by then." Bai Chaoqiong knew of her man's abilities, but she was curious about what bad ideas he was thinking of. Why did these Eagle Nation people provoke anyone other than her man? At this moment, the people of the Eagle Nation, as mentioned by Bai Chaoqiong, were celebrating. Among them were prominent figures from both the political and business sectors of the Eagle Nation, including the newly appointed Prime Minister and the President of the Bank of England. Of course, the instigator Dode was not to be missed. Dode said appreciatively to the President of England, "You have done well this time." Wang Zilong had no choice but to sell his assets in the Eagle Nation. Losing a ZXIN company is like breaking an arm of the Wang family. The President of England found Dode's words quite agreeable. He himself was pushed up by the Ross family, but after glancing at the Prime Minister beside him, he quickly reined in his smile. "Dealing with the Wang family aligns with our mutual interests, does it not?" The Prime Minister nodded. The Wang father and son had not been on the same page as their great Eagle Empire in public numerous times before. Thatcher could tolerate it, but he could not allow a merchant from a harbor city to jump around. In his eyes, the people in the colonies were merely their slaves, not even second-class citizens. How could he not be furious at a rebellious slave? The President of England laughed arrogantly. "Without the support of our Eagle Nation Bank, the Wang family enterprise will find it difficult to proceed in the future. We can support several more harbor city merchants to challenge them, seizing their living space. Their good days are coming to an end." The Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation listened with a beaming smile. They had once used even more despicable means to drive the Hua family out of the harbor city's real estate industry. Although their influence in the harbor city was not what it once was, the Wang family was not the Hua family, and they could still handle them. Dode also felt this strategy was good. HSBC and Standard Chartered Bank occupied a large portion of the banking market in the harbor city. With their support, they could easily cultivate several major real estate developers. Even if they could not directly destroy the roots of the Wang family, it was still easy to trip them up and cause them some trouble now and then. But he did not forget to remind them, "Prince Long of the Wang family is very cunning. You must not let your guard down. He is someone who will not suffer any losses, and he might be plotting some scheme against us." The President of the Bank of England scoffed. With just him, a wealthy merchant from the harbor city, what tricks could he possibly pull? "It's not that I underestimate him. Any conspiracy in the face of the absolute strength of the Bank of England is a joke." The Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation nodded in agreement. Dode wanted to say a few more words, but was interrupted by a socialite beside him. "Gentlemen, could you discuss something we can understand?" The men burst into laughter. Dode said, "All right, today we are only allowed to discuss romance and poetry. No one is allowed to talk about business matters." While the people of the Eagle Nation indulged in pleasures, the Hunter brothers had already launched actions worldwide. Using U.S. Treasury bonds as collateral, they borrowed approximately $12 billion from major banks worldwide in just half a month. After the previous short selling, the Hunter brothers summarized their shortcomings. This time they used multiple aliases and accounts to spread their reach globally. No one could guess that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Hunter brothers. However, when they wanted to further borrow pounds from the bank, they encountered some rather amusing situations. Sir, our agents reported that when they were borrowing pounds, they encountered the same group of people. It must be Old Suwa. Wang Zilong knew this was Old Suwa's famous battle. The old man was about to cause quite a stir. He had almost single-handedly ignited the Asian financial storm. Almost every notable Asian country had crossed paths with him. It should be so. There are only so many pounds circulating in the market. Their involvement has immediately increased borrowing fees from major banks, raising our costs significantly. For the Hunter Fund now, costs were not a major issue. They could earn back this amount many times over in the future. What troubled Nixon was his concern that a rush of shorts could alert the Bank of England. Don't worry, Old Suwa knows how to measure the situation. He is more ambitious than you and will not miss this opportunity to make a fortune. Moreover, didn't I hear you say that your informant has already found out that the Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation plans to join the European system? Yes, just for this piece of news, that girl took away 100 from me. Williams said viciously. If she is lying, I can send someone to dismantle her. Wang Zilong was quite certain that this information was true. The newly appointed Prime Minister had set 3 fires after taking office, overturning many of Thatcher's policies during her time in power. The most important one was to let the pound join the European exchange rate system. Once they announced their joining of the European exchange rate system, we will no longer need to conceal anything. In April 1990, after experiencing a recession, the Eagle Nation decided to band together with Western European countries and join the new currency system established by Western European nations, the European Exchange Rate Mechanism (ERM), the predecessor of the euro. The former Chancellor of the Eagle Nation, now Prime Minister, regarded joining the ERM as one of his proudest achievements. He believed that the pound would then enter an automatic navigation mode, no longer requiring much thought. As summer approached and amidst heated discussions among experts, East Germany introduced the West German mark, forming a major economic currency alliance, with both currencies exchanging at a 1:1 ratio. In August, the East German court decided to merge with West Germany, and both parties signed a 110-page contract. In October, the two sides officially merged. 1 month after the merger, Germany's inflation rate surged to a peak of 7.8. Inflation can be divided into 4 stages. Of course, there is one final stage, malignant. The German officials immediately panicked, fearing that if they did not contain inflation, things would spiral out of control. To prevent a repeat of the Führer incident, they were forced to implement significant interest rate hikes. Moreover, without any prior notice, they suddenly announced the rate increase. Wang Zilong was very clear that this interest rate hike was merely the beginning. Germany, enjoying the benefits of higher rates, would within a year have interest rates 6 higher than those of the beautiful country, which was also aggressively raising rates. It is worth noting that 3 years later, Germany's interest rates would remain 3 lower than those of the beautiful country. For Western economists, this was a historical moment. The Prime Minister of the Eagle country was stunned, as was the President of the Bank of England. They had grievances, but no outlet, as Germany's unannounced rate hike threw the currencies of the European community into chaos. Countries could only grit their teeth and follow Germany's lead in raising interest rates. They would face the adverse effects of Germany's rate hike before even enjoying the benefits of stable exchange rates. At this moment, international speculators were no longer holding back. Many of Wall Street's speculative magnates realized that a golden opportunity to make a fortune was right in front of them. International speculators continued to increase the amount of borrowed pounds over the next few months, preparing to short the pound. Meanwhile, the Eagle country authorities realized that someone aimed to take advantage of this opportunity to challenge their authority. Among these individuals, the most eye-catching was undoubtedly the Hunter Brothers Fund. According to conservative estimates from the finance department, the Hunter brothers held at least $15 billion worth of pounds. The new Prime Minister of Eagle country also realized that joining the European exchange rate system was akin to boarding a pirate ship. Due to the interest rate hikes in Germany, the mark appreciated, and with the pound pegged to the mark, it had to appreciate as well. In the year following their entry, they exerted considerable effort to maintain the high exchange rate of the pound. But now it was too late to say anything. On one hand, they had to establish closer ties with other European brethren, which was imperative and would be the main focus of their cabinet's work moving forward. On the other hand, joining the European exchange rate system had always been a major achievement for the Prime Minister, the former finance minister. If it were to be completely overturned, wouldn't that mean all his efforts were in vain? If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would simply admit their mistakes to avoid losses. Accepting some losses was better than being obstinate. However, Eagle country was not an independent individual, it was a nation. Joining the European exchange rate system and synchronizing its economy with other European countries was not a decision made solely by the Prime Minister. It was impossible to say we will not advance this matter at a great cost. The Prime Minister still felt that this matter was imperative. In response to the challenges posed by international speculators, he issued orders to the Bank of England to borrow substantial funds from the beautiful nation's reserve bank. During this period, 12 European countries signed the Het Treaty in the Netherlands. It can be understood as the Treaty of the European Union. Thus, the European Union was born. Rome was not built in a day. The first article of the EU treaty was about economic union, requiring the completion of free capital flow within 1 year to establish a unified market. The prerequisite for a unified market was a monetary union. It should be noted that everyone currently had their own currency, and the unified currency, the euro, had yet to appear. This contract emphasized the importance of the European exchange rate system once again. The exchange rates needed to be tightly locked together with no fluctuations outside the stipulated range. Of course, there was a minor incident. The finance ministers and central bank governors of the 12 countries gathered for a feeling the pressure of Germany's interest rate hikes. The governor of England yelled at the president of Germany, "Stop the rate hikes. The finance ministers of 12 countries are asking you to lower the rates. Oh, why aren't you doing it?" This outburst startled the poor president of Germany. He was confused by the sudden outburst of the normally agreeable governor of the Bank of England. "I raised interest rates and no one said anything. Why are you the only one complaining?" The president of the Bank of England knew he could no longer remain quiet. He sensed that once the Het Treaty was announced, it would be the moment international speculators would strike, and he would have to endure immense pressure. The president of the German bank did not want to pay attention to the suddenly aggressive governor of the Bank of England. The rate hike was aimed at countering the soaring inflation at home. As for the pressures from other brother countries, what did it have to do with him? He replied vaguely, "Everyone can rest assured, I currently see no reason for further interest rate hikes." The president of the Bank of England felt that this old fellow was beginning to compromise under his pressure. The next step after not raising rates would be to lower them. In the following days of treaty negotiations, he promoted this idea everywhere. "That old guy can't withstand pressure. Once I raised my voice, he backed down." In the following days of treaty negotiations, he promoted this idea everywhere. At a multinational central bank meeting, the president of the German bank finally exploded. The policies of a national central bank were not something other countries could dictate. When it was his turn to speak, he openly stated that he could not guarantee the future trend of interest rates, and expressed his lack of confidence in whether countries could guarantee exchange rate stability, specifically naming the Italian lira. While the governor of Italy was taken aback. "Why are you dragging me into your quarrel? Is it just because we Italians are known for sitting on the fence? Did we betray Germany during World War II?" The central bank governors immediately erupted into chaos. In such an atmosphere, the 12 European countries completed the Het Treaty. Once the European Union Treaty was released, it caused a sensation worldwide. Ordinary people watched the excitement, while insiders observed the intricacies. Wang Zilong realized it was time, and immediately instructed the Hunter brothers to take further action. The Hunter brothers promptly accepted an exclusive interview with the beautiful nation's television station. During the television interview, he explicitly stated the Het currency union is merely a one-sided wish of European politicians. The German bank's push for a unified currency is not sufficiently resolute. Their primary task remains maintaining the dignity of the mark. If other countries cannot keep pace with them, do you think they would sacrifice their own interests to preserve those of other countries? The host, taken aback by the question, hesitated for a long while before responding, "Probably not." Nixon, however, did not care about her response. He was in full attack mode, simply needing someone to play along. The pound's entry into the European exchange rate system is the most foolish move made by Eagle country's prime minister. It undeniably ties them to a pirate ship, but once one country faces issues, it will lead to disastrous consequences. To garner public support, Nixon presented a set of detailed data. In the late 1980s, Eagle country's real estate boomed. Starting in 1988, Eagle country began raising interest rates, which doubled, and by 1990, Eagle country entered an economic recession with an unemployment rate of 9. This figure officially surpassed 10 this year, with homebuyers unable to repay their mortgages, leading to the collapse of financial institutions. If I were the Prime Minister of Eagle country, I would choose to lower interest rates to stimulate market circulation. Yet, just as the people of Eagle country were struggling against the dire economic situation, the ruling leaders voluntarily bound their hands for the sake of political achievement. In the face of Germany's interest rate hikes, they were unable to lower rates. Because once rates were lowered, the pound would depreciate, and they would not be able to maintain the fixed exchange rate. The female host was again stunned. This boss's boss was openly criticizing the rulers of Eagle country. What made her even more excited was Nixon's next statement. "I stand up for the people of Eagle country. I believe Eagle country's entry into the European exchange rate system is a mistake. If Eagle country's politicians are unwilling to correct this error proactively, then we, the Hunter Fund, and the 8 major investment banks on Wall Street, will help correct this mistake." The female host asked in trembling excitement, "Are you saying you will publicly short the pound?" "Yes, I hereby formally issue a challenge to the British pound." This was a live broadcast among the 5 major commercial television networks in the United States, And at that moment, at least 100,000 viewers worldwide were tuned in to this interview program. The director was the first to regain composure and signaled the invited studio audience to begin applauding. Amidst the applause, the program officially concluded. Yet the ripple effects of the Nixon interview continued to intensify. Before the U.S. dollar rose to global dominance, the British pound had long reigned as the world's most widely circulated currency. No one had dared challenge the financial architecture of the British Empire. Not even the venerable old banking dynasties had ever contemplated such a move. But just moments ago, the Hunt brothers had publicly declared on air their intention to launch a massive short campaign against this aging yet formidable flagship. Like a thunderclap, the interview detonated across international financial circles. The 7 largest U.S. investment banks, already mobilized, immediately rallied, announcing they had established substantial short positions in sterling, poised and ready for its imminent collapse. Soros stared in disbelief. Damn it, this was supposed to be my debut, my stage. He had been the first to identify sterling's structural vulnerability, so why had the Hunts stolen the spotlight? Refusing to fade into obscurity, he told the press that Quantum Fund had entered the fray 6 months earlier. But who cared anymore? Quantum Fund and Hunt Associates operated on entirely different scales. To claim leadership, one must first earn the recognition and consent of others. In short, following Nixon's rallying cry, international speculative capital surged forward en masse. Even Britain's own financial titan Bruce joined the fray. So too did Paul Jones, Wall Street's legendary trader, and all 8 major U.S. investment banks with household names. After all, American television commanded a vast audience across Britain. Nixon's words struck with unshakable force. Even those with only a modicum of insight realized that joining the European exchange rate mechanism had been a grave miscalculation. Before the bears had even moved, domestic protests erupted across Britain. The British Prime Minister's composure shattered. He summoned the Governor of the Bank of England and Dodd of the Roths family for an emergency meeting. Unlike their previous meeting marked by jubilant celebration, gloom now hung thick over the room. Dodd, of course, knew precisely whose hand had orchestrated the Hunts' public short assault. He had warned both the Prime Minister and the bank's governor, but their arrogance had rendered them deaf to counsel. The Prime Minister exclaimed in stunned disbelief. Do you mean to say this is purely retaliation by the Wang Group? Indeed. My investigation confirms that after Prince Xian Wang withdrew from the British market, he immediately deployed all his capital into long positions on the Deutsche Mark. Far from suffering losses, he has profited handsomely. His annual returns now exceed anything he earned before. It's not merely exceeding. Prince Long Wang could scarcely thank the Bank of England enough. This fortune fell. The Hunts enjoy close ties with the Wang family. The rumored romance between the Hunts' eldest daughter and Prince Long Wang speaks volumes. At this, both the Prime Minister and the bank's governor stiffened, lips tightening. Why hadn't he mentioned this earlier? Had they known of Prince Long's connection to the Hunts, they would have weighed every decision far more carefully. They now realized they had been wielded as pawns by the Roths, drawn unwittingly into a dynastic power struggle. Dodd offered reassurance. The crisis has already unfolded. Regret serves no purpose. What matters now is devising a flawless counter-strategy. The Bank of England's governor nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. But dissent over our ERM membership is now mounting sharply. Truth and falsehood are 2 sides of the same coin. We control the media, so we define reality itself. If critics claim our ERM entry was wrong, then we shall proclaim its virtues without hesitation. Not a single word of concession, not even a whisper of doubt. The Prime Minister nodded grimly. This policy was his own creation. Retracting it would all but guarantee his political demise. For the sake of his career, he would cling to his stance, no matter the cost. From the banking side, I will arrange for you. Banks to extend another $20 billion in interbank loans to the Bank of England. Let them sell as much as they wish. I want you to buy it all. Their short positions in sterling are finite. If we absorb every last pound they offload, their campaign will end in abject failure, and you will stand triumphant. Dodd's persuasive voice resonated once more. Should you prevail, you shall be immortalized as heroes of the British Empire, guardians who preserve the pound's dignity against the onslaught of global speculators. Your names will echo through history. What do politicians seek if not fame and legacy? A spark ignited in both men's eyes. Let's do it. We are the British Empire. Do these petty upstarts truly believe they can challenge our sovereign authority? Confidence swelled within them. Behind them stood Europe's oldest great power, a former global hegemon. With capital firmly behind them, defeat seemed inconceivable. Dodd Roths felt no moral weight in this maneuver. Whether the Bank of England won or lost, the borrowed funds would still be repaid, and the banks under his control would collect a handsome fee on top. His was the only truly risk-free transaction. The next day, the British Prime Minister issued a public rebuttal to Nixon's declaration. Joining the European exchange rate mechanism is an indispensable prerequisite for Britain's accession to the European Monetary Union. Entry into the European Economic Community will further open our markets and deliver profound stimulus to the national economy. As for the pound's exchange rate, I do not consider it overvalued. Once our economy integrates fully with those of our partners, unemployment will inevitably decline. I am utterly confident of this. I respectfully ask for your patience. The short-selling activities of international speculators constitute a shameless affront, one that threatens to destabilize our economic order. But justice shall ultimately triumph over malice. The Bank of England and I will mete out due retribution upon all who dare provoke us. To the bear's ears this rhetoric translated plainly, I'm digging in my heels. What can you possibly do? Well, the bears too considered themselves righteous. If the pound held no inherent weakness, where would the opportunity for shorting even lie? Clearly both sides prized legitimacy. They insisted on fighting with moral high ground. Neither side would yield. So be it. Let the battle commence. Yet what the Bank of England failed to anticipate was that the bears fainted, launching no initial assault on the pound itself. Nixon, stepping forward as the de facto leader, convened a bearish summit on Wall Street. Soros paused, then decided to hear the Hunt's plan first. The Hunter brothers are the main force behind this short-selling scheme, having laid their plans the longest and prepared the most. However, they are not the only two players in this short sale. In a hotel in London, many agents from major investment banks have gathered. Old Sue casually glanced at the local newspaper, wondering what they would do if the Americans decided to capture them all without mercy. But he quickly thought that the Americans would not be so naive. They could simply detain these people and send another wave of agents, making it seem like the Americans lacked grace. Just as Old Sue was lost and thought, the hall suddenly erupted in noise. He gloomily watched as Nixon and William made a dazzling entrance amidst the cheers from the crowd. Nixon and William listened with satisfaction to the praise from numerous institutions. At that moment it felt as if they were transported back to the late 1970s during their dominance of silver. The scene was even more boisterous than usual, with the eyes of the world focused on them. The Hunter brothers reveled in it, as the foreigners enjoyed such flamboyance. Nixon cleared his throat into the microphone, and the room fell silent. Old Sue tossed the newspaper to his assistant and sat upright, eager to see what tricks the Nixon brothers had up their sleeves to gather such attention. Nixon made a stunning remark. Gentlemen, the war actually began the moment you stepped through that door. Everyone was momentarily stunned, wondering why Nixon would say such a thing. Nixon activated the projector, pointing to a map of Europe. While you were waiting for the meeting to start, our Hunter Fund has already sold off a significant amount of currency from Finland. Everyone gasped again, not expecting the Hunter brothers to set their sights on these two countries. These two European countries had yet to join the European exchange rate system. Merely expressing their desire to join is wanting to join now considered a crime. Nixon truly is ruthless. Old Sue suddenly understood Nixon's intentions. Although Finland and Sweden both utilized fixed exchange rates, they had not yet joined the European exchange rate system. This meant that after a massive sell-off, they would have to rely on their domestic resources to repurchase the currency dumped onto the market by Nixon. Among them, Finland's exchange rate system was the most fragile, while Sweden was completely unaware it would become a target for the Hunter brothers' short selling. They had merely been snacking and sipping soda on the side, watching the spectacle unfold, adopting a bystander's attitude as they observed the short sellers argue with the Americans. As a result, they had not prepared much foreign currency. With this in mind, Old Sue and the other Wall Street geniuses simultaneously picked up their phones, aiming to short these two currencies. Getting in now could allow them to benefit. The scene immediately turned chaotic, and Old Sue himself did not realize he was acting in accordance with Nixon's direction. After a while, the meeting room fell silent again. They had all been a step too slow, as Finland's currency failed to maintain its fixed exchange rate and had just dropped by 10, continuing to plummet. Sweden was somewhat more resilient. They temporarily raised their interest rates to nearly double. This was undoubtedly a wise move, as raising rates at this moment would keep domestic funds in Sweden. But this also played right into the hands of the Nixon brothers. With Sweden's banking sector being robust, many wary Europeans would deposit their money into Swedish banks. This would lead to further capital outflows from other European countries. The result of this outflow would be the sell-off of their national currencies. With a simple maneuver, the Hunter brothers had unwittingly turned many into their accomplices. The elites who realized this couldn't help but applaud. They had barely settled down when the Hunter brothers revealed a small trick. This move was enough to intimidate many arrogant Wall Street elites. Old Sue couldn't help but ponder. He had to admit that the Hunter brothers indeed had some tricks up their sleeves. Everyone looked to Nixon again, eager to see what this old fellow would do next. Our next target is Italy. A murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd. Shouldn't they be selling some pounds to amplify public anxiety about? Thinking of this, Lao Su raised his hand and said, the Proton capital will fully cooperate in selling the lira. Others, seeing this, expressed their intention to fully cooperate. Nixon smiled with satisfaction. While the shorts were plotting their schemes, chaos erupted outside. Reporters discovered that the Finnish mark had collapsed, plummeting 15 in a single day, exceeding the volatility range of the fixed exchange rate. Then the Swiss point temporarily raised interest rates by nearly double. At this time, many banks in Switzerland already had high interest rates, and after the announcement, rates exceeded those of. This caused bank funds from all European countries to overflow. Especially serious was the situation of the Bank of England, which was specifically named by Nixon. All Europeans had realized that the shorts had launched their assault. They first conquered Finland, and now the Swiss point was sacrificing short-term interests for self-preservation. Seeing the opportunity for profit at the Swiss bank, why would they cling to the potentially crumbling pound? The 12 countries that joined the European exchange rate system immediately felt the pressure. People sold their own currencies to buy dollars and deposit them in Switzerland, not wanting to see the exchange rate collapse, so they had to buy their own currencies with dollars. Before the shorts had even targeted them, they had already lost part of their foreign exchange reserves. While the Eagle Nation cursed the Hunter brothers for their shamelessness, another major event occurred that evening. The entire Wall Street was selling the lira. Italy, During the day, they had already spent a significant amount of dollar reserves to defend the lira exchange rate. Originally, they were merely collateral damage, but unexpectedly, the international speculators turned their attention to them. Over half of Wall Street's hedge funds joined forces targeting the already overburdened Italy with predictable results. The lira was like a small boat in a storm ready to capsize at any moment. Italy, big brother, save me. Germany, feeling the plea of its little brother, stood up resolutely. They had no choice but to stand up. The mark was the core of the European exchange rate system and one of the initiators of the currency union. If the lira were breached, what would the other member countries think? At this time, the Deutsche Bundesbank did not lack dollars, as they had raised interest rates, causing the mark to appreciate, and many speculators exchanged dollars for their marks. They temporarily lent $20 billion to Italian banks. However, compared to the madness of Wall Street and the international speculators from around the world, $20 billion was merely a drop in the bucket. Only 3 days later, the lira fell below the lower limit of the exchange rate mechanism. The lira officially collapsed, and international speculators attacked another country. At this moment, panic spread throughout Europe, proving that the European exchange rate system had collapsed, compounded by the Wall Street Journal continually emphasizing that this mechanism had significant loopholes. Everyone felt that the beautiful nation's media was stating the truth. The 12 countries would need to implement a unified currency to fulfill the vision of a currency union. Currently, with everyone mutually fixed, if one country collapses, it would cause significant losses to others. Italy, under the relentless pursuit of the shorts, announced that it would consider actively devaluing the lira. Seeing that their little brother's resolve was not firm enough, the Deutsche Bank had no choice but to announce a reduction of 0.25 to appease the dissatisfaction of other central banks. 0.25. Isn't that akin to everyone pushing the boss for a raise and the boss immediately giving each person an extra 100? What do you call this? This is called an insulting raise, a mere token gesture. The Deutsche Bank's insulting interest rate cut instead triggered greater panic. People recalled what the Big Short Nixon had said in a previous public interview: Germany's determination to maintain the exchange rate mechanism was not firm enough, and for the sake of their own interests, they could abandon the mechanism at any moment. In the panic of the exchange rate market, people did not want their hard-earned money in the bank to continue to depreciate. Some wealthy Europeans, seeing the bleak situation, began to sell their own currencies and turn to the stronger mark. The consequence of this operation was that the mark appreciated rapidly, while the currencies of several other countries began to depreciate. Everyone's exchange rate was fixed to the mark. One was rising and the other was falling. The cost was not as simple as 112, it was growing geometrically. At this point, the president of the Bank of England finally lost his previously calm and arrogant demeanor. With just these few moves, the international speculators, led by the Hunter brothers, had exhausted more than half of their country's foreign exchange reserves. Now, with the remaining funds plus the $20 billion borrowed from Dodd, they had a total of $40 billion left. Having been stubborn until now, they had no way out and could only brace themselves for the arrival of the Hunter brothers. Meanwhile, in a 5-star hotel in London, Eagle Nation, the lights were bright. Everyone was excited. In recent days, they had benefited greatly from following the Hunter brothers. To be honest, this was their first time fighting such an easy battle. Nixon and William were very competent commanders. Wherever they pointed, the other institutions on Wall Street would follow. And how about the 12 countries in Europe? They were still beaten into a state of disarray. Nixon's first words upon appearing brought the atmosphere to a peak. Ladies and gentlemen, the appetizer is over. It's time for the main course. Main course. Everyone had large amounts of pounds in hand, and their purpose for gathering was not for small skirmishes, but to enjoy this final feast. Without saying much, everyone present took out their phones and began to launch a concentrated final assault. In just a few minutes, countless pound sell orders flooded the global foreign exchange market. This wave of full firepower kept the Bank of England busy with taking over. Bank traders knew that the pound could barely hold on. In other words, under such circumstances, everyone concerned with this exchange rate battle knew that the pound was on the brink. The Eagle Nation's officials held a brief meeting for an hour late at night. Although the Prime Minister wanted to remain stubborn, he knew that the Eagle Nation could not throw all its foreign exchange reserves into the fray, otherwise the entire country's economy would be shaken. It's over, everyone. President, it's your turn to announce the withdrawal from the exchange rate system. The president of the Bank of England's lips moved, but he couldn't say a word. He was very clear that the Prime Minister wanted him to step forward and take responsibility for this matter. As the central bank governor, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Only by voluntarily resigning could he end all controversies. With little room for negotiation, on the 7th working day of the short-selling conference, the Eagle Nation announced its withdrawal from the European exchange rate system and began to implement a floating exchange rate. On that day, the pound depreciated by 25 against the mark and by 30 against the dollar. The news of the pound's collapse quickly spread throughout Wall Street. Major media outlets provided detailed reports on the matter. The Hunter brothers, who led the charge in dismantling the European exchange rate system, became the darlings of all financial media. Almost all hedge funds on Wall Street followed the brothers and earned hundreds of millions of dollars. How could they not sing praises of the Hunter brothers? The Wall Street Journal even generously proclaimed that the Hunter brothers were the men who struck directly at the Bank of England. Once again, the Hunter brothers made headlines globally. Upon seeing this newspaper, Wang Zilong, far away in Germany, felt that the world was filled with a surreal quality. A major short seller of European currencies was worshipped by Wall Street, and the act of shorting became a topic of media fascination repeatedly analyzed. Meanwhile, the European nations, eager for economic unity under media promotion, became the clowns, acting unilaterally and disregarding the people's livelihoods. Fortunately, he considered himself part of the short-selling camp. After selling £400 million, he followed his younger brother's advice to convert all his funds into East German marks and opened a construction company in East Germany. Compared to the prosperous West Germany, East Germany seemed like an undeveloped desert. Even East German officials were astonished by his investment in East Germany. Their eyes looked at him as if he were some rare treasure. Although the Berlin Wall had fallen, the population was flowing towards West Germany. Developing in West Germany was like selling umbrellas in a desert or combs to the bald. In this regard, Wang Zilong also had his calculations. He believed that the unification of the two Germanys was an inevitable trend, and East Germany was merely a burden in the eyes of West Germany. However, for the sake of unification, West Germany would surely invest national resources to aid the construction of the backward East Germany. What Wang Zilong was doing was not just ordinary construction business, but infrastructure business. To become wealthy, one must first build roads. The assistance from West Germany would likely be spent mostly on infrastructure projects. In the end, his decision proved to be exceptionally wise. After the two Germanys officially announced a conversion rate of 1:1 between the East German mark and the West German mark, Wang Zilong's funds multiplied fourfold to some extent. Even more surprises awaited him. After both sides signed the unification agreement, Germany began to raise interest rates significantly. Many speculators seized the opportunity to buy marks, causing the exchange rate of marks to rise against the dollar. His funds were rapidly expanding, which frightened Wang Zilong, who was accustomed to engaging in real industry. He spent many sleepless nights fearing that this quick money would come and go just as swiftly. Fortunately, the mark remained strong. Moreover, the matters at hand left him no room to divert his attention. While West Germany was raising interest rates, it also realized the severe population loss in East Germany and the economic collapse. Without significant efforts, reviving this mess would be impossible. Not long after unification, Germany introduced a new tax to address East Germany's issues. The unity tax. The tax rate was set at 5.5. This tax broadly applied to various tax entities, and the revenue generated would ultimately fund a series of expenditures in East Germany, including infrastructure construction. How exaggerated was this tax? Over the next 20 years, a total of €1.4 trillion would flow into East Germany. On average, about €70 billion per year would be allocated to aid East Germany. Wang Zilong's small investment immediately yielded astonishing returns. Thanks to prior interpersonal relationships, his construction company swiftly received approval for several major infrastructure projects from the East German authorities. Wang Zilong himself was almost moved to tears. Although his construction company was hastily assembled, it now had the power to share in the profits. The clever Wang Zilong quickly allocated a portion of the project funds to subcontract these projects, and within just 1 year, he became the largest construction company in East Germany. By this point, he was already quite happy, feeling as though he was on the express train for construction in East Germany. He had no idea that even greater surprises awaited him, until he saw Nixon publicly state in an interview that he intended to short the pound. While enjoying the services of his secretary, he broke out in goosebumps. He knew that the Hunter family had a close relationship with Wang Zilong and guessed that this was the beginning of his younger brother's retaliation against the Bank of England. Even though he was now quite wealthy and his construction company was preparing for an IPO, bringing him closer to his second brother in terms of wealth, he could never forget how the Bank of England had once sanctioned him. It was precisely the Bank of England and the group behind it that forced him to sell off his assets in the Eagle country. Wang Zilong was not one to easily forget a grudge. To avenge this injustice, Wang Zilong immediately sought out a financial company on Wall Street to take full control of his fund operations. Thus, he had been indirectly involved in the short sellers conference. He remotely directed this financial company to short sell most of Europe's currencies and ultimately concentrated all firepower to short the pound. Due to his hasty entry and his lack of interest in finance, he ultimately only made a small profit, netting $200 million. However, just thinking that this wealth was plundered from the Bank of England made him feel much more at ease. Seeing that his construction company was about to go public and make money, he had lost interest in the energy industries of the Eagle Country. Yet every time he thought of the disdainful looks from those people, he felt an impulse to strike back. Thinking of this, he called for his acquisition team in the name of Lisin Construction Group initiate a purchase invitation to the energy companies of the Eagle Country. The acquisition team had no objections. Many of them were seasoned veterans who had followed Wang Zilong through thick and thin and naturally understood the story he had with the Eagle Country. However, they did not perceive their boss as acting out of impulse. The pound's sharp decline had severely impacted the economy of the Eagle Country. Although the Eagle Country's officials announced that they had suffered a loss of £4 billion after leaving the Euro system, everyone present understood that the economic losses of the Eagle Country far exceeded £4 billion. Otherwise, the accounts wouldn't add up. The 8 major investment banks on Wall Street claimed to have made several $100 million in profits from this short selling, while Old Suez Proton Fund made over $1 billion. Just the disclosed profits from these institutions exceeded £4 billion. The Hunter brothers were the real big players. Moreover, this was just the direct economic loss. Indirect losses had yet to be calculated. For example, investors who believed the Eagle Country's economy would further collapse were already selling off their assets there. For at least a year, it would be difficult for the Eagle Country's economy to recover. For Lisin Company, however, this presented an opportunity. As the Eagle Country lowered interest rates, they would inevitably sell off some state-owned assets they had previously been reluctant to part with. This was precisely a great opportunity for Lisin to re-enter the Eagle Country market. Some may ask, does Lisin Company not fear the retaliation from the Eagle Nation's government? The issue is that the current Prime Minister of the Eagle Nation is in a very awkward position. The Governor of the Bank of England has resigned in disgrace, yet the repercussions of this incident are far from over. He faces a nearly depleted dollar reserve, and of course the debts left by the Ross family. What troubles him most is the rotten economic environment at home. The Great Recession has struck again, and aside from cutting interest rates, he has no other strategies. The public's eyes are sharp. The recent plummet of the pound has made it clear that he is merely a scoundrel overly obsessed with political achievements while neglecting the people's livelihood. According to the latest approval ratings survey, his cabinet has reached a historic low. Even within the party, there is a belief that he will struggle to be re-elected in the next term. Some newspapers even claim he is the worst prime minister since World War II. In light of this situation, he is utterly exhausted. The prime minister deeply regrets the sanctions imposed on Wang's company. Had there not been this incident, perhaps it would not have provoked the short selling by the Hunter brothers. In the face of the Hunter brothers' immense influence, even though most short sellers have retreated, he still feels a lingering dread. Had it not been for the concerns about his identity potentially harming the nation's reputation, he might have even been inclined to apologize to Wang Zilong in person. Even with other short sellers leaving, the Hunter brothers continue to short sell stocks in the Eagle Nation's market. As long as the Hunter Fund remains, it hangs over him like a sharp blade. If the other party were to once again sweep in with international capital, it wouldn't just be a matter of re-election. His ability to safely complete the remaining 2 years of his term would be in jeopardy. At that moment, he received a notification from his secretary. What? Wang Zilong's acquisition team has voluntarily applied to buy our national power grid. How could the England national grid be handed over to others? The Prime Minister felt that Wang Zilong was deliberately provoking him, seemingly wishing to reclaim the lost ground of the past. This was a mockery, riding the fence to taunt him. The Prime Minister's eyes immediately reddened, and he exhaled 2 columns of air. His secretary was a bit frightened, worried that the Prime Minister might suffer some health issue due to anger. But the Prime Minister quickly regained his composure, revealing a look of fear. He pondered deeply. After all, Wang Zilong was a billionaire. How could he engage in such trivial matters? The other party was indeed serious about buying their national power grid. He had no choice but to sell. Let's not forget that the Hunter brothers' hedge fund had not fully withdrawn yet. This was a forced purchase. The Prime Minister felt extremely aggrieved. Could he not sell? No, the Wang brothers were not good people, and they were known to repay grudges. Wang Zilong had suffered no losses and had unleashed the Hunter brothers, who were like wolves. Wang Zilong had been forced to sell a lucrative business. With such a significant loss, how could he remain inactive? He asked himself, is Wang Zilong weak? In the past, when he diligently worked in the energy industry in the Eagle Nation, he indeed seemed weak. A slight action from the Bank of England could plunge him into crisis. But now Wang Zilong was no longer a nobody. He had made a fortune during the reunification of East and West Germany, and his Lisin Construction Group is the largest private construction company in Germany. Going public was a certainty, and at that point his influence would only grow, allowing him to solidify his foothold in Europe. As for himself, he once was a spirited young prime minister with impressive achievements. But now he was merely an old man with a disgustingly low approval rating. The other party had plenty of ways to make things difficult for him. A surge of humiliation, anger, and fear rushed to his heart. The secretary noticed the prime minister's predicament and reminded him. Prime Minister selling the England national grid to Li Jiaxin is not necessarily a bad thing. It will bring in real funds and also serve as good publicity abroad. The Prime Minister nodded in response. If Li Jiaxin returned to invest, it would undoubtedly appear that he and the Wang family had reconciled, likely stabilizing the Hong Kong businessmen led by Li Jiaxin. All right, let the staff proceed with the negotiations. We must ensure that Li Jiaxin Construction Group stays and comes back to invest in the Eagle Nation. As for saving face, the Prime Minister could no longer afford to care. He could not endure any greater blow. Wang Zilong personally attended the signing meeting with the Eagle Nation's energy officials. Li Jiaxin in the audience was momentarily stunned. How long had it been? Wang Zilong returned with renewed vigor. Over a year ago, the other party had fallen to the lowest point right before him. Due to the sanctions by the Eagle Nation's bank, he had to withdraw from the Eagle Nation market and sell all his assets to him. But now the early withdrawal of Wang Zilong not only avoided asset evaporation, but also allowed him to make a fortune on the mark. The other party's construction company has also boarded the fast train of East German infrastructure, showing a trend of growth in Germany. He made money by capitalizing on the industry's development cycle, buying low and selling high without exception. He naturally envied the Wang family's financial acumen. He also understood very well that Wang Zilong's triumphant return was due to Wang Zilong's struggle against the Eagle Nation's government. This was not merely an acquisition contract, it resembled a surrender document from the official forces led by the Prime Minister. Seeing the Wang brothers' fierceness, he could not help but develop some different thoughts. He hesitated over whether to return the assets of Li Jiaxin Company previously acquired to Wang Zilong. On one hand, he could sell them at the original price, and according to the pound's exchange rate, he would incur no loss. On the other hand, he could do a favor for the Wang family. Everyone was just a businessman from Hong Kong trying to make a living abroad, and uniting had no downsides. The most critical point was that he worried Wang Zilong might still have some lingering thoughts about those assets. In that case, it would be him, Li Jiaxin, who might end up panicking. Afterward, Li Jiaxin shared his thoughts with Wang Zilong. Wang Zilong was immediately intrigued. Those assets sold to Li Jiaxin had always been a thorn in his side. Many people were deeply impressed by the past. How could Wang Zilong be any different? These assets bore the traces of his hard work. Every inch had been earned with effort and held significant meaning for him. He knew that Li the wealthy merchant was genuinely trying to befriend him, so he didn't want to make things difficult for the other party. He agreed to sell at a slight premium, ensuring both sides felt good. One must not forget the well-digger when drinking water. Wang Zilong was completely convinced by his younger brother. With just a little guidance, his wealth surged equivalent to years of hard work. He was not Wang Zilong. He felt slightly uneasy about this sudden wealth. Thus, he made a very decisive decision. He transferred 20 of the shares of Li Jiaxin Construction Group to Wang Zilong. Along, just wait for Li Jiaxin to go public and earn big money. All right, I look forward to it. Wang Zilong couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Zilong's words. His elder brother had been completely subdued, yet Wang Zilong was not devoid of familial affection. The Ross family had 5 tigers while the Hunter family had 9 sons. They both had established their wealth empires through their second-generation talents. The Wang family with only 3 sons needed to unite. Moreover, neither of his 2 elder brothers were ones to drag their feet, which was quite comforting. With these thoughts, Su Huizhi knocked on the door to report. Boss Lian Xiang is actively provoking a price war as it watches the market being consumed by DeLong. Wang Zilong raised an eyebrow, knowing that General Liu was not one to accept mediocrity, having thought of engaging in a price war with DeLong. In the past 2 years, DeLong Technology Group had developed well in Shenzhen, even moving into the newly developed 19-story building in the park. Initially, when they secured the Compaq agency, Zhao Dikun indeed faced significant challenges. Lianxiang also successfully acquired the mainland agency and OEM for AST computers. General Liu fully leveraged MS already mature sales channels blossoming everywhere, and in no time AST computers dominated both large and small state-owned groups. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire promotional team at DeLong was on the brink of disbandment. Zhao Dikun knew that even in despair it was not the time to give up. If he abandoned now, penetrating the market later would be exponentially more difficult. After obtaining Wang Zilong's consent, he employed a self-destructive channel strategy. Any company using MIS computers would receive a portion of Compaq computers for free from DeLong along with free after-sales service. General Liu, who had just enjoyed a couple of happy days, was left dumbfounded upon hearing this news. Their channel was indeed formidable, but when it came to computer configurations and performance, Compaq computers were unparalleled. He immediately guessed Zhao Dikun's intention to use this thankless method to let both large and small users know that the Compaq he represented was better than AST computers. What could General Liu do? He could sign exclusive agreements with various agents, but he couldn't force MIS users to only use their computers. With no means to counter DeLong, General Liu could only curse Zhao Dikun for engaging in a losing venture that would lead to bankruptcy. Yet the reality was far from his expectations. Zhao Dikun not only did not go bankrupt, but his Compaq's OEM in Asia received a massive influx of orders from Cherry Blossom Country, Han Country, and various Southeast Asian nations. DeLong's factories and production lines grew larger, and their own park gradually gained popularity, with employee salaries and benefits far surpassing Ms. Watching DeLong's industrial park in Wangjing expand, and the headquarters hiring more and more staff, General Liu's expression soured, as if he had swallowed something unpleasant. In the following year, Zhao Dikun opened up a new battlefield. With the proliferation of office computers, white-collar and gold-collar workers in first-tier cities in the mainland had new demands for office computers. They continued to seek portable computers that could be taken on planes for work anywhere and anytime. This brings us to the development of Compact's laptops. As early as 1983, Compaq developed portable computers, though back then they had to be packed into briefcases, leading people to call them laptop computers. After Wang Zilong's guidance and urging, they made the laptops increasingly thinner in the following years. The latest models could be easily lifted even by women. This gave Zhao Dikun a new breakthrough point. During the Spring Festival Gala in 1990, this portable computer appeared in a skit by Chun Paisai and Zhu Shimao, but though it was only a brief shot, it left a deep impression on many. When he saw Zhu Shimao carrying the Compaq laptop on stage, General Liu was utterly distressed. On New Year's Eve, he was uncomfortably reminded that he would have to live in the shadow of this laptop for the entire following year. The promotional team thought they would live under Ms. Market monopoly for the next 2 years, but unexpectedly Zhao Dikun quickly helped them open the market. Laptops represented a brand new market. DeLong Technology's promotional strategy was that while you had a computer in the office, you couldn't possibly carry it around during business trips. Naturally, you would need a Compaq laptop. After this advertisement aired, DeLong Technology finally broke the long-sealed market in the mainland, and Ms. Channel monopoly began to show signs of loosening. Moreover, the performance of the Compaq that DeLong represented was indeed impressive, leading to a sudden increase in desktop computer sales. General Liu was thoroughly panicked. He had originally thought that relying on sales channel monopolies would last at least 3 more years, during which time he could accumulate enough assembly experience to create his own computers without paying agency fees. Naturally, he could then improve costs with better CPUs and graphics cards, ultimately surpassing DeLong's Compaq. However, Zhao Dikun's 2 strategies undoubtedly disrupted his plans. If this continued, DeLong would consume a large portion of Ms. Market. As a businessman, General Liu was undoubtedly competent, having a natural instinct for business warfare. He first reached out to the AST agency, demanding they significantly reduce Ms. agency fees. The AST side also did not want to lose this cash cow. The potential of the mainland market drew the attention of foreign investors. After making a deal with the foreigners, he then approached Ms. Chief Engineer Academician and I. At that moment, Academician and I was researching program-controlled switches, yes, the very program-controlled switches that Longwei was also developing. Due to Wang Zilong's butterfly effect, Longwei had taken the lead in initiating the project for program-controlled switches. Academician and I believed that the development of program-controlled switches combining computer and communication technology was entirely necessary. He also intended to collaborate with several top technology universities in the country to establish an integrated circuit chip design center. But now all of this was interrupted by General Liu's arrival. Chief Engineer, to my knowledge, Longwei has already made significant progress on program-controlled switches, while you have only just begun your research, falling far behind Longwei from the outset. I hope you will immediately abandon the research on switches and focus entirely on the development of computer motherboards. In General Liu's view, the research on computer graphics cards and CPUs was too time-consuming and labor-intensive. Motherboards were undoubtedly a very good research direction, as long as they developed compatibility with top foreign graphics cards and CPUs. Chief Engineer and I was somewhat confused, as General Liu had completely disrupted his research rhythm. General Liu, give me 2 years, and I will definitely develop the program-controlled switches. I also believe that research on chip design is necessary. These are the core technologies of computers. Chief Engineer and I, the company has reached a critical moment where we must fight to the death. You need to understand the priorities and cooperate with my work. Hearing this, Academician and I was momentarily taken aback. As an academician at the Dragon Country Engineering Institute and a researcher at the Computer Research Institute, he was acutely aware that General Liu's idea was flawed. How could one abandon future research for the sake of sales? Wouldn't that mean the future of the company would just be that of a computer parts assembly company? All the core technologies would fall into the hands of foreign companies. However, with General Liu invoking company interests and urging him to think of the bigger picture, he could only nod in agreement and voluntarily abandon the research work on programmable switches and integrated circuit chips. Upon hearing this, General Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. By cutting these 2 research projects, hoped that after initiating a price war, expenditures and revenues would once again reach a balance. Thinking this, he excitedly left the research room, leaving Engineer and I and a group of researchers feeling despondent. Meanwhile, feeling fully prepared, General Liu immediately announced to all channel partners and regional agents. All AST computers would be sold at a 20% discount. Once this news broke, it sent shockwaves throughout the entire. Originally leaning towards purchasing new models, large companies began to flirt with Ms. sales, attempting to secure cheaper procurement prices. The previously promising DeLong ground forces were thrown into a panic. A 20 discount was simply too substantial, and the term cost-performance ratio appeared in people's sight for the first time. Although AST's technology and design couldn't compare to Compaq, it was much cheaper. The word cheaper has always been the most significant criterion in the hearts of the Dragon Country people. A penny can defeat a hero, let alone something as luxurious as office computers. Unless there was a strict performance requirement for their jobs, no one would choose to use a more expensive computer. Zhao Dikun was also taken aback by the surprising move from General Liu. If the discount was 20, how much profit would M have as an agent? In the end, he concluded that it would only be 3. If M wanted to legally evade taxes, this number could increase a little, but it would definitely not exceed 5. With such a low profit margin, how much money could M still spend on research and development? Research and development has always been a money-burning endeavor. It requires significant trial and error costs, and only after experiencing thousands of failures can a relatively good result be obtained. Zhao Dikun couldn't sleep. He was caught in extreme turmoil. If DeLong were to engage, they would have to cut 4 or 5 ongoing research projects and minimize expenditures to avoid making losses. But if they did that, would DeLong still have a future? Now he was seen as a comprador. Would he have to continue playing that role in different forms, disguising himself as a domestic brand? The core technologies are all foreign. When Wang Zilong called, Zhao Dikun answered with a hoarse and weak voice. Hello. Long. Wang Zilong was startled. Are you alright, uncle? I'm fine, just haven't been sleeping well these past few days. I heard you've been quite busy, so I didn't reach out to chat with you. Hey, I've just been busy for no reason, uncle. What do you think about the price war? DeLong is your brainchild, he'll follow your... Although he had already made a decision in his heart, Wang Zilong still wanted to hear Zhao Dikun's opinion. Haha, what else is there to do? Of course, not to engage. Zhao Dikun's thinking was simple. If foreign price wars were aimed at completely destroying the opponent and monopolizing the market. The problem is neither side currently has the need or capability to destroy the other. Once they went to war, neither would benefit. The money would only end up in the pockets of AST and Compaq, while DeLong and Lianxiang would become free porters for foreign manufacturers. The profits would all come from the pockets of the citizens of the Dragon Country. The most unreliable factor was that with such low profits, the funds invested in research and development would also decrease. It would be a completely self-destructive behavior. Since that was the case, why should DeLong foolishly engage? So you decided to cede the domestic market to Lianxiang? No, I want to teach our General Liu a lesson. Upon hearing this, Wang Zilong became interested. At this point, it would be good enough for DeLong to maintain its current market share. How could they possibly teach Lianxiang a lesson? I think it's time to create our own brand. Although we aren't fully prepared, the current situation leaves us no choice. Uncle, are you suggesting we should create a sub-brand? With our current assembly experience, we can produce a set of budget machines as an emergency measure. You get what you pay for. If you buy from Jishin Horying or Xinchuan and expect after-sales service, that's just wishful thinking. They clearly tell you that they only sell graphics cards and CPUs, and even the monitor and cooling system are just free gifts with the graphics card. This is a good idea. Create a sub-brand that lowers the price even below theirs while DeLong continues to produce high-end goods and provides good after-sales service. Now, the only concern was whether DeLong's existing technology being rushed into action could hold up. Don't worry, DeLong. We haven't been idle for the past 2 years. Almost all profits from our OEM work have been invested in buying buildings and research and development. Even if we can't match Lianxiang, we should be more reliable than them. Previously, General Liu had still been a respected rival in Zhao Dikun's view. He didn't understand why Wang Zilong disliked General Liu so much, but now he began to understand General Liu was merely a businessman. The other party was engaged in business, not a cause. Zhao Dikun did not see himself as noble or great, but he felt he was far superior to General Liu. In fact, Zhao Dikun had long been planning to create DeLong's own brand of assembled computers. However, due to General Liu's price war, he had to cut back on some configurations and directly announced a new product launch. At the press conference, DeLong's spokesperson did not speak ill of their competitors. However, the price of the new model, named Pifu, undoubtedly slapped them in the face. What is called cost-performance ratio? This is the true cost-performance ratio. Journalists present at the launch event surrounded the computer, snapping photos continuously. They realized that a business war had begun. After seeing the price of DeLong's new model, General Liu fell into depression again. He never expected that DeLong wouldn't engage in a direct confrontation, but would instead take a roundabout approach to save the day. He had effectively shot himself in the foot. Now AST computers could only rely on volume sales to earn him. The most critical point was that once the new model called Pifu began mass production and hit the market, his last remaining price advantage would vanish. It was painful. Why must one be born to overshadow another? Why must one be born to overshadow another? General Liu had to start contemplating underhanded tactics. Slowly waiting for Engineer and I to develop Lianxiang's own motherboard was no longer realistic. Their only way out now was to integrate foreign components and quickly assemble computers at a price comparable to Pifu. In Wang Zilong's view, this business war had no winners. Although Lianxiang temporarily gained market share and sales appeared to rise significantly, profits were plummeting worse than before the price drop. Meanwhile, the survival space of compact computers was once again squeezed. Without high work demands, it was unlikely that anyone would consider ordering compact at the very high prices from DeLong. However, domestic newspapers and periodicals extensively reported on DeLong's release of the Pifu series computers, believing it to be the first step towards the rise of Dragon Country's computer brands. In Wang Zilong's perspective, he still had to thank the selfless General Liu. Selling AST computers at low prices in the newly opened inland market was undoubtedly the best promotion for Puji computers. As a result, many township enterprises began to use computers for their offices. Once these enterprises recognized the convenience of computers, they would certainly continue to purchase the necessary equipment. With the pace of opening up, the performance demands for computers would only increase, and they would inevitably become users of DeLong. Wang Zilong was full of confidence regarding this. This smoke-free war even drew the attention of Longwei and Deep City. While caring for DeLong, General Ren also brought two good pieces of news to Wang Zilong. So our programmable exchange has entered the acceptance testing phase. Yes, General Wang. After hundreds of days and nights of effort, Zheng Duobao has finally led the RD team to develop our first-generation programmable digital exchange. One could hear how excited General Ren was. These past few hundred days had undoubtedly been a long torment for him. Every day money was being poured out in large amounts, yet there was no sight of any returns. As the person in charge, each day felt like a year to him. He had countless times thought of suggesting to Wang Zilong to start with a simpler 48-port analog switch to quickly develop something to cover the company's losses. However, thinking of their shared ambition, he had to swallow his words. Now that Zheng Duobao and a group of RD personnel had finally overcome numerous difficulties to develop the programmable exchange, how could he not be excited? We have already tested the first-generation exchange. Although there are some minor issues, we can finally see the hope of success. General Wang, I have another piece of good news for you. According to Xiao Zheng, our exchange based on imitation has greatly improved computational efficiency and significantly reduced the cost of electronic semiconductors. If we start mass production, we are confident that we can bring the cost down to 2/3 of foreign prices. Upon hearing this, Wang Zilong, who had seen grand spectacles, could not help but feel excited. This was precisely the price where he desired. A cost of only 2/3 of foreign prices meant that Longwei had grasped the pricing power of digital exchanges. Once Longwei's exchange started mass production, it could quickly seize the domestic exchange market at a low price. The significance extended far beyond that. A Longwei could also launch a counteroffensive against the foreign exchange market with a cost-effective product. Historically, Longwei officially entered the international market after developing the programmable digital exchange, becoming a technology communications company rooted in the global market. You all have done exceptionally well. Investing in Longwei is the most correct decision I have ever made. According to Wang Zilong's plan, while Longwei seized the domestic market, the next step would be to launch an assault on the Hong Kong market. With the help of the Wang family, they would thoroughly take it down, and Longwei would become the largest exchange manufacturer in Asia in the shortest time. The next step would be to invest all the profits into the research and development of 3G communications. In the late 1990s, a foreign 3G began to emerge, and Qualcomm abandoned its mobile phone business to promote its 3G technology, thus establishing itself as a giant in communication patents. Wang Zilong felt that Longwei had managed to avoid many detours this time, and there was no reason to lag behind international giants in terms of RD progress. General Ren, unaware of Wang Zilong's thoughts, continued to report on the RD progress of Zheng Duobao and others. At the end of his report, General Ren paused. General Wang, there's one more thing I need to tell you. What is it? General Ren said meaningfully. Academician and I might be expelled from Lianxiang by General Liu. What's going on with this? In Wang Zilong's memory, it seemed that Academician and I still had a few years before he would be expelled from Lianxiang. Just yesterday, Academician and I contacted Zheng Duobao. The two had been researching in the same field and frequently exchanged ideas. But this time, Academician and I spoke to Xiao Zheng with many words of care and encouragement, appearing extremely downcast. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that all of Academician NI's research work in M was put on hold, and someone from sales was brought in to oversee the RD room. With all work halted and a salesperson managing RD, it was more than just being sidelined. It was essentially an attempt to push Academician and I to resign voluntarily. Wang Zilong couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. This matter was not unrelated to his previous actions with Zhao Dikhan. If it weren't for DeLong's intense pressure on Lianxiang, General Liu wouldn't have hurriedly resorted to such a tactic. However, this news was a good one for Wang Zilong. Academician and I was a strategic-minded RD expert who had repeatedly urged the country to focus on independent research and development of chips and semiconductors. The reason why foreign countries impose strict regulations on the chip and semiconductor industry is primarily due to national security concerns. All high-tech weapons rely on electronic guidance. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong said to General Ren, Engineer Zheng has made significant contributions to the development of the digital exchange. I am willing to grant him and the relevant RD personnel a cash reward of 1 million. I hope this reward can become a fixed award selected by our board of directors. General Rin naturally responded positively to this. He had similar thoughts. However, he was no longer a major shareholder and thus found it inappropriate to propose a reward. Before General Rin could respond, Wang Zilong continued, "However, I hope that Zheng Duobao can help me with a favor." General Rin thought he misheard. "Wait, a favor? Haha, what I mean is to have Xiao Zheng bring Academician and I to Long Wei so that we can develop— Oh, I see. General Wang, you are truly humorous. Let's leave this matter to Xiao Zheng. If Academician and I hears that we have developed a digital exchange, he will undoubtedly feel gratified and will seriously consider this matter. Academician and I has indeed been feeling somewhat anxious lately. His research work at Lianxiang has come to a complete standstill. An unexpected supervisor has been placed in the research room, making all the researchers uneasy. Chief Engineer and I, we were all brought in by you, but you are most aware of the current situation in the research room. We all hope to speak a few fair words, otherwise we cannot continue with our work." Looking at the backs of the students, Academician and I couldn't help but sigh. When General Liu and his team persuaded him to join the Computing Institute, the predecessor of Lianxiang, they were very sincere, assuring him that all his research would be turned into products. In this regard, General Liu indeed delivered, but at that time the Computing Institute was completely impoverished, and General Liu had just let the company be swindled out of hundreds of thousands precisely when they needed products. Now that Lianxiang has gotten back on track with the sales of Lianxiang Han cards, and has even acquired a computer assembly company in Gongqing, everything seems to be progressing, yet he has become an obstacle in General Liu's vision for the company's development. However, he firmly believes that Lianxiang is not solely General Liu's company, and that General Liu is not the founder. The first president and general manager were not General Liu, and he cannot dictate what kind of company Lianxiang will become in the future. This company has always relied on the background of the Lonka Institute of Computer Science. Theoretically, it is a state-owned unit, and should bear more social responsibility rather than solely pursuing profit. This has already betrayed the original intention of the company's founding. But who would want to hear such words? Only with Lianxiang's profitability and growth will the investments from the institute yield results. Although there are indeed many people in the company who support him, they are merely a small portion. The entire management of the company now operates with a business mindset, and defeating DeLong is currently their top priority. As for other matters, they should be considered only after achieving this overarching goal. He really wanted to discuss this matter further with General Liu to avoid reaching today's impasse. Just as he was contemplating how to approach General Liu, he heard some terrible news. Just now, Lianxiang held a significant internal meeting. The Lianxiang Board of Directors naturally announced the termination of all his positions. It is said that during the meeting, General Liu was tearful, expressing gratitude for Academician NI's contributions to Lianxiang, thanking him for his efforts, but never once mentioned keeping Academician NI on board. He just kept lamenting that Chief Engineer NI could no longer complete the upcoming research work, which did not align with Lianxiang's future planning. Academician NI, this is a severance fee of 5 million that the group offers to thank you for your contributions to Lianxiang. Please be sure to accept it. Perhaps feeling too ashamed to face Academician NI, General Liu sent the HR supervisor to deliver the 5 million compensation. Academician NI didn't even glance at the bank card handed over by the HR supervisor. He felt that this was an insult to him. If he truly wanted to make money, his patents would have already made him a millionaire. What Academician NI couldn't let go of was still the matter of the chips. Lianxiang also holds many beautiful memories of his struggles. With a cold face, he said, "Let the group keep this money. I only have one request: to reinvest this money into research." The HR supervisor, who had hit a wall, left the Lonka Institute in utter confusion. Academician NI sat in front of the computer stunned for several minutes, until someone knocked on his office door. Academician NI, "Professor Zheng, you came. Why didn't you notify?" "Haha, I have good news to share with you." Seeing Zheng Duobao so excited, Academician NI could only suppress the grievance in his heart and smiled. "What good news? You haven't already developed the programmable digital switch, have you?" You guessed it right. Our team at Lonka has overcome numerous difficulties and recently successfully passed the test for the independently developed switch, whose performance fully meets international standards. Academician NI felt a bit elated. He temporarily forgot the troubles in his heart and patted Zheng Duobao's shoulder vigorously. "That's great. What wonderful news. Sit down and tell me all about it. How does the performance stack up, and do you have confidence to compete with the foreign giants?" "Of course we have confidence. I came here to—" As Zheng Duobao sat down, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the document on Academician NI's desk. It was the notice of Lianxiang terminating Academician NI's employment. Termination? Zheng Duobao was suddenly alarmed. "Lianxiang has terminated you." Zheng Duobao was incredibly surprised. Academician NI is a master in the field of computer science, and his contributions to Lianxiang are evident. One could say that without Chief Engineer NI, Lianxiang wouldn't be where it is today. Now Academician NI, in the prime of his career, has received a termination letter from Lianxiang. Academician NI did not want Zheng Duobao to worry about his situation, so he quickly put the document into the drawer. "Duobao, let's talk about something more pleasant. I wouldn't want others to know about this matter. Being terminated is a tremendous insult for an academician from Longhua. Zheng Duobao could sense how awkward Academician and I was at this moment. Academician and I once again changed the subject and asked, what did you say you came here for? Our boss General Wang heard that you were treated unfairly at Lianxiang, so he sent me as a mediator to invite you to join the Chip Research and Development Department of Longwei. Longwei plans to develop chips. Academician and I had no interest in matters of treatment, but when it came to chips his dimmed eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, there is such a plan. General Wang intends to invest in a collaboration with Xiamen University, Shenzhen University, and Gangxing University to establish a chip design center and develop integrated circuit chips together. In this regard, Wang Zilong was not merely putting on a facade. He had donated tens of millions to several universities to support them in establishing relevant research subjects. General Wang hopes that you will lead the entire team. To be honest, Academician and I was already tempted. He understood the importance of chips to the electronics industry of Longhua, and only such significant financial investment could keep them competitive in this field. Regarding the salary, General Wang assures you it will be no less than. Before Zheng Duobao could finish his sentence, Academician and I firmly said, all right, I accept General Wang's invitation. What? You just agreed like that? Due to President Ren constantly emphasizing the importance of this trip to Zheng Duobao, he had come here with a heavy burden, never expecting Academician and I to be so agreeable. Haha, when I was working on the Switch project at Lianxiang, I had a similar idea. General Wang's approach to collaborating with universities aligns perfectly with my thoughts. He is willing to invest in research, so what is there for me to hesitate about? Perhaps it was President Liu's attitude that made Academician and I feel extremely disheartened, prompting him to switch sides without any psychological burden. All right, shall we set a date to join Longwei? Why set a date? There's no better time than now, but let's head to Shenzhen. Academician and I was eager to dive into the chip industry. After quickly packing a few clothes at home, he took a flight with Zheng Duobao to Shenzhen. A week later, Longwei held a simple press conference. The park invited numerous authoritative journalists to attend. Shenzhen Technology Park suddenly became bustling with activity. Longwei was well known throughout the park because the team was very dedicated. Sometimes the lights on the top floor would stay on all night. This led other company executives to often use this as a benchmark to motivate their own employees. However, once they learned about the salaries offered to ordinary RD staff at Longwei, they fell silent. In recent days, this company had become increasingly outrageous, with cheers and sounds of jubilation echoing late into the night. Those who didn't know might think it was a pyramid scheme. It was only today that they learned the project Longwei had been developing had achieved significant results. Almost everyone in the park knew that Longwei was working on switches. Some began to wonder if Longwei had developed the 48-port analog switch widely used abroad. With a mindset to watch the excitement, many people arrived at the scene of Longwei's press conference. Longwei presented each attending journalist and guest with a small gift. Inside the exquisite gift box was a lighter with Longwei's driving machine written on the front and congratulations on the successful development of the programmable switch on the back. Many were still unaware of its significance until a knowledgeable journalist from a foreign media outlet exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The crowd turned to him with puzzled looks. This Canadian journalist stood up incredulous and asked the general manager, who was ready to speak, "Has your company developed the most advanced programmable digital switch?" The general manager nodded proudly and picked up the microphone. "Yes, we have indeed completed the development of the programmable switch and passed the tests meeting international standards." The Canadian journalist was even more astonished. He was familiar with switches because he had previously interviewed people from American telephone switch companies. He clearly remembered that some major cities in America were promoting this type of switch comprehensively, yet here in the closed and underdeveloped Longhua, a private company claimed they had mastered switch technology that Europe had not fully popularized. Was it mere bravado, or was there truth to it? From the expression of this foreign journalist, the attendees sensed something was amiss. Could it be that Longwei had truly developed some remarkable high-tech? A wave of discussions erupted among the crowd as the Canadian journalist began to educate some of the foreign reporters about programmable digital switch technology. After hearing his explanation and astonishment, the expressions of the foreign media reporters, when looking at the general manager, changed instantly. They realized the gravity of the situation and couldn't help but stand up to attempt to interview the general manager. "Mr. Ren, may I ask, was what you just stated truly factual or merely sensational exaggeration designed to attract attention? Are you prepared to stand by your words?" Foreign correspondents could scarcely believe that in Longhua, a nation long perceived as closed and insular, such cutting-edge technology, still not yet fully deployed across Europe and North America, had been independently developed. Other companies within the park began murmuring among themselves. Many eagerly awaited Longwei's public embarrassment. Among them were local agents of foreign tech conglomerates, or even professional managers directly employed by overseas capital. Instinctively, they assumed Chairman Ren was boasting. They believed Longwei must have merely engineered a high-digit analog switchboard, truly surpassing Western technology. That seemed implausible. If it were truly so simple, Shenzhen's high-tech park would long since be teeming with state-owned enterprises. Not the current reality, not a single major player, only a handful of minor ones. Everyone present presumed Chairman Rin was staging a publicity stunt, polishing his company's image. Yet Longwei's leadership had anticipated this moment for years, patiently awaiting the chance to prove before the world's cameras the power of Madian Longwei innovation. Chairman Rin nodded toward Zheng Duobao, who stood poised and ready. Under the watchful gaze of international journalists and Xinjiang's domestic media, Zheng Duobao and his team of engineers sprang into action. They wheeled forward a sturdy metal cabinet. This is our LW1 programmable digital switching system. It possesses all standard switching functionalities, establishing connections between local subscribers, interfacing with remote user concentrators, and subordinate controlled exchanges, both internal and external to the central office. Reporters immediately trained their lenses on Longwei's switchboard. Before the assembled crowd, Zheng Duobao conducted a live simulation, especially demonstrating the unique capabilities exclusive to programmable digital switching systems. Though unfamiliar with technical intricacies, the foreign journalists recognized these simulations had passed rigorous verification. Could it be true that Longwei had genuinely mastered programmable digital switching technology? Meanwhile, the park's professional managers, listening intently to Zheng Duobao's explanation, realized this switchboard not only vastly outperformed existing domestic models in efficiency, but also undercut foreign counterparts significantly in cost. They suddenly grasped that Longwei had unlocked a veritable key to wealth. Once deployed, it would swiftly dominate China's domestic switching market. As the audience lingered in stunned silence, Chairman Ren reclaimed the floor. Today, we are profoundly honored to welcome leaders from Xinjiang Telecommunications Company who have graced us with their presence. A dignified official with a square jaw stepped forward. Our bureau fully endorses Longwei's patented digital switching technology. This breakthrough substantially advances our national communications infrastructure. Longwei now possesses its own programmable switching system. Just as his lengthy remarks threatened to lull the audience into drowsiness, he suddenly raised his voice to announce, Xinjiang Telecommunications Company hereby formally establishes an in-depth strategic partnership with Longwei and will significantly increase procurement of its switching systems. A collective jolt ran through the room. That final sentence was the crux. The decisive affirmation: Xinjiang Telecommunications would purchase Longwei's newly developed programmable digital switchboards. What do investors from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan value most when entering Xinjiang? Beyond transportation and accommodation, nothing surpasses reliable telecommunications, enhancing communication efficiency and shrinking distances between people. Switching systems lie at the very heart of telecommunications. Adopting advanced technologies is therefore imperative. Should Xinjiang replace its entire network with Longwei's programmable switches, how colossal would that order be? They suddenly realized Longwei had been holding back a masterstroke, not only achieving RD success, but already reaping substantial profits. The Xinjiang Telecommunications Bureau was merely the beginning. Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou would inevitably follow suit. Why opt for expensive, outdated foreign technology when superior, cost-effective domestic alternatives exist? A subtle ripple of unease stirred among the park's professional managers. That day, Longwei delivered a profound lesson. When Longwei's people commit focused effort to emerging technologies, they can break through the technological monopolies long held by global powers. Sustained applause erupted across the park, a tribute due to bold pioneers. Most elated were the young engineers who had boldly joined Longwei. Men long labeled oddities within this, they never felt alone. They knew their work carried extraordinary significance. Now at last triumph had arrived, pride and self-assurance radiant upon every face. Local Xinjiang reporters clapped until their hands ached, yet still could not resist applauding. As journalists covering an economic special zone, they had personally witnessed Xinjiang's economy undergoing a breathtaking transformation, from nascent beginnings to soaring ascent. Yet they remained acutely aware of the city's enduring gap with world-class metropolises. Every advanced technology introduced thus far had originated abroad. One Sino-foreign joint venture after another rose skyward, a constant silent reminder of technology's pivotal role. Now Xinjiang's Science and Technology Park had nurtured a private sector tech enterprise, one mastering communications technology on par with the West. How could they possibly remain unmoved? Mr. Rin wore a benevolent smile, for today marked the happiest day since the inception of his entrepreneurial journey. He gestured for everyone to quiet down and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have one more thing to announce." The venue fell silent again as they anticipated what grand announcement Mr. Rin would make next. We have invited academician Ni Guangyan from the Computer Research Institute of Lonka to serve as the chief technical director of our new chip design project. The scene erupted in excitement. They had just heard something remarkable. Longwei had achieved significant breakthroughs in digital switches and was now embarking on chip development. Mr. Rin paused briefly before continuing. We have established collaborations with multiple research labs from universities such as Xiamen University and Gangxing University, and with academician and I leading us, we will make a push into high-end chip technology. The announcement of so many universities collaborating had a profound impact on everyone present. They all realized that Longwei was serious about making strides in chip development. Amidst a round of applause, academician Ni made a grand entrance. The employees of Longwei welcomed him with enthusiastic applause. This was an academician from Lonka, a technical expert who could invigorate the company. With him on board, Longwei would become even more formidable. Academician Ni bowed to express his gratitude and then picked up the microphone saying, "To be honest, just before this press conference started, I was still worried about not being able to achieve noteworthy accomplishments in the field of chips. However, the hardships faced by Longwei in developing switches inspired me. No matter how challenging it may be, a towering building rises from the ground. As long as we do not give up, we will eventually." The journalist from Shunxing nodded in agreement. The outcome was not what mattered, but the process of bravely chasing after foreign technology. This unwavering tenacity alone was worthy of recognition from the domestic media. Those who mock are merely individuals who cannot bear to see their own country succeed. Before Longwei developed the programmable switch, who would have thought this quietly advancing company could create miracles? They failed to reflect on why only Longwei was able to develop the programmable switch, instead criticizing those who strive forward. The local journalists from Shunxing decided to write some stories about Longwei, to let the entire nation know that there is a company that has not given up on research and has successfully turned the tide through new technology. After academician Ni finished speaking, Mr. Rin took the microphone. Everyone immediately held their breath, for Mr. Rin seldom indulged in idle chatter. Whenever he picked up the microphone, there were significant matters to announce. Mr. Rin did not disappoint the reporters present and said with a smile, "We are developing chip designs to serve domestic electronics companies, and we hope like-minded companies will join us." After expressing this intention to Mr. Zhao, the CEO of DeLong Technology, they also felt the same way. In addition to successfully sharing some technologies, they also invested a whopping 50 million in chip design and development. The initial funding for chip design and development from our two companies will reach 100 million long coins, with a total estimated investment of 1 billion within 5 years. 1 billion is a substantial amount in any era. Local reporters and foreign media began to discuss amongst themselves. The foreign media reporters sensed the determination of Longwei and DeLong in chip development. They wanted to ridicule the people of Longwa for their self-reliance, but upon remembering Longwei's recent technological breakthroughs, they found themselves at a loss for words. The next day, the Shunxing Special Zone Daily published an article in its main section titled, "China is Achieving Great Things, Shunxing is Honored." The article detailed Longwei's breakthroughs in programmable digital switches, recounting the company's tragic plight when partners withdrew their investments and foreign firms canceled their agency contracts. Longwei has accumulated its strength and quietly researched for 2 years, finally making significant breakthroughs in digital switches. Mr. Rin stated that Longwei will allocate 80 of its profits to the research and development of chips and communication technology, 15 to improve employee welfare, and the remaining 5 for public welfare. If the promises made by the other party can be realized, Longwei will undoubtedly become a great company in the future. The accompanying image featured Mr. Rin, academician Ni, Mr. Zhao Dikun, and Mr. Zheng Duobao. The official daily also provided a segment evaluating Longwei's research and development of digital switches and its collaboration with the two companies for independent chip development, stating, "Private enterprises in Longwa are breaking through the technological blockade of the West with a burning boat spirit. I believe these enterprises at the forefront of technology will become the backbone of the Chinese nation in the future." Lonka and the relevant departments have also placed great importance on the research and development of Longwei and DeLong, providing not only human resources, but also corresponding policy support. Many people learned for the first time that there are two companies in Longwa striving for independent research and development. Meanwhile, Mr. Liu, upon seeing the photograph of academician Ni with the other two bosses, erupted in anger in his office. Looking at the newspaper's praise for the 3 men, he felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety, as if every word was a slap to his face. Academician Ni's joining of Longwei's chip design and development team left him feeling utterly powerless, as if he had been robbed of love. General Liu erupted in fury, and no one in the room dared to breathe. His words left a group of executives feeling anxious, recalling the fate of Chief Engineer Ni, which was still fresh in their minds. They lacked Ni's resilience and were filled with dread. At that moment, the head of the External Affairs Business Department suddenly spoke up. "General Liu, as far as I know, our biggest competitor DeLong and the recently rising Longwei share the same behind-the-scenes investor, Li Jiaxin Group." The crowd immediately began to murmur. Li Jiaxin Group was a capital giant with a reputation in Asia, and General Liu's gaze sharpened. He finally understood why he had been thwarted by DeLong time and again. With such a large group backing them, how could they possibly compete with DeLong and Longwei? Someone asked the head of External Affairs, "Is it true that Li Jiaxin Group is interested in these two small tech companies?" Others echoed the same question. Since Li Jiaxin Group was not publicly listed, no one knew its profitability, but that did not diminish its grand image in the eyes of the public. It was a colossal group with capital exceeding several $billion. If Li Jiaxin Group wanted a computer company, it could easily purchase any major computer giant in the United States. Why would it be interested in a newly established computer company? The same went for simulators. There were numerous companies in the West controlling digital switching technology. If Li Jiaxin Group truly wanted to profit from the switching industry, monopolizing the entire sector would be a simple task. Yet General Liu firmly stated, this information is indisputable. Do not forget that Li Jiaxin Group is the Asian distributor for Compaq. The fact that DeLong managed to defeat us to gain the agency in Longhua is proof enough. The head of external affairs nodded in agreement. This information was relayed to me by someone from the Ross Family Foundation, which is also a major shareholder in Compaq. I believe they would not make such a frivolous joke. The executives present began to discuss among themselves. Initially unaware of DeLong's hidden owner, they had thought their own company had the strength to contend. However, upon learning that the behind-the-scenes investor was Li Jiaxin, any remaining confidence they had quickly evaporated. What can we do? No wonder DeLong and Longwei have so much funding to establish numerous RD teams. It turns out they have the financial backing of Li Jiaxin Group. Indeed, even if we are capable, we are no match for Li Jiaxin Group. They could crush us with a mere finger. A wave of panic spread among the executives of Lianxiang. General Liu was also lost and thought his fear was no less than that of the others present. In a short time, Li Jiaxin Group had woven an insurmountable net around him. He felt like a prey targeted by a predator with no escape route in sight. As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He prided himself on being a formidable force, but couldn't even defeat DeLong, let alone compete with the Li Jiaxin Group behind it. What should he do? What to do? Should he just wait for death? A bold idea suddenly sprang up in his mind. No, Lianxiang still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. He asked the head of external affairs sharply, "Are you saying this information was disclosed to you by someone from the Ross Family Foundation?" Faced with the inquiry, the external affairs head felt the pressure mounting and quickly replied, "Yes, we met at a high-level business exchange recently, and they expressed great sympathy for our current situation." Sympathy? General Liu's eyes sparkled with a frightening light. Under what circumstances would one receive sympathy from the other party? This indicated that the Ross family was aligned with Lianxiang in the competition against DeLong, and one could even say there were certain contradictions between the Ross family and Li Jiaxin Group. Embracing the idea that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, General Liu said, "You must have their contact information. Contact them immediately and tell them we Lianxiang need the support of the Ross family." Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of reassurance. While Lianxiang was certainly no match for Li Jiaxin Group, the Ross family was a financial giant that had thrived in Europe and America for centuries. No matter how powerful Li Jiaxin Group was in front of the Ross family, it was merely a thoroughly nouveau riche. General Liu felt he had seen through everything. This was a commercial competition between the old powers and the emerging forces, and both sides were bound to clash. Lianxiang aimed to leverage the situation, gaining much with no risk involved. Meanwhile, a call for help had reached the Ross Family Foundation from Lianxiang. "Oh, so Lianxiang has taken the bait. I thought it would take more effort than this." Lianxiang has already been scared out of their wits. "Young master, this is a great opportunity for us to enter the Longwood tech market. We can take advantage of Lianxiang to harvest a good profit." The Roth Family Foundation and Lianxiang were a perfect match. Dodd even personally traveled to the mainland for this investment. The official departments also attach great importance to this, and most of the investors coming to the mainland are mainly businessmen from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. With the substantial influence of the Roth family, they naturally hope to facilitate this matter. To attract more foreign capital to invest in Longhua, Dodd received a warm welcome from the official departments, and President Liu appeared particularly pleased. In the eyes of this renowned member of a prestigious family, this place was merely a backward and uncivilized land. The warm reception from the investment department seemed to him a mere act of flattery. In fact, he was not very eager about investing in Lianxiang and could not understand why Wang Zilong was so keen on investing in the mainland. His actions today were entirely aimed at countering the Wang family's expansion. After observing Lianxiang's company and production facility with a scrutinizing and critical gaze, he gained a deeper understanding of Lianxiang's technological backwardness. As a shareholder of Compaq, he had inspected Compaq and major computer companies within the beautiful nation more than once. What Lianxiang presented was worlds apart from the giants in the beautiful nation. He did not even expect Lianxiang to bring him any surprises in the future. President Liu also noticed the change in Dodd's expression. This young mogul appeared amiable on the surface, but was in fact very picky. He wanted to say something to win back Dodd's favor, but was preempted by the latter. "The urgent issue your company needs to resolve is to launch a product that is reasonably priced, performs excellently, and is of an independent brand. Our Roth family can help solve all the problems. We can provide funding and resources, but what can your company offer me in return?" President Liu was a smart man and immediately understood Dodd's concerns. He whispered to Dodd's translator, "We are willing to give up 30 of the shares and 40 of the voting rights." The director of the Computer Institute is President Liu, and he is also the company's president, which means he holds absolute power in Lianxiang. The 40 voting rights are his concession of power, sacrificing the interests of the Lonka Institute of Computer Science. He is also diluting the equity of the Computer Institute step by step in this manner, gradually undermining it in conjunction with the executives. Hearing this, Dodd nodded. He was aiming for the company's future to go public, and at that time his voting rights would become crucial. At the very least, for President Liu to secure his position, he must heed his opinions thoroughly. Very well, our Roth family is willing to invest $1.5 billion to help Lianxiang create a new product of its independent brand. Upon hearing this figure, President Liu's eyes lit up. According to his in-depth investigations, the total investment DeLong and Longwei received from Wang Zilong was only about 1 or 2 billion Long coins. With this money, even if they united, what could they use to compete with him? Currently, the domestic market generally believes that research and development is not as good as direct purchase, and purchase is not as good as leasing. President Liu felt that with this money, they could immediately create a product far more powerful than Pifu. They could even launch an assault on the laptop market dominated by DeLong. Do you know how to spend this money? Of course, our goal is to make DeLong technology have no way out to withdraw from the mainland market. For this, we are willing to spend a bit more money. God, what you need to do is spend money to seize time and market share, ensuring that DeLong's research and development can never keep pace with you. As long as you persist, DeLong will undoubtedly fall. In Dodd's view, even if Wang Zilong and DeLong worked hard, the speed of research and development by Longwa people could never match the pace of the foreign market. As long as Lianxiang maintained a stable market, it would eventually lead to DeLong's bankruptcy. I will not disappoint you. Dodd was quite satisfied with President Liu personally. He was smart, greedy, and unwilling to be subordinate. As long as sufficient benefits were given, he could sell his soul to the devil. He wanted to use President Liu to teach Wang Zilong a lesson, showing him how real capital lays out the market. With this thought, Dodd couldn't help but reveal a proud smile. Not long after, with the assistance of the Roth family, Lianxiang launched its new product. The Shenxi is our Liangxiang's independently developed brand product. This personal computer boasts the most advanced performance available today, yet its price is only 2/3 that of overseas competitors. The audience erupted in an uproar, and someone shouted about the rise of a national computer brand, prompting others to. As an independent brand, the performance of Shenxi far surpasses that of Pifu, and its price is only 2,999 yuan higher, which is truly astonishing. The media, well managed by public relations, praised Shenxi as the king of national brands, asserting that domestic products have risen to possess first-rate performance on par with overseas. In contrast, Wang Zilong and Zhao Dikun scoffed at this. The Shenxi's components, from the main chassis to every electronic part inside, are all foreign brands. How can this be called an independent brand? It's just an assembly company. Regarding the formidable Shenxi, Wang Zilong remained relatively calm. Computers are still a novelty for the domestic populace. The primary clients are large enterprises and conglomerates in the country, such as banks and financial institutions. These groups are quite pragmatic. Requiring such high-performance computers would be akin to Lu Bu riding a dirt dog, an excess of performance. Thus, Wang Zilong felt that General Liu was acting out of desperation. It would be a wonder if the Divine Machine could be a bestseller. Analyzing it this way, Zhao Dikun also wanted to grab a stool to watch General Liu's joke unfold. As for the clown-like duo, he knew they would soon stop laughing. Just recently, a significant event occurred in Eastern Europe. The Great Goose collapsed under both internal and external pressures. The international situation underwent tremendous changes as a result. Following this, the production of oil by Bear Big gradually decreased. Coupled with the economic rise of various Asian countries and the proliferation of private cars, oil prices would soar like a wild horse running free. Due to the split of the Great Goose, the Dragon Kingdom lost its largest foreign trade partner and had to further open its trade. To attract investors from Hong Kong and Taiwan in 1993, the Dragon currency was actively devalued. Seeing the exchange rate of Dragon currency compared to the US dollar at 8.61871, Duo Des eyelids twitched. Even he, who rarely curses, couldn't help but let out a swear word. Fuck. It should be noted that before the Dragon currency's active devaluation, the exchange rate was still maintained at 4.71. His investment of $150 million had depreciated by nearly half in just 6 months. $150 million is no small amount. If he had waited a few more months, he could have saved at least $70 million. Thinking of this, he felt even more pain in his heart. What disgusted him further was that the Divine Machine was a complete failure. Under the heavy promotion from Lianxiang, only a little over 1,000 units were sold in 5 months. They hadn't even recouped the promotional costs spent. It can be said that the Divine Machine was a highly unsuccessful attempt, failing to impact the sales volume significantly and leaving Duo De feeling quite nauseated. The only good news was that the national brand Lianxiang had made a deep impression during this promotional period, and in the future some local official purchases would first think of Lianxiang. Just as Duo De was contemplating the future, suddenly an assistant knocked on the door of his office. "Come in. Young master, you asked me to keep an eye on a matter, and there is new information." Duo De perked up immediately upon hearing this. The only news that could pique his interest was about his old rival Wang Zilong. "Speak quickly." The Lilian Group has issued an announcement that they will vigorously expand into the mainland real estate industry with a total investment reaching $10 billion. Hearing this figure, Duo De couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. $10 billion is also an astronomical figure for him, as most of his funds come from the family foundation. Is Wang Zilong crazy donating $100 billion? The foreign exchange reserves of the Dragon Kingdom are only about $20 billion. However, Duo De was well aware that the $20 billion in foreign exchange reserves would soon be a thing of the past. The active devaluation of the dragon currency was a significant boon for foreign capital. The Dragon Kingdom's foreign exchange reserves would surely increase significantly this year, possibly even doubling. Nevertheless, he still believed this was a very unwise move. In the eyes of old money investors from Europe and America, investing in the Dragon Kingdom offers no guarantees, much like Dragon Kingdom merchants investing in India. The impact of this news was unprecedented. Major provinces in the country were hoping that the god of wealth, the Li Jiaxin group, would settle in. The fastest mover was the mayor of Deep City, who had previously made an agreement with the Li Jiaxin group that if the first subway was built on Shin Southeast Road, the Li Jiaxin group would invest in constructing Asia's tallest 100-story building. The fastest mover was the mayor of Deep City, who had previously made an agreement with the Li Jiaxin group that if the first subway was built on Shin Southeast Road. The mayor smiled at Wang Zilong and said, "You truly have a sharp eye? The land you purchased a few years ago has now appreciated several times in value. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the king of land in Deep City." Wang Zilong, having gained from this, naturally would not play coy. The land he had pre-purchased had fetched an unprecedented price in history due to its excellent location. He smiled and said, "Once the Li Jiaxin Tower is completed, it will undoubtedly become the best business card for Deep City, and the surrounding area will also develop alongside it." Hearing this, the mayor couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the way here, he was worried that boss Wang might suddenly change his mind and delay construction. For profit-seeking businessmen, this is not an impossible scenario. Investing $1 billion in construction surely cannot compete with the speed of profit from land speculation. In this regard, Wang Zilong has proven to be a man of his word. Rest assured, our Li Jiaxin Construction Company will immediately dispatch the most professional team to commence the construction for the Li Jiaxin Group, striving to complete Asia's largest building within 2 years, becoming a new landmark for Deep City. The mayor was quite reassured about Wang Zilong's promise. He had come from afar and had another matter to discuss with Wang Zilong. "Did you increase your investment in Longwei?" "Indeed, and we must thank your side for the continued support of..." Wang Zilong wasn't being polite. Longwei's rapid development was inseparable from the mayor's strong support, as many of Longwei's projects were listed as national support projects, including the research and development cooperation with universities, all facilitated by the Shun City Technology Park and the municipal government. Upon mentioning this, the mayor of Shin City couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "We in Shin City have felt the power of cutting-edge technology. The Longwei is becoming a model for local technology companies, and the city plans to use this as a new breakthrough point to invest heavily in innovative technology." This mayor was also an old hand in the game. After going around in circles, it ultimately came down to money. What is most essential for supporting self-research technology enterprises? Of course, it's funding, and the Li Jiaxin Group is not lacking in money. Are you suggesting that I donate some money to Shun City's technological endeavors? Wang Zilong was no stranger to this. Establishing good relations with the authorities, the most straightforward way was indeed through donations. For instance, if the authorities need to hold a gala, wouldn't you, as a local large enterprise, have to contribute both money and effort? By contributing, not only do you gain goodwill, but you also obtain a reputation for being generous in supporting public events. Similarly, now Shin City wants to support local technology enterprises. Li Jiaxin Group could contribute a sum of money to establish a fund with the authorities, which Wang Zilong saw no major issue with. If Li Jiaxin Group does not provide the funds, many enterprises would be willing to contribute. Yet the mayor kept shaking. "Mr. Wang, you misunderstood me. What I mean is that Li Jiaxin Group collaborates with us to establish a technology foundation, investing in and acquiring stakes in local technology enterprises facing financial difficulties." The mayor realized that Li Jiaxin Group genuinely wanted to carve out a share in the switch chip and communications market. They would not spend so much money on R&D for Longwei without a return, as they could simply buy in directly. However, Wang Zilong did not do that. Instead, he invested significant amounts of real money into R&D for Longwei. Longwei had just opened the domestic switch market and was only beginning to make profits when Wang Zilong took out an even larger sum to fund the communications and chip R&D. This attitude left a group of officials in Shin City astonished. Are there really capitalists who do not seek profit? They had interacted with many businessmen from Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, but what businesses did they invest in? Ports, real estate, energy, whatever is highly profitable and quick to return, they invested in. Only the peculiar Li Jiaxin Group spent so much money supporting Longwei's R&D and even proclaimed the slogan of striving to achieve success. Upon first meeting Wang Zilong, the mayor thought of him as merely an ambitious real estate developer, but now Wang had elevated in the mayor's mind to several higher realms. Thus, the aforementioned collaboration and investment discussions emerged. Wang Zilong contemplated that Shin City was indeed a concentration area for computer communication and other electronic manufacturing enterprises, and integrating these enterprises into the Li Yuan Group system was truly an opportunity worth pursuing. All right, I will invest $200 million to establish the Shun City Technology R&D Fund. As long as there are individuals willing to venture into the high-tech field, Li Yuan Group is willing to provide generous startup funding. Hearing this, the mayor's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but flatter Wang Zilong. Mr. Wang, this idea of yours is excellent. Many national-level researchers want to start their own businesses, but struggle with initial capital. Without fixed assets, it is difficult for banks to lend them money. With this startup fund, I believe more people will engage in technological entrepreneurship. What Wang Zilong did not know was that his action would give birth to a company that would rank among the top 200 in the world and several top 500 enterprises in Longhua. Mr. Wang, may I ask what your purpose is in investing $1 billion? Is there a political factor behind it? Wang Zilong originally did not intend to accept an interview from the media. However, the words of the reporter from Beautiful Nation halted his steps. Due to the collapse of the Great Goose, some people in Beautiful Nation were stirring, and an expert on diplomatic policy from Philadelphia published an article. The awakening Oriental Dragon, the real threat to Asia comes from Longhua. Suddenly, the theory of the threat from Longhua surged along the eastern coast of the Pacific, and the article's author gained considerable fame. Since 1989, Western European countries, led by Beautiful Nation, have interrupted the export of military technology and weaponry to China. Against this backdrop, such a question from the other party is utterly reprehensible. They'll make it very clear, I am a genuine businessman. Longhua is a country undergoing vigorous reform and opening up a vast blue ocean yet to be explored. Every penny invested by Li Hong Group will yield thousands of times in returns in the future. I not only want to invest myself, but also advocate for all major global institutions to invest in Longhua. After finishing, Wang Zilong did not wait for further questions, and under the escort of his bodyguards, he entered the Rolls-Royce. His words sparked a strong reaction in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. At least the people recognized Wang Zilong's statements, as the mainland market remained a blue ocean with hundreds of millions of labor force backed by a market of over $1 billion. Now the proactive devaluation of Long coin expresses their sincerity in attracting investments. The Wang family was the first to respond to the call. The three major groups, Li Hao, Li Han, and Li Sin, held press conferences announcing substantial investments to enter the mainland market. The total disclosed investment from the four Wang family groups reached an astounding $15 billion. The Hua family in the port city and the four major families all expressed their stance to enter the mainland real estate industry. Other Chinese businessmen also made either direct or subtle responses. This led to unprecedented prosperity in the real estate market of first-tier cities in the mainland. Meanwhile, Wang Zilong, invited by the Minister of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation, arrived in Pudong. In 1990, the national decision was made to develop Pudong. In 1992, the Pudong New Area was officially established. Standing on the bund of Pudong, Wang Zilong could vaguely see the towering New Shanghai. The minister pointed to a vast expanse of empty land in the distance and said, "We plan to gather the strength of multiple state-owned enterprises to invest 5 billion Long coins to build a skyscraper here. In February, the Jinmao Tower project will start global bidding, and we will provide certain subsidies for unsuccessful bids." Wang Zilong was aware of the bidding for the Jinmao Tower. He had his Li Hong Group's design team find the architectural master I.M. Pei, and for this bidding, Li Hong Group was determined to succeed. Before May, Li Hong Group will submit the design proposal for the Jinmao Tower. The minister nodded, honestly acknowledging that he appreciated Li Hong Group's proactive investment participation. However, the Jinmao Tower bidding attracted many large foreign companies, including those from Beautiful Nation and Sakura, which had extensive experience in skyscraper construction, making Li Hong Group's qualifications seem somewhat thin. Thinking of this, he shifted the topic. "Are you interested in purchasing the land adjacent to the Jinmao Tower?" "Yes, I plan to build a skyscraper over 600 meters tall." Hearing this, the minister couldn't help but gasp. A height of over 600 meters would surpass the Li Hong Tower currently under construction in Xinjiang. Wouldn't constructing a 600-meter skyscraper incur costs far exceeding those of the Jinmao Tower? Wang Zilong did not disappoint him, responding with a calm demeanor. The total investment is estimated to reach $700 million. The minister's mind became active. If there were two towering skyscrapers on the bund in Pudong, wouldn't his original vision of transforming the Magic City into Longhua's economic, financial, and trade window to the world advance significantly? However, he quickly noticed something amiss. "Mr. Wang, you said a 600-meter tall skyscraper would have a total investment of $700 million. This number doesn't add up. How could it be lower than the budget for the Jinmao Tower, which is over 400 meters tall?" Wang Zilong smiled. This was a trap he set for the minister. Li Hong Group owns its design company and construction company, and has recently acquired several material production companies in the mainland. In short, we have streamlined all links in the supply chain, so our prices are naturally much lower than foreign quotes. The minister nodded in realization. This is the benefit of smoothing out the industrial chain. Whether it's the smallest screw or the steel framework, all come from Li Hong, allowing costs to be minimized. Thinking of this, the minister's mind began to race. If the Jin Mao Tower were also designed and constructed by the Wang family, could unnecessary costs be reduced? He suddenly realized that Wang Zilong was setting a trap for him. Our Ministry of Foreign Trade and Economic Cooperation naturally hopes that the skyscrapers standing on the bund will be designed and built by our own people, as this would be very uplifting. Wang Zilong echoed, we also hope these two skyscrapers can further enhance the reputation of Li Hong Construction. Then I shall await your company's design proposal. Please stay tuned. The Peace Hotel in Shanghai. Nanjing East Road bustled with unusual energy today. Ni Kuanfang Shila and Zhong Kuei and other senior executives of Lilan Group gathered here eagerly awaiting, chatting idly, yet repeatedly glancing toward the entrance. At that moment, Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed with delight, Director Jian. All turned toward the entrance, only to frown in unison. Jian seems to have run into trouble. They saw a tall foreigner blocking Director Jian's path. Instinctively, everyone rose to their feet ready to intervene on her behalf. As the sole woman among Lilan Group's top leadership, Director Jian stood out conspicuously. Her entrance instantly drew the attention of numerous foreigners and overseas Chinese. Some lecherous self-proclaimed success men were immediately captivated by her. One foreigner stepped forward to approach her, only to be halted by her bodyguard. Sir, please do not obstruct my employer's path. Step aside. What business is it of yours? I merely wish to make the acquaintance of this beautiful lady. Madam, I am pressed for time. Please step aside. Director Jian frowned faintly and spoke coldly in, Beautiful lady, I only wish to invite you for a drink. Surely you won't deny me such a simple courtesy. Even a good dog knows not to block the road. Ni Kuan remarked icily from behind him. The foreigner's expression instantly darkened as he glanced over his shoulder. He was about to lash out, then froze upon seeing a group of men glaring at him with undisguised menace. Every Lilan executive traveled with 3 or 4 bodyguards. I confronted with such overwhelming presence, the foreigner swallowed his bluster whole. Yet unwilling to appear weak before Director Jian, he puffed up his chest and declared, What do you think you're doing? My father is the British ambassador to China. Do you wish to provoke a diplomatic incident? This tactic had proven infallible across Shanghai. Name his father, and every Chinese face would twist into one of bitter humiliation. When diplomacy loomed, they would always yield, silently, bitterly, inevitably. But this time he had picked the wrong target. Your father is the British ambassador to China. His tone dripped with mockery, enough to infuriate the foreigner, who spun around once more to identify the insolent voice. In the next instant, cold sweat broke across his brow. The grand entrance was now sealed, blocked entirely by broad-shouldered men in sharp suits led by a young man dressed in impeccably tailored formal wear. The young man looked vaguely familiar. Indeed, he dominated today's newspaper headlines. You're Mr. Wang of Lilan Group. We've never crossed paths. Why mock me? No grudge. Wang Zilong sneered. You tried to seduce my girl and claim there's no grudge. Director Jian smoothly took Wang Zilong's hand and placed it before her expression laced with playful irony. A misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. The hotel's front desk manager rushed forward to mediate. One side was Lilan Group, a Hong Kong enterprise, the other the son of the British ambassador, an expatriate. A public scandal here would cost him his position, but Li Hanqing, head of security, blocked him firmly. This is none of your concern. Stand aside. But, though the Peace Hotel belonged to a state-owned enterprise, Wang Zilong today owed no one any favors. Surrounded by his bodyguards, the foreigner felt a chill of genuine fear creep up his spine. What do you intend to do? Wang Zilong sneered arrogantly. 2 options. Crawl beneath my legs, or have them broken and thrown out. You have 10 seconds to decide. Evil meets its match. Wang Zilong delighted in humbling those who fancied themselves elite foreigners. Mr. Wang, don't push too far. If you break my legs, you'll all go to prison. Shanghai's police won't stand idle. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. Hong Kong hasn't yet returned, so I hold diplomatic immunity. Even if I break your legs today, a modest sum will settle everything. As for you, what can you or your father possibly do to me? Haha. Lilan Group's executives exchanged knowing, sardonic smiles. Does money grant you absolute power? Apologies, but yes, money truly does grant me absolute power. With that, Wang Zilong signaled Li Hanqing to begin the countdown. 10-9. Bodyguards unfurled their batons and advanced steadily. Beads of sweat slid from his. To the foreigner, Wang Zilong was nothing less than a ravenous demon. He had believed himself superior, yet today he'd kicked straight into an iron wall. Faced with the choice between shattered bones and abject humiliation, he chose the latter. The British ambassador's son lowered his proud head, curled his frame, and crawled, inch by inch, beneath Wang Zilong's legs. Onlookers erupted in scornful laughter. Countless Shanghainese clapped and cheered. Watching the foreigner's murderous glare, Wang Zilong murmured softly, Don't even dream of revenge, because you and your father will die horribly. Perhaps you should worry about your father instead. He'll lose his ambassadorship, stripped utterly. And if certain things come to light, prison may well await him too. Hearing this, sheer terror flooded the foreigner's heart. Though he suspected intimidation deep down, he already believed half of it. Wang Zilong ignored him and led a large group of people into the presidential suite of the Peace Hotel. Everyone, I hope you didn't find it tiring to rush to Modu overnight. The crowd, being Wang Zilong's trusted subordinates, naturally understood that their boss had called them for an important matter. Not tired. We are not tired. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit, waiting for Wang Zilong's orders. Very well, I gathered you all here today to clear some space for everyone. The crowd's spirits lifted vaguely, sensing the underlying meaning in their boss' words. Lilong was planning to establish a new headquarters in the mainland, but they still underestimated Wang Zilong's ambitions. I plan to move the headquarters of Lilong Group to Modu, including Lilong Real Estate, Lilong Construction, Lilong Property, Lilong Bank, and Lilong Venture Capital. All these companies will have new headquarters built in Modu. In the future, Li Jiaxin would become the financial center of Modu, and Wang Zilong simply decided to move all the subsidiaries to the Bund. Especially for Lilong Bank, we need to build a headquarters building by the Huangpu River. Hearing this, Jin nodded slightly. Lilong Bank had already established a branch in Deep City, and with the help of President Zheng, it successfully obtained a banking license for the mainland. Ni Kuan calculated that moving so many subsidiaries of Lilong Group to Li Jiaxin was no small feat. Just buying land and constructing buildings would not be a small sum. The few old-timers of Lilong exchanged glances, realizing that their young boss intended to fully invade the mainland market. Without letting them think too much, Wang Zilong announced again. From now on, Vice President and I will continue to oversee Lilong Real Estate and Lilong Construction General Manager, and will be promoted to Vice President of the group overseeing Lilong Property, and Director Fong will be promoted to Vice President of the group overseeing Lilong Venture Capital, while Ms. Jin will still be responsible for the banking business. Everyone nodded in agreement, with no objections to Wang Zilong's assignments. They had gained significant experience at Sakura over the past 2 years and could easily manage thousands of people. Wang Zilong's move of Lilang's headquarters to Modu also filled the gap in the layout of first-tier cities. Deep City has Long Wei, Beijing has Dalong, and next it would be a matter of patience. Ni Kuan couldn't help but ask, "Boss, we spent $10 billion on Lilong Mansion in Deep City, and the recently confirmed Lilong Central Mansion involves nearly another $10 billion in investment. If we let each subsidiary build a building, wouldn't the investment be?" Wang Zilong smiled. After all, Ni Kuan was not a reborn person. He had no idea that Li Jiaxin in the future would be worth its weight in gold. Even if these subsidiaries did not operate well in the future, the headquarters alone would earn a significant profit. The crowd also felt a bit worried. Their layout in the mainland had just begun. Should they proceed cautiously, not taking too big steps? Everyone, I have great confidence in the future of the Pudong new area and do not see this as a gamble. There is a saying in foreign literature that is very true: the dragon country is a sleeping giant, and it will surely become the most powerful nation in Asia in the future. I not only plan to invest heavily in building the headquarters, but also actively acquire land in the Pudong new area to develop the real estate business. Doing real estate in Pudong is a very promising venture. At this time, the housing price in Pudong was around 700 per square meter, but 30 years later, the average price of Pudong real estate had surpassed 500, with some core areas breaking 200 per square meter. The increase exceeded 300 times, not to mention the even higher value of commercial real estate. Given that one should seize opportunities to make money, Wang Zilong naturally would not let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Did they really think he was here to show goodwill? Thinking of this, Wang Zilong instructed Jin again. Lilong Bank must become the underwriter of national bonds as quickly as possible. Whatever we can get, we will take. I want Lilong Group to purchase hundreds of billions of US dollars in national bonds. Due to the state-owned enterprise reform that began in the late 80s, the policies were right, but local government revenue had been declining for years, leading to a massive fiscal deficit. Building requires money, and development also needs money. The source of funds became a major issue. Companies would issue bonds, and the state would naturally issue national bonds. Jin couldn't help but frown. Having entered the mainland market a year or two earlier, she knew that national bonds were not popular in the mainland. Those who liked to take risks invested in the old stocks of the Shanghai Stock Exchange, while those who avoided risk chose fixed deposits. How high were the interest rates on fixed deposits? The 1-year rate exceeded 10.0, and the 5-year rate even reached 14.67. Even though national bonds had already been issued for 10 years, they still seemed quite unreliable in the eyes of the. At the beginning of the issuance in the 80s, it relied entirely on state-owned enterprises to share the burden, with everyone deducting part of their salaries to buy national bonds, which had become a work task. The year before last, national bonds were reformed, implementing a contracted underwriting system, with most of the underwriting handled by banks or some securities companies. In theory, the interest rates on national bonds should be much higher than bank deposits, but due to several years of severe inflation, the bank rate for 3-year fixed deposits reached 12.5. In addition, the central bank also provides certain currency depreciation subsidies to savers with deposits over 3 years, with the minimum subsidy at 4 and the maximum reaching 13. But unexpectedly, this had a huge impact on national bonds. The 3-year interest rate for the 1992 government bonds is 9.5, which is significantly lower than the 1-year fixed-term rate of 10 set by the central bank. This does not even account for the value preservation subsidy offered by the central bank to 3-year fixed-term users. Isn't it somewhat counterintuitive for the fixed-term interest rates to exceed those of government bonds? On one hand, this is due to severe domestic inflation. If deposit interest rates are not raised, the circulation of money in the market will further exacerbate inflation. In such a special situation, the phenomenon of bank interest rates surpassing those of government bonds has emerged. Initially, the finance department intended to issue 27 billion dragon coins in government bonds, but only about 20 billion were completed. In the secondary market, a bond with a face value of 100 is priced at less than 80 yuan. The common people would rather deposit their money in fixed terms for several years than purchase government bonds. Hearing this, Jian couldn't help but frown. She had already laid out her plans in deep city and naturally understood the current state of government bonds. Aside from bank savings departments and some state units, no one else would touch government bonds. At the underwriting meeting, everyone avoided it, treating it as an administrative distribution task. Wang Zilong noticed her concerns and pretended to speak with depth. I dare to enter the government bond market because I have insider information. The 3-year interest rate of the government bonds to be issued this year will exceed that of the 3-year fixed term. Moreover, it won't be long before a policy for government bond value preservation subsidies is implemented. When Long Country first opened up, it indeed did not move quickly in the capital and financial sector. There is always an adaptation and learning process at the start of any endeavor. Now that the reasons for the slow sales of the 1992 government bonds are known, they must be corrected. The 3-year interest rate of the government bonds issued this year has reached 13 for the first time. This rate is a staggering 98. 2 months later, the finance department released another announcement implementing a dual preferential policy of interest subsidies and grants for the 1993 government bonds. This announcement instantly elevated the 1993 government bonds to a legendary status. At its peak, the interest rate soared to 28. Wang Zilong thought pragmatically to make small profits swiftly and to earn big profits steadily. At the scale of Lelong Group, being able to earn 28 interest while lying back, what more could one wish for? Hearing this, Miss Jian's eyes lit up. If the dual policy of interest subsidies and grants were truly implemented, then buying government bonds would inevitably yield profits. Everyone has always trusted the boss insider information without doubt. Even if the insider information were incorrect, the investment from Lelong Bank would only result in a slight loss. By the way, Lelong Bank has another rigid task. Upon hearing the phrase rigid task, Jian immediately felt a headache. Whenever Boss Wang said this, it certainly meant there was no good news. Lelong Bank is to comprehensively acquire the 1992 government bonds on the market. I recall that 20 billion face value of government bonds was successfully issued. My requirement is not high. I acquire 2 billion worth of 1992 government bonds at an average price of 85 yuan. 2 billion is merely 1/10 of the issuance in 1992. The reason behind this, the astute Jian immediately guessed. Once the 1993 government bonds begin to be issued, the 1992 bonds with an interest rate of only 9.5 will certainly bear the brunt. At that time, the impact will not be insignificant. All institutions holding these bonds will surely voice their complaints. Naturally, interest subsidies will become an imperative matter. Once the state implements interest subsidies and devaluation grants for the government bonds issued in 1992, the market price of the 1992 government bonds, which have a face value of 100, will undoubtedly rise from the current 80 yuan. With her agile mind, she immediately thought of government bond futures. The Shanghai Stock Exchange launched 12 types of government bond futures contracts at the end of last year, and these were only open to institutional investors. Among them is the 327 government bond contract for the 1992 bonds. The greatest advantage of futures is that one can buy and sell long-term government bonds by paying a certain margin. At that time, the margin ratio for government bond futures was 2.5. This means that Lelong Bank only needs to spend 2.5 yuan to receive a bond with a face value of 100 yuan on the future settlement date. This is simply a paradise for speculators. Of course, on the settlement date, if you really want this batch of bonds, you still need to spend real money to conduct the transaction. However, to Jian's view, they do not even need to wait for the settlement. As long as the finance department announces the interest subsidies and grants, they can sell this contract at a high price with profits soaring up to 40 times. Jian immediately shared her thoughts with Wang Zilong. However, Wang Zilong frowned, showing some concerns. The 327 government bond is a deep water, well known as the 327 government bond incident. Because of the 327 government bond futures, the largest securities company in the country was liquidated and merged, its general manager sentenced to over 10 years in prison, and the director of the Shanghai Stock Exchange was dismissed, with the 3 brothers of the Gao family from one institution vanishing into thin air. Even the beneficiaries face dire consequences, with some imprisoned or committing suicide due to insider information. It can be said that this government bond futures contract is like a cursed spell, none involved ended up with a good outcome. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong reminded Jin, let's buy a small amount for now. This place is not like Hong Kong City. To put it bluntly, this could be considered insider trading. If we get caught, we might end up in a tough spot. After the meeting concluded, the decision made by the senior management of Lelong Group was quickly conveyed to its various subsidiaries. The first to receive the news was Longhua Bank. Lelong Bank issued a foreign exchange conversion application with a transaction amount reaching $10 billion. This marks the third significant foreign exchange transaction for Lelong Bank this year. The cumulative amount of foreign exchange conversion has reached $30 billion. Upon completion of this transaction, the foreign exchange reserves of Longhua will soar to $60 billion, tripling that of the previous year. Such a substantial foreign exchange reserve can be said to be contributed by half from the Wang family consortium. This move has attracted significant attention from the state. Meanwhile, the mayor of Modu is dealing with a diplomatic dispute. Wang Zilong, the president of Lelong Group, has struck the son of the ambassador from Inghua. This matter is neither trivial nor significant. What he found troublesome was the unexpected news that the ambassador from Inghua had been recalled, allegedly involved in some corruption case. This ambassador has reached the end of his rope. Since the ambassador himself couldn't ensure his own safety, this diplomatic dispute could be considered resolved. However, the ambassador's son insists on filing a police report, seemingly determined to take on Wang Zilong to the bitter end. To be honest, this situation is quite difficult to handle. The fallen noble from Inghua claims he will expose the inaction of the mainland police to the media, and that his personal safety is under great threat. The mayor wishes to act as a mediator, but didn't expect this fallen noble from Inghua to harbor delusions that he could coerce Wang Zilong into withdrawing the official investigation against his father from Inghua. In the mayor's view, this self-righteous young man from Inghua has yet to realize the gravity of the situation. Just then, he received a report from his subordinate. Are you saying that Lelong Group has purchased dozens of plots of land in the Li Jiaxin financial district? His subordinate nodded, looking astonished. What is the current situation in Li Jiaxin? Vast expanses of reed marshes. It is indeed a remote suburb. Lelong Group has spent $100 million to acquire 3 square kilometers of land, knowing that the entire Li Jiaxin financial district is only about 32 square kilometers. What do they want such a large piece of land for? According to Lelong Group, they intend to use 0.5 square kilometers to build the Lelong headquarters, relocating all subsidiaries to this park, with the remaining 2.5 square kilometers destined for a high-end residential villa area. Upon hearing this, the mayor of Modu was overjoyed. He knew that the Ministry of Foreign Trade and Lelong Group were planning to construct the Lelong Center, but he didn't expect Lelong Group to have such confidence in the Li Jiaxin financial district. With Lelong Group's entry, how could Li Jiaxin fail to attract other foreign investments? Thinking of the troublesome fallen noble from Inghua, he quietly instructed his subordinate. You handle this matter. The other party immediately understood the mayor's intention. The best way to handle it would be to make him disappear forever. This son of the Inghua ambassador's honorable deeds have reached his ears, and it can be said he has quite the notorious reputation. Suing him and locking him up would not be too difficult. Those who have been wronged might even say a few words about divine justice. A few days later, Lelong Bank participated in a national debt underwriting conference organized by the finance department as an underwriter. When Jian appeared at the conference, she immediately attracted many scrutinizing gazes. The national debt underwriting meeting has always been the domain of state-owned banks and major domestic securities firms. It was the first time a Hong Kong City bank had made an appearance. Everyone believed that Lelong Bank's initiative to become a national debt underwriter was an attempt to submit a loyalty pledge to the central bank. However, they also thought that President Jian of Lelong Bank might be overthinking it. Lelong Bank had helped Longhua Bank obtain the right to print money in Hong Kong City, which had already been regarded as a friendly competitor by the bank's president. Submitting a loyalty pledge seemed a bit unnecessary. Everyone did not think much of it and took their seats. Since Lelong Bank was the last to join the ranks of underwriters, they sat at the back of the conference hall. During the meeting, many came to greet Jian, including Guan Jingsheng, the general manager of Wanghua Securities. Jian did not understand why her boss wanted her to pay attention to Guan Jingsheng, but from their brief exchange it was clear that this general manager was indeed a person of significance. She learned that the personnel at the Shanghai Stock Exchange were trained by Wanghua Securities, and this general manager was good friends with the director of the exchange. The meeting officially commenced. The head of the finance department inquired, "Is there anyone willing to volunteer to take on the task of selling national debt?" The audience fell silent. The market for national debt has not been good in the past 2 years. Ordinary people either invested in stocks or conservatively opted for fixed deposits. Who would buy national debt? Jian, sitting in the last row, raised her hand. The head of the finance department's eyes lit up. Others immediately began to murmur among themselves. The head of the finance department, hearing the sarcastic voices from below, couldn't help but scold, "Quiet down, everyone, quiet down." Due to rampant domestic inflation, there are significant incentives for fixed-term deposits, but this does not mean that the issuance of government bonds can be sidelined. It remains one of the most important tasks for the finance department. In fact, they have considered increasing the bond interest rates internally, but this may lead to a fiscal pressure of several billion long coins, so they can only proceed step by step. Is Lilong Bank eager to take on this responsibility? The supervisor's eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. He wished that Lilong Bank as a new player would contribute positively to the underwriting of government bonds. What we want to inquire is how many government bonds does the Ministry of Finance intend to issue this year, and what will the interest rate be? Hearing this, the finance department personnel felt somewhat deflated. They had thought Lilong Bank would bring some changes, but now it seemed they would lose enthusiasm like everyone else. This year we plan to issue 35 billion long coins in treasury bonds with an interest rate as high as 13.92. Suddenly the venue erupted with chatter. Some lamented that the government bond department finally managed to raise the bond interest, which was surprisingly higher than last year, but it could only be described as slightly higher. Compared to the bank's 3-year fixed deposit, it still lacks competitiveness. Just when everyone was thinking of giving up, Jian raised her hand again. Ms. Jian, do you have any more questions? Can Lilong Bank underwrite 20 billion long coins in treasury bonds? Upon hearing this, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone looked at Jian as if she were a curious spectacle. In their hearts, they wondered if this woman was crazy. Last year's treasury bonds were nearly falling below 80 long coins in the secondary market. Even if the interest rate was raised this year, it wouldn't change the fact that whoever underwrites will lose money. The supervisory department was stunned. Even if Lilong Bank wanted to make a name for itself, there was no need to be so aggressive. In his expectations, it would be great if Lilong Bank could take the lead in purchasing 3 billion long coins of government bonds. But unexpectedly, Lilong Bank made a bold move right from the start. If Lilong Bank was serious, then their issuance task for government bonds this year could successfully meet expectations. Thinking of this, he coughed and asked, is Lilong Bank serious about this? Of course, our Lilong Group believes that purchasing government bonds will be a very stable investment. Everyone knew that Lilong Group had aggressively entered the mainland real estate market, reportedly buying up nearly half of the Li Jiaxin financial district. It was not surprising for such a large group to make some stable investments. However, the decision to purchase 20 billion long coins in treasury bonds indeed shocked everyone present. They couldn't help but marvel at Lilong Group's wealth. The reputation of being a big spender was well-deserved. Hearing this, the finance department head found it reasonable for such matters to be placed in the hands of Lilong Group. Western European countries have been promoting the theory of the Dragon Nation's economic collapse for the past 2 years. In such a context, Lilong Group's leading investment in the mainland actually carries a gambling element. With a serious expression, he revealed a smile he considered to be amiable, softly speaking. All right, Lilong Group truly exemplifies a private enterprise. This matter is settled. Jian nodded. After this meeting, she clearly felt that the finance department did not intend to provide a value preservation subsidy for government bonds. At this point, she could only go all in, praying that Boss Wang's insider information was not wrong. The supervisor, seeing that others were still chattering, immediately turned cold. Lilong Bank has set a good example for everyone. Now I will give you a few minutes to consider. Will you actively subscribe, or shall we distribute forcefully? Wangwa Securities and other institutions began to raise their hands and report numbers. Actively subscribing and forcibly distributing are two different matters. With Lilong Bank bearing a large part of the pressure, the 35 billion government bonds were snatched up by the underwriters. After the meeting, everyone was still discussing Lilong Bank's proactive subscription of government bonds. Guan Jingsheng was among them. We should thank Lilong Bank. If they hadn't actively subscribed, we would definitely incur more losses this time. Isn't that right? Ms. Jian is truly a good person. Hearing his companion's comments, Guan Jingsheng couldn't help but smile. With experience working at major overseas exchanges, he knew well what kind of giant Lilong Group was. For Lilong Bank, 20 billion long coins was merely pocket change. As a private enterprise in a port city, maintaining a good relationship with the government and spending a little money that doesn't hurt is hardly significant. He thought of some other information. Brother Jingsheng, what are you thinking so deeply about? I was thinking, once this year's treasury bond 3-year interest rate is announced, the one that will be most impacted will surely be the 1992 treasury bond futures. Can we take the opportunity to short it? Everyone's eyes lit up. Those accompanying him were all insiders, as if in that moment they all grasped the opportunity to make money. Everyone's eyes lit up. Those accompanying him were all insiders, as if in that moment they all grasped the opportunity to make money. After the National Debt Underwriting Conference concluded, Jian was never idle. She took advantage of the new friends she made at the conference to purchase 1992 treasury bonds. This action immediately attracted many sellers eager to capitalize on the news. Upon hearing that Lilong Bank was willing to buy 1992 treasury bonds at a 15% discount, they were naturally eager to offload their unsold bonds. In no time, many institutions called inquiring about it. Among them was Guan Jingsheng. Ms. Jian, why are you buying the 1992 treasury bonds? This thing won't yield returns until it matures in 1995, and the yield rate is a meager 2.8. In Guan Jingsheng's view, the best time to acquire them would be 2 years later. However, the holders were finally seeing a glimmer of profit. Why would they sell? Because he intended to short the 1992 Treasury futures. He was very curious about Li Longbank's reasoning. Jian had long been prepared for this, and simply spoke the truth. The Ministry of Finance has set the interest rate for the 1993 Treasury bonds at 13.92. Don't you think this is very unfair to the 1992 bonds? Do you think they will provide interest compensation for the 1992 bonds? Hearing this, Guan Jingsheng was taken aback, cold sweat soaking his back. If the Ministry of Finance really did provide interest compensation for the 1992 bonds, it would severely disrupt their shorting plans. Previously, he believed that the 327 Treasury futures would plummet due to interest rate backlash, so he took enormous risks by illegally creating a large short position. He even called upon the daring Gao brothers. The Gao brothers leading the way had no financial licenses whatsoever. The margin for Treasury futures was only 2.5, with a profit multiplier of up to 40 times, making a larger short position more favorable. If they closed their positions now, not only would they earn nothing, but Wangwa Securities would also incur significant fees. However, Guan Jingwa quickly calmed down. He knew Jian was betting that the Ministry of Finance would provide interest compensation for the 1992 bonds, while they as shorts were betting that the ministry would not take such action. One must understand that once compensation is confirmed, the Ministry of Finance would have to pay tens of billions in interest after maturity. The finance department is not obligated to pay for something that has already occurred. For example, if you buy a phone from a retailer with a price guarantee, and within 7 to 30 days, if the phone drops significantly in price, you can apply for a price difference refund. But if the phone has been on sale for a year and new models have been released, would the retailer still refund the price difference? Of course not. Guan Jingsheng held this belief. He thought the Ministry of Finance had no reason to undertake such a thankless task. What he did not know was that Li Longbank had purchased a significant number of 327 futures contracts in the Treasury futures market, officially entering the long position. When Jian and Wang Zilong reported their progress, Wang Zilong was taken aback. "Didn't I tell you to buy less?" Jian rolled her eyes elegantly. "I have been very obedient. I only spent 100 million long coins purchasing futures contracts. The 100 million long coins in margin could buy 4 billion worth of 327 futures contracts. You don't think 100 million long coins is a large sum, do you?" Wang Zilong was left speechless. In theory, the total value of the 327 futures is around 27 to 28 billion, which means Li Longbank now holds 17 of the 327 futures. This is already a substantial buyer. When compensation is provided, these futures could theoretically yield over 1 billion long coins in profit. Li Longbank would become the biggest beneficiary of the 327 Treasury futures event. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong felt a twitch in his eyelids while Jian wore a look of feigned innocence. This woman being too clever was also a problem. Wang Zilong felt a pang of bitterness. He had clearly taken a detour, but ended up on the side of the longs due to unforeseen circumstances. Why would the longs also face accountability? Because it involved insider trading. Historically, the 4 major winners completed their original accumulation and became increasingly unruly. Their endings were 3 deaths and 1 imprisonment. The shorts as losers had a relatively decent ending, but the long winners won this battle, yet lost in life. What worried Wang Zilong the most was that after this incident, the public would view him and these 4 individuals as a group, even believing that Lilong Group was the ringleader of these 4. Who were the Liu brothers, and what would the outcome be of getting involved with them? This would be extremely unfavorable. Being caught in a sticky situation would lead to dire consequences. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong made a phone call. Recently, Lei Lao Lu has been feeling quite lost. Ever since the Ministry of Finance announced the new exchange rate policy, his foreign exchange trading has come to an end. The once bustling scene in the courtyard has vanished. A person who used to lead a very fulfilling life has suddenly found himself with nothing to do. To be honest, a few years ago, he made a fortune through underground foreign exchange trading, earning money hand over fist. Money he could never finish spending even if he tried. But the group of brothers he supported still need to eat. Moreover, our 6th brother is still young. You can't just let him do nothing and watch him wait to die while feasting. Lei Lao Lu has always regarded Wang Sengongzi as his idol, always dreaming of achieving great things. Now he has failed to accomplish that great venture, and even his main business is ruined. 6th brother, why don't we open a nightclub in the capital like those high-end clubs abroad, hiring a bunch of beautiful dancers? It would surely attract the wealthy young masters of the capital. Seeing the lewd expressions on his subordinates' faces, Lei Lao Lu was filled with anger. I am someone who aspires to achieve great things. You want me to work as a gigolo? Lei Lao Lu was furious. Everyone he had dealt with in the past was a wealthy master. How could he serve a group of rich young men from the capital without feeling angered? His subordinates immediately fell silent. They also wanted 6th brother to be a bit happier. Recently, Lei Lao Lu has indeed been unlucky. After his foreign exchange business collapsed, he turned to the restaurant business. He thought to himself that he has many friends, all of whom are significant figures, and if he opened a restaurant it would surely be filled with guests making money hand over fist. However, while it was indeed crowded, everyone seemed to prefer to put their bills on Sixth Brother's tab. It was also because Lei Lao Lu had been generous in the past, always treating everyone to meals. Now that he opened a restaurant, everyone thought of him as a good buddy, and good buddies don't mind paying less. As a result, Lei Lao Liu's upscale restaurant only lasted 2 months, running deficits for 2 consecutive months. Seeing the frightened expressions of his subordinates, he knew they were concerned for him. "I'm not angry with you, I'm angry with myself. Besides scalping, I can't do anything else." With this thought, he decided to talk to Zhao Dikun, his older brother Zhao San. Zhao San might have some profitable opportunities to assist him. However, halfway through dialing, he put the phone down. Zhao Dikun is now a successful entrepreneur, a highly recognized big boss by the government, and a model for businesses with a social status that is exceptionally high. As the scale of DeLong's development increased, Zhao Dikun became busier, and they had not been in contact for some time. He might not even have time to pay attention to me, he thought. Just then the phone rang. The call had no caller ID, startling Lei Lao Lu, who was lost in thought. Sixth brother, Wang Gongzi. Lei Lao Liu's face, which had been grim, instantly broke into a smile. "Sixth brother, I have something I need your help with." Hearing Wang Zilong's words, Lei Lao Lu immediately responded. "Wang Gongzi, do we really need to be so polite? Just tell me what you need me to do, and I'll gladly comply." Wang Zilong was somewhat satisfied with Lei Lao Liu's words. Although this guy seemed a bit slick, he was reliable in getting things done. Wang Zilong had never been turned down when asking him for help. But Wang Zilong still wanted to test him. "What if I say that doing this job might land you in prison?" "Boss, in this day and age, going to prison is nothing unusual. Where would the huge profits come from without risks? Besides, my methods are quite bold, it would be difficult to catch me." Wang Zilong nodded. He liked Lei Lao Liu's bold approach. Recently, he heard that many foreign exchange scalpers were caught in the capital, and it was impressive that Lei Lao Lu managed to remain unscathed. "Good, actually, this job carries little risk. It's just that my side isn't suitable for involvement while you have nothing to worry." Upon hearing Wang Zilong say this, Lei Lao Lu immediately perked up. If a big shot isn't suitable for direct involvement, but doesn't want to give up on a business, it must be an incredibly lucrative opportunity. "I can't explain everything over the phone. I want to ask you first, does your financial company have a futures trading license?" "Our sixth brother is also a businessman and runs a legitimate foreign exchange company." Lei Lao Lu chuckled. "No, but it can be arranged. Give me half a month and I can get it." Wang Zilong knew he had found the right person. With a futures entry ticket, Lei Lao Lu would become his white glove. "Great, I'll send a private jet to pick you up." After hanging up the phone, Lei Lao Liu's demeanor changed entirely. He waved his hand. "Brothers, let's take a private jet to Shanghai for a visit." Lei Lao Lu knew that his previous efforts were not in vain. As long as he succeeded in this matter, he would undoubtedly gain Wang Sangongzi's favor. Wang Sangongzi is engaged in a business worth hundreds of billions. Even just tagging along would earn Lei Lao Lu more than he could ever dream of. "Sixth brother, this plane is really fast." Lei Lao Lu also looked eager as he reluctantly got off the plane. Under the arrangements of Lulong Group's administrative staff, they boarded a Rolls-Royce. Not long after, the car stopped in front of a villa styled like a French palace. Wang Zilong called out to Lei Lao Liu, who was looking around. "Sixth brother, it's good to see you." Lei Lao Lu was particularly delighted to see Wang Zilong. "Boss, how much do our plane and car cost next? Are you thinking of buying one too?" No, I definitely can't afford one, just asking." Wang Zilong thought for a moment, and "Since you like it, feel free to use it." "How can that be?" "Don't be polite with me, but just don't do anything strange on the plane." The senior executives of Lulong Group were all equipped with exclusive private jets. Since Lei Lao Lu was to be Lulong's white glove, he naturally had to adorn himself with luxury cars and planes. If you were to negotiate business in a Mazda, who would take you seriously? But with a luxury car, it's different. Everyone would be curious about your business, and even if they hadn't collaborated before, it wouldn't hurt to get to know each other. After the two arrived at the office, Wang Zilong had the butler wake up Jian, who was still sleeping in. As Jian sized up Lei Lao Liu, Lei Lao Lu hurriedly introduced himself. "President Jian, everyone likes to call me Lei Lao Liu, you can just call me Lao Lu." In fact, Lei Lao Lu had a quite upright appearance with the boldness of a northerner, but his attire made him look like a social big shot. Jian nodded and said, "If you change your outfit and tone down the street vibe, you might really have a shot." Lei Lao Lu felt increasingly bewildered, not understanding what they wanted him to do. "Haha, Lao Liu, don't be flustered. Jian wants to mold you into the financial godfather of Longhua." The term godfather sounded quite impressive. Lei Lao Lu had seen the Godfather movie, but the idea of being a financial godfather left him feeling uncertain. "What you need to do is quite simple, be our white glove for Lulong Bank. All the deals we can't handle directly will be done." Lei Lao Lu nodded in understanding. He felt no resistance to this. Being the white glove for Boss Wang was something many big bosses in the mainland could only dream of. "Boss, as long as it doesn't threaten national security, I'll do whatever you say." "Good, there is indeed something you need to do. We have bought some 327 treasury futures. I can tell you clearly that in 3 years the price will certainly skyrocket. But we are not the only ones with insider information. I don't want any connection between other beneficiaries and Lulong." Lei Lao Lu nodded. Having been involved in underground foreign exchange business, he naturally understood Wang Zilong's meaning. There's a saying, a tall tree catches the wind. Sometimes, even if you don't think that way, others will concoct a story. We have already paid 100 million as a deposit to purchase futures contracts worth 4 billion for the 300. These futures contracts will be transferred to your company when you are ready. Besides this 100 million, I will also add another 100 million in cash investment. You will hold a 5% stake while my offshore company will hold 95%. Do you have any objections to this? Lei Laolu hurriedly shook his head. Even if it was only 5% of the company, he realized that his net worth had already reached 10 million. He had been in the underground exchange business for so long, making several million, but certainly not reaching 10 million. Moreover, with insider information, he would definitely earn much more than 10 million. Jin suddenly became mischievous and said, Laolio, do you know how many times the profit would be if this 100 million makes money? After being reminded, Lei Laolu thought carefully and realized something. He exclaimed, 100 million in deposits, 4 billion in futures contracts, which means a 40-fold profit. He couldn't help but gasp. Even if these contracts only increased by 1 yuan, it would still be tens of millions in profit. If the insider information turned out to be true, wouldn't they be able to earn several hundred million from this deal? Thinking of this, Lei Laolu felt almost lightheaded. Do well, and I will have professionals help you build a team. Your main task now is to continue buying 327 treasury futures. No matter what rumors are spread in the market, just pretend you haven't heard anything. Lei Laolu nodded vigorously, assuring Wang Zilong, even if the King of Heaven comes, I won't throw away these futures contracts. After Lei Laolu was taken out to redefine his new image, Jin meaningfully asked, Boss, do you really need to be this cautious, even creating a white glove? Of course it is necessary. In the future, we need Lei Laolu to initiate mergers and acquisitions in the stock market. If we use a Hong Kong businessman's identity, we are likely to face resistance from the domestic market. At this time, only 8 stocks were listed, known as the Old 8 stocks. But many state-owned enterprises and employee collective stocks would be listed later, leading to the first merger in the mainland stock market at the end of 1993. This was also the first malicious merger case in the history of Longwa, the prototype of the blooming treasure battle. 2 months later, a new figure was active all day at the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Sixth brother. Surrounded by a group of suited bodyguards, Lei Laolu nodded in response to the familiar traders. Strangers quickly asked their companions, who is this person? With luxury cars, beautiful secretaries, and suited bodyguards, he exuded an impressive aura. You don't even know sixth brother? Recently, Longhua Holdings has made 3 consecutive bids buying up shares of the Old 8 stocks. The listeners immediately recalled their memories. Longhua Holdings was a financial company that had suddenly emerged, making headlines by bidding for Shanghua Electric. This was the first bidding at the Shanghai Stock Exchange, and in Longhua's history, it was truly shocking to the world. After acquiring 5, one of Shanghua Electronics, Longhua Holdings did not stop. In the second week, they made large-scale purchases of vacuum electronics, swiftly acquiring another 5. At this point, everyone was astonished by the financial power displayed by Longhua Holdings. Although the Longhua stock market had entered a bear market at the beginning of the year, with the Shanghai Composite Index dropping from a peak of 1,500 points to around 400 points. However, making a bid was not an easy feat. Longhua Holdings had to invest nearly 100 million in these 2 staggering transactions. Before the crowd could digest this information, Longhua Holdings set its sights on Zhujiang Phoenix, making 3 consecutive bids at the Shanghai Stock Exchange in 1 month. These 3 transactions drove up the prices of 3 stocks, prompting many to buy in and quickly sell for a small profit. Thus, everyone had a very good impression of Longhua Holdings. So he is the mysterious boss of Longhua Holdings. No wonder he has such a commanding presence. Alas, I had just fallen ill, missing the opportunity to profit with sixth brother. Many onlookers showed expressions of regret as they hesitated and missed out on this chance to make quick money. What intrigued everyone more was why Longhua Holdings chose this timing to enter the market. The prior drop had trapped many investors, with the stock market plummeting by 79, akin to the sky falling. Some also noticed that Longhua Holdings focused on the technology industry, sparking small ideas within them. After entering the VIP room, Lei Laolu quietly asked his assistant, "Is this the guy who is buying 327 government bond futures with us?" Yes, according to internal news from the Shanghai Stock Exchange, they have already purchased 400 contracts. 1 contract equals 200 face value of the 327 government bond. Hearing about the 400 contracts, Wei Donglai's expression changed drastically, realizing the other party must know some insider information just like him. At just 25 years old, Wei Donglai, the head of the Zongjingkai Securities Department, realized someone else had also set their sights on the 327 government bonds. His father was a renowned accounting expert, a standing director of Longhua's Accounting Association, and a professor at a financial university, specializing in training talents for the Ministry of Finance. After graduating from the financial university, Wei Donglai became a clerk at the Ministry of Finance. In just 2 years, he became the head of Zongjingkai Securities. With such a father, the Ministry of Finance felt like his family's backyard, devoid of any secrets. However, how did the other party learn about such confidential insider information? He was very certain that those who knew this information were acquaintances of his father, close friends and juniors. Investigate his background and notify the Jiangxia faction. If we decide to act, we will buy the 327 government bonds together tomorrow. Wei Donglai knew that delaying would lead to changes, as this involved the first pot of gold his father prepared for him, and he had to act quickly. Soon he received news from the capital. Boss friends in the capital say this Lei Laolu is a third generation of the Long family. Third generation of the Long family. Wei Donglai's heart was thrown into turmoil. He did not expect that the first pot of gold meticulously prepared by his father would attract the attention of a third generation Long. But he quickly calmed down, realizing that Lei Laolia's entry into the market was a good thing. They were all bulls united in their goal to boost the 327 futures. With the entry of the third generation Long, their bullish odds had increased. That afternoon, the Zongjingkai team, led by Wei Donglai along with some private bosses from Zhejiang and Sichuan provinces, bought 8 individual contracts of the 327 government bond futures in one go. This caused the price of the 327 government bond futures to skyrocket by 5 yuan, forcing the short sellers to provide margin. At this moment, the bulls led by Wei Donglai and the shorts led by Guan Jingsheng from Wangwa Securities were completely at odds. Knowing that Lei Laolu had an impressive background, Wei Donglai attempted to extend an invitation to sixth brother. Unfortunately, this third-generation Long seemed to prefer not to associate with their group and did not attend the gathering as expected. Wei Donglai felt very regretful about this. He had an inkling that there were even greater figures manipulating things behind the scenes, just like himself. Upon entering the villa, Lei Laolu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Impersonating a powerful figure was no easy feat. He still needed time to acclimate to his new identity. He dismissed the entourage trailing behind him and strode toward the study where Mr. Wang awaited. How did things go today? The 3 stocks we acquired surged another 5% today. As he spoke, Lei Laolu's expression brimmed with excitement. This extraordinary rally was entirely attributable to the celebrity effect triggered by Longhua Holdings' market entry. In other words, investors had flocked to these 3 stocks solely on the strength of Lei Laolu's name. Only now did Brother Lu truly grasp the formidable power conferred by reputation. A mixture of pressure and intoxicating exhilaration swirled within him, the heady sensation of commanding markets like a sovereign wind and rain. Excellent. But this is merely the beginning. I foresee next year ushering in a monumental bull market during which these 3 equities will yield us extraordinary returns. Lei Laolu nodded in earnest agreement, then hesitated, his expression clouded with subtle conflict. What troubles you? Sir Zhou Xinrong of Yinzhong Industrial approached me requesting our intervention on their behalf. Thus, the peach stealing incident, Bowen's hostile move against Yinzhong, had indeed come to pass. In September, inspired by Longhua's public equity stake announcement, Bowen set its sights on Yinzhong Industrial, whose controlling stake remained alarmingly thin. At that time, listed enterprises were pioneers willing to venture into uncharted waters. Yinzhong Industrial was in truth a destitute neighborhood-run enterprise. Its sole motive for listing was to secure its first major capital infusion. This hollow shell of a company possessing virtually no assets or operations ignited unprecedented public fervor on its debut day due to a television raffle incentive. Originally intending to issue only 70% of its shares, Yinzhong was compelled to release an additional 20% amid overwhelming demand, resulting in 90% of its equity falling into individual hands. Consequently, Yinzhong's management retained control of the publicly traded firm with merely 10% of its shares. Riding the tide of its era, Yinzhong, among the original old 8 stocks, soared steadily in value. Yet it never anticipated being targeted by Xinjiang's conglomerate Bowen Group, whose executives mistakenly assumed all enterprises along Yinzhong Road belonged to Yinzhong Industrial, including Yinzhong Industry itself. They calculated that acquiring just 15% of Yinzhong shares would grant them immediate control and enable full-scale acquisition. In September, they acted decisively. 3 subsidiaries, Bowen Modu, Bowen Health Products, and Bowen Lighting, secretly purchased Yinzhong shares on the Shanghai Stock Exchange. By September 29th, the trio collectively held 10.6% of Yinzhong's equity, pushing its share price from 8 yuan to approximately 12 yuan. On the final day of September, all 3 companies coordinated a final surge, bringing their combined stake to 15.98%. Only as the market closed did Bowen leisurely issue a terse announcement declaring it now held over 5% of Yinzhong Industrial shares. This maneuver violated multiple regulations. Any acquisition exceeding 5% mandated immediate disclosure, a mandatory 3-day trading halt, and subsequent public announcements for every 2% increase or decrease, plus reporting notification and another 3-day suspension for each additional 5% acquired. Bowen, however, exploited ambiguities in the rules with ruthless pragmatism, launching a stealth assault that seized 15% of Yinzhong overnight. It was only after Yinzhong was suspended by the Shanghai Stock Exchange that its chairman learned his company had been infiltrated. Zhou Xinrong, Yinzhong's veteran chairman, bore profound anguish. having nurtured his enterprise into prosperity only to see it plundered by Bowen's unscrupulous tactics. He visited Bowen's general manager seeking resolution, only to be met with shameless assurance that Bowen harbored no ill intent, but merely wished to assist Yinzhong in corporate governance. Sir, does such language even belong in human discourse? Wang Zilong smiled faintly. In reality, the situation grew even more absurd. The Securities Regulatory Commission, acting as mediator, ruled Bowen's acquisition legally valid, penalizing the group with only a nominal fine that inflicted no meaningful consequence. During the October Golden Week holiday, Zhou Xinrong engaged anti-takeover specialists from Hong Kong and drafted a poison pill strategy, deliberate operational sabotage coupled with self-destructive restructuring. Yet the old chairman could not bear to devastate the enterprise he had built with blood and sweat, leaving him no choice but to seek my counsel. Wang Zilong nodded thoughtfully. For Lei Laolu, what he lacked most was prestige and public resonance. Aiding Yinzhong would cement his ascent as a financial titan alongside Jian, transforming their nascent alliance into an enduring powerhouse. Every future investment would multiply manifold through Lei Laolu's burgeoning renown. How precisely does he wish us to intervene? Mr. Zhou requests that immediately following the Golden Week holiday, we begin acquiring Yinzhong industrial shares. Per regulatory stipulations, Bowen must fund its acquisition using its own capital. Acquiring 15% has already strained its resources. Financially, it stands no chance against Longhua Holdings. Better to surrender control to us than bow to Bowen's coercion. To live is to uphold one's dignity. Zhou Xinrong knew his company would inevitably change hands, but refused to kneel before such brutal reality without resistance. Wang Zilong shook his head. If we purchase Yinzhong shares, we will only inflate its stock price, ensuring Bowen suffers no real loss. Even if their acquisition fails, they'll reap enormous profits from the appreciation of Yinzhong's equity. Such an outcome delivers no retribution, no lesson whatsoever. Lei Laolu suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed, we cannot allow Bowen to profit yet again. But how then shall we restore justice for Yinzhong? Brother Liu was a man of the Jianghu, raised on brawls tempered by 2 years of military service. His intellect had matured, yet his moral compass burned fiercer. He could not abide injustice nor stand idly by while the weak were crushed. In truth, the solution is simple. 6 words only: use their own methods to defeat them. As he uttered those words, Lei Laolu's eyes flared with sudden, brilliant clarity. Do you mean we strike at Bowen on the Shenzhen Stock Exchange? Precisely. Spare no effort. Deploy our forces the moment markets reopen after the holiday. I require Bowen's controlling stake secured within 24 hours. Bowen Group promised exceptional growth. Next year's bull market would elevate it further. From both short and long-term perspectives, acquiring it represented an exceptionally sound investment. Imagining Bowen's arrogant faces battered into submission sent a visceral shiver down Lei Laolu's spine. Pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Damn right. Only a villain can reign in villains. I'll seize them openly, brazenly. Let's see just how Bowen intends to challenge me. Hearing Lei Laolu brand himself a villain, Wang Zilong chuckled softly. A fallen dragon of the 3rd generation remains a dragon, hardly a target for petty capital to dare confront. With a sweeping gesture, Lei Laolu led his entourage toward a convoy of vehicles. Watching them recede into the distance, Jian pursed his lips thoughtfully. So, you're finally exhilarated. With this white glove proxy, you may now act with absolute impunity. Wang Zilong smiled wryly, his thoughts laid bare. Brother Liu's righteous fury ran deep, but so did his own. 4 days later, the October holiday came to an end in front of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Today, all investors and institutions were discussing one thing: the surprise attack by Bowen on Yinzhong Industry, successfully reaping the rewards. As investors of the old stocks at the Shanghai Stock Exchange, everyone felt a bit indignant on behalf of Yinzhong. Shinsheng Bowen lacks martial virtue. I heard Chairman Zhou has already filed a lawsuit against Bowen. The Securities Regulatory Commission must give Yinzhong justice. But everyone felt that the hope of Yinzhong winning the case was very slim. The two companies simply did not exist. To put it bluntly, Yinzhong Industry was just a small business under the jurisdiction of the street office, with assets consisting of a printing company and some small deals in daily necessities. As for Bowen, they were a genuine large conglomerate with several subsidiaries engaged in substantial business. The officials in Magic City clearly did not want to stop this acquisition. To put it plainly, Yinzhong Industry was too small, mostly held by individuals without any state-owned background. With capital intervention, Yinzhong might develop even better. So everyone was just blowing off steam. But just then the phone in the large investor room rang loudly. Many institutional personnel's pagers followed suit with beeping sounds. Seeing this commotion, everyone knew something significant was happening. Almost everyone received a message in succession. Bowen has been suspended from trading by the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Everyone was taken aback, and an astonishing thought flashed through their minds. Someone has taken action against Bowen. Which sacred being is it? Just as everyone was both surprised and curious, a person from Longhua Holdings brandished a piece of paper and shouted excitedly to the crowd. We Longhua Holdings have purchased over 5 of shares in Shinsheng Bowen Group today. According to market rules, we hereby make this announcement. Instantly, the busy Shanghai Stock Exchange fell silent. No one knows who reacted first, but a sharp cry broke the silence. It's Longhua Holdings. Our sixth brother has taken action. Everyone shouted excitedly, no longer caring about decorum or posture. Some received more detailed news. Longhua Holdings suddenly bought Baoan shares this morning, and within just a few hours they raised Baoan's stock price by nearly 10 yuan, completing all operations before anyone could react. Everyone was curious about how many shares Longhua Holdings had bought from Baoan. I heard from friends in Xinjiang that sixth brother had 20 sacks brought into the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, publicly announcing the purchase of Baoan shares, which directly caused the Shenzhen trading floor to fall into a state of semi-paralysis. How exhilarating. Sixth brother is truly a man. This is a victory for us investors in Magic City. Everyone felt a sense of pride, as if they had personally experienced this battle. At that moment, Zhou Rongxin learned of the news and barged into the Shanghai Stock Exchange with the general manager and assistant. At this time, Chairman Zhou was already in tears, and with tears in his eyes, he asked the people from Longhua Holdings, "Did Longhua succeed? When will sixth brother return?" Everyone was moved, scolding Baoan for their unprincipled actions. The foundation that Chairman Zhou had painstakingly built was taken without a word, just like that. Faced with the crying elder, the newly transformed thug felt a bit uncomfortable. He hurriedly took out a handkerchief and said, "Sixth brother said that 1 minute before taking action at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, he successfully surpassed Baoan by 5 in shares. As for when he will return, it shouldn't take long. He might even be back in Magic City tonight." After accomplishing such a big feat at the Shenzhen Stock Exchange, Lei Lao Lu had the suspicion of showing off in Shenzhen. To avoid being calculated against by Baoan, he could only temporarily avoid the limelight. Hearing this, everyone revealed knowing smiles. At this moment, the business manager of Baoan was still hiding and seeking refuge in Magic City. Having done such a guilty deed, he naturally feared being calculated against and changed hotels again. Only then did he have the mood to check his pager. But when he saw the pager display, "The house has been stolen, return quickly," his expression turned exceptionally vivid. He had come today to negotiate with Zhou Xinrong, hoping to persuade Yinzhong Industry to withdraw the lawsuit against Baoan. Instead, he was met with a closed door. Feeling displeased, he planned to give Zhou the old man a piece of his mind. Unexpectedly, his own home had been stolen. He immediately borrowed the phone from the guest house and called back to the company. Once the call connected, chaotic sounds could be clearly heard from the company. After a long while, the chairman's secretary said, "Manager, you better hurry back. The chairman is insisting on going to confront the people from Longhua Holdings." From the phone, the chairman's angry shouts could faintly be heard. "No martial virtue can Longhua's third generation just rob openly." After hearing the secretary recount Longhua's various actions, the business manager of Baoan could not help but smile bitterly. The pace of change in this world was simply too fast. Yesterday, it was others cursing them for being shameless. Today, it was their own chairman in a fit of rage, angrily cursing others for lacking martial virtue. This perfectly illustrated the old saying, "It's not that one doesn't repay, just that the time has not yet come." The way of heaven is a good cycle. Who can escape it? This was their retribution for doing wrong. What made the people of Baoan feel most aggrieved was that after checking on the details of Longhua Holdings' sixth brother, they didn't even have the courage to complain about Longhua. If they really did complain about Longhua, they could only humiliate themselves. It was likely that sixth brother would pay the fine and still control their Baoan company. What was even harder was dealing with the regulatory commissions in both regions. Originally, this matter was not significant. A large joint stock company in Shunxiang had acquired a small street enterprise in Magic City, with one willing to fight and the other willing to be beaten. It was just that the system had not yet improved, and everyone should take this as a warning in the future. But just when they were discussing how much to fine Baoan, Longhua Holdings unexpectedly grasped the policy loophole again. That sixth brother acted without regard, like a simpleton. What made them wary was how difficult it was to deal with Longhua. After both sides deliberated, they realized they could not let the bullets fly any longer. They needed to quickly come up with a resolution. However, they had yet to reach a consensus on how to handle it. At this time, the investors and institutions at the Shanghai Stock Exchange felt that Baoan was in the wrong first, and being dealt with by Longhua was only just deserts. The regulatory commission in Magic City could not afford to show weakness, otherwise they might be bundled up and beaten after stepping out of the door. Both sides had a tendency to favor their own regional companies. Unexpectedly, Longhua Holdings' Lei Lao Lu came knocking on their door. Without beating around the bush, sixth brother stated directly, "I am here to clarify 3 points. First, the acquisition of Baoan by Longhua Holdings is a fait accompli. Second, we conduct ourselves openly and will not interfere with Baoan's management. We can promise not to exercise our voting rights in advance. Third, if Baoan insists on interfering in Yanzhong's management, we Longhua Holdings will formally settle into Baoan. Fourth, we Longhua are willing to accept any punishment according to the law. The fifth point, which is also the most important, is that I hope the Regulatory Commission can improve the disclosure system and impose the harshest penalties on institutions that breach acquisition regulations. In short, Longhua Holdings is pursuing fairness and still fairness. The scene was enveloped in silence as they failed to comprehend the thought process of the sixth brother. Why had they previously decided to treat the obviously improper actions of Bao Company with leniency instead of imposing heavy penalties? Both parties felt that the domestic stock market was too stagnant, so dull that it seemed lifeless. At this moment, Bao Company jumped out like a catfish. They staged the first-ever secondary market merger case in the history of the Dragon Nation for the stock investors. To the Monitoring Bureau and the high-ranking officials, Bao Company's actions were beneficial in invigorating the entire stock market, and the only one likely to suffer was Chairman Zhou Xinrong of Yinzhou. With Bao's management in place, Yinzhou might even have a brighter future. Managers often think from a so-called broader perspective, which is why they tend to turn a blind eye to some troublesome violations. According to their understanding, if it weren't for Longhua's intervention, this matter would have been easily resolved. They would mediate in the middle and would never allow the two parties to meet in court. What Bao feared most was going to court, as all evidence showed they had engaged in illegal operations. If it came to that point, it would surely extinguish the ambitions of many. Their proposed resolution was for Chairman Zhou of Yinzhou to step down gracefully while still retaining crucial voting rights, and even further incorporating Zhou Xinrong. Yinzhou could enjoy better development, and Zhou Xinrong's personal interests would also be preserved. Was this not a win-win situation? In the future, everyone would also realize that mergers in the stock market were indeed possible, along with the specific processes involved. This was considered a perfect solution to the conflict between Bao and Yinzhou. But now Longhua Holdings had intervened, disrupting their plans and escalating a minor issue into a major one. Moreover, they had the audacity to demand a fair resolution. To this, someone from the Monitoring Bureau scoffed, "You want to give Yinzhou fairness? Fairness is merely a fairy tale told to ordinary people. There is no such thing as fairness in this world." Upon hearing this, Laolius' expression darkened, and he replied, "Then let's meet in court. I will have Yinzhou formally file a lawsuit against Bao Company in the Supreme People's Court. You can also have Bao sue us at Longhua Holdings. Let's see which side the court favors. At that time, the outcome will definitely not be what you wish to see. When it comes to troublemakers, I, Laolio, am indeed the ancestor of troublemakers." As soon as these words were spoken, a fierce argument erupted in the conference room. In this early era of financial chaos, where rules were not yet codified into law, Laolius' threat to meet in court stirred a wave of intense unease among those present. Going to court was Bao Company's greatest vulnerability, and was it not also their vulnerability? If they truly ended up in court, would it not reflect the inaction of the Monitoring Bureau, allowing the market to grow wild? It was no different from being slapped in the face. The two directors of the Monitoring Bureau exchanged glances, reaching a tacit understanding in their silent communication. "Comrade Laolio, how about this? We will convey your opinions to Bao Company, ensuring they accept the conditions you proposed, but Longhua Holdings and Bao Company's illegal acquisition is a fact. We will impose fines on both." Lei Laolu nodded. Longhua Holdings had already gained significant advantages, and a fine was of little consequence. After receiving the news, the chairman and executives of Bao Company felt helpless. The embarrassment from this situation was overwhelming. If they had succeeded, they would have merely received some mild criticism from the stock investors in Magic Capital, but the key was that they had been counter-acquired by Longhua Holdings in the same manner. They gained a sesame seed, but lost a watermelon, bringing shame and loss of power. Let's not dwell on this matter any longer. Preserving management rights is our top priority. Compromising with Longhua is the best way to keep our jobs, and if it goes to court, we are sure to lose. Everyone felt that the chairman's words were reasonable. Preserving management rights was the most important thing at hand. If Longhua Holdings were to settle in, they would definitely be ousted. In such matters, there is no room for kindness. They had learned this lesson the hard way and were determined to remember the rules of entering the market and never overstep again. When the Monitoring Bureau's handling results were announced, the area in front of the announcement board was instantly crowded. Upon investigation, the shares purchased by Longhua Holdings and Bao Company in the stock market are genuine and valid, but both companies engaged in illegal activities during the acquisition process, each fined $200,000 to be submitted to the Treasury. The three parties have reached a settlement over the equity conflict. Longhua Holdings and Bao Company will not interfere with the management of the holding company. Everyone present felt encouraged. They knew that Yanzhong's management rights had been preserved, which was the best outcome they could have anticipated. Zhou Rongxin was even moved to tears. The crowd urged him to say a few words. "I thank the Monitoring Bureau for handling this fairly. Such a result is equitable for Yinzhou. I am grateful to everyone for their support during this war, and I must especially thank Sixth Brother of Longhua for his timely assistance." Everyone nodded in agreement. Sixth Brother had shown remarkable integrity in this matter. If it weren't for the fact that timely rain had become a derogatory term due to the actions of him, they would have wanted to bestow him with the title of Timely Rain. Upon returning to the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Lei Laolu could clearly feel the gaze of the crowd towards him had shifted, now infused with genuine respect. This was different from how they had looked at him in the past. In the face of the crowd's accolades, Lei Laolu did not take credit. He understood who had truly put in the effort behind. Wei Donglai looked at Lei Laolio, who was surrounded by people with disdain in his eyes. He found Lei Laolius' actions incredibly childish and ridiculous, going through the trouble of carrying over 10 sacks of money to acquire Baoan for a company that had no significant connection. Having invested so much money and effort, what did Longhua Holdings ultimately gain? If they had secured control of Baoan, that would have been one thing, but in the name of fairness, they had actively relinquished the management rights they were so close to grasping. If it were him handling this matter, he certainly would not have let Baoan off easily. Obtaining control of Baoan would be equivalent to indirectly seizing Yinzhong Industrial. To take over the management rights of two companies in one fell swoop, yet Lei Laolu had chosen to forfeit it willingly. What is fairness? Being born into a good family is the greatest fairness one can attain. You Lei Laolio can act so recklessly only because you were born into good circumstances, right? You are the greatest unfairness and yet hypocritically speak of fairness. Wei Donglai was almost certain that Lei Laolu would face immense hardships because of his idealism in the future. At this moment, he had no idea that Lei Laolu would become his greatest nemesis in life. Sir Old Zhou has indeed made up his mind to retire. He wants to hand over the management of Yinzhong Industries to us. Wang Zilong was not particularly surprised by Zhou Xinrong's decision. Old Chairman Zhou's age is indeed not suitable for continuing to push forward on the front lines. After this incident, he also realized that his thoughts were quickly falling behind the development of this era. It is time to step aside and make way for the younger generation. All right, provide Mr. Zhou with the retirement benefits he deserves and appoint him as an honorary director of Yinzhong Industries. As for the chairman and the other management positions, I will give you several suitable candidates. Old Lei nodded, but if he were really to manage the company, he would be at a loss. Sir, I have always had a question. You want to ask why we can clearly control Bond Company, but have not taken further action, right? Yes, if we control Bond, wouldn't the chairman and senior executives of Yinzhong ultimately be decided by us? But aren't you afraid of retribution later? There is a saying, forgive those whom you can. Old Zhou would not resort to a poison pill plan, but can you guarantee that the executives of Bond won't? The executives of Bond are not to be underestimated. They dared to take the first shot in the secondary market mergers and acquisitions, and they are well planned and have nearly succeeded. The best way to defeat a strong opponent is not to kill them, but to subdue them and then use them for our own purposes. Old Lei nodded, still bewildered. He had to admit that the management of Bond Company was quite competent and there were virtually no rivals in the current market. In a situation where everyone's strength is roughly equal, one must strike decisively when given the chance, but there is still a considerable gap between Bond and Longhua Holdings, not to mention that Longhua is backed by the massive Lyon Group. The phone rang, and a somewhat seductive voice of Caroline came through. Long have you missed me? Jian raised an eyebrow, her ear perked up. She was all too familiar with this enchanting voice. It belonged to the young lady of the Hunter family. Wang Zilong did not notice Jian's gaze. He cleared his throat and asked, "It's so late, is there something you need?" "Oh, I almost forgot, it's daytime over there. I have a serious matter to discuss with you." Seeing that the man lacked romantic understanding, Caroline could only bring up business. Our people in Bakken have just discovered the oil exploration team from Continental Resources. Wang Zilong's trust company had been aggressively acquiring farmland in the Bakken region, owning 2,000 acres of land in this area alone. The trust company cultivated various subsidized crops, raised cattle and sheep, and employed a large number of cowboys. After several years of operation, the entire Bakken had been molded into a veritable fortress. Any slight disturbance would not escape Caroline's watchful eye. Although Continental Resources is not currently a top oil company in the beautiful nation, they lead others in the field of shale oil extraction. If it weren't for Wang Zilong and Hunter Oil's presence, Continental Resources would become the biggest beneficiary of the shale oil extraction boom in the coming decades. Oh, have they already discovered our secret? Not yet. I have instructed a group of environmentalists to block their convoy, and there will be someone monitoring them 24 hours a day from now on. Wang Zilong was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder the descendants of the capitalists in the beautiful nation employ such underhanded tactics in business warfare. But I like it. Very well, but we can only stop them temporarily, not permanently. We might as well let Hunter Oil take the lead in publicly announcing the major shale oil discovery in North Dakota. I have the same intention. Both of them could not help but smile as if their scheme had succeeded. Jian felt more and more that they resembled a pair of conspirators. After receiving the instruction, the public relations department of Hunter Oil immediately sprang into action. Caroline personally attended the press conference. Hunter Oil had been silent for a long time. The only achievement in the past 2 years was capitalizing on the soaring oil prices during the Gulf War to increase production and make a fortune. Such a company, which had been living off its past, was destined to decline in the future. However, due to the resurgence of the Hunter brothers, many major media outlets sent representatives to attend after receiving Caroline's invitation. Little did they know that this press conference would bring them many surprises. Caroline demonstrated the progress made by the research team of Hunter Oil in the hydraulic fracturing method for shale oil. The reporters present were all columnists in the oil industry and naturally understood what it meant once this new shale oil extraction technology was put into application. Shale oil had always been a somewhat useless existence among many oil companies. Extraction requires a huge investment, and only smaller oil companies unable to compete with the big ones would invest heavily in developing shale oil extraction technology, hoping to capture profits that big companies overlook. Hunter Oil is certainly not a small oil company. Once hydraulic fracturing is widely adopted, Hunter Oil will undoubtedly initiate a new industrial revolution in the oil sector. And the Hunter Oil Group, which masters this technology, will undoubtedly become the biggest beneficiary of shale oil extraction. With this thought, the reporters couldn't help but get excited. This was big news. Hunter Oil had been silent for so long, only to have been holding back such a major move. They could imagine that after the press conference, Hunter Oil would undoubtedly become the darling of the oil industry. Which major oil company wouldn't want a piece of this technology? Caroline clapped her hands, and a map of North Dakota appeared on the projector. Amidst the confused gazes of everyone, she drew a large circle with her infrared. Caroline clapped her hands, and a map of North Dakota appeared on the projector. Amidst the confused gazes of everyone, she drew a large circle with her infrared pointer. Ladies and gentlemen, our Hunter Oil exploration team has discovered a giant shale oil mine in the Bakken area with estimated reserves around 2.3 billion barrels. The room fell silent. Someone questioned Caroline incredulously, "Ma'am, do you know what a reserve of 2.3 billion barrels of oil means?" Caroline smiled with a combination of pride and elegance. "Of course I do. Our Hunter Oil has discovered the largest oil field currently known in the U.S. Without exception, the audience immediately began to murmur. If Hunter Oil were a publicly listed company, they might understand that Hunter Oil was trying to stimulate its stock price by creating positive news. However, Hunter Oil had always been a family-owned enterprise with no need to create sensational news. So does this mean that Hunter Oil really has discovered the largest oil mine in the U.S.? Could it be that they disclosed this proactively because Hunter Oil had already completed its oil arrangements in the Bakken region? Thinking of this possibility, all the media outlets buzzed as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. 33 barrels of crude oil is approximately equal to 1 ton of crude oil. A typical oil field with reserves greater than 67 million tons is considered a giant oil field, while those exceeding 6.85 billion tons are classified as supergiant oil fields, of which only about 20 have been confirmed to date, mostly located in the Middle East. The oil reserves preliminarily surveyed by Hunter Oil in the Bakken region of North Dakota already exceed 300 million tons. Many journalists present who often deal with oil understood that there must be a supergiant oil field beneath the Bakken region. As the oil exploration team conducted further surveys, they were sure to discover even more oil. The value of a supergiant oil field is well known to everyone. With the widespread adoption of small cars in Asia, the demand for oil around the world has skyrocketed, leading to a surge in oil prices, which now stabilize at around 20 per barrel. Even based on Hunter Oil's confirmed figure of 2.3 billion barrels, the value of the oil beneath is as high as 46 billion. The oil company in the beautiful country can make a net profit of at least tens of billions of dollars from it. The reporters realized that the discovery of a new continent by Hunter Oil would surely allow the company to rise again, relying on its layout in the Bakken region. Caroline felt uneasy, her whole body trembling slightly. The strong woman was doing her best to control her emotions. Hunter Oil was the most valuable asset left to the Hunter family by her grandfather, and their family had once been on par with several major oil families in the beautiful country. However, due to the incompetence of the previous generation, they rapidly declined, even reaching a point where they had to sell off all their assets to get through tough times. Although the Hunter family no longer exists, Boss Wang retained the name of Hunter Oil and hired the eldest daughter of the Hunter family as the overall manager. Now witnessing Hunter Oil once again shock the world, how could she remain calm? Facing the multitude of microphones crowding around her, Caroline declined the subsequent interviews, leaving the public relations manager of Hunter Oil to handle the reporters. Several major television stations in the beautiful country, including those in European countries, urgently reported on the discovery of large oil fields in the Bakken region of North Dakota. Meanwhile, the survey team of the Continental Resources Company was attempting to communicate with protesting environmentalists to resolve the matter peacefully. "Tell them we are willing to offer an additional $10,000 to clear a path for us." Johnny is the head of the Texas branch of Continental Resources Company. His young age in such a high position is entirely due to his father being the largest shareholder of the company. In other words, this company is an enterprise controlled by their family. This time they came to North Dakota with the exploration team because they discovered a small oil field just across the Texas border, and their geological experts estimated that there is a larger oil field within North Dakota. Johnny's father placed great importance on this matter and personally assigned him the closest to Bakken to oversee the exploration. This was not his first time leading an oil survey. He originally thought it would be a simple task, but he encountered the scene before him. Johnny was not a fool. He knew there was something strange about this situation. How did the environmentalists know they were surveying oil in North Dakota? Moreover, these people were silent and did not resemble the environmentalists he had encountered before. True environmentalists would not dare to sit hand in hand on the road disregarding danger. Many of them would try to persuade the public verbally not to harm the environment. They were quiet and unassuming, which was not their style. So he decided to offer more money as a bargaining chip. But before his assistant could communicate with them again, they scattered like startled sparrows as if receiving some kind of instruction. Johnny was stunned. He did not expect this deadlock, which had lasted for several hours, to end in such a manner. Just as he was puzzled about what these people were up to, he received a call from his father. "Where are you? We have not yet arrived at Bakken as planned." What happened? Originally, Johnny did not intend to trouble his father over such a small matter, but now he had to tell the truth. "We encountered environmentalists blocking the road, but I have already settled it." "Damn it, it's all Hunter Oil's scheme." Johnny changed the original plan. "You need to head directly to the outskirts of Bakken and purchase the extraction rights." "What on earth happened? Shouldn't we first investigate specifically where the oil is located and how much there is before convening a meeting to decide on a price for land acquisition?" His father shouted angrily, "Son, we don't have time. Right now, over a dozen oil companies across America are rushing to Bakken. Just now, Hunter Oil announced their major oil discovery." Johnny was stunned to hear this. He finally came to his senses, realizing that this was the reason those people were blocking the road. In the beautiful country, 20 of the land belongs to the federal government, while the remaining 80 is naturally private land. Most of the 20 of land owned by the federal government is forested or sparsely populated areas rich in mineral resources. If mineral resources are discovered on federal land, the local government will publicly auction the rights and then issue extraction permits. Federal law also stipulates that private landowners do not only own the surface land, but also everything 800 meters above and below the ground. Once gold mines and oil are discovered beneath the land, congratulations. Although you may not win the lottery, you and your neighbors can become rich overnight. Large energy companies will approach you to purchase the extraction rights from the landowner. You can choose to sell the land outright or collaborate with the oil company on extraction, receiving compensation for every barrel of oil extracted. Johnny stood frozen in place for several seconds after hearing this. He finally understood why his father was so agitated. Hunter Oil must have discovered oil in the Bakken region long ago, given their numerous small maneuvers. Perhaps the people from Hunter Oil were already out there trying to sign contracts with the locals for extraction rights. "Johnny, this is not the time to lament missing out on oil. We still have the advantage of being the first movers. The only company competing with us is Hunter Oil. We can surely offer some incentives to these unsophisticated locals to secure extraction rights from them first. You don't have much time left. I estimate you only have 1 day before those companies arrive on the scene." Before his father could finish, Johnny hung up the phone. He was on the brink of losing control. He felt a deep sense of discomfort. If Hunter Oil had not discovered oil first, and if Continental Resources had been the first to discover the Bakken oil, they could have easily secured half of the 2.3 billion barrel reserves. Continental Resources Group could have leaped to become one of the top oil companies in the beautiful country. At that moment, Johnny felt as if billions of dollars were flying away before his eyes. The discomfort in his heart was unbearable. Yet this is the nature of the capital world. Whoever discovers a new land first gains the advantage. Thinking that he still had at least a day's head start, he felt a bit better knowing that the advantages of the Continental Resource Company and shale mining would allow them to share in this feast. "You all disperse. If you find anyone who hasn't signed with Hunter or is still hesitating, offer them a little less profit to secure their deals and sign as many land permits as possible." Johnny thought it through. Acquiring the mining permits now would allow his company to sell them to other oil giants for profit. Just as he anxiously awaited news, while sipping his coffee, he received several incredible responses. "BOSS, all the land here has been given to a land trust company. The person in charge mentioned that this trust company acquired it many years ago." "What? Are you saying the hundreds of acres of land you were consulting on have been bought out?" "Yes, this trust company spent a fortune acquiring over a dozen large farms nearby. Is it well known for its aggressive land acquisitions in the Bakken region?" Johnny felt a slight sense of crisis. The major landowners behind the trust company would be much harder to deal with than some bumbling villagers. However, he thought if they knew oil fields were emerging on his land, they would surely be thinking of ways to cash in. He issued new orders. "Tell that farm manager we need the trust company's contact information. Ask him to help us get in touch, and I will handle the negotiations myself." Johnny believed that with the advantages of the Continental Resource Group in shale oil extraction, the trust company would definitely choose to cooperate with them as they could maximize profits. If he knew about Hunter Oil's announcement regarding hydraulic fracturing, he probably wouldn't think so. However, as the news kept coming in, he felt something was off. This trust company not only purchased a large tract of agricultural land in the Bakken region, but also acquired a substantial amount of property in several nearby urban areas. According to the locals, this trust company is very well known, having acquired land not just in Bakken, but also in other areas of North Dakota. It can be said that this trust company is the largest landowner in the Bakken region, and indeed the entire North Dakota. "Boss, we have signed cooperation agreements for mining with several farm owners who have not sold their land, but their asking prices are extremely high. I think." Johnny understood why these people were asking for so much. The trust company had spent heavily, but could not acquire land from them. On one hand, they might genuinely not want to leave, but on the other, it was likely that the money wasn't sufficient, and these people were greedy, wanting to hold out. Now that these holdouts know there is oil underground, they would be even less willing to miss out on the chance to make a fortune. A new question popped into Johnny's mind. What was Hunter Oil the first to discover the oil doing? With this thought, he called to urge, "How is it going with what I asked you to do?" "BOSS, I have obtained the contact information for the CEO of the trust company. I will send it to you right away." Upon receiving the phone number, Johnny immediately dialed. "Is this Mr. Bond, the CEO of Longhua Trust Company?" "Yes, may I ask which oil company you represent?" "Oh, you know our purpose. I just saw the news. You are the fourth oil company to call today." Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but curse under his breath. Other oil companies were more resourceful than he had imagined. They had managed to contact Longhua Trust even before him. Before he could ask further, the other party spoke on the phone. "I'm sorry, sir, regardless of which oil group you represent, we at Longhua Trust have only one response. We will not cooperate with any oil company for oil extraction except..." Johnny did not expect the trust company to be so firm in refusing to cooperate with oil companies. Did they not want to make money at all? Except for the approximately 500 acres of land in the suburbs of Williston, which we authorized to Hunter Oil. At this point, Bond said, slightly annoyed. They said they would build a refinery on it, and the contract included energy extraction rights. However, they are using it to explore for oil, and in the future they will undoubtedly extract the oil underground. Although we can receive a share of the oil profits, this is not the outcome we desire. Johnny followed up with his thoughts. "Damn Hunter Oil, this is fraud." "Yes, it is fraud. We have been in litigation with them for several months. Not only did we lose, but we were also forced to sign a confidentiality agreement. Our trust company's users are very dissatisfied. They believe that many people in the world are still starving, yet oil companies continue to destroy farmland, so he has decided not to authorize any more land to oil companies." Upon hearing this, Johnny felt a chill in his heart. Did that mean that Continental Resource Company would not obtain the land authorization from them either? He thought their behavior of occupying the latrine without relieving oneself was not noble at all, even somewhat shameful. "Mr. Bond, I believe you can try to persuade your users. We can definitely use these lands for oil extraction, and with that money, they can purchase more land and benefit more people." "I'm very sorry. I tried to persuade them via email, but none of those emails received any response. I think the other party must be a stubborn old man." Johnny was astonished. "You mean you have been communicating via email and have never met the other party?" "Yes, my employer is very mysterious, but he must be a very wealthy old man with an unusual obsession with. He is no longer satisfied with being the largest landowner in North Dakota and is constantly pushing us to acquire land in several other agricultural states. If he doesn't become the largest landowner in the beautiful country, he won't stop." Hearing this, Johnny couldn't help but feel curious about this mysterious old benefactor. But now was not the time for idle gossip. Damn Hunter Oil actually obtained a 500-acre piece of land through fraudulent means, and they discovered oil there 6 months ago. A terrifying thought suddenly emerged. Had Hunter Oil already signed confidentiality agreements with other farm owners? He stubbornly instructed his subordinates to continue expanding the scope of acquisitions. Johnny realized his thoughts were correct. After delving into the Bakken region, his scattered subordinates came back to report that Hunter Oil had signed confidentiality agreements with several local farmers more than 6 months ago. To this end, Hunter Oil had advanced them a large sum of money. Fact continued to expand the exploration range. I refuse to believe that every place has been devoured by Hunter Oil. The other late-coming oil giants were even worse off, as they found they couldn't even get a drop. However, to be fair, their interest in shale oil was not significant. Without advanced shale oil extraction technology, the shale oil fields in the Bakken region were like a chicken rib to them. Upon discovering that the local residents were demanding exorbitant prices, they decisively withdrew from the market. The competition between Hunter Oil and Continental Resources had already reached a fever pitch. The father and son from Continental Resources were like butchers with blood in their eyes, raising the royalty fee to 1.5 times the normal market price. This meant that even if they secured a large expanse of land, their profits became very limited. After the oil companies finished acquiring land, they naturally needed to extract oil to reap profits, which required a large number of oil workers. The Bakken region would experience an oil boom, leading to a shortage of labor and even a housing shortage with rising prices in the surrounding areas. All costs that oil companies needed to consider. As veterans in the industry, the father and son duo were well aware of this. Ordinary people would likely retreat due to cost concerns, but what smartened them up was their intuition that the oil underground in the Bakken region was far more abundant than Hunter Oil's preliminary exploration suggested. Moreover, they wanted to gamble on future oil prices. International crude oil prices are not constant. For instance, during the previous Gulf War, oil prices soared to $40 a barrel. Although prices quickly fell after the war ended, they ultimately stabilized around $20. They were betting that future oil prices would certainly rise, and that $40 a barrel would become the norm. Perhaps this is why Continental Resources could rise in the future. They first bet right on shale oil extraction technology and then on oil market trends. At a time when high extraction costs made shale oil unattractive, it would allow them to become the fastest growing oil company of the 21st century. Unfortunately, they encountered Wang Zilong in this parallel universe. Caroline looked out the window at the planes spraying pesticides and said, Why only cultivate such a small piece of land for oil? We have so much land. If we fully exploit it, Hunter Oil will surely become one of the top 4 oil giants in the entire U.S. within the next 10 years. It was evident that Caroline was ambitious. Recently, due to Hunter Oil's impressive performance at a press conference, a newspaper from a beautiful country ranked her as the top 10 outstanding women in the oil industry. A prominent magazine even conducted a special interview with her. She was also hailed by various media as the most beautiful businesswoman of the century. Nearly half the men on Earth were sighing over Miss Hunter's beauty and her unimaginable wealth. Many were even collecting early posters of Caroline, and the woman they dreamed of was being held in Wang Zilong's arms from behind. Savoring her alluring figure, Wang Zilong slowly analyzed to her. "The land is ours. Are you afraid the oil beneath it will fly away? I have a premonition that with the rise of Asian economies, oil prices will definitely skyrocket in the new century, possibly even multiplying 7 to 8 times. Furthermore, our hydraulic fracturing method has great room for improvement, allowing us to further reduce extraction costs." Caroline understood the man's meaning. The price of 20 per barrel was a bit low for the region. Shale oil extraction was much more challenging than Middle Eastern oil, and the cost of extracting a barrel was significantly higher than that for the wealthy Middle Eastern oil tycoons. This year, the big oil tycoons were clamoring to cut production to raise international oil prices, so one can imagine how limited the profit margins for shale oil were. According to internal estimates from Hunter Oil, their profit for each barrel extracted was only 4 to 6. Thinking of this, Caroline couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude. Continental Resources was even worse off, with their estimated profit margins only 1 to 2. Continental Resources had already commenced full operations with various machines steadily entering Bakken. For this reason, the father and son held a press conference at a hotel in Williston. At the press conference, the father and son announced that they had found at least 300 million barrels of crude oil reserves in the oil fields they had acquired. They confidently assured the media that Continental Resources would increase its daily crude oil production to 1.0 barrels within the next 6 months. The citizens of Williston were overjoyed about this. This would benefit the entire city, and farmers collaborating with Continental Resources could earn a large sum of money every month, allowing them to become millionaires in just a few years. Even citizens whose land was not requisitioned could find work at the oil company. Both oil companies would be hiring a large number of workers, and soon the entire Bakken region would face a labor shortage. The key factor was the entry of the oil companies, which would trigger a surge in real estate prices in Williston. The oil boom would lead to an influx of outsiders, and one could imagine the skyrocketing housing prices in Williston. Unlike the jubilant crowd below, the father and son were filled with frustration. Based on their experience, wherever there was an oil boom, they would set up a branch, build employee dormitories, and simultaneously operate in real estate. But that mysterious buyer had nearly bought everything available in the city. Even the government building was not spared. The hotel where they held the press conference had been purchased by the buyer several years ago. Johnny sometimes doubted whether the owner of the trust company had known about the oil underground. However, the other party's refusal to cooperate with the oil companies dispelled this unrealistic idea. If surveying for oil were so easy, why would survey teams always discover overlooked oil? "Johnny, we are not losers in this land grab war. Hunter Oil has only secured 1.2 billion barrels of oil reserves. Given their significant first-mover advantage, securing only this amount is quite a failure, don't you think?" Johnny understood that his father was trying to comfort him. The cost of acquiring land for the other party was far less than theirs. However, this served as a reminder for Johnny. "Dad, I estimate that the land purchased by the trust company can extract at least over 1 billion barrels of oil. I think we should not continue to focus on Hunter Oil." "What do you mean? Who do you think would be the most uncomfortable now that oil has been discovered in Bakken?" "Naturally." Johnny's father revealed a look of sudden understanding. "Naturally, it is those farmers and urban residents who have sold their land at a bargain to the trust company." Johnny nodded insidiously. He had in fact been led into a misunderstanding by Hunter Oil Company. The Continental Resource Company and Hunter Oil actually shared common interests. They had a common enemy all along, the Longhua Trust Company. The amount of oil that both parties could extract might not even exceed that of the old man behind the scenes. In Johnny's view, the old man's claim about wanting to feed the world was merely an excuse. Farming is not a business that yields thin profits from high sales. Not long ago, the Legislative Council announced a new policy that allowed soybean farmers to receive agricultural subsidies based on the area of their fields. Prior to this, the Ministry of Agriculture of the beautiful nation had been using a differential subsidy system for to encourage farmers to plant certain crops. The Agricultural Department provided price protection for specific plants such as soybeans and corn. As long as the market price fell below the protected price, the Agricultural Department would offer corresponding price subsidies to the farmers. This allowed farmers to grow the designated crops without any worries. However, last year, the Ministry of Agriculture decided to abolish the differential subsidy practice and instead provide direct cash. They would directly pay the landowners in USD according to the area planted and the yield. How high are these subsidies? The total value of soybeans sold by the beautiful nation each year is 200 billion yet the subsidies granted can reach over 100 billion at times. Why give such high subsidies for soybeans? Because the beautiful nation realized that relying solely on oil could not control all countries. For some populous nations, the most crucial resource is food. People can live without gasoline, but they cannot survive without food. For instance, the ancient Eastern nation has a demand of 90 million tons of soybeans each year, while their domestic production is only 15 million tons. If a soybean embargo were to be enforced, would it not incite a panic over food? Speaking of which, Johnny thought the trust master was a shrewd old fellow. Extracting oil requires sharing profits with oil companies, but farming is a long-term endeavor. With the population explosion in Asia, the demand for food would also surge, and consequently various subsidies would increase. The old man wants to farm, but that does not align with the interests of their oil company. If all this land were used for oil extraction, the daily crude oil production in the Bakken region would reach 1 million barrels. 1 million barrels a day translates to 300 million barrels a year. Thinking of this, Johnny's insatiable heart raced a few beats faster. The father and son exchanged cunning smiles. The process of capital accumulation is all about crafty plundering. It is not their honest oil sales that have made them billionaires. Johnny, I cannot get involved in this matter, so I will leave it entirely in your hands. Johnny was his most prideful offspring, and he believed that the other party would surely provide him with a satisfactory report. Leave it to me, father. I will go have a chat with that beautiful Lady Caroline. You should keep your distance from that woman. I've heard that the Hunter brothers sold their own daughter to make a comeback, and that woman has quite a questionable private life. The unmarried, beautiful woman always attracted gossip. Hearing his father's disparagement of his goddess, Johnny replied with dissatisfaction. That I understand. I just want to talk to her about how to deal with that old farmer. As long as you understand. Johnny's father also felt he had spoken too much. Given the current power of the Hunter brothers, their family was not even qualified to offer shoes to the other party. If Johnny could truly win over Caroline, he might save decades of hard work. Upon arriving at the temporary headquarters of Hunter Oil in the city, he waited in the reception room for quite some time, feeling rather bored. Just as Johnny was getting a bit impatient, the graceful Caroline made her grand entrance. The lady radiated a dazzling glow as if she had just been bathed in dew. Johnny was momentarily mesmerized. How could there be such a sexy, beautiful, and elegant woman in the world? At this moment, Caroline was far more charming than what he had seen on television. She exuded a strange fragrance that assaulted his brain. He introduced himself like a clumsy child. Mr. Johnny, what is the purpose of your visit this time? It wouldn't be to show off your power, would it? Caroline's smile made Johnny lower all his defenses. Realizing he was misunderstood by the beauty, he heard, Actually, I came here to propose an alliance with you to challenge the Longhua Trust Company together. Fearing that Caroline might not understand his reasoning, he elaborated on his thoughts. As long as we find those who have lost their land together, provide them with legal and financial assistance, and bring in some media to create a massive public opinion. If these farmers win their case, we can naturally obtain the extraction rights we desire. Even if the farmers lose, we can still force the trust old man to compromise with us in the process. Caroline was taken aback. Perhaps the way women think differs from men. While they were preparing to deal with him, she was concerned about an unexpected point from Johnny. Who is the old man you mentioned? Oh, we suspect that the mastermind behind the trust company is an old man who loves farming. Upon hearing this, Caroline couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, lightly, causing Johnny to momentarily lose his composure again. Your suspicion is quite reasonable, but I must remind you not to let that old man know that you are scheming behind his back. Otherwise, he will hold a grudge against the Continental Resource Company and will definitely not cooperate with you in the future. Johnny nodded in sudden realization. Regardless of the situation, until he obtained the extraction rights, the old man was still the main party in charge. Does your company not want to push this plan together? No, we are already very satisfied with the current situation. The market is so vast that truly monopolizing it would attract attention, such as from that farming old man. Johnny did not understand the dual implications in Caroline's words, nodding and grinning foolishly. Go for it, Johnny. I have faith in you. Caroline's encouragement provided Johnny with immense motivation. He felt his fighting spirit igniting. It was not until he left the building of Hunter Oil that he realized he had said a bit too much and had not appeared calm, and the figure of Caroline flashed through his mind. This woman truly is a femme fatale. She almost made me lose control of myself. Johnny shook his head, but he felt that Caroline's words were quite reasonable. All matters must proceed quietly. If the farming old man discovered that the Continental Resource Company was scheming behind the scenes, his plan would become meaningless. I understand. The sunbathing Wang Zilong hung up Caroline's call without even exchanging a few words. Caroline's chuckling left him speechless. After all, he just enjoyed buying land to farm, which was an excellent tradition of flower-growing families. No matter where one goes, cultivating a piece of land and planting crops is essential. One day, when the people of Longhua set foot on the moon, they would overcome countless difficulties to farm there. As for being mocked as a little old man, who cares? Wang Zilong shook his head. He wasn't upset with Caroline, but rather with that young man Johnny who had caught his attention. Having snatched someone else's opportunity, Wang Zilong felt justified in being scolded a couple of times. But this fellow kept coming back to cause trouble. Oh, did he really think he was a soft persimmon without any temper? He made a call to William. Sir, congratulations. Your investment in Beidazu has achieved significant success. Although William kept his emotions in check, he could still sense a hint of sourness. No matter how you looked at it, Hunter Oil was once a place where their family had fought together, and Nixon's daughter still retained a 5% stake, while he had no shares left at all. It wasn't hatred. Without Wang Zilong, there would be no today for him and the Hunter brothers. It was just a bit of bitterness in his heart, like finding out a good friend had won the lottery. Besides envy, he couldn't help but wonder why he wasn't so lucky. William, do you want to rebuild the oil group? Of course I've thought about it. Haven't we already been buying oil stocks with the Hunter brothers fund? You mentioned that oil stocks will rise significantly in the future. No, you don't understand what I mean. I'm talking about a complete acquisition of an oil company, revitalizing the Hunter family's glory in the oil industry. This way our alliance will become even stronger. On the other end of the phone, William's breathing became slightly rapid. Reviving the Hunter family's oil business was something he had longed for day and night. Countless nights, he dreamed of old Hunter standing at the head of his bed, reprimanding him and questioning him. Why did he sell Hunter Oil? Although it was still called Hunter Oil Company, they all understood that the era of Hunter Oil had come to an end. Now, upon hearing Mr. Wang say this, his heart stirred with anticipation. Wang Zilong's voice echoed in his ears again. You know about Dalu Resources Company, right? They control very advanced shale oil technology and have now acquired part of the Bakken oil fields. A rise in their fortunes is inevitable. The company is on the verge of explosive growth. After acquiring this company, Hunter Oil might once again stand at the pinnacle of the oil industry in the beautiful country. William naturally knew about Dalu Resources Company. In fact, he understood it even better than Wang Zilong. When Hunter Oil embarked on a massive acquisition in the international market, Dalu Resources was just drilling its first oil well in California. When Hunter Oil fell into crisis, Dalu Resources began to rise, seizing many of the vacant markets left behind. Now that the Hunter family had completely exited the oil industry, Dalu Resources had quietly entered the ranks of the top 10 oil companies in the beautiful country. William acquiring Dalu Resources Company is in all our interests. This way our alliance will completely monopolize Bakken oil, and we will further expand our pricing power in the market. At that time, both OPEC and non-OPEC oil organizations will have to give us sufficient respect. A daily output of 1 million barrels from a large oil field is something that all oil-producing countries cannot ignore. Moreover, Wang Zilong was very clear that the underground oil reserves in Dazhou were far more than that. As long as they monopolized this area, it would be equivalent to monopolizing the oil resources of an entire state. By then, no one can overlook the Hunter Oil Alliance. William nodded heavily in response. I know what to do. Don't worry, sir. Give me half a year. No, 3 months, and I will definitely push Johnny and his son out of the board of Dalu Resources Company. I have always believed in your abilities in this regard. Nixon was no longer young. In his youth, he had also been a tough old coin, a daring fox who threatened the Federal Reserve and Bank of America. Unfortunately, time takes its toll. Nixon's energy was no longer what it used to be. At this moment, William slowly began to showcase his skills and abilities. Yes, having confirmed with a glance, this guy, although always following in his brother's footsteps, had been doing unspeakable things. He had an astonishing talent for certain matters, leaving even Nixon feeling ashamed. With William keeping an eye on them, Johnny and his son were in trouble. Meanwhile, Johnny was sending people to visit the farmers who had lost their land. To his surprise, these farmers were not living as hard as he had imagined in the big city. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Longhua Trust Company had acquired the land they depended on for survival at a premium and would provide them with certain subsidies after the land produced a harvest each year. Although the subsidy per acre was minimal, pitifully small, it was enough to keep them free from worry about food and clothing. They used the money from selling their land to buy houses in the big city and set up new businesses. Some even bought larger plots of land in other areas. In short, everyone was doing quite well. Don't these farmers feel unbalanced or resentful knowing that their land was discovered to have oil, losing the opportunity to become rich like others? Of course some do. Only a small number can maintain a grateful heart. We found that they are organizing rights protection meetings, trying to persuade more people to join them. Hearing this, Johnny's eyes lit up. He knew it would be like this. Human hearts can never be satisfied. He firmly believed that even if Longhua Trust treated these farmers well in the face of immense profits, it would only make them greedier. Give them more activity funds, send some people to blend and motivate them, occasionally offer suggestions, and help contact the media at critical moments. Johnny was filled with schemes. He believed that with his influence, he would surely frighten the old man behind Longhua Trust. At the crucial moment, if he stepped up to help the old man quell all the disturbances, the old man would definitely be grateful to him. By then, obtaining a few plots of land for oil extraction would become an inevitable consequence. Once he tasted the enormous profits from oil extraction, would the old man still be able to farm properly? The answer was naturally no. It would become inevitable for the old man to authorize all the land to Dalu Resources Company. In just a few years, Johnny had begun to fantasize about reaching the pinnacle of his life, marrying a wealthy beauty. Little did he know Wang Zilong had already dug a pit waiting for him to jump in. Events were unfolding in the direction that Xiao and I had anticipated. A large number of farmers were gathering at the Williston market holding signs that read "Return my homeland" as they sat in front of the Longhua Trust Company. Those unaware might have thought they were environmentalists protesting against the oil boom in Bakken. Many media outlets came to report extensively covering the malicious land acquisition by Longhua Trust from the farmers. The farmers who lost their land received support from the public. Many felt that the farmers were victims of a malicious takeover by a large institution. Numerous do-gooders even arrived in Williston to support these impoverished farmers who had lost their land. Relevant official agencies had to intervene for an investigation. The landlords claimed they would file a lawsuit in federal court demanding that Longhua Trust return their land. Hearing a mother testify that Longhua Trust had deceived her out of the land she depended on for survival filled everyone with outrage. Both the legal system and public opinion were heavily against Longhua Trust. Just when Xiao and I thought he could add fuel to the fire to completely ignite the situation against Longhua Trust, a media outlet published a shocking insider report. The headline read, "Open your eyes, they are a pack of ungrateful wolves." The reporter from this media outlet conducted an in-depth investigation and discovered the situation was not as simple as imagined. He revealed the findings of his investigation. First of all, these farmers were not homeless. Longhua had completed the land acquisition 3 years before the oil discovery boom, and during this acquisition the landlords were the ones who benefited immensely. Longhua Trust paid them 1.5 times the market price at that time, enough for them to purchase a larger piece of land in other areas. Moreover, the lives of these landlords were not as miserable as imagined. With this acquisition fee, they could easily buy a spacious apartment in the city, and some large landlords even purchased luxurious mansions. Looking at the mansions of the landlords exposed by the reporter, the public felt an unusual anger, realizing they had been deceived. While sympathizing with these people, they failed to notice that the landlords were living far better than themselves. Furthermore, the 1.5 times market acquisition price was already quite generous. As the reporter stated, with that money, they could completely transition from small landlords to large landlords, and from large landlords to millionaires. What disgusts me as a reporter is that the elderly behind Longhua Trust felt guilty about this and provided them with a long-term additional subsidy, which they would receive immediately after a bountiful harvest. Thanks to this subsidy, the large landlords led a laid-back life. Their neighbors said that the whole family never went out to work, spending their days barbecuing and hosting banquets, leading to numerous complaints from neighbors. Moreover, there was a long-term placement subsidy. Enjoying life every day without working is a lifestyle that many high-level professionals and big bosses aspire to. What's more, the former big landlord was actually the leader of these protesters. How shameless, living a life akin to a celestial being, yet coming to lead the protests because they were too idle. Most crucially, in this acquisition contract, the obligations for enjoying the premium purchase and subsidies were clearly defined. No matter what was discovered beneath the land, it had nothing to do with these people. Everyone signed the contract in the presence of lawyers. Even if they ended up in court, they would be the losing party, which they were well aware of. Hence, they kept shouting about lawsuits, but never took any substantial actions, knowing they were in the wrong. Seeing this, Xiao and I was momentarily stunned, as he did not know about this clause in the agreement. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Premium purchases and subsidies come with conditions, usually requiring a supplementary contract to specify rights, obligations, and penalties for violations. Clearly, these landlords had violated the terms and triggered the supplementary agreement. Had he known about this supplementary agreement earlier, Xiao and I would have been more cautious, as he understood that the subsidies in the supplementary agreement were meant to prevent disputes in the future costing extra money. He realized that these landlords were doomed, having triggered violations in the agreement. They might even find themselves on the receiving end of a lawsuit, forced to return the subsidies and premiums they had received. An image of an old fox suddenly flashed in his mind, seemingly mocking his ignorance and impulsiveness. Thinking of this, he hurriedly called his subordinates, wanting to recall everyone the landlords were bound to lose and should not get involved any further. However, no one answered the phone. He tried calling several others, but received no response. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Had these people already been exposed? Just then, a group of police officers burst into their branch in Williston. "Sir, you cannot go in here. This is our boss's office. Get out of the way. We are here to arrest Xiao and I." Before Xiao and I could react, the police rushed in. "Mr. Xiao and I, here is the arrest warrant. Please come with us." Seeing the arrest warrant issued by the police chief, Xiao and I was taken aback. "I am an old friend of your chief. Oh, can I make a phone call?" The leading detective sneered. "This was Williston, a boy. Don't you know whose territory this is? How dare you oppose the esteemed Longhua? You must not know how to write the word death." "No need. The warrant was personally issued by the chief against you. We have evidence to suspect that you masterminded a massive extortion case. Given the large amount involved, we must take you back for investigation." As the handcuffs were placed on him, Xiao and I panicked and shouted, "I want to see my lawyer." He had just been taken out of the company when reporters emerged from nowhere and started snapping photos of him. The next day's headline was that Xiao and I, one of the bosses of the Mainland Resource Company, had instigated the landlords to extort Longhua Trust. The landlords also turned against him, claiming they had been misled by Chow Nis subordinates into committing such despicable acts. Consequently, Longhua Trust issued a statement generously stating that they would forgive the misled landlords, but would cancel all subsidies for the troublemakers and pursue the mastermind behind Mainland Resource Company to the end. Public opinion immediately praised the owner of Longhua Trust, lauding him as a compassionate and generous elder. The good person was Longhua Trust, while the villain was naturally Chow Ni from Mainland Resource Company. The entrance of the Williston Police Department was crowded with a mob demanding severe punishment for Johnny. Most of them were local residents along with some laborers employed by Longhua Trust. They were the direct beneficiaries of Longhua Trust's extensive land purchases for farming. After the trust company arrived, they no longer worked for the farmers, but became part of a large corporation. Although their wages did not increase significantly, the various benefits were filled with humanistic care, and their lives visibly improved. However, Johnny from the Continental Resources Company actually stirred up trouble with a group of old landlords to obtain the mining permit from the elderly. If they succeeded, wouldn't they be returning to a life of oppression from the past? The crucial point was that they had spent their lives as cowboys taking care of livestock and crops. Without arable land, they would have to work as oil workers to support their families. Oil workers earned higher wages than cowboys, but it was grueling work rolling around in mud and oil all day. For those without skills like them, working in an oil field was akin to being treated like beasts of burden. During the days of public unrest, they were anxious for a long time. Now that they learned Johnny was behind the scenes manipulating things, they immediately took leave to gather outside the police station for a protest. The angry shouts of the cowboys made Johnny feel a bit frightened, and even the others locked up with him glared at him with. Fortunately, a police officer who had a good relationship with him arranged a single cell for him. Even at this point, Johnny still believed this was merely a small matter for the family. As long as he said nothing, the police would have no way to convict him immediately. It wouldn't be long before his father would come with a lawyer to bail him out. But after being detained for a day, he sensed something was off. The police had not come to question him once, seemingly leaving him here and choosing to ignore him. His father also did not come to bail him out, making him feel as if he had been forgotten by the whole world. Even today, after the sun came out, the cowboys who had threatened to tear him apart had quieted down considerably, with today's outcry much weaker than yesterday's. What on earth was happening? Sheriff, could you please hand me my cell phone? Seeing Johnny's pleading gaze, the sheriff helplessly nodded. After all, he had accepted a favor from him. Although this guy was about to be done for, this small favor was within his capability. Thank you, I will definitely repay you well once I'm out. Receiving his cell phone, Johnny was almost moved to tears. However, in response to his gratitude, the sheriff adopted a cold attitude. Johnny, this is my last time helping you. From this moment on, we owe each other nothing. His resolute words left Johnny somewhat baffled, as this guy had not been so dismissive when accepting money. Moreover, as long as Johnny stepped out of that door, there would surely be opportunities for a comeback, so the other party wouldn't really want to cut ties, would they? After a series of busy signals, he finally got through. Dad, why didn't you bring someone to bail me out? The voice on the other end was actually his father's assistant. Young boss, Mr. Ollie is not here. How could he not be at the company during such a major incident? Do you know where he went? Also contact our lawyer to bail me out. The assistant was clearly struggling with Johnny's demands, stammering repeatedly. What is going on? Are you hiding? Young boss, we may not be able to bail you out for the time being. Johnny's eyes widened as he thought of a possibility and questioned, why? Is it my father's intention to sacrifice me to appease the public outrage? After all, his father had more than one son, and it was rumored that there was an illegitimate child outside. The assistant hurriedly replied, no, it's not that. At this point, he could no longer avoid the truth. Young boss, after you were arrested, all the accounts of our group were frozen by the IRS. What? The IRS? How did we offend them? The IRS, short for the Internal Revenue Service, the third largest armed violent organization in America, has its own army. Human rights are worthless in front of tax collection. The most outrageous part is that they can freeze all bank accounts without any approval. They suspect that we concealed a large amount of income during our startup phase, and that part of the boss' initial funding has unclear origins. Whether this was true or not, Johnny couldn't say for sure. He only knew that his family suddenly started to have money, and his father suddenly bought a large farm in California to open a mine. These were old matters, and the IRS had only come knocking today. Where is my father? He can just pay the taxes, right? At worst, he can pay some fines. In Johnny's view, this matter wasn't too troublesome. The IRS was fair. As long as they paid the taxes and fines, everything would be negotiable. The boss has also been arrested by the California police. They suspect he is involved in a bank robbery case. Hearing this, Johnny's eyes seemed to sparkle with gold, and he felt a bit lightheaded. If his father was really arrested for murder, then Continental Resources Company would be finished. The statute of limitations in America is 20 years, and this year just happens to be the 19th since his father started his business. Without the pillar of support, his siblings would not even think of ways to bail him out. Thinking of this, Johnny couldn't help but feel a wave of despair. Was it the heavens trying to annihilate their family? He somewhat regretted provoking Longhua Trust. He thought they were merely a wealthy entity, but never expected them to have such immense power, even involving the IRS and multiple police departments. especially regarding those old matters that his father had covered up. Well, they could be said to be completely whitewashed. Yet they were still uncovered by the other party, like peeling an onion. Perhaps the crisis activated Johnny's brain, and he quickly thought of a new idea to ask the other shareholders of Continental Resources Company for help. Continental Resources Company also had other major shareholders, including Shell Oil Company from Eagle Country and Mobil Oil from America. These two companies were in the same boat as his family. They would suffer together, and they didn't want Continental Resources Company to become worthless either. Upon hearing this, Chiao and I collapsed onto the ground, feeling deeply the power possessed by the master of Longhua. He had actually provoked such a significant figure, and despair filled his heart. Regret surged within him, realizing that his impulsiveness had brought such great disaster to his family. If there were truly a chance to start over, he would certainly not be so greedy. Wang Zilong had no idea of the emotions currently felt by Chiao and I and his son. He was wearing sunglasses, gazing at the endless wheat fields while listening to William brag. Now nearly all the core members of the Chiao family have been taken down by me for various reasons. The next step is to publicly expose their crimes, thoroughly tarnishing the reputation of the Continental Resource Company. The CEOs of Shell and ExxonMobil want to downplay the situation, mediating in the middle. Indeed, escalating the matter does not align with their interests. How did you respond to them? Of course, I told them we are only interested in the shares held by the Chiao family and a few minor shareholders. With my Hunter brothers at the helm of the Continental Resource Company, it will better align with their interests. William chuckled. After hearing my thoughts, they also felt that Chiao and I and his son were no longer suitable to be the masters of the Continental Resource Company. They hope we can restore the company to normal operations as soon as possible, ideally in the next few years to go public. Hearing this, Wang Zilong nodded. It was clear to anyone that Chiao and I and his son were beyond recovery. Continuing to rescue them would be futile. It was better to let nature take its course and give the Hunter brothers a good deal. Congratulations, William, you can buy a promising oil company at a low price. William hurriedly corrected him. No, Mr. Wang, you are mistaken. I must correct your error. You should congratulate us for jointly acquiring the Continental Resource Company. You are the big boss of the Hunter Fund. In the past, you pulled us up to wealth. When there were opportunities to make money, how could we have left you behind? Moreover, this path to riches was also provided by you. Wang Zilong couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that this Uncle William was rather humorous. However, William had indeed executed this plan brilliantly, catching everyone off guard by swiftly sending several key figures of the Chiao family into custody. Excellent. With this, we have nearly seized 90 of the Bakken oil fields. In the coming years, the Continental Resource Company will fully exploit the underground oil of the existing lands. In a police station in California, Chiao and I's father was making call after call seeking help. Most of the calls were unreachable and a few were answered, but the responses were all helpless. Even if they wanted to help, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't until his phone got cut off for insufficient funds that he reluctantly set down the handset. The heavens are truly out to ruin my Chiao family. His lawyer also brought him bad news. Media outlets had exposed that the president and executives of the Continental Resource Company had been taken in for investigation, along with the impending lawsuits against Chiao and I and his son. Just as the scandal of Chiao and I extorting Longhua Trust broke, it was immediately followed by reports of the Continental Resource Company's president's initial capital being stained with blood, as well as various unfavorable news regarding tax evasion. The Continental Resource Company, with frozen assets, is now in turmoil. Will this company fall like a comet? Reading this, Chiao's elder couldn't help but curse a few expletives. It was evident that someone was shorting the Continental Resource Company. Those weak-willed minor shareholders might be eager to sell their shares right now. If the Continental Resource Company continued like this, bankruptcy was not far off. The hand behind this was clearly aiming for the shares held by him and his son. Sure enough, not long after the California police informed him that someone wanted to meet him. When the other party introduced himself as William from the Hunter brothers, Chiao Fu realized that he had not lost unjustly. The other party was an international short seller employing a large number of top detectives and hackers and possessing the most efficient short-selling team. It would be far too simple for them to unearth his past. All the attempts he made to launder his reputation were merely a smokescreen to them. $200 million for all the shares in your son's hands. This is the final offer from the Hunter Brothers Fund. $200 million. Chiao's father couldn't help but exclaim. This price was far too low. The Continental Resource Company made more than $200 million in net profit in just 1 year. Due to their involvement in the Bakken oil boom, the latest market valuation was $5 billion. Oh, and the Chiao father and son held 50 of the shares. William had made a significant cut right from the start. I cannot agree. The cost of the new machinery we purchased this year exceeds $200 million. As long as we want to selling for $1 billion would not be a problem at all. William sneered. You have no room for negotiation. Even if you refuse to sell, can you ensure that your sons will not sell? If a federal court sentences you to death and the IRS freezes your company for 2 years, I assure you that you will regret it. This was nearly an overt threat. Chiao's father knew that the Hunter brothers had that capability. If they really froze the Continental Resource Company's assets for 2 years, his sons would certainly yield to William. Shell and ExxonMobil would likely flee faster than anyone else. Yet Xiao's father felt that this offer was simply too low. His fortune had shrunk tenfold in an instant. For anyone, it would be a disaster. If you accept our offer, we can help bail your son Xiao and I out and mediate on your behalf so that your most capable son can continue to live in the sunlight using your money to seek a comeback. Including you, we can also help you delay for a year. As long as your case surpasses the statute of limitations, you will naturally be released without charge. Xiao's father was taken aback, having to admit that the Hunter brothers' methods were quite cunning. Delaying for a year until the statute of limitations expired was a solution he had not thought of. But this route could only be pursued under the Hunter brothers' guidance. If he did not agree, they would definitely send him to the electric chair at the fastest speed. All right, I agree to your terms, but you must keep your word. Of course, we are not executioners. We will never resort to violence for issues that can be resolved peacefully. If you can truly help me avoid the death penalty, I will be grateful to you. The most ridiculous thing in life is not dying, but rather having made a fortune and not having enjoyed it before passing away. Xiao's father was largely in this mindset. After becoming wealthy, he had been tirelessly extracting oil day and night, never finding time to enjoy living even less lavishly than his son. How could he possibly be resigned to die like this? I hope I haven't arrived too late. Dodd materialized at the California Police Department, his sole purpose to intervene in Continental Resources acquisition. Upon learning the full story from the Shell CEO, his first instinct was clear: the so-called Longhua Trust was in truth merely a front for Prince Long Wang, the ever-elusive mastermind who preferred to operate from the shadows. The ties between the Hunt brothers and Prince Long Wang were an open secret among elite circles, and Continental Resources, merely collateral, a sacrificial pawn in their bid to monopolize the Bakken oil field. What troubled him most was the chilling implication: should their plan succeed, the Wang family would wield unprecedented influence over global oil markets, even gaining a seat at the table where oil prices themselves are set. Dodd stood stunned, not only by Prince Long Wang's astonishing luck in discovering the Bakken field, but also by his ruthless decisiveness. Yet he had no choice but to step in. Prince Long Wang had risen with terrifying speed. If left unchecked, even the Rothschild family might soon find itself outmatched. Previous setbacks had only hardened his resolve. Without delay, he boarded a private jet from England to California. Yet upon landing in California, he witnessed William departing the police station, his face radiant with triumph. The deal, it seemed, was already sealed. Sir, our informants confirm William arrived with lawyers and signed agreements. Dodd's gaze turned icy. His worst fear had come to pass. But he quickly recalibrated. William would next seek out the Chiao siblings. According to intelligence, Mr. Chiao held roughly 40 of the shares, while the remaining 13 were scattered among his sons. There remained a sliver of opportunity to reverse the course. At that thought, his voice dropped to a glacial whisper: ensure Mr. Chiao dies tonight, in the police station's holding cell. The Rothschilds maintained their own discreet operatives, cleaners whose precision was legendary, leaving no trace, no liability, no stain upon the family name. Meanwhile, William, elated, was already reporting his victory to Prince Long Wang. The old Chiao has capitulated. For $160 million, I've secured his 40 stake. Now I'm off to see Chiao and I, and his remaining brothers. A vague unease flickered across Prince Long Wang's mind, but he couldn't pinpoint its source. He replied calmly, Chiao and I does require your personal attention. As for the others, dispatch your men. Act swiftly. Delay invites disaster. Understood. I'll follow your orders precisely. That very night, William arrived at Williston Police Department, exhausted, resolute, to meet Chiao and I. Chiao and I, your father has transferred all his shares to us. Here is his recorded message. He has words he wishes to share with you directly. Chiao and I had sensed confrontation was inevitable, but never imagined it would arrive so swiftly. So, the Hunts, those titans of global finance, were the ones pulling the strings behind this assault. Though fury churned within him, he still played the recording. Chiao and I know this feels unjust, but capital markets brook no sentiment. 19 years ago, I should have faced my reckoning. My only wish now is for our family to reunite in peace. No more complications. Accept William's terms without hesitation. I long for the day we stand together again. The more Chiao and I watched, the sharper his scorn grew. As a child, his father had drilled into him: strive relentlessly, uphold honor above all, even in wrongdoing. Now facing mortal coercion, that same man urged surrender, retreat, submission. The irony was grotesque. Selling his 6th stake at such a pittance filled him with bitter reluctance. Yet as a prisoner awaiting trial, he possessed neither leverage nor voice in negotiation. After a long silence, he asked quietly, can you secure Elder Longhua's forgiveness and absolve me of all blame? Yes, if you sign and affix your fingerprint to the share transfer agreement, I'll deliver his formal letter of pardon tomorrow and withdraw all pending litigation against you. Just as Chiao and I opened his mouth to agree, a sharp, intrusive footfall shattered the silence of the holding cell. His father's assistant burst in, breathless, don't sign. Under no circumstances sign. We've just received official notice from California PD. Your father died suddenly half an hour ago. He'd already signed the contract. Why did you kill him, eh? Xiao Ni's pupils contracted violently. A raw, uncontrolled rage flooded his features. William froze, stunned. Mr. Xiao, dead in custody. Instantly the gravity struck him. He'd orchestrated the Xiao family's arrest. He'd spearheaded the acquisition. Now with Mr. Xiao dead inside the station, suspicion would fall like a guillotine. Irreversible, absolute. Every narrative would converge on one damning conclusion: they had coerced the dying man into signing away his legacy. Truth, evidence, motive, all drowned beneath the tide of presumption. Already Xiao and I was screaming accusation, face contorted, straining violently against the shackles. Only after several officers rushed in could he be restrained. William staggered out of the station, hollow-eyed and numb. Outside, a pack of seasoned reporters swarmed his path, microphones thrust forward, lenses gleaming. Mr. William, have you heard about Mr. Xiao's sudden death? Reports say you were his final visitor, and that you finalized the share transfer agreement mere hours before his passing. Reportedly, for how much exactly? They spoke in veiled innuendo, yet the implication hung heavy and unmistakable. Mr. Xiao's death bore William's fingerprints. After a desperate scramble through the press gauntlet, William turned to his driver. What did California PD say? They claim a segment of surveillance footage vanished overnight. No evidence exists of anyone entering the cell. Fuck. William exploded. Every contingency calculated, every variable weighed. Except this: someone had chosen to eliminate Mr. Xiao outright. An unseen hand had entered the game, not to compete, but to sabotage. Someone was determined to derail the Continental Resources acquisition by any means necessary. Whoever dares oppose us has declared war on the Hunt family. And I, William Hunt, will not swallow this insult. His face twisted into something feral, so terrifying that even his driver flinched involuntarily. Tell California PD they have until dawn. If I do not receive what I demand by sunrise, they, and every soul tied to them, will join Mr. Xiao in death. William meant to send a message to every dynasty watching. California belonged to the Hunts, and any shadow that dared cross them would be erased in blood. The incident swiftly reached Nixon. He laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. When they'd been cast down, the elite families had banded together to exile them from the Federal Reserve. Now, having clawed their way back, someone dared defile their threshold, like a dog marking territory. To ignore it would be to invite contempt, to be seen as clay, not steel. Tell William, Nixon commanded. He fights now not for profit, but for the honor of our house. Let him use whatever means he deems necessary. Mr. Xiao collapsed and died at the California police station, and the Hunter brothers became the main suspects, making the headlines of the day. Several prominent families were watching the spectacle unfold with glee. They all thought William would fail in his attempted theft and be pecked by the chickens instead. They planned to observe the Hunter brothers' reactions. If William were investigated, the only one left to support the brothers would be the aging Nixon, who would undoubtedly struggle alone. However, what no one expected was how intense the Hunter brothers' reaction would be. William publicly announced a bounty in the media. Anyone who provided effective clues regarding Mr. Xiao's murder would receive 100 in cash, and a reward of 10 million would be given for capturing the murderer. The California police and the public went wild. After all, that was a 10 million bounty. For just a few $100,000, brothers could turn against one another, let alone for a sum that could buy a life. Threatened with their lives, the California police went all out. They quickly apprehended an insider and found the missing video. On the other side, the head of an underground clinic provided the police with clues that someone had purchased synthetic drugs from them, which when combined with antihypertensives could lead to sudden death without warning. The murderer ultimately chose to surrender, unaware of who had hired him to commit the crime. The police investigation hit a deadlock. However, William received a report on the investigation's findings. Surveillance near the police station captured Dodd from the Ross family. Dodd was feeling quite proud of his masterpiece. But soon he would no longer be smiling. He was met with a fierce assassination attempt. His private jet had just taken off when a massive explosion occurred. Witnesses said the blast was so powerful it felt like a strong earthquake. Upon hearing the news, Dodd was stunned. He changed his flight plan on a whim, redirecting the plane for maintenance, and it was this last-minute decision that saved his life. However, the pursuit did not cease. Wherever he went, there was a constant threat of dozens of assassins raining down. To this end, the Ross family had already sacrificed several scapegoats and over 30 valiant family guards. After 5 days of relentless assassination attempts, Dodd was utterly terrified. He knew full well that this was revenge from the Hunter brothers' retaliation for the humiliation inflicted upon them. The unspoken rules of mutual non-aggression had been torn apart. The Hunter brothers were declaring war on the... In recent days, the news in the beautiful nation had become particularly sensational. The streets of California seemed like a battlefield filled with explosions and gunfire. The authorities claimed it was a terrorist attack, but aside from issuing harsh words, they seemed unable to curb the ongoing violence. Dodd, wanting to escape California, sent out a distress signal to his family. What he didn't know was that the Hunter brothers' declaration of war had already reached the headquarters of the Ross family. A group of elderly men surrounded the declaration of war, sighing in dismay. The letter contained only one line: "Is the Ross family bullying the Hunter family? Because there is no one left to defend them." Defecating at our doorstep is disgusting. If there is to be war, let there be war. There are no cowards among the Hunter family. As long as there is one Hunter left, we will not compromise. Ladies and gentlemen, the other prominent families are watching our every move, and Dodd has certainly not handled this situation well. Not just poorly, I would never let this go unpunished. Even their own members felt that Dodd's methods were beneath contempt, eliciting a sense of shame. Business competition is one thing, but resorting to murder and petty tricks that go unnoticed is another. The key is that he was caught on camera doing it. But if we don't respond at all, won't that make the other families think we're too cowardly? You must think carefully. The Hunter brothers are stronger than ever. Once war breaks out, it will surely result in both sides suffering losses. Indeed, I believe we should prioritize peaceful negotiation. This time Dodd did indeed act improperly and should bear all consequences. Perhaps due to the Ross family's long-standing seclusion, everyone had grown too comfortable, and there were very few who were willing to take the lead in war. Ultimately, after discussions, they decided that Dodd would personally apologize to William and transfer part of the Ross family shares in Shell Oil Company to the Hunter brothers. Dodd, who finally received a response, felt somewhat unable to accept it, as the transferred Shell shares would ultimately fall upon his shoulders to bear alone. The elder's words left him without rebuttal. Forcing you to bear it alone is also to teach you a lesson. We are not blaming you for causing trouble, but rather for not handling this matter gracefully. Remember to do better next time. While facing the endless assassinations, Dodd chose to compromise. By this time, William's anger had subsided. After all, California was their territory, and this huge incident had already drawn the ire of many. Now that William had established himself and reaped the benefits, there was no need to truly tear faces with the Ross family. What troubled William was that he had yet to complete the task assigned by Wang Zilong. To be honest, he now didn't know how to face the Chiao family. Mr. Wang, I never intended for the acquisition of Continent Resources Company to lead to loss of life. This is not my style, and it's also the reason for my anger. The younger generation nowadays is becoming increasingly unscrupulous. Although we used to have our scuffles, we never thought of annihilating families. Now that Mr. Chiao is dead, the Chiao family certainly hates me. You might as well find someone else for this matter. Wang Zilong couldn't help but laugh. William looked quite cunning, but also had his own principles. Now with Mr. Chiao dead, William felt guilty, while the Chiao family felt justified, and was even less willing to sell their shares. From another perspective, Dodd's plan had succeeded. He had successfully disrupted Wang Zilong's acquisition of Continent Resources Company. Now the Hunter Brothers Fund had already acquired 40 of Continent Resources, theoretically achieving control. However, several brothers of Chiao had been remotely directing the employees of Continent Resources Company to resist the Hunter Brothers Fund acquisition, claiming that the Hunter Brothers had obtained shares through despicable means, and they would not accept such an outcome. The final result was that the Chiao family and their appointed managers became stubborn holdouts, refusing to vacate the premises for the Hunter Brothers. Wang Zilong had no choice but to personally meet with the still detained Chiao and I. Who are you? Chiao and I looked at Wang Zilong in confusion, having received notice that someone wished to see him. Thinking it was a brother who had had a change of heart, he was shocked to find it was a descendant of the dragon lineage who appeared to be a significant figure attended by a large entourage of bodyguards, lawyers, assistants, and secretaries. My name is Wang Zilong, the owner of Hunter Oil and a partner of the Hunter Brothers, as well as the shadowy figure behind the Longhua Trust that you mentioned. Johnny stood frozen in place, his mind clearly having stalled for a moment. It was a reality that even a city dweller could hardly accept. The image of the mysterious and cunning master of Longhua Trust had deeply rooted itself in Johnny's mind and that of others. But now Prince Long was telling him that the master of Longhua Trust was a young man, and that he was also the owner of Hunter Oil, a partner of the Hunter Brothers. Does that mean Caroline and William are mere pawns for this guy? From the beginning, had he been grappling with a formidable had he approached Caroline only to be seen as a jumping clown in her eyes? A sense of social death and shame surged over Johnny's heart. However, this tangled shame was soon replaced by a chilling realization. This implies that Longhua Trust had intentionally purchased land in North Dakota from the very beginning. They were aware of the super giant oil field beneath and had meticulously planned for years. He suddenly understood that their defeat was not unjust. In the face of such an organization, any company or conspiracy would surely falter. With this thought, Johnny composed himself and asked in a steady voice, "What is your purpose in revealing your identity to me now? Is it to negotiate or to issue a warning? It doesn't really matter how you think. At this point in the development of events, I am merely a step away from my expectations. If you want to continue making a scene, the outcome will certainly not meet your expectations. Public opinion towards you will only worsen, as the people of the Bakken region will not stand by your side. My farm workers will drive you out. And in the end, you may end up with nothing." Johnny nodded. If the old man of Longhua and the Hunter brothers were in cahoots, no matter how much the Chiao family and management struggled, they had means to ensure their operations in Bakken would fail. Losing Bakken, the Continental Resource Company would inevitably teeter on the brink of collapse, and in the end, the Chiao family would gain nothing. So how do you intend to handle us? As he said this, Johnny wore a mocking smile, perhaps still harboring some unwillingness in his heart. I will retain the remaining 13 shares of your Chiao family in the Continental Resource Company, but the voting rights must be surrendered to the Hunter Brothers Foundation. Without compensation, you can participate in the dividends. Alternatively, I could buy all your remaining shares for $100 million, and you would withdraw from the Continental. The offer of $100 million was nearly double the previous price. Johnny knew this was Prince Long's greatest concession. If he still didn't know how to be satisfied, he might face further sanctions from the other side. He hesitated for a long time before saying, I choose to retain my shares and surrender the voting rights. Leave the rest to me, I can persuade them. Prince Long couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The eldest son of the Chiao family had grown a bit too quickly unexpectedly, making the smart choice of not wanting a single cent. A very clever choice. If there are no other matters, you will be released without charges tomorrow. As he spoke, Prince Long was about to leave the interrogation room. Mr. Wang, I would like to discuss a business deal with you again. If you can help me avenge my father, I am willing to transfer 6 of the shares to you for free. Hearing this, Prince Long paused, curiosity piqued. Do you know who killed your father? Johnny nodded and replied. I saw the recent news. The Ross family's plane suffered a technical accident explosion along with a series of shootings. I believe this is all retaliation from the Hunter brothers against the Ross family. The person who killed my father must be closely related to the Ross family. So do you think I would go against the Ross family for your mere 6 of shares? I believe you would, because the Ross family is definitely targeting you. Prince Long nodded. This Johnny was indeed somewhat interesting. You might be disappointed. The Ross family has already signed a ceasefire agreement with the Hunter brothers. We have no reason to clash again. At our level, it's unnecessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Oh, everyone's life is precious. Upon hearing this, Johnny's expression dimmed considerably. His desire for revenge was not a whim. His father meant much more to him than money. In the past, he wanted to make money to prove himself in front of his father. Now that he had lost his father, no amount of money would hold any significance. Although I cannot directly help you take revenge, you can use your own strength to find trouble with the Ross family. His name is Dodd. If not for the concern that the Ross family has too many descendants, I would have long wanted to eliminate him. He is a living clown jumping around. Knowing that his enemy was Dodd, Johnny felt that his strength was too insignificant. If the Hunter brothers couldn't take him down, what could he do against such a massive hidden family? Moreover, he wasn't alone. He had siblings. If he were to eliminate Dodd, it would probably also implicate his family. Noticing the unwilling and struggling expression on Johnny's face, Prince Long came up with an idea. Hey, what if I tell you that I know of an unexplored supergiant oil field larger than the Bakken oil field? It comes with significant risks, but if your Chiao family wants to make a comeback, it could be a good option. You don't even dare to touch it. The risks must be enormous, right? Although Johnny said this, there was clearly a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Of course, it's currently just a worthless wasteland, but if a giant oil field is discovered, it would be a different story. Its value could multiply thousands or tens of thousands of times. The local government might immediately turn against you. Upon hearing Prince Long's words, Johnny instantly understood why such a powerful force as Prince Long would not dare to occupy this land. Anything that could provoke the government would have a significant disparity between its current value and its true value. So you think our Chiao family has a chance to occupy this land? Yes, if you withdraw from the Continental Resource Company, the media will portray you as oppressed orphans, and there might even be some compassionate souls standing up for you. In such a situation, if Johnny leads his family to find a piece of land for a comeback, how do you think the media will portray him? They will certainly depict you as a tragic hero, and you will stand in the camp of the good, making those who want to seize your land into what? Johnny understood what Boss Wang meant. If the publicity and packaging were successful, they would gain the upper hand. Anyone who acts against them would face a moral backlash from the people of the beautiful country, as personal land rights are sacred and inviolable in the beautiful country. If someone were to infringe this rule in front of the public, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the citizens of the beautiful nation. Public opinion works this way. Once it stirs the emotions of the masses, even the president of the beautiful nation would tremble in fear. Furthermore, with me and Brother Hunter presiding over justice, who would dare to commit such a grave offense? Johnny nodded. If they could handle the Ross family with just one Brother Hunter, then with the addition of a mysterious Eastern Wang family, they might indeed attempt a resurgence on this land. He smiled and asked, the price for your protection must be quite substantial, right? Wang Zilong did not deny this. He never concealed his greed. Firstly, I was the first to discover this oil field. Why should I tell you the location of the gold mine for nothing? Also, you can say that the initial capital was provided by me, along with media promotion and assistance in managing the various forces involved. Johnny felt increasingly that their contribution was minimal. Aside from helping with management and acting as a front, they seemed to have no other value. Then how much equity do you think I should give you? At least 80 equity. If it's less than that, I can continue to look for suitable agents. Anyway, this land isn't going anywhere. I have plenty of time. Johnny nodded in agreement. He accepted the offer made by Boss Wang. They agreed that Johnny would first handle family matters before they had a more in-depth discussion. Upon learning about this, Caroline was slightly puzzled. Since you know there is such a large oil field in the desert, why not let Hunter Oil directly develop it? We have already attracted a lot of envy by acquiring Bacon Oil. If we were to take on a super-giant oil field with hundreds of billions of barrels of oil reserves, do you really think the Yu and Yang families wouldn't retaliate against me? Boss Wang, are you still afraid of them? It's not about fear, it's about not taking rash actions before we accumulate it. In our Dragon Nation, there is an old saying, accumulate grain broadly and delay kingship, and another saying, the bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Caroline rolled her eyes beautifully, but couldn't help but grow curious. Where is that large oil field you mentioned with hundreds of billions of barrels of oil reserves? That would exceed the total reserves in North Dakota. If it really exists, how come no one has discovered it? Wang Zilong smiled mysteriously. This story dates back to the year 2013 in a parallel universe. The beautiful nation officially announced a piece of land for sale to the world. This land is in Texas adjacent to Mexico. It is referred to by locals as Volvo, a desolate area made up of vast deserts and rocky terrains. Due to the harsh climate and unique geology, the infrastructure here is very underdeveloped. Texas oil has always been famous. To sell this barren land, the authorities promoted it as an oil-rich soil, and with a flurry of exaggerated advertising, exploration teams from around the world arrived. However, after much effort, everyone discovered that there was no oil to be found. It was truly a barren oil desert. All the oil companies in the world felt deceived, clamoring for refunds. While the local government had no choice, seeing one plan fail, they devised another. Under the guise of developing the Great Desert and offering numerous incentives, they attempted to attract potential buyers. Just when the beautiful nation was worried about not finding buyers, Long Petrochemical took a strong interest in this land, spending $1.7 billion to purchase it. After receiving the money, the beautiful nation was overjoyed, while the rest of the world saw the Dragon Nation as foolishly spending so much on barren land. However, what they did not know was that the Dragon Nation's oil exploration team, equipped with advanced seismic technology, had actually discovered 200 trillion barrels of shale oil underground. Yes, shale oil again. 200 trillion barrels of oil mean trillions of USD in wealth. Such a massive oil discovery instantly shocked the world. The beautiful nation, known for its lack of contract spirit, regretted their decision after receiving $1.7 billion. This deal was a catastrophic loss. Trillions of USD could build countless aircraft carriers for the Dragon Nation. They immediately tore up the contract, claiming that in order to gain public support, Long Nation's extraction activities were damaging the local ecological environment, shamelessly stating that the oil belonged to the beautiful nation while the land belonged to the Dragon Nation. While using the ecological environment as an excuse is a consistent tactic of the beautiful nation. As for the claim that the oil belongs to the beautiful nation while the land belongs to the Dragon Nation, that's even more absurd. Why didn't they say this before they found anything? After a series of stubborn antics from the beautiful nation, Long Petrochemical ultimately retained only 30 of the extraction rights, with the rest divided among the beautiful nation's oil companies. Wang Zilong felt that if Joni were to extract from this land, it would be much more interesting. Of course, all available media resources must be mobilized to portray them as orphans bullied by capital, expelled from the land of resources. His father had been schemed against and died suddenly at the police station, with the true culprit still at large. The suspects were several reclusive families aiming to thwart the Hunter brothers. The Hunter brothers were not good people, either using their power to force orphans and widows to sell their family business. As the most business-savvy among the brothers, Joni returned to his roots, bringing the Chiao family to the vast, uncharted desert to develop the wasteland. Unexpectedly, they discovered a large oil field deep in the desert, and the Chiao family, as an oil family, rose again. Wang Zilong even thought that Joni might write a personal biography in the future. The public always enjoys watching such family dramas of love and hatred. The next day, the Williston City Police Department announced a message to the local citizens. Long Huaxin expressed his deep sympathy for the suffering of the Chiao family recently and felt unfortunate about the sudden death of Chiao's father. Considering that Joni is a first-time offender who has deeply repented, he will not pursue any further actions against Joni or the Continental Resource Company. This statement drew applause from the citizens. Joni waved to the crowd. His simple and unadorned image indeed garnered much sympathy. "Keep it up, kid. You can do it." Subsequently, Joni did not disappoint Wang Zilong. It was unclear what method he used, but he successfully persuaded his siblings to renounce their voting rights and start anew by founding the Great Chiao Resource Company. In the presence of the citizens of Williston, Joni left the Continental Resource Company with a large group of technical experts and management staff. The future of the Great Chiao Resource Company became a focal point of public attention. Until a report was released, it marked a definitive conclusion for the Chiao family. The Great Chiao Resource Company has purchased a large expanse of barren land in Volvo, using their father's inheritance planning to develop the desert in search of untapped oil. We wish them good luck. The wind and sand swept toward the exploration vehicle of the Dachiao Resources Company. The Dachiao exploration team was already accustomed to this scene and orderly retreated into the vehicle. This vehicle was specially crafted for desert exploration by Chiao and I, at great expense, utilizing components made from cutting-edge technology not yet available for civilian use, some even belonging to the realm of aerospace technology. Xiao and I breathed heavily with the help of an oxygen mask. His brother complained about the dreadful weather in Volvo. Damn, is this what you call fertile land? We have been searching for nearly half a year without so much as a strand of hair. Due to long-term exposure to harsh conditions, the originally assembled team had lost more than half of its members. Xiao and I held no grudge against them, for he too had been tempted to abandon the exploration countless times. But remembering his father's death and the investments made, he knew the Xiao family had no path of retreat left. During this period, he had not doubted whether Wang Zilong was playing him. However, each time his funds ran dry, and he felt he could not continue, the other party would silently transfer money into their account. It was this support that allowed Xiao and I to persevere until now. Shut up. If you want to quit, you can leave right now. Oh, no one is forcing you to stay here. Xiao and I's cold words made his brother shiver. He felt a bit wronged. If father were here, he would surely lead us out of this predicament. Shut up, you have no right to speak of father. I am the leader of this family now. The enclosed exploration vehicle fell silent. Xiao Fu also realized that his previous attitude had been poor, and he spoke in a softer tone. With the support of our investors, we have developed controllable seismic technology. While this technology is still not fully mature, it can barely explore depths of up to 1,000 meters. This expedition into Volvo is to verify this technology. As he spoke, hope reignited in Xiao and ISI. 1,000 meters, they had increased the exploration depth by 1,000 meters, a monumental breakthrough. If they still could not yield any results. He trembled at the thought. If they could not find shale oil at a depth of 1,000 meters, it would mean that even if oil truly lay beneath the desert and rock, their current extraction technology could not handle it. The swirling yellow sand and the sweltering climate were driving him to the brink of madness. He desperately needed some good news to lift the team's spirits. If they continued to lose members, Xiao Energy would truly become a shell of a company. It seemed Xiao and IS luck was still holding. The sandstorm that often raged all day surprisingly ceased after a short while. The exploration vehicle, deeply buried in the mud, easily broke free from the sand. Full speed ahead, we must reach our previously reserved exploration point before the next wave of sandstorm arrives. Previously, they had used traditional explosive methods to create seismic waves for exploring the oil beneath the desert. But each time it had been in vain. Perhaps heaven rewarded the diligent. During a large-scale explosion, they detected unusual ripples in the reflected waves. The elastic waves in the geological layers exhibited very slight changes, almost imperceptible if not scrutinized closely. Everyone on the team felt it was merely a psychological illusion born from their desperate desire to see results. However, Xiao and I did not think so. He trusted his eyes, and after careful comparisons, he was certain that this reflection wave was absolutely different from the hundreds of exploration waves they had encountered before. Thus, as the controllable seismic technology matured slightly, he could not wait to bring the team back to the previous exploration point. Everyone on the team felt a bit numb. They had encountered many wonderful misunderstandings before, but in the end, reality would always slap them awake. Xiao and I, who did not have a surname of Jiao, could not help but take out a cross necklace to pray while the technicians prepared. He desperately wanted to witness a miracle, even if it turned out to be yet another wonderful misunderstanding. Once the exploration vehicle equipped with controllable seismic sources, geophones, and instrument vehicles were ready, Xiao and I nodded to his brother. With a gunshot, all the instruments began to operate. A seismic source penetrated layers of rock, continuously expanding outward into the depths. The geophone immediately began to receive the reflected seismic waves. Xiao and I stared intently at the screen, and everyone could not help but hold their breath. Perhaps they had discovered something. The technician's pupils contracted as he covered his mouth. Something's not right. This is a waveform we've never encountered before. Look, doesn't this resemble the waveforms we discovered when we found shale oil before? No one answered him. Everyone immediately sensed that something was off. Although the tail of this wave was not very distinct, it indeed evoked a sense of déjà vu. Xiao and I was at a loss for words. He feared this was yet another wonderful misunderstanding. After a long while, he finally asked the technician, "Are you sure this is a waveform reflecting shale oil?" The technician hesitated for a moment before giving an ambiguous answer. "Although the waveform is not very clear, based on my experience, there might indeed be a shale oil field below. If we can deepen the seismic source by a few hundred meters, we may receive more direct feedback. Increase the depth of the seismic source." Upon hearing this, Xiao and I furrowed his brow. Expanding the seismic source to about 1,000 meters had already consumed a considerable amount of time and money. He wondered how long it would take to break through another barrier. He could not afford to wait. Xiao Resources Company could not afford to wait either. If this continued, not only would the team disband, but his family would also fall apart. Most importantly, without any results, would Wang, the great investor, continue to support him as before? Xiao and I decided to take another crazy gamble. Call the drilling team. Xiao and I's brother was taken aback and confirmed, "Bro, we haven't even confirmed if there really is shale oil below. Isn't it a bit early to start drilling?" "Haha, it's not too early. Since the instruments cannot confirm whether there is indeed a shale oil field below, we might as well drill a well to see if there is oil down there." "Are you suggesting we drill an exploratory well?" Yes, we need to drill an exploratory well over 1,000 meters deep. Everyone present was shocked by this crazy idea. The deeper the exploratory well, the higher the cost. Moreover, the subterranean layers of Volvo were mostly rocky, requiring costs several times that of a regular exploratory well. Bro, is it worth spending tens of millions of dollars on an uncertain waveform? It's worth it, absolutely worth it. As long as we confirm that there is oil beneath, our investor will definitely increase funding for our research. In the end, Xiao and I resolutely decided to investigate the well. Due to the climate and supply issues, it took a whole month just to drill this exploratory well. As the drill bit descended, everyone could smell the scent of money burning. Brother, we scrapped 3 drill bits again. Xiao Ni's younger brother was starting to lose his patience. They had drilled down to 900 meters, yet the geological samples collected remained nothing but rock. The wear on the drill bits from the rock layer was almost visibly rapid, and this result had pushed Xiao Ni's brother to the brink of a breakdown. He suddenly thought his brother was a complete madman. Perhaps he should have just indulged in the family fortune instead of throwing money into the vast desert. Just when he was feeling extremely disgruntled, a loud rumble suddenly came from the drilling site. Hearing that familiar sound, everyone couldn't help but swear. Damn it, we scrapped another drill bit. Stop complaining, the boss is here. Hurry up and pull up the pipes, and let's change the drill bit. Watching the busy figures around him, Xiao and I had no color on his face. He had grown numb. At times his resolve had even wavered, and he had considered vanishing into the desert. Just when people thought it was going to be another dull day, the worker changing the drill bit exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, what is this?" Xiao and I saw a familiar black substance. As the broken drill bit brought up a clump of black mud with a unique pattern, it resembled dark chocolate mousse, but the pungent smell of cowbell revealed that it was shale oil. Xiao and I's skin crawled. That was what you called a surprise. He had almost given up, only for the situation to take a turn for the Xiao and I's brother was also taken aback, but more so he was excited. There was indeed shale oil beneath the rock. This was an astonishing discovery, proving that Xiao and I's judgment was correct, just that their exploration technology was not mature enough. What they could guarantee was that this was definitely not a wonderful misunderstanding of Volvo, was indeed a fertile land yet to be excavated. Xiao and I said to his brother, "Have everyone sign a confidentiality agreement again. They can't leave here this year, but I can assure them that as founding members of the team, each of them will receive shares in our Xiao Resources Company." Xiao and I's brother felt there was no need for that. A large bonus would suffice to make these workers happy. Why should they give real shares? A little stock option would do. This is the reward they deserve. These were longtime employees of the Continental Resources Company. Many had fled due to the harsh desert environment, but those who remained had persevered until this moment. Xiao Fu wanted to share his joy with these people. The experience with Bakken taught him that whether in jest or in earnest, winning the hearts of people was vital. After announcing the news to everyone, the site erupted with even more enthusiastic cheers. People lifted Xiao and I and tossed him into the air. As Xiao and I let out a scream, they all quickly pulled their hands back. Xiao and I landed heavily in the sand, and his heart sank with him. "Very well, you indeed did a great job. I will add $200 million to Xiao's research funds. You need to develop more advanced exploration technology as soon as possible. You don't need to worry about the extraction technology. Hunter Oil has invested heavily in this, and a technological breakthrough is only a matter of time." The signal on Xiao Fu's side fluctuated, and after chatting for a bit, they hung up. "Who were you chatting so happily with?" Bai Chaoqiong asked pitifully from the side. "A partner in the oil industry. They discovered shale oil in the..." "I see. Congratulations to you." Although she said this, Bai Chaoqiong felt a bit unhappy. She saw herself as a supportive wife, a businesswoman in the public eye, but she couldn't help her fiancé Wang Zilong at all. The oil and arms business he was involved in were beyond her reach. "Why are you unhappy? Who made our casino king's daughter angry?" "I'm not unhappy." The two had not seen each other for a long time, and soon became very close. Although Wang Zilong had many women, only when he was with Ms. Why could he truly relax? "Chaoqiong, tomorrow is your birthday, and I have a gift for you." "What gift?" "Do you remember the $300 million in working capital you gave me?" "I remember. I haven't spent it. You can use it for now." Bai Chaoqiong always felt that she could not help Wang Zilong. If he could spend her money, she was quite happy. This was what set her apart from other women. "You probably don't know yet, but this money has ballooned to $1.5 billion. Wang Zilong had used this money to short the pound, go long on the mark, and then rolled it around in the stock market in the beautiful country, which led to the current $1.5 billion. "Zilong, I don't need this money. You should keep it for yourself." "Chaoqiong, I know you don't value money, so I plan to use this money to establish a foundation belonging solely to the two of us." Hearing this, Bai Chaoqiong immediately became interested. "Can I manage it personally? I have long wanted to establish a continental charity foundation in our names, and I also want to invest in luxury brands in Europe and America so that I can change new bags every day in the future." "Of course you can." Wang Zilong knew that Bai Chaoqiong was passionate about public welfare. During the 1991 Hong Kong City Star Charity Drive, Bai Chaoqiong had quietly donated a significant amount of money on behalf of the Gambling King's family. Bai Chaoqiong was very happy to receive Wang Zilong's support. She thought for a moment and said, I hope this foundation will focus on education in mountain villages. Besides building Hope primary schools, I also hope to give some cultural care to girls in the mountains. Wang Zilong thought for a moment and said, Qiaoqiong, your power alone is always weak. I suggest you simply organize a star charity performance at the Great Hall in the capital, and all the funds raised will be invested in this charity fund. Great Hall in the capital star charity performance. Yes, I will handle the Great Hall. Besides inviting stars from Hong Kong City, I also plan to invite well-known sketch actors from the mainland. Bai Qiaoqiong was excited at the thought of being able to raise more funds for rural education, and she nodded eagerly. Zilong, you are also a founder of this foundation. You can't hide behind the scenes. How could Wang Zilong not see through Qiaoqiong's little thoughts? She was trying to declare her ownership in public. Long wants to host a celebrity charity gala at the Great Hall of the People. Yes, father. He says it's the wish of your daughter-in-law. Zhao Dikun cautiously observed his father's expression. The older generation had long held reservations about Hong Kong and Taiwanese celebrities, especially those female stars notorious for shedding garments at the slightest provocation. To be sure, Prince Long's idea of staging a celebrity performance inside the Great Hall was audacious indeed. That hallowed venue was no dance floor for pop idols. The furrowed brow on Zhao Dikun's face instantly softened into a broad smile upon hearing that the initiative originated with his daughter-in-law. Miss Qiaoqiong is truly admirable. She intends to establish a charitable foundation mobilizing celebrities from both sides of the strait, not only raising substantial funds, but also fostering cultural exchange between our regions. This is an unequivocally noble endeavor. So you approve? Now that Qiaoqiong has been invoked, how could I possibly refuse? Fetch me paper and pen. I'll draft an official application on his behalf. At the same moment, along Victoria Harbor in Hong Kong, reporters stood poised and expectant, gazing down the avenue toward the newly opened Li Hao Hotel. A crimson carpet had already been unfurled before the hotel entrance, awaiting the grand arrival of its two luminous guests. Hong Kong journalists had recently received word that Prince Long and Bai Qiaoqiong would jointly announce a momentous development that day. Many speculated the couple was nearing matrimony, and that this event would serve as their public engagement announcement. Their previous betrothal banquet had captivated the entire city, drawing international media en masse. With a collective gasp, a Rolls-Royce glided smoothly to a halt before the red carpet. After stepping out, Prince Long was immediately surrounded by a phalanx of tuxedo-clad bodyguards who formed a living barrier against the surging press. With practiced elegance, Prince Long himself opened the car door for Bai Qiaoqiong. How radiant she is. Today, Bai Qiaoqiong wore a formal black evening gown, its stark elegance making her luminous complexion all the more striking. Amidst a chorus of cheers, Prince Long escorted Bai Qiaoqiong forward, nodding graciously toward the television cameras. The Li Hao Hotel had reserved a dedicated venue for the third Young Masters press conference. Reporters present not only received red envelopes, but were also treated to a meticulously curated reception hosted by Li Hao. Yet at that moment, no one had eyes for pastries or fine wine. Their full attention was riveted upon the radiant pair. Mr. Wang, may we ask, is your joint appearance at this reception tied to an important announcement? Faced with such intensely curious reporters, Bai Qiaoqiong's cheeks flushed faintly. Prince Long acknowledged candidly. Yes, we do have an announcement to make. A wave of exhilaration swept through the assembled journalists. Camera flashes erupted in rapid succession. Bai Qiaoqiong and I intend to establish a cross-strait love foundation. Stunned by Prince Long's dramatic pause, the reporters exchanged bewildered glances, realizing too late they'd been playfully misled. TCH. Observing their crestfallen expressions, Prince Long and Bai Qiaoqiong exchanged quiet. Nonetheless, the proposed foundation drew genuine interest. During the East China floods 2 years prior, Hong Kong celebrities had united en masse, producing films, performing tirelessly, and raised over 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Ms. By how much will your foundation donate to mainland China, in both funds and material aid? And what specific areas will these resources target? An expectant hush fell over the room. With the Wang and Bai families ranking among Hong Kong's most prominent dynasties, a contribution of several hundred million Hong Kong dollars seemed the bare minimum. Anything less would appear embarrassingly insufficient. Bai Qiaoqiong responded with deliberate poise. I believe sincerity matters more than sum. What truly counts is authentic, effective action. My husband once said one person's strength remains infinitesimal, but as public figures we must set an example for society, inspiring broader participation in philanthropy. That is the true duty of Bai Qiaoqiong. Reporters in attendance couldn't help but admire the heiress's extraordinary emotional intelligence. No matter the amount pledged, some cynic would inevitably murmur dissent, for no figure could ever satisfy every critic. Yet framing the foundation not as a transactional gesture, but as a catalyst harnessing social influence to galvanize mass civic engagement, elevated their mission to a higher moral plane. Will this charitable foundation be open to the public? Yes. Prince Long and I are its founding patrons. Its principal stewardship rests with me and a close circle of trusted confidants. All staff members will serve pro bono, drawn exclusively from volunteers within both conglomerates. We plan to integrate volunteer service hours directly into employee advancement criteria, ensuring not a single cent of donated funds is spent on operational overhead. Philanthropy is not commerce. Every dollar will go straight to the point of need, and each disbursement will be publicly disclosed subject to scrutiny by every citizen. Reporters found the assertion, philanthropy is not commerce, refreshingly novel. Had charity somehow become a profit-driven enterprise? Yet Bai Chaoqiong's clarity instilled profound confidence. Our donations to mainland China will not be transferred remotely. Instead, we will personally conduct field assessments and deliver funds directly into the hands of those most in need. For welfare infrastructure projects, funding will bypass local government coffers entirely. Our construction will be undertaken gratis by Lilong Construction Company, with zero tolerance for corruption. Hearing this, the reporters felt a deep resonance. Bai Chaoqiong had just redefined what authentic philanthropy truly means. Miss Bai is treating charity as a lifelong vocation. Those present spontaneously hailed her magnanimity. Where earlier tycoons donated primarily for prestige, these two were unmistakably committed to tangible impact. Bai Chaoqiong herself felt a quiet surge of emotion. She continued, to realize this vision fully, even the combined might of Prince Long and myself, and the resources of our two enterprises, remains insufficient. Therefore, I issue this call to all citizens of Hong Kong: join us. Let us accomplish this together. Reporters sighed inwardly. Glancing at the red envelopes freshly received, they realized today's scoop would leave them empty-handed. Still moved by the appeal, several attendees stepped forward, generously adding extra Hong Kong banknotes to their envelopes, pledging to contribute them collectively to the Bai Long Foundation. Prince Long then addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one further announcement. To maximize fundraising, we will host a charity gala at the Great Hall of the People in mainland China, broadcast live across TVB. I pledge here and now, for every dollar donated by the public, I shall match it, dollar for dollar, in U.S. The hall stirred anew. In 1991, a star-studded charity gala had raised 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Jia had quietly matched that sum in full. Was Prince Long seeking not merely to emulate his predecessors, but to surpass them? In the aftermath of more media shock, they discovered new brilliance in the words of Boss Wang. A charity performance held in the Great Hall of the mainland. It is well known that the Great Hall is a solemn and sacred place. Can one really sing and dance there? Everyone began to discuss, believing this would be a groundbreaking performance. However, Wang Zilong's words caused a huge uproar in the entertainment industry of the harbor city. Performing in the Great Hall holds profound significance, as it will attract over 1 billion viewers. The key point is that this charity performance is organized by the Wang and Bai families. Although the Wang and Bai families did not invest in the entertainment industry, nearly every star, no, every citizen of the harbor city is influenced by the two major groups. Almost every aspect of their lives is intertwined with the businesses founded by the Wang family. Even the career-focused Li Tianhao received a call from his father overseas: you must participate in this charity performance. As long as young Master Wang gives a word, our precarious industry in India can see improvement. Dad, take care of your health. Even if you don't mention it, I will definitely participate in the charity performance. Li Tianhao has always valued charitable causes, donating all the concert proceeds to the mainland government to support charity. He has conducted multiple charity performances to eliminate polio and raised funds to buy sugar pills for children. Upon hearing about Wang Zilong and Bai Chaoqiong's good deeds, his first thought was that he must participate in this charity performance, and he would join this foundation as a star, truly dedicating himself to charity. At the same time, the four most popular individuals of the period submitted performance applications to the Bai Long Foundation. The god of song publicly expressed great anticipation for this performance. Just as the four heavenly kings were calling out to the Bai Long Foundation, the retired god of Tans and the fully withdrawn god of Zhang both expressed their desire to sing a song at the charity gala. This caused a stir among the Hong Kong media. It was not the first time the four heavenly kings had performed on the same stage. They had shared the stage during charity performances in 91 and the TVB anniversary in 92. Tans and Zhang had always maintained a king does not meet king status. Their rivalry spanned the mid to late 80s and concluded with Tan's retirement in the early 90s. The two had basically monopolized all major music awards in the harbor city's music scene. Whenever they appeared together, the applause and boos would inevitably clash. Now both of them expressed their desire to sing a song at the charity performance in front of the media, which inevitably led many to wonder if they would collaborate on a song. Could this not be the great reconciliation of the century? Last year, Miho Nakayama established the Song Hye-kyo Charity Foundation and has already sent a cooperation invitation to the Bai Long Charity Foundation. Even Song Hye-kyo, who had fiercely competed with her, stated that she would complete her studies in the beautiful nation early and return to the stage, hoping the Great Hall charity performance would mark her comeback debut. This charity performance in the Great Hall suddenly became the focus of attention for the people across the two sides and three regions. Many kings and queens who had never met declared their determination to participate in this charity performance. This implies that many of the long-standing deadlocks between the kings and queens would be broken. The charity performance, even before it began, had already set numerous records. Bai Cheqiang's life also became busy. To ensure the success of this charity performance, she invited the CCTV Spring Festival Gala team from the mainland and the TVB Anniversary Director team. As more and more stars showcased their charity performance invitations, the first rehearsal was also scheduled. However, problems soon arose. The female director of Stage 1 saw the four heavenly kings swaying freely and hurriedly called for a stop. "Director, and why did you stop? Everyone is in great shape." The four heavenly kings were equally puzzled. They did not understand what they had done wrong to provoke such anger from the female director. "How can you dye your hair white? You can sing, but why are you flicking your fingers? Your collar is almost at your navel." Li Tianhao and the others laughed secretly at the reprimands, realizing that out of the four of them, he was the only one without issues. "And you don't think you're handsome? I won't say anything to you, but why are you dancing to the music?" Li Tianhao was dumbfounded. Oh, was it a mistake to dance a little to the music? The four of them felt speechless. They genuinely wanted to deliver an impressive collaborative performance to the mainland audience. But aside from the positive energy required for the duet, even their outfits and rehearsal movements were subject to strict limitations. They immediately reported to Wang Zilong and Bai Chaoqiang, who had come to check on them. "It's not just us lamenting. Mei Jie and Hui Xian are in a similar situation. They also wanted to wear black stockings and dance individually, but were sternly stopped." Wang Zilong, overhearing this, chuckled and encouraged the four director and is thinking of you. Many leaders attach great importance to this kind of performance. She has a lot of pressure as the person in charge, so please cooperate more during rehearsals. Having heard that the four heavenly kings were reporting them, director and was eavesdropping behind a curtain. Upon hearing Wang Daho's understanding of her situation, director and couldn't help but nod secretly. It is no wonder that a big name can run such a large business, even having the Great Hall requisitioned. But just as she saw her shoes disappear behind the curtain, Wang Zilong grinned and said, "Of course, when you perform officially, you should perform as you wish. If we want to secure public donations, we must present the most exciting and dazzling performance." The four heavenly kings, who had just been disheartened, suddenly lit up. "Boss Wang is brilliant. I don't believe they can cut the internet cables then." The four couldn't help but grin mischievously. "They'll go tell Mei Jie and the others." Bai Chaoqiang, seeing their eager expressions, said with concern, "Zilong, do you think anything will go wrong with this?" "Haha, what could go wrong? The economy is opening up and everyone's thoughts and horizons should keep up. The bootleg tapes of the four heavenly kings and queens are being sold everywhere in the capital. Why can't they perform publicly, openly, and grandly at least once?" Bai Chaoqiang was persuaded. Although she still felt a bit worried, she tacitly allowed some small actions from the Harbor City stars. Meanwhile, old Master Zhao was attending a high-level gathering. "Old Zhao, I didn't realize you had a wealthy grandson from the Harbor City. The key is this young Wang. Even though he is in the Harbor City, he cares for the mainland. His investments in DeLong and Longwei are in high-tech industries focused on independent research and development. My grandson admires him greatly and cries to go to the Harbor City to ally with this young man. Old Zhao, your granddaughter-in-law, is also remarkable. I've heard that even before the charity performance has started, she has already raised 200 million Hong Kong dollars in the Harbor City. If that money is truly put to good use, it will be incredible." Listening to the praise from his old comrades, old Master Zhao couldn't help but feel a bit elated. He patted his chest and said, "Just wait and see, this gala will definitely surprise you all." There was no surprise, only a definite shock. The four heavenly kings played by their own rules, completely disregarding and Dao's directives. When King Li began to dance disco on the stage of the Grand Hall, and Dao hurriedly instructed the cameraman to shift the focus to others, the audience outside felt a wave of frustration as they swayed to the rhythm, only for the camera to abruptly shift. But then a dazzling sight emerged. King Guo, with his white-edied messy hair after removing his hat, was performing his signature nodding move, causing the young women in the audience to gasp in surprise. King Guo, originally a dance performer, captivated the young viewers glued to their screens. Old Master Zhao smirked at the corner of his mouth, while the other elderly gentlemen chuckled behind their hands. As the singing god reached the pinnacle of his performance, he began to strut with duck-like steps and delicate hand gestures. King Lu boldly showcased his chest muscles. Amidst Dao's frantic directing, the local cameraman from Hong Kong finally had enough. "And Dao, where do you want me to focus the camera?" The questioned Dao was on the verge of breaking down. Oh, what could she do? Cut the live stream? Or scold a few people for their unruly behavior? The esteemed guests below the stage were thoroughly entertained. The elderly, who were initially startled, seemed to have integrated into the atmosphere. "Whatever, I don't care anymore." Upon hearing her say this, the entire production team let out a collective sigh of relief. The Hong Kong director unleashed full power as the four heavenly kings shared the stage, each showcasing their best selves if they couldn't afford to falter. Their performance brought a refreshing experience to the mainland audience, and the ratings soared. Just when old Master Zhao thought there was nothing unusual about dancing in the Grand Hall, the four heavenly queens made their dazzling entrance. Seeing the stage enveloped in dry ice fog, and Dao knew that these four enchantresses were about to perform and couldn't help but cover her eyes. "Hey, huh, who? has come to my side. With lighthearted music and a hint of humor, old Master Zhao couldn't help but swallow hard as he noticed the four heavenly queens dressed in short skirts, paired with sheer black and white stockings. Sitting in the front row, he could even see the ladies' long, slender thighs. The audience erupted in cheers as the queens began to perform belly dance moves. The elderly folks were at a loss as to where to look. Some turned their heads with serious expressions, yet their eyes honestly darted toward the ladies. In front of the television, wealthy gentlemen surrounded the screens in layers while the children could only fidget anxiously. Only when the four heavenly queens took their bows and exited the stage did the audience slowly come back to their senses. A few elderly men clearly wanted to criticize the program, while old Master Zhao felt hesitant to meet their gaze. This wasn't a surprise, it was a shock, all right. Dancing in short skirts and black stockings in a belly dance was undoubtedly the boldest performance since the 1980s. It's hard to imagine how many mainstream media outlets would label this program as vulgar. They might even put the organizers Wang Zilong and Bai Chaoqiong in the spotlight. But just then Bai Chaoqiong took the microphone and announced an exhilarating piece of news to everyone. Just now we calculated the total amount of donations to the Bai Long Charity Foundation. Thanks to the efforts of overseas Chinese compatriots and patriots worldwide, the Bai Long Charity Foundation has received a total of 1 billion Hong Kong dollars in donations up to the last program. A collective gasp echoed throughout the venue. Old Master Zhao and a few elderly men were startled. Their first reaction was, how could it be so much? Not only did wealthy businessmen from both sides of the Taiwan Strait lead the donations, but overseas Chinese from Southeast Asia, North America, and Europe also contributed significantly. They are watching the live broadcast of this charity event through TVB and some Chinese-language television stations. I believe they see the new face of our dragon nation, and as sons and daughters of China wish to contribute to their fellow compatriots. Everyone suddenly understood multiple countries in Southeast Asia could watch TVB, and Wang Zilong had brought in several overseas Chinese-language television stations. The influence of this charity event in the Grand Hall was unprecedented. These people saw the changes in the country and naturally wanted to contribute to the charity efforts in the mainland. All television cameras simultaneously panned to Wang Zilong, who was sitting in the second row of the audience. This left several elderly gentlemen feeling baffled. Many Hong Kong businessmen wore expressions of gloating. Old Zhao, what's going on here? After the program ended, the usually compliant old master, Zhao, straightened his back proudly and said, "My son Zilong once boldly declared at the foundation's inauguration ceremony that regardless of how much Hong Kong dollars the foundation received, he would donate an equal amount in US dollars. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Zilong's righteousness. Does that mean young Master Wang will donate 1 billion US dollars to the Bai Long Charity Foundation? Surely it will be more. The charity event is only halfway through and Tan and Zhang have yet to perform. Their collaboration will be the highlight of tonight's show." Old Master Zhao chuckled. "I didn't expect you to like Tan and Zhang. My youngest child likes them, and I occasionally listen to a couple of their songs." Observing the slightly awkward demeanor of this big shot, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. The audience inside and outside the venue also realized the implications of Wang Zilong's and everyone's donation bet. They even thought that some Hong Kong businessmen and foreign investors were donating vigorously just to see young Master Wang bleed money. With that in mind, both the audience inside and outside became curious. How much would the final amount of donations raised at the end of the charity event be, and would Wang Zilong be unable to hold his ground because of it? Wang Zilong, however, appeared unfazed. Every penny contributed by him and by Chaoqiong to the Bai Long Charity Foundation would be used where it was needed, and every dollar spent would enhance the Wang family's positive reputation in the future. It is said that good deeds are often done quietly, but Wang Zilong firmly believes that the people will not forget anyone who genuinely engages in charity. Moreover, he had reaped a good amount of benefits from his dealings with the European old aristocrats over the years, so this money meant little to him. When you have $100, donating 10 may feel painful. But for Wang Zilong, donating several billion US dollars felt like giving away a month's salary. It's truly insignificant. If worst comes to worst, he could always squeeze a little more from the wealthy. Just then the host Song Baomu announced, "The next program is clever naming too." The audience erupted in an uproar. Even old Master Zhao was momentarily taken aback. This program, lauded as one of the most ironic in the history of the Spring Festival Gala, narrated the story of a minor official who indulged in lavish feasting with public funds under various pretenses. Although it spoke of a minor official's actions, it became a microcosm of society. Many citizens and officials believed that indulging in public funds was a normal phenomenon in society. When a bad deed is committed by everyone from top to bottom, no one perceives such behavior as wrong. However, after two artists satirized this phenomenon during the 1988 Spring Festival Gala, the public and the youth realized that such behavior was erroneous and absurd, greatly promoting self-restraint among some individuals. The exposure and critique raised significant social awareness. Yet since then, no similar programs have emerged. No one anticipated that there would be a second version of such a satire. Director and was stunned. He recalled that during the selection process the program the two had rehearsed was not this one. Could it be an impromptu act? At this moment director and truly felt the impulse to pull the plug. However, he received a small note from the front row of the audience. After reading the note, director and silently stepped back, realizing that the elders found nothing wrong with the program. Why should he worry? Just watch. The two artists had not partnered for a long time, but after years of separation their collaboration felt entirely natural. With one providing the setup and the other the punchline, the audience inside and outside the venue erupted with laughter. The theme of Creative Name 2 satirized the stubborn illegal behaviors of some individuals that persisted after the reform and opening up. The audience periodically applauded, feeling that the foundation of Creative Name 2 was even higher than that of the first. After the program ended, the front row led the applause. They wanted overseas Chinese to see that there are indeed some negative phenomena during the nation's development, but acknowledging mistakes can lead to improvement. It was also to reassure overseas Chinese who wanted to invest in the mainland. Once the constraints were lifted, the subsequent language programs began to unleash their creativity and go all out. It is known that at least 1 billion viewers watched this charity performance. It is hard to imagine how much change this event would bring to the entire Dragon Country. Good. This is the program that the people love. If a program lacks the significance of satirizing reality, what meaning does it hold? Director and nodded at this, realizing that the elders' words had set a foundational tone for next year's Spring Festival Gala. Many would likely find themselves sleepless for 2 consecutive nights within the year. Bai Chaoqiong took the stage again with the summary of the charity funds. The crowd fell silent, believing that under this full-scale effort the remittances from both home and abroad would reach a new peak. The dignified and elegant Bai Chaoqiong then began to build suspense. Everyone united by the goodwill of people from home and abroad, we have reached a new peak in funds raised by the Bai Long Charity Gala. I can tell you that the unit digit of the funds is 5. The exact number will be announced after the last program concludes. Tisk. The suspense was still being drawn out. The audience in the venue and those watching on television felt as if they were being driven wild, all guessing how many billions it could be. People began to speculate, quietly feeling that 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars seemed plausible. It couldn't possibly jump straight to 2.5 billion, could it? After waiting all night, the 2 singers from Tanzhong took the stage at the director's cue. To everyone's surprise, when the curtain was lifted, the 2 singers stood on the high platform, one to the left and one. They unexpectedly began a medley of classic songs, and it was particularly astonishing that they sang each other's. Director and had grown accustomed to the antics of Hong Kong stars, as she suddenly felt that this would elevate the charity. The 2 longtime rivals achieved a historic reconciliation on stage. Perhaps they had never truly seen each other as competitors, but at this moment everyone recognized them as friends, their relationship not as hostile as outsiders imagined. Director in this charity performance is bound to become the most successful show of the century. Even after it concludes, it will continue to be sung by the public. Director and nodded. She could envision the tremendous impact this performance would have internationally, and her lingering resentment about everyone ignoring her advice dissipated. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Actually, I heard the latter part of what you said that day. Director and smiled meaningfully, causing Wang Zilong to awkwardly laugh along. Her hearing truly exceeded ordinary limits. Sorry. If you truly feel sorry, then just place more ads with our TV station. We can use your sponsorship to create more family-friendly programs. Wang Zilong did not refuse. He knew that soon CCTV would introduce a bidding war for the primetime advertising slots before the news broadcast, which had previously been dominated by white liquor brands, leading to an overly mythologized state for the liquor industry. The liquor companies that secured high bids ultimately ended up bankrupt. Wang Zilong aimed to correct this error from the outset. He wanted high-tech products to seize the prime advertising position. He wanted to convey to all the citizens of the Dragon Country that the high-tech industry is the true driving force behind societal progress. The liquor industry should not be overly mythologized. As the 2 took their bows, the charity performance concluded. Under the gaze of thousands, Bai Chaoqiong stepped forward once more. Ladies and gentlemen, the charity event has ended, but the fundraising for the Bai Long Charity Foundation will continue. Now I will announce the latest total amount raised. First, my fiancé Wang Zilong, and I sincerely thank everyone behind the scenes who contributed to this charity performance. Your selfless acts will be remembered by all compatriots at home and abroad. Today, the total amount of funds we received is 2.8 billion and 8 Hong Kong dollars. Everyone was stunned by this figure. In an era of average wages of a few hundred, this number had a significant auditory and visual impact. The audience could hardly imagine how spectacular this amount of money would appear in front of them. The prominent figures from Hong Kong and mainland tycoons could not help but rise to their feet in applause. The applause was continuous. Outside, the audience, in shock, could not help but ponder a new question. According to Chairman Wang's bold claims, the total amount of donations reached 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. Does that mean he plans to donate 2.8 billion US dollars on behalf of the Wang family? 2.8 billion Hong Kong dollars could directly buy a skyscraper in the most bustling area of Hong Kong, while 8 billion US dollars could easily purchase 1 or 2 landmarks in the beautiful country. If Wang Zilong truly donates such a sum, the Bai Long Charity Foundation would become one of the largest charitable organizations in the world. Many common folks found Wang Zilong and his sons somewhat unfamiliar, only knowing that the Wang family in Gangcheng was wealthy and patriotic merchants, but more often held stereotypical views of the rich. Some people had not yet moved out of the old era, feeling that the Wang family was no different from speculative capitalists. The envy of the rich has always existed in every era, but this time, it was particularly severe. Thus, when the news of the charitable gamble emerged, most believed that how could big capitalists engage in such thankless endeavors? Wang Zilong would surely back out. Several elderly people were also whispering to each other, $28 billion is simply too much, why not let young Wang earn a little less and express his intentions instead? Indeed, if Wang Xiaoji really donates so much, who knows how the countries of Europe and America will comment on us? Yes, they will surely say we are insatiable and that we would take even the horns off a cow if it came our way. Old Zhao did not speak. He had confidence in his grandson. This amount of money was nothing for the Wang family. What he was more concerned about was how Wang Zilong would use such a large sum. The camera was now focused entirely on Wang Zilong, all waiting for his final decision. Bai Chaoqiong saw the timing was right and took the microphone to say, "Now let us welcome Mr. Wang Zilong, the leader of the Bai Long Charity Foundation, to the stage to speak." Wang Zilong slowly walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and said, "Halfway through the charity performance, I received calls from my father and several brothers, and they all pledged additional donations to the Bai Long Charity Foundation. My father, Wang Tianhao, has decided to add a donation of $50 million to the Bai Long Charity Foundation, bringing the total donation from Lihua Group to $100 million. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Truly, the richest man in Gangcheng could not help but make such a substantial contribution. 780 million Hong Kong dollars amounted to a quarter of the public donations. Before the crowd could recover, Wang Zilong continued, "My elder brother Wang Zixin in Europe represents Li Xin Group with a donation of 60 million pounds and is willing to join the Bai Long Foundation as a director. My second brother Wang Zihan in the beautiful country represents Li Han Group with a donation of $70 million and will serve as a supervisor of the foundation." The audience erupted in exclamations. The total donations from the Wang family alone reached 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. This family was truly generous in their charitable endeavors. But the most shocking was Wang Zilong's grand gesture. Chaoqiong said, "This is a foundation initiated by the two of us. As a co-founder, I cannot lag behind everyone, so I have decided to fulfill my promise and donate $2.8 billion to the Bai Long Charity Foundation. At the current exchange rate, $2.8 billion translates to 240 billion long coins." Someone immediately chimed in sarcastically, "It's definitely a fake donation. It's just their own foundation, merely shifting money from one hand to the other." Exactly, I just don't believe anyone would really donate hundreds of billions. Money doesn't just come from the wind. I feel pained just donating a few hundred as my monthly salary, let alone hundreds of billions. Not only the common folks in front of their TVs doubted whether the Wang family was engaging in fake donations, but even those present were discussing whether this Bai Long Charity Foundation was merely a facade for the Wang family's small treasury. At this moment, Director Zhang of Longhua Bank, leaning on a cane, walked to the front. He took the microphone and said, "On behalf of Longhua Bank, as the regulatory body of the Bai Long Charity Foundation, I announce that we have just received substantial remittances from Europe, the beautiful country Gangcheng, and Sakura, totaling $3.2 billion. The Wang family's charitable funds have all been accounted for. Moreover, I can assure everyone that every fund disbursed by the Bai Long Foundation will be officially supervised by Longhua Bank and publicly announced to the society." The audience, both on-site and in front of the TVs, was in an uproar. According to the old director of Longhua Bank, the accounts of this charitable foundation would be completely transparent, and anyone could oversee the financial movements of the Bai Long Charity Foundation. With this, those who stubbornly insisted on calling it fake donations fell silent. You may not trust the Wang family's words, but you cannot doubt the national bank. The common folks watching on TV were in an uproar. That was $3.2 billion in nearly 25 billion long coins, and the Wang family donated without blinking an eye. Seeing Wang Zilong's face filled with joy, clearly unconcerned about his money, he seemed quite happy. Those who had just doubted Wang Zilong's donations immediately slapped themselves. "I should be ashamed. How could I doubt that the Wang family would fake donations?" Others were also astonished by the Wang family's commitment to charity. The donations from the Wang and Bai families alone equaled nearly 10 times that of the public. The elderly led the applause, and old Zhao stood straight, truly feeling proud today. "Everyone, please be quiet. I have one more thing I need to announce. As the leader of the Bai Long Charity Foundation, I want to express my gratitude to everyone who contributed to this charity event. Thank you to the Hua family for their donation of $30 million. Oh, and thank you. Thank you to Mr. Dodd from the Rose family for his donation of $50 million. When Dodd's name was mentioned, the applause suddenly halted and turned into a buzz. They had not expected a foreigner to donate such a substantial amount, leading them to smile involuntarily. This foreigner clearly had ulterior motives. He donated $50 million, and Wang Zilong would have to follow suit with $390 million. Wang Zilong smiled nonchalantly. No matter what ulterior motives Dodd held for donating $50 million, he still wanted to express his gratitude on behalf of the common people of Longhua. He believed that Dodd's expression must be quite interesting at this moment. There were also some donations that Wang Zilong did not reveal, most from his partners and close friends. Without the generosity of these individuals, this charity would not have achieved such great success. Thank you to every compassionate individual who has donated to the Bailong Charity Foundation. Your names will be eternally engraved in the stone forest of the foundation building. The venue erupted in continuous applause, with most of the donations coming from Hong Kong and Taiwan, as well as overseas compatriots, all of whom were patriotic individuals concerned for their homeland. Now we proudly state that the Bailong Foundation is the world's largest private charity organization, and as the leader, I also feel a great deal of pressure. Originally, we only aimed to do what we could, but now you have bestowed a greater mission upon the Bailong Charity Foundation. There is a saying, if you want to be rich, first build the road. We have decided to allocate part of the charitable funds to construct roads in remote mountain villages, and to build welfare facilities in underdeveloped areas, providing free medical security for every family. And looking at Wang Zilong speaking eloquently, old Zhao's face was filled with a gratified smile. Xiao Zhu, your child is truly outstanding. Boss, you have no idea the tremendous stir you caused among the merchants in Modu when you announced the $2.8 billion, and many admired your boldness from the bottom of their hearts, feeling utterly inferior. Several Shanghai tycoons influenced by you have followed in your footsteps and donated to the Bailong Foundation. You have no idea how proud those who donated are. They flaunt the thank you letters personally issued by everywhere, telling everyone that they are great philanthropists. Wang Zilong believes that donating money, whether openly or secretly, is commendable and should not be treated differently. No matter if the other party is sincere or insincere, the donated money will be put to good use, benefiting others, and that is enough. So how much did you donate? How could I donate less? Our Longhua Holdings took the lead with a donation of 100 million Long dollars, and I personally donated 5 million to express my sincerity. Not bad. You didn't come just to discuss donations, did you? At this, Lei Lao Liu's face clearly showed an unnatural expression. Boss, just yesterday the Ministry of Finance announced that it would pay interest on the 1992 Treasury bonds. So does this mean that Wanghua Securities has exited their short position? Originally, Wanghua Securities and other shorts were betting that the price of the 327 Treasury futures would drop due to backstabbing, but now that the Ministry of Finance has announced interest payments, the price of the 327 Treasury futures will surely rise. The shorts are bound to suffer significant losses. No, they must have received internal news in advance and closed their positions on the 327 Treasury bonds in time, not only avoiding losses, but also making a substantial profit. But what? This group of people, after extensive economic calculations, believes that the preservation subsidy rate has remained around 5 for the past few months, with the lowest month being only 4. They have concluded that the preservation subsidy rate will not exceed 8. What can be confirmed now is that the maturity value of the 100 face value 1992 Treasury bond is 128.5 yuan. The biggest point of contention is whether the Ministry of Finance will provide a preservation subsidy and how much. Wanghua Securities and a large number of shorts believe that the high inflation over the past year has been suppressed by macro control, and the authorities simply cannot afford to provide a preservation subsidy higher than 8. The reason for this prediction is entirely due to the low preservation subsidies in recent months. In February, the preservation subsidy rate was only 4.57, and in March it was only 4.27. The recently announced March preservation subsidy rate led Wanghua Securities to believe that even if the Ministry of Finance were to grant subsidies for the 1992 Treasury bonds in the future, it would not settle at a preservation subsidy rate exceeding 8. So they plan to further short the 327 Treasury futures. Yes, and many people believe their calculations. Some securities firms have also joined the short side, convinced that the final payment price of the 327 Treasury futures will not exceed 146 yuan. Upon hearing this, Wang Zilong glanced at the futures price list submitted by Jian today. The price of the 327 Treasury futures had already reached 146.5 yuan. He asked in surprise, something's not right. Even if the price of the 327 Treasury futures surged due to the announcement of interest payments, it should be around 130 yuan. Why has it risen so sharply? When Longhua Holdings first entered the market, the futures price was only around 90 yuan. Calculating this way, the 200 million Longhua Holdings had already made tens of billions. With personal dividends, Lei Lao Lu was about to become a billionaire. Why then did he look unhappy? The reason the 327 has risen so sharply is entirely due to Wei Donglai and his group pushing from behind. They are spreading rumors on the market. They say the 327 returns are too low and the Ministry of Finance will raise the interest rate redeeming at a face value of 148 yuan. Wang Zilong suddenly realized this information is indeed based on evidence. The return rate for the 1992 Treasury bonds is far lower than that for the 1993 Treasury bonds. Now that the 1992 bonds have received interest payments providing some preservation subsidies is naturally on the agenda. No one knows how much, but the word on the street is that they will redeem at 148 yuan, and the source of the news is the Zongjinkai company under the Ministry of Finance, so everyone naturally believes it to be true. Thus, the price of the 327 Treasury futures surged. This also allowed the shorts led by Wangwa Securities to see the space for shorting. They do not believe in any rumors. After repeated theoretical calculations, they concluded that the Ministry of Finance has suppressed inflation and cannot afford to pump out 6 billion into the market. Wouldn't this exacerbate inflation? Thus, Wangwa is convinced that even if the preservation rate were to double, the redemption price for the 1992 Treasury bonds could not exceed 146 yuan. They are determined to short aggressively. Having tasted success in shorting, they plan to scale up their efforts this time. Did we not decide that we wouldn't sell our 327 Treasury futures until the redemption time? Lei Lao Lu did not respond directly, but instead asked, "Boss, do you also believe that the Treasury redemption price will be higher than 148 yuan?" Wang Zilong sighed. The reason he repeatedly reminded Lei Lao Lu not to sell the contracts was indeed because he knew that in this futures war the bulls would laugh last. Ultimately, the Ministry of Finance indeed settled at a price of 148.5 yuan, with a staggering preservation rate of 12.98, high as 12.98, far exceeding Wangwa Securities' predicted 8. It makes no sense, yet such a bizarre occurrence happened. Yes, the final preservation rate will definitely be above 10. Upon hearing this number, Lei Lao Liu's pupils visibly dilated, shock and anger flashing across his face repeatedly. Anyone would find it unbelievable that inflation, which had clearly been successfully suppressed in 1994, could settle at a preservation rate above 10. Boss, are you also one of the behind-the-scenes operators? I am not. I believe you. Lei Lao Lu said after. Boss, I think this matter is unfair to the public. How is it unfair? We are the bulls. The higher the redemption amount, the better, right? Wangwa Securities is the largest securities firm in Longwa, and those who short with them are all large institutions backed by millions of users. But behind Zongjinkai, there are underworld bosses and a group of speculators. One could say there are no good people among the bulls. They are all big players. Wang Zilong understood what Lei Lao Lu meant. If redeemed at 148 yuan, the biggest beneficiaries would definitely not be retail investors, but a group of big players with insider information. Meanwhile, institutions like Wangwa Securities, which are rigid in their thinking, are backed by countless retail investors. If the shorts fail and Wangwa Securities collapses, the ones who suffer the most would not be the general managers and executives of these institutions, but the millions of securities users. So you are speaking up for those retail investors? Yes, that is why I want. You want to step forward and manage the... Upon hearing Mr. Wang's interrogation, Lei Lao Lu nodded under pressure. Wangwa Securities has grown to its current scale through immense effort. I do not believe General Manager Guan's short position on the 327 futures contract was an act of malicious market disruption. Rather, it was a deliberate regulatory intervention to restore price equilibrium. This is standard market regulation. In contrast, those young insiders are exploiting privileged information for... If Wangwa Securities collapses, who will compensate the millions of retail investors? So, you intend to defy my orders? A bead of cold sweat glistened on Lei Lao Lu's forehead. Prince Zilong sneered. Do you truly imagine yourself a patriarch of finance? Do you even grasp whom you defend by intervening in this matter? Wei Donglai's father serves as standing director of the Longwar Accounting Association and is a renowned professor at the Finance University. Half the personnel in the Ministry of Finance were his students. The matter also implicates underground power brokers in Sichuan province and a coalition of entrepreneurs in Zhejiang province. Most critically, a figure of unimaginable influence standing behind them all. Do you truly believe your status as a fallen scion of Longwa's elite entitles you to challenge them? If you provoke them, even I would be unable to shield myself. Hearing this, Lei Lao Lu visibly recoiled, drenched in cold sweat. Boss, I admit, I should not have. Yet this is not merely a question of protocol. The righteous path of humanity is forged through trials and tribulations. A Longwa Securities industry ought not to be like this. Just as Lei Lao Lu assumed the matter had concluded, he looked up to find Prince Zilong gazing at him with a faint, knowing smile. What? A few sharp words, and you're ready to surrender. Lei Lao Lu stared, stunned and uncertain. Brother Lu, you've disappointed me. Not at all. You've matured considerably. Others dare not intervene, but Longhua Holdings will take charge of this matter. With that, Prince Zilong firmly clapped Lei Lao Lu on the back. Brother Lu broke into a foolish grin. His boss remained in essence the indomitable third young master Wang, yet now rendered with far greater depth and dimension. However, precisely because we intend to intervene, we must proceed with utmost caution, strategically, patiently, and deliberately. First, you must infiltrate their inner circle and gather irrefutable evidence, otherwise we shall stand defenseless before accusation. Lei Laolu nodded in understanding. That's simple. Wei Donglai has invited me repeatedly to their gatherings. Next time he raises it, I'll accept. Excellent. Jian will equip you with discrete surveillance devices, preferably capable of capturing visual evidence. Remain vigilant. Even if you witness acts too sordid to bear, suppress all impulse to act rashly. Excellent. Jian will equip you with discrete surveillance devices, preferably capable of capturing visual evidence. Remain vigilant. Even if you witness acts too sordid, will this jeopardize you and invite retribution once the dust settles? Spare yourself such concern. Having made my decision, I move forward, fully committed. Rest assured I shall shield you come what may. Seeing his boss so resolute, Lei Laolu nodded once more and departed. As soon as he left, Jian, who had remained silent throughout, pressed her temples and asked, "Are you truly determined to proceed? I've already secured a proxy, my own white glove. To hesitate further would betray who I am. Longhua Group is no tofu fortress. No gust of wind could topple it. Enough digressions. Arrange a flight back to Jingxing for me immediately." Jian retorted, exasperated. "Won't you stay overnight?" "Then, shall I stay one night?" Early the next morning, Prince Zilong hurried to the quadrangle courtyard where Elder Zhao was convalescing. "Zilong, you just left. Why return so soon?" Elder Zhao, a man seasoned by decades of tumultuous currents, instantly perceived Prince Zilong's intent. The lavish gifts signaled a request, not mere filial piety. Must a grandson await favorable weather to visit his grandfather? I've brought authentic Sonyu noodles and guantong baozi from Modu. Shall we dine while we converse? Very well. I'm eager to hear what dilemma could possibly trouble you. Grandfather, in my view, the Shanghai Stock Exchange is but an infant stumbling tentatively toward its first steps. Take Yinzhong Industry, a company possessing no tangible assets, even unregistered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, yet daring to seize the IPO opportunity. Abroad, such a scenario would defy belief. Yet here, after mere consultation between the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and the Securities Regulatory Commission, this street-level enterprise, operating out of a neighborhood committee office, successfully went public, drawing frenzied public subscription. To me, Yinzhong's listing embodies profound human warmth. Capital raised through the IPO enabled the rise of a vibrant national enterprise. Elder Zhao nodded, acknowledging this as indeed an isolated early precedent born of widespread unfamiliarity with public listings. Then you know what followed. Holding 90 of its shares as freely traded stock, Yinzhong became vulnerable. Bond corporations seized the opening, illegally acquiring 15 of Yinzhong's equity, aiming to quietly claim the prize. Without Longhua Holdings' intervention, the Securities Regulatory Commission would never have sided with Yinzhong, perhaps issuing only a nominal fine against Bond. In my judgment, Bond's illegal acquisition warrants both penalty and mandatory rectification. Shares must be divested and market access revoked permanently. Not a slopanthrist fine alone. When the cost of crime remains vastly lower than its rewards, are we not incentivizing lawbreaking? The scrupulous may restrain themselves, but the shameless declare boldly, "I broke the law." So what? Fine me. Once the storm passes, they simply don a new guise and harvest another crop of unsuspecting investors. Elder Zhao remained silent, baffled by Prince Zilong's underlying argument. You wish me to overhaul financial regulations. Yet even you admitted we remain infants learning to walk. I advised on those 3 acquisition cases. They viewed the Shanghai Stock Exchange as stagnant waters requiring a catfish to jolt it awake. Grandfather, let me ask, what if Longhua Holdings were replaced by Japan's Sakurasho Commercial Society? What if they acquired 25 of a listed company's shares outright and received only a fine? Would this not invite foreign capital to flood our markets, systematically acquiring controlling stakes, then calmly awaiting fines? What then becomes of our sovereignty? Elder Zhao fell speechless, too flustered to counter. You're shifting the terms of debate. But mark my words, precisely such an event will unfold next year. Edo Commercial Society will purchase 40.02 million legal person shares of Beijing Tourism, exactly 25 of its total share capital. Stunned. When domestic actors flout rules, why should foreign entities observe courtesy? So tell me plainly, could such a scenario occur? Elder Zhao fell silent once more, then asked, displeased along, what precisely is your point? No more circumlocution, please. Very well, let us address the matter directly before us. Grandfather, Longhua Holdings is actually a company that I established together with Lei Laolu. Has something happened with Longhua Holdings? Yes, we want to report insider trading at Zongjingkai. Wang Zilong continued. The Ministry of Finance wields the power to regulate the national economy, and logically, it should not run enterprises. In the context of running enterprises, Zongjingkai should not participate in trading products like the 327 government bond futures, or else it would be suspected of insider trading. You are both a player and a referee. Who do you intend to profit from? In ancient times, even the highest rulers would be admonished by the officials. One should not seize profits from the people. We are a people-oriented nation, and the root of hindering financial and social progress lies in interest groups seizing profits from the people. That makes some sense. Please continue. Now that Zhang Jingkai has established a securities department, they have even hired the son of a distinguished accounting expert to be the head of this department. A 24-year-old securities head we in Lilian Group cannot find such a person. Hearing this, grandfather Zhao couldn't help but blush. This indeed fits the national conditions of Longhua, and even more exaggerated is the public office inheritance system. What did he do? By now, grandfather Zhao was already a bit angry. He and a group of Zhejiang merchants whom we might call an interest group spread rumors saying that the 92 government bonds would be settled at 148 yuan, while short sellers led by Wang Securities believed that the Ministry of Finance would not risk worsening inflation by raising the preservation rate above 8. I think that won't happen either. The preservation rate announced last month was only around 4. At this point, grandfather Zhao had almost understood what Wang Zilong wanted to convey. Our financial industry is just getting started. It needs strict regulation. If a bad precedent is set, it will only encourage certain people's ambitions, and if a big problem arises in the future, it will certainly be a dire one. If a child makes a mistake, adults should promptly administer punishment and education rather than saying the child is still young as long as he doesn't make mistakes in the future. Some things can't be overlooked with the excuse that a child is still young. This is not an expression of love, but killing with kindness. He will think that making small mistakes is nothing. If not properly educated, when young he might end up stealing from the country when he grows up. Grandfather Zhao thought of his own children who were disciplined from a young age. Even now, if anyone misbehaves, they would receive a slap. Because he knows that failing to correct certain mistakes will lead to even greater errors in the future. And indeed, later Zhang Jingkai became involved in the Oriental Electronics case, and the Yin Guangxia case, ultimately suffering losses exceeding 7 billion in 1997. Over 7 billion in losses. Who can explain to the public where those 7 billion went? Wei Donglai and others made their first pot of gold by relying on the 327 government bonds. The Liu brothers established a private armed force, becoming true underground emperors. Grandfather Zhao also found this matter very frightening. If these people really became bold, wouldn't they cause great trouble in the future? So how do you intend to handle this matter? If I were in my early 20s now, I certainly wouldn't let them off. I would publicly denounce their insider trading, question the legitimacy of Zhang Jingkai as a company, and advocate for the countless shareholders behind Wang Securities. I believe that justice will always prevail. Even if I fail, history will vindicate me. What a righteous anger. You haven't considered the consequences of such actions, have you? So I have. I am applying to you first, so you won't feel troubled when you learn about it later. Are you really going to do this? Yes, I will. Grandfather Zhao laughed, feeling increasingly angry yet amused. At first, he thought this kid was just a somewhat patriotic Hong Kong businessman, but he didn't expect him to be a passionate youth with a strong sense of justice, disregarding his own safety. But once weren't they also passionate youths wanting to serve their country? He nodded. Go ahead. If the sky falls, grandfather will support you. I want to see who dares to jump out. You can count on me to dig up their ancestral grave. Grandfather is impressive. So the big shot was right beside me. With grandfather Zhao's words, Wang Zilong knew that this matter was almost settled. If it blew up, there would be someone tall to back him up. After Wang Zilong left, grandfather Zhao took out an envelope and stationery. But after thinking for a moment, he said to the guard at his door, prepare the car. We are going to meet my old comrade. Upon mentioning the other's surname, the guard stood at attention, saluted, and hurried to prepare the car. Damn it, it's only been a few days of good days, and they start acting recklessly. What responded to him was a dead silence. Lu Gu, your presence here makes the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce shine. Please don't say that receiving your invitation is a blessing for me, Lao Lu. The two of them, engaged in mutual flattery, couldn't help but smile at each other, and those around them also chuckled. Wei Donglai, standing in the crowd, had a somewhat forced smile. He harbored some resentment towards Lei Lao Lu. He had invited Lei Lao Lu numerous times, yet he was always met with indifference, while a phone call from the president of the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce brought someone over. Clearly, Wei Donglai's influence was not significant enough. So you are saying that you are certain the 327 government bond futures will settle at a maintenance rate of 12.98. The young and impetuous Wei Donglai was completely oblivious to the trap hidden in Lei Lao Lu's words. Yes, my father's firm is responsible for the maintenance rate calculations, and he personally told me there won't be any issues. Lei Lao Lu nodded, having deliberately asked Wei Donglai twice. Now that he had obtained the desired result, he did not wish to stay even a minute longer. Supporting the already drunken girl, he turned and made his way to the hotel room elevator. Lei Lao Lu couldn't help but marvel at how these people knew how to enjoy themselves with high-end clubs connected to hotel rooms, even saving time on checking in. Hey, why did Six Brother leave? I still wanted to drink a few more with him. Weren't you just pretending to ask? You were worse off than Six Brother when you first arrived. A lascivious smile appeared on everyone's faces. After placing the girl on the bed, Lei Lao Lu covered her with a blanket and placed a thick wad of cash on her coat. He shook his head, realizing that the other party was also a person with a tragic fate, with her family in debt to loan sharks. Lei Lao Lu fell into a deep sleep on another bed. The next day, when questioned, the woman did not honestly recount the events of the previous night. Instead, she bashfully declared that Six Brother was a complete pervert, and that she would never host such guests again. You have no choice. Six Brother specifically requested you to accompany him for 2 days. The woman's eyes revealed a hint of hope. Yongjin Chamber of Commerce completely relaxed their worries about Lei Lao Lu, feeling that Six Brother was actually on their side. However, they were unaware that Lei Lao Lu always carried recording equipment. Days passed, and on the day after the newspaper subsidy rate was announced in January 1995, Wang Securities established a short position of 2500 contracts. Guan Jingsheng was a person who liked to take extremes. Once he was convinced of something, he would pursue it relentlessly. Adhering to the principle of striking until the opponent was defeated, he never gave his rivals a chance to breathe. His reason for increasing the short position again was to force the bulls into liquidation and completely exit the market. Futures traders from various branches received Guan Jingsheng's orders and began to fully engage in short positions. By the close before the Spring Festival that year, Wang Securities' short positions had risen to over 1.3 million contracts, with a margin requirement reaching 1 billion long coins. To create short positions, Wang Securities mobilized nearly all available funds. The sudden increase in short positions put immense pressure on the bulls, causing futures prices to plummet, and they hurriedly began to cover their positions. At this moment, a third voice emerged in the market, hoping for negotiations between Wang Securities and Zhang Jinkai to reach a position settlement. The so-called position settlement meant negotiating a price you the bulls sell and I the bears, by both sides reducing their positions and retrieving their margins without conflict. However, at this critical juncture, with just a little push needed, neither side was willing to compromise. But General Manager Guan never expected that things would not unfold as he imagined. On the 22nd, the Finance Department released Document No. 3 out confirming the newspaper subsidy rate at 12.98. This document undoubtedly sentenced the bears to death. If settled according to this, the government bond futures would surely rise above 155 yuan. This was far higher than their average entry price of 148 yuan for the short positions. If things developed this way, Guan Jingsheng could still land safely, at worst being removed from his post due to significant losses. But anyone would find it hard to accept. He built himself up from nothing to this point, only to be crushed by a group of novices using insider means. A thought sprang to his mind: if the fish die, the net breaks. It was a last-ditch effort. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. The Liao brothers, seeing the situation change, became deserters and transferred 2 million short positions through a small securities company, opting to go long instead. A short position of 2 million contracts equated to 40 billion in government bonds, clearly exceeding the position limits, and this trade was evidently against the rules. Guan Jingsheng rushed to talk to the chairman of the Shanghai Stock Exchange, arguing that this small securities company had violated regulations with a position limit of only 1500 contracts and requested a market halt for 1 day. The chairman of the Shanghai Stock Exchange, fearing for his own position, believed the market couldn't be halted. Talking about regulations with those who violated them wouldn't matter. As long as the small securities company paid their margin, the trade would count. Not only did he not side with Guan, but he also suggested Guan close his positions and negotiate with Zhang Jinkai for a settlement. Guan Jingsheng's mentality exploded. He had struggled his entire life only to lose to a bunch of novices. People at Wang Securities were filled with indignation. A large group felt that the bulls were profiting from insider information. Guan Jingsheng went to the construction bank intending to gather more funds. He was going to do something insane. On the other hand, the bulls were celebrating at a high-end private club, opening champagne. Money was spilled everywhere, and many sensed they were about to become rich. Wei Donglai's eyes were excitedly red. If the futures price reached 155, he would receive at least 800 million yuan in bonuses from the chamber. The Yongjin Chamber of Commerce was set to slice a gigantic cake worth 7 billion yuan. Where's Six Brother? Why isn't he here? He's probably off having fun with his buddy. Oh, let's not worry about him, let's drink. But the very next second, someone rushed in a panic to report something big has happened. Someone just released 8000 contracts of 327 futures in one go. What price? 147 yuan. The room fell silent. If this price were executed, it would undoubtedly create a massive shock to the 327 price and greatly affect their earnings. Wei Donglai immediately concluded, is someone trying to save Wang Securities at this price? If Wang Securities buys in 8000 contracts at 147 yuan to close their positions, they would have a chance to survive. Who is it? Suddenly turning against us. A man's figure abruptly appeared in everyone's minds. It's Lei Lao Lu. It must be him. Can it be that he turned against us at this moment? Damn it, he wants to be a hero. Don't block our way to profit. He's done for, I'm telling you. Everyone was furious, their faces flushed as they watched the harvest from Wangwa being interrupted by a Chunyao gold. Everyone was enraged, and the president of the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce immediately called the capital. 8000 contracts, clearly an act of overshooting positions. Their limit should only be 4000 contracts. I suggest using this reason to seal Longhua holdings and impose the harshest penalties. Bear in mind that whether bullish or bearish, nearly every company engages in borrowing positions. When accusing others of violating regulations, they did not blush or feel guilty. Our rules were merely excuses for them to suppress their enemies. Wei Donglai was puzzled as to why Lei Lao Lu would turn against them at this moment. The outcome was already determined and the bulls were bound to make a fortune. How could someone go against the money? Jian curiously asked. Why must we close the position at the price of 147 yuan? For us it merely means earning a bit less money, but it gives Wangwa a chance to make a new choice. If they close now, they would only lose 100 million or so, and Lao Guan wouldn't even need to go to jail. Are you wondering if Guan Jingsheng will seize this opportunity for a new choice? Yes, I think he is a formidable character, but he has underestimated his opponents and should not meet his end in such a manner. Jian nodded, slightly a bit bewildered. She had no idea how crazy Guan Jingsheng had been in the last 8 minutes before the market closed in history. If she had known, she would definitely have said, Lao Guan impressive. Wang Zilong was also very curious about whether Guan Jingsheng would make a different choice when faced with the exit he provided. In fact, after receiving the news, Guan fell into a hesitation that lasted 5 minutes. He was ready for a fight to the death, and then the situation took a turn. Unexpectedly, someone was willing to reconcile the position with him at the moment of harvesting, and he was momentarily stunned, wondering if such altruistic individuals existed in the world. However, during his few minutes of hesitation, Yongjin Merchants Association cut off all his escape routes. Amidst Wei Donglai's furious shouts, all their futures traders fully bought the 8 Zilong futures contracts that Longhua Holdings had thrown out. Guan Jingsheng's previously quelled anger surged anew. When Wang Zilong received this news, he was also taken. Wei Donglai's group is trying to push Lao Guan to a dead end. One should always leave a way out in dealings. This operation is too unethical. Without Wangguo's exit strategy, there truly was no way out. If prices continued to rise, Wangguo would face a total collapse, and over $1 billion in margin would completely evaporate, leaving only the path to bankruptcy. Guan Jingsheng decided to teach the bulls a lesson. His inspiration came from the Gao brothers from Liao nationality. He decided to use another account and fight with his back against the wall. What is fighting with one's back against the wall? In the last 8 minutes before the close, Wangwa Securities placed 27 million short orders. Using another account, he continuously took orders, causing an enormous volume of short orders to be executed. As a result of this operation, the price of futures 327 plummeted from 151 yuan to 147 yuan just before the close. Wei Donglai was dumbfounded, Zhang Jingkai was dumbfounded, and Yongjin Merchants Association was dumbfounded. The entire Shanghai Stock Exchange was stunned. Guan's operation undoubtedly slapped everyone's faces. You ignore Liao nationality's illegal transfer of short positions, saying it is normal trading. You also ignore the bulls over-leveraging their holdings, claiming it is normal trading. Then isn't my excessive short position justifiable? The chairman of the Shanghai Stock Exchange scolded, Are you sick? Illegal. Super illegal. You need to pay 30 billion in margin for 20 million short positions. Can you afford that? I want to cancel all transactions in the last 8 minutes. None of those transactions count. Guan Jingsheng sarcastically remarked. Then does Liao nationality's 2 million short positions require 3 billion in margin? Can Liao nationality afford that? The other party was suddenly rendered speechless. Guan Jingsheng stated, Sorry, I can indeed afford the margin for 20 million short positions. You must count this 8 minutes of trades for me. He was so confident because he received an email from Liong Bank stating they were willing to lend 30 billion dragon coins to Wanghua, but they must take 90 of the profits. Guan Jingsheng felt this transaction was very reasonable, so he was not at all anxious inside. The ones who should be anxious were the Gao brothers from Liao nationality, who suddenly reversed their stance. They might not be able to come up with 3 billion in margin. Even if you can indeed afford the margin, you are still violating regulations. Your holdings at Wanghua are 4.0 contracts, and with a reasonable borrowing of 5.0 contracts, you can hold at most 9.0 contracts. Then what about the support positions from Duo Jingchao? Why are you not mentioning that? Isn't that a bit too double standard? Whether it complies or not, we both can't decide. Brother, I received a call from the capital. You must recognize it today. Upon hearing this, Guan Jingsheng finally understood where he had lost. He felt as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. That night at 10 o'clock, the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Securities Regulatory Commission formulated an emergency response plan. First, all transactions in the last 8 minutes today are invalid and will not count towards the trading volume. Second, the closing price will be settled at the last transaction price of 151 yuan before the illegal trading. Third, an investigation will be conducted on Wanghua Securities and relevant personnel will be held accountable. This result was entirely biased. The bulls might be involved in insider trading, and the illegal trading was ignored while the losing side was pursued relentlessly. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the clients of Wanghua Securities. Consequently, Wanghua Securities would inevitably face a complete liquidation, and bankruptcy was a certainty. Their funds in Wanghua Securities became an uncertain number. The bulls were delighted, believing they had the last laugh. However, the atmosphere at the Shanghai Stock Exchange changed drastically the next day. Isn't that Lu Gu? Yes, why is he dressed like that? The people at the Shanghai Stock Exchange rushed over. They saw all the people from Longhua Holdings dressed in black suits wearing white cloths on their heads, as if mourning someone. The darkest day in the history of Longhua Securities. Mourning the death of Longhua Securities. Everyone was shocked Longhua Holdings was actually speaking up for Longhua Securities. Before anyone could react, Lei Lao Lu took a loudspeaker and shouted, Zhang Jinkai has 3 major sins. First, competing with the people for profits. As the son of the financial department, acting as both referee and player, harvesting local brokerages. Second, insider trading, using insider information to collude with the merchant association for personal gain. Third, cutting off people's paths. Longhua Securities originally had the chance to withdraw intact. This is unjust. The crowd was in an uproar. This was almost what all institutions wanted to say, but dared not say, and it was all articulated by Lei Lao Lu. Their minds buzzed. Had Lei Lao Lu gone mad? Was he openly opposing Zhang Jinkai? Did he not consider the consequences of doing so? Almost everyone predicted that Lei Lao Lu would become the next Guan Jingsheng. Wei Donglai and others were so anxious they made several calls. Guan Jingsheng's fight to the death was not fatal, but Lei Lao Lu's actions were very fatal to them. Just when they thought this matter could still be resolved with power, a video suddenly played on the screen of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. So you are certain that the 327 Treasury bond futures will be settled at a hedging rate of 12.98. Yes, my father's firm is responsible for the hedging rate calculation. Wei Donglai, standing in the hall, was blank. He had drunk a bit too much that day and could hardly remember saying anything, but it was indeed him in the video, and that voice was also his. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence with only Wei Donglai and the ugly faces of Yongjin Merchants Association and their rampant laughter. Return my hard-earned money. The users of Longhua Securities, upon learning the truth, were furious, and the employees of Longhua Securities were also filled with rage. The institutions and futures investors, suffering from short selling, erupted in anger. Only then did they realize why they had lost. Others began to discuss fervently, although they knew the truth could be harsh, they never expected this group to be so brazen. The director of the Shanghai Stock Exchange, who had just sighed in relief, was now frozen in place. Isn't Lei Lao Lu a madman? Does he not fear the consequences later? It was precisely because he knew who was backing Wei Donglai and the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce that he had acted so preferentially. Yet he never imagined that Lei Lao Lu would indeed dare to touch the tiger's tail. However, he was also very clear that Lei Lao Lu possessed ample evidence against certain individuals, and the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Zhang Jinkai and the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce. These people are definitely finished. Even their backers might not be able to protect them. He couldn't help but marvel at how tough Six Brothers' methods were delivering a lethal blow. Just as he was in a quandary, the trader, drenched in sweat, reported, Director, just a few minutes ago, 1 million contracts of the 327 futures were sold off, and the price dropped another 5 yuan. It's still falling. From 151 it dropped to 146 yuan. Wouldn't that mean all the institutions that bought in heavily yesterday would face liquidation? Damn it, it must be that group of bulls seeing Wei Donglai's incident and cutting their losses. Immediately halt all trading of 327 guohua. He knew it was already too late. So many were facing liquidation, and it was likely that many would jump from buildings. Just then a large group of investors stormed into the Shanghai Stock Exchange's office. They shouted, Return my justice. Severely punish Wei Donglai. Severely punish the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce. Severely punish Liaohua FA. Everyone understood what had just happened with the sharp drop of the 327 futures, and many of the liquidated securities companies and institutions joined in the protest. The Supervisory Commission was in complete chaos. After learning of the incident, many civilians who usually didn't trade in futures rushed into the Supervisory Commission with righteous indignation. Once the truth was laid bare, everyone felt the world was too dark. They openly used insider information to gain personal profit. Upon hearing that several managers of Zhang Jinkai and the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce had made tens of billions, everyone was stunned, while feeling extreme indignation. No wonder they always struggled to make money. It turned out that their funds were drained by these privileged financial aristocrats. As this matter spread through word of mouth, countless people surged to the Supervisory Commission and the Shanghai Stock Exchange, demanding the state severely punish the upper management of Zhang Jinkai and not let any individual who profited from insider information escape. Some reporters attempted to interview Zhang Jinkai and the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce, but their cameras were smashed and microphones trampled. Even now, this group remained as arrogant as ever. Seeing the public's fury mounting, it was clear that the situation could not be easily resolved. Perhaps having received some news, everyone in the video began to prepare their escape routes. The 3 brothers of Liaohua FA fled with cash under the cover of night. Several wealthy individuals from the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce also bought plane tickets that night, intending to escape to the port city and avoid the storm. However, they were intercepted at customs and quietly taken away by the Jing Yue agents. The atmosphere at the Shanghai Stock Exchange and the Supervisory Commission had turned exceedingly eerie. Due to being surrounded by the public, the Shanghai Stock Exchange directly shut down for 2 days to consider countermeasures. The Supervisory Commission was also tightly closed. there was significant dissent regarding their previous handling of the situation, with some even accusing them of being Wei Donglai's henchmen. Even if they are not henchmen, they are accomplices who sheltered them. Nonsense. This is a decision we made after serious consideration. If we do not punish Wang with securities, the resulting losses would be even greater. Director, this is what people outside are saying. Ooh, I'm just relaying it to you. Everyone couldn't help but sigh deeply. Lei Lao Lu, the troublemaker, has now made the so-called truth public, complicating matters for them and causing even greater losses. Yet they dared not impose any punishment on Lei Lao Lu, nor did they even dare to speak to him loudly. Don't you find this matter very strange? It is indeed strange, as such a big incident happened, yet the higher-ups have shown no reaction, not even sending anyone to inquire about it. An old cadre sensed the underlying trouble. The higher-ups are likely waiting to see how we handle this. Everyone fell into a dilemma. This matter was truly difficult to resolve. If they were to revoke the punishment against Wang Hua and Guan, wouldn't that be slapping themselves in the face? The ink on the punishment announcement hadn't even dried yet. Punishing Wei Donglai was a certainty, but it had to be handled delicately. After all, his father hadn't fallen. As for handling the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce, they had powerful backers. If they treated them lightly, the public would be dissatisfied, and if they were too harsh, it could harm the regional economy. Moreover, there was no precedent for punishing insider trading. Why don't we call Lei Lao Lu back to ask him? Since he caused this trouble, he should come to clean up the mess. Everyone reached a consensus, and the junior clerk had to change into a different outfit again and climb over the wall to invite Lei Lao Lu. At this moment, Lei Lao Lu was leisurely sipping tea, basking in the midday sun. Upon hearing that the supervisory commission wanted to summon him, he put on his coat, ready to face any danger. When he saw the Rolls-Royce that Lei Lao Lu drove, everyone rushed over. It's Six Brother. Six Brother, you are awesome, we support you. Is the supervisory commission planning to hold you accountable? Upon hearing this, the crowd's previously calmed emotions flared up again. This group really dares to act. Giving Six Brother a disturbance of the futures market is certainly possible. Damn it, they still have the face to hold someone accountable. It is precisely because this group is not being caught or punished that so many problems have arisen. Lei Lao Lu said little. His current mindset was like a balloon that had been deflated, the anger released and replaced by a profound sense of peace. Everyone made way for Lei Lao Lu. Six Brother, we all support you. No matter how others slander you, we stand by your side. Hearing these encouraging words, Lei Lao Lu felt greatly comforted. His and the boss' efforts were not in vain, and with the support of the masses, what was there to fear? Now those worthless trash probably wouldn't even dare to show their faces, let alone stick their heads out. As Lei Lao Lu walked into the office, everyone in the monitoring institution stood up, including the old director. Their gazes towards Lei Lao Lu were particularly complex. For a brief moment, they truly felt an impulse to rip Lei Lao Lu apart, wanting to see if his courage was as great as Jiang Weiss. If one wasn't daring as a bull, how could they dare to expose this matter? Those who dare to speak the truth seldom. Someone immediately remarked sarcastically, Sixth Brother, you have become quite impressive now. Everyone is holding you in high regard. Are you going to go against me from now on? Hearing this, the old director felt goosebumps all over. He was truly exasperated with these incompetent teammates. Was this really the time to quibble? Even with countless grievances in their hearts, they could not speak them out loud. Shut up. Write me a reflection report and seriously reconsider your actions. Faced with the old director's menacing gaze, that person shrank back, realizing he had spoken out of turn. Lei Lao Lu chuckled and said, based on what you just said, you are unworthy of holding the position of a monitor. I will submit the recording to the disciplinary committee for a thorough investigation into any abuse of power. That person was left dumbfounded, and cold sweat broke out on everyone present. They nearly forgot that Lei Lao Lu enjoyed recording and taking covert shots. The people from the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce had not even discovered where Lei Lao Lu hid his equipment, let alone them. The old director hurriedly forced a smile. Sixth Brother, he was just careless. We invited you here to hear your opinions. Do you truly want to hear my opinion? Yes, we sincerely seek your advice. Lei Lao Lu gritted his teeth and said, those who should be arrested must be arrested, those who should be sentenced must be sentenced, and those who should be executed must be executed. Everyone felt a wave of murderous intent wash over them, which made them a bit frightened. So you mean to investigate thoroughly and impose severe punishments? Haha, according to my suggestion, this case should be handled as the foremost financial case of the country to serve as a warning to future generations. The old director regretted inviting Lei Lao Lu. In their hearts, they actually wanted some troublemakers to stir up a bit of commotion in the market. With all the thieves arrested, do we still need so many police officers? This was also the reason they preferred to measure punishments lightly. Do you think you still have a way out? Let me share some insider information with you. The ships of the Gao family from Liao State have been intercepted by the Navy near the coast, and Wei Donglai, along with the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce, have been secretly taken away to cooperate with the investigation. If you don't take any action now, you can expect to be taken in as well. The lightest punishment will be for insufficient supervision, a severe dereliction of duty. Upon hearing this, including the one who had made sarcastic remarks earlier, everyone present felt an intense chill down. They believed these individuals had someone backing them, and that this matter would proceed as it did in the past with the stick raised high and then gently lowered. Unexpectedly, these people had already been arrested. The old director asked flatteringly which department arrested them. Of course it was the highest-ranking Jinui. A few were so frightened they didn't dare to breathe. They realized this was a competition among the upper echelons, and once a hand was laid down it would be a battle to the death. They immediately began whispering among themselves. But now that the Jinui have taken over this matter, what else do we need? Of course, we must revoke the penalties against Wangwa Securities, halt all sales of national debt futures, permanently ban companies and individuals profiting from insider information, such as Zhongjin Kai, from entering the market, and pursue the recovery of all profits from the long positions, with part compensating the losses of the victims and the other part remitted to the national treasury. Is that all that needs to be done? Of course that's not enough. In this matter, the Shanghai Stock Exchange failed to fulfill its supervisory role, repeatedly sheltering illegal activities. These individuals should face severe penalties. Having favored one side to this extent, forcing Guan Jingsheng into a corner, these people are the real culprits. If the Shanghai Stock Exchange had acted promptly, there wouldn't have been so many issues. Stopping it only now, isn't it a bit too late? The old director nodded, already having made a decision in his heart. Just minutes after Lei Lao Lu left, the monitoring institution announced a preliminary handling result. Seize all illegal profits from Zhongjin Kai Yongjin Chamber of Commerce, Liao Guofa, and other profit-making institutions, and compensate Wangwa Securities and the many affected institutions. Stop the sales of 327 and all types of futures, prohibit the sale of national debt in the secondary market. Upon hearing this handling result, Guan Jingsheng, who was about to submit his resignation, couldn't help but shed tears. He finally did not betray the trust of all Wangwa employees. With this compensation, Wangwa would not even face bankruptcy and might still turn a profit. In light of the violations during the trading process by Wangwa Securities General Manager Guan Jingsheng, a fine of 100,000 yuan will be imposed, and Wangwa Securities will remove him from his position. Old Guan knew he had narrowly escaped a calamity. He had heard that because of his last-ditch effort, the Longs hated him to the core, planning to impose various charges on him, which could lead to a prison sentence of over 10 years. Now being merely expelled from Wangwa and fined 100,000 yuan was undoubtedly the best outcome for him. Just as the monitoring committee made a series of punishment decisions, news also arrived from the capital. Given the extremely severe conduct of Wei Donglai and his son, which caused significant economic losses to the nation, they were sentenced to life imprisonment. Others from the Yongjin Chamber of Commerce, who profited immensely from insider information, faced not only imprisonment, but also hefty fines. Most astonishingly, a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Finance fell due to this incident, and a large sum of cash was found in his home. I didn't dare to spend a single cent. I am sorry to the country and to the public who trusted me. While rectifying, a message was also released from above stating that the principle of avoiding conflicts of interest among relatives would be implemented. Companies like Zhongjin Kai which do not comply with market rules were ordered to close down. Moreover, insider trading would be strictly investigated, and the accounts of direct relatives of personnel from the finance, banking, and financial sectors would be strictly monitored. Hearing this good news, the stock and futures market surged. The old director had previously worried that this incident would undermine investors' confidence and severely impact the nascent securities market. But now it seemed that these concerns were unfounded. Only with a fairer market and more standardized rules would the public dare to enter the market. When Guan Jingsheng walked out of the Wangwa Securities headquarters with a cardboard box, a car stopped in front of him. Sixth brother, thank you so much. If it weren't for you standing up for me, I really would have gone to prison. You have misunderstood me. Oh, I am not standing up for you. I am standing up for Wangwa Securities. Do you know how the foreigners described that day? The darkest day in the history of Wangwa Securities, but now they are all silent because we handled it well. So you came to find me today because our Longhu Holdings still lacks a general manager. If you are willing to accept this position, get in the car. Guan Jingsheng truly did not expect that he, a pariah of the world and a securities madman, would be appreciated by brother Lei Lu. Although the matter has come to an end, many still shifted all the blame onto him, Guan Jingsheng. Even among their own ranks, there were murmurs of discontent, feeling that he should not have stubbornly shorted the 327 futures, nearly causing the downfall of the entire organization. Outside, some referred to him as a madman, as his 20 million short position nearly led to liquidation for many who followed him, thinking they would make a fortune one moment and then faced ruin the next. Who could bear that? Who else could they blame if not Guan Jingsheng? Thus all securities firms and small institutions now dared not. In truth, Guan Jingsheng, as the general manager of the multinational securities firm, did not earn much. His salary was spent on maintaining relationships. His total assets were less than hundreds of thousands, even less than Wei Donglai during his most destitute times. Historically, when Guan Jingsheng's crimes were announced, one of them was embezzlement and misappropriation of public funds. How significant was the amount? It was merely 500,000. As a senior executive of the largest brokerage in the country, to truly want to embezzle or accept bribes several million would be an insult to Guan Jingsheng. Thus, this was simply a case of framing. In Wang Zilong's view, Guan, as a professional manager, was rather clean. As for the criticism against him for being extreme and stubbornly following a single path to the end, his peers in the country deemed him mad, but Wang Zilong believed this was a necessary trait for becoming a financial mogul. Is Lao Tzu not mad? Is stock god Buffett not mad? Every successful Wall Street tycoon was once seen as a madman by others. According to the rules of Longhua, previously Guan Jingsheng had actually succeeded in the end, as there were no charges that could convict him. It was the bull market and the Liao Kingdom's actions, along with the Shanghai Stock Exchange's disregard for rules, that preceded the chaos. Guan Jingsheng's inspiration for his final gamble stemmed from the biased support of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Moreover, a key point is that Guan Jingsheng did not maliciously short the 327 futures he believed, supported by a plethora of scientific data, that the value stabilization subsidy rate would not exceed 8. Such a principled and resolute madman who refuses to yield until the last moment is precisely the kind of person Wang Zilong wishes to see more of. The financial market of Longhua needs more individuals brave enough to speak the truth. Thus, upon hearing that Guan might be expelled from the multinational, Wang Zilong and brother Lei Lu hit it off, immediately planning to recruit Guan Jingsheng as their general manager. In finance, brother Lei Lu was a latecomer. Although Longhua Holdings had many competent individuals assisting, most were merely conventional talents. Compared to Guan, they were significantly lacking. It is worth noting that many personnel training sessions at the Shanghai Stock Exchange were handled by the multinational, and Guan contributed significantly to the establishment at the exchange. Such talent in today's domestic financial market is of the highest caliber. Seeing Guan remain silent, brother Lei Lu assumed he did not want to stay in a subordinate position and offered Guan another proposal. If you do not wish to be the general manager of Longhua Holdings, we can invest some money in you, allowing you to start your own financial company, as long as you can achieve self-sufficiency in a short period. Guan hurriedly waved his hand, saying, "Forget about starting a business. I can't make much with my meager savings. I'd rather stick with you, and I hope you don't mind me." Guan Jingsheng's words elicited a chuckle from brother Lei Lu. "Get in the car. I need to take you to meet someone." "Is it our boss behind the scenes?" Guan Jingsheng was a clever man. At the moment the individuals from Zongjingkai and Yongjin Chamber of Commerce collapsed, he heard much about the insider details of the matter. Relying on his connections, Wei Donglai's Yongjin Chamber of Commerce lobbied high-level officials in the Ministry of Finance. Logically, the ministry should be the least interested in discussing the subsidy rate for newspapers, as inflation had just improved slightly. Letting more money flow into the market would only exacerbate inflation, and a 13.98 subsidy rate would never materialize. The final outcome was clear. They succeeded, leading to a resounding defeat for the rational calculation bears. To topple these big figures relying solely on brother Lei Lu, a down-and-out second-generation dragon, would certainly not suffice. Having power or not is one thing, while possessing real power is another. Brother Lei Lu dared to publicly stand up for the financial issues of Longhua, which certainly indicated he had greater backing. Thinking about meeting this unimaginable big figure, Guan Jingsheng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The two arrived at a small villa by the Huangpu River. "Old Guan, when you meet the boss, just call him sir. Ask whatever you wish. The boss does not like us holding back our words." "Okay, I understand." At this moment, Wang Zilong and Jian were calculating accounts. "When we bought the 327 government bonds, the average price was around 128, and we purchased 800 contracts, selling them at 147, yielding a total profit of 2.5 billion long coins. Lidong Bank bought approximately 3 billion in face value of 92-year treasury bonds at an average price of 95, and the current settlement price is 147, with a total profit of 1.5 billion long coins. The two institutions made a total profit of 4 billion long coins on the 92-year treasury bonds." Wang Zilong nodded. Although it was slightly less than expected, it was still a safe landing without too many complications. Besides giving brother Lei Lu 125 million in shares, he'll transfer another 25 million from my accounts to him as a reward for him and his team. Jian raised no objections this time. Although brother Lei Lu had cost Li Dong quite a bit, Longhua Holdings' reputation had been thoroughly established, earning widespread acclaim in the financial circles of Longhua, and even attracting media attention in Gangxing for Lei Lu's achievements. Now Longhua Holdings is the biggest gold signboard in the securities industry. Whatever stock they buy, that stock begins to soar. People trust Longhua won't engage in insider trading or the tricks of harvesting leaks. This is the power of the financial godfather's brand. Such potential value is impossible to quantify. It not only has far-reaching effects, but this trust is also invaluable. As long as Wang Zilong is willing, he can turn Longhua Holdings into the #1 brokerage in Longhua at any time. Even Jian, the president, thought the card was played brilliantly. 25 million is the reward brother Lei Lu deserves. Jian opened the door to the underground warehouse, directing employees to pile stacks of money in the grand living room. Soon these bundles of money piled up into a small mountain in the living room. Wang Zilong decided to give brother Lu a small surprise, as he was always fair in his dealings. However, when brother Lei Lu and Guan Jingsheng saw the mountain of long coins, they immediately lost their composure. "Sir, what are you doing?" In his moment of shock, Lei Lu even forgot to introduce Wang Zilong to Guan Jingsheng. At this time, Guan Jingsheng also struggled to divert his gaze from the pile of money to boss Wang. Wang Zilong was already a well-known figure in Longhua. Guan Jingsheng suddenly realized that the owner of Longhua Holdings was the third son of the Wang family, a prominent merchant. Being recognized as a financial magnate in Gangqing naturally required significant abilities, but he did not expect the other party to have such a great influence in the political arena of Longhua. Guan Jingsheng felt that he had truly lashed onto a big opportunity. Who didn't know that the Wang family was the most astonishingly wealthy family in Longhua? This also explained why Lilong Bank was willing to advance him 30 billion in breach of contract fees. That turned out that the other party had long been keeping an eye on him. Wang Zilong nodded at Guan Jingsheng and half-jokingly said to Lei Lu, "It's because there's so much money it's starting to mold. Ooh, I had someone move it out to dry." The two really believed him and didn't think this behavior was unreasonable. Seeing that the two were eager to help, Jian rolled her eyes. "Don't listen to the sir's nonsense. This 150 million is your commission for Lei Lu." Lei Lu suddenly realized and asked in surprise, "No, my commission should be 125 million. The additional 25 million is a reward for your outstanding performance." Upon hearing this, Lei Lu understood that the extra money was indeed a reward. To be honest, he felt grateful that the boss hadn't deducted his money. How could he dare to ask for more? Meanwhile, Guan Jingsheng was left dumbfounded, wondering if he had heard correctly. Was all this Lei Lu's commission? Which company in Longhua calculates commissions in the hundreds of millions? Even he, Guan Jingsheng, claiming to be the father of securities, had never seen such a grand scene. After the two sat down, Wang Zilong handed each of them a cigar. What caught Lei Lu's attention was that it was a domestically produced Great Wall cigar. Great Wall cigars are often given as diplomatic gifts to many dignitaries. Noticing Guan Jingsheng appearing somewhat reserved, Wang Zilong began to chat casually with Lei Lu. "Sixth brother, has anyone been frequently coming to talk to you about projects recently?" "Yes, there's been such a situation. They always think I'm a great benefactor wanting to get some money for me to do business. Most of them I've sent away, but a few software companies I plan to discuss with you and Ms. Jian." "Software companies?" Jian furrowed her brows. In her view, Lilong Investment already had enough high-tech companies. Although DeLong and Longwei had made some achievements in their respective fields, both companies still needed a continuous supply from Lilong Bank for research and development. Seeing that the return on investment was a long way off, not to mention some seed companies that were still in their infancy and hadn't produced any results, Wang Zilong seemed unconcerned. Jian and a group of foreign professional managers overly pursued profits, but in reality, everything must follow the objective laws of market development. Once the research projects of DeLong and Longwei succeeded, it would be hard not to make a profit. "Let's discuss it. Everyone is here, so we can research whether these companies can be invested in." "Sir, have you heard of Geely?" Memories of the past began to assault Wang Zilong. Although he hadn't heard of Geely Motorcycle, he certainly wouldn't forget the famous Geely automobile in later years. "Is he seeking your investment?" "Sort of. Actually, Boss Li isn't short of money. Over the past few years, his motorcycles have sold all over the country and even started to be exported overseas. He hasn't made little profit and is quite famous among private enterprises." Wang Zilong nodded. Li Shufu was an impressive private entrepreneur, and Geely was one of the earliest automobile manufacturing companies in Longhua. "So what difficulties does he face?" "Haha, he's no longer satisfied with just making motorcycles. He wants to start producing our own small cars in Longhua." To produce cars, he requisitioned 850 acres of land in Lehigh City to build an automotive industrial park. It's worth mentioning that the engines of Geely motorcycles are self-developed, but the problem lies in they started secretly and haven't obtained the automobile production license. In Longhua, any industry requires a license, and producing cars is no exception. Producing cars is a state matter. How can a private enterprise expect to get a share? Boss Li now faces three major problems if he wants to continue. First, he made 100 million selling motorcycles, which seems like a lot, but it's far from enough for car manufacturing. Second, Geely has no experience in car production. Apart from their eager ambition, they are almost starting from scratch. Third, the license is the most urgent issue, and their automotive industrial park is facing layers of obstacles. Wang Zilong felt that Li Shufu had indeed found the right person. His uncle Zhao Dikun could obtain a computer production license, so getting a car production license shouldn't be too much of a problem. We should be able to help him with that. What benefits can we gain? A license can get us 20 of Geely Automobile shares, and if we provide another 100 million in financing, we can get another 20 of shares. Wang Zilong's heart stirred. The backbone enterprises of the automobile industry, such as FAW Dongfeng Heavy Trucks, Southern Auto Chang'an, and SAC, were all state-owned groups belonging to national enterprises. Before Geely emerged, it was almost impossible for him to get a share in the domestic automobile field. However, the emergence of Boss Li made this possible. Manufacturing cars is a heavy industry that requires a large amount of investment and talent. Longhua's state-owned car companies, for the sake of technology, can only choose to cooperate with foreign companies. To others, Boss Li appeared to be an anomaly. A private entrepreneur making motorcycles was thinking of doing something that even the state found extremely difficult, akin to a madman with delusions. Yet it was this arrogance and persistence that moved Lei Lao Lu. Originally, Boss Li thought that starting secretly wouldn't cause any major issues, but last year a car industry policy was released stating that without a license it's as good as being unregistered, and even if a car is produced it may face the risk of being taken off the production line. Alright, Wang Zilong will invest in this project. Let old Li proceed with confidence to truly engage in research and development rather than just piecing together a car. I will definitely help him secure the automobile production license before his first car is launched. Jian couldn't help but smile wryly. Can private car manufacturing be reliable? Lei Lao Lu saw Wang Zilong being so straightforward and added, there's also a company called Jinshan Software. Their general manager Lei Busi came to us saying they need our assistance because they are almost unable to pay salaries. Lei Busi. The Lei Busi who had only a few billion cash in his pocket at his poorest. Tell me what's going on. In 1992, their WPS was the highest market share word processing system, which earned Jinshan its first pot of gold, but good times didn't last long. With Microsoft entering the Longhua market and rampant piracy in order to fight a hard battle against Microsoft. Rebus was like a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. They mobilized all their programmers, pooled all their resources, and named the project Pangu, hoping to elevate the new version of WPS to new heights. Without needing Rebus to continue, Wang Zilong already knew what had happened. At that time, Microsoft dominated the global systems market with a market share of 90 and a valuation of several $100 billion. What large software companies excel at is, of course, bundling competition. Under Microsoft's indulgence, domestic pirated systems flourished, and personal computers transitioned from DOS to the Windows platform. Every system loaded with a pirated version of Windows would also package Word. Under Microsoft, not a blade of grass. Pangu software met a complete defeat, achieving merely 1/10 of the expected sales, having sold only 2,000 copies, insufficient even to cover the development costs. Currently, the funds on Jinshan's account can last at most another year. Xiao Bojun is already planning to sell his house to pay salaries. Wang Zilong nodded, acknowledging that Xiao Bojun, the boss of Jinshan, was indeed a respectable figure. In 1988, Xiao Bojun locked himself in room 501 of the Kaiwei Hotel for an entire year, coding while awake, napping when tired, and eating instant noodles when hungry. Xiao Bojun isolated himself, single-handedly constructing WPS 1.0 with 100,000 lines of code. With no advertisements and no commercial promotion, relying solely on word of mouth and a stellar reputation, WPS quickly became popular nationwide. Xiao Bojun single-handedly created the general software for the people of Longhua. Countless early programmers came to pay homage, and Rebus joined Jinshan, becoming its 6th employee. At that time, Jinshan had taken on the task of localizing for Microsoft, but Microsoft had a small request. They hoped the document format of WPS could be compatible with Word. This meant that WPS documents could also be opened with Word. Xiao Bojun was unaware of the treachery. This was Microsoft's strategy of encroachment. The programmers, led by Xiao Bojun, adhering to the idealism of technical unity, agreed cheerfully and did not ask Microsoft for a single penny in fees. With Microsoft's conspiracy succeeding, faced with the large-scale assault of Microsoft systems, Jinshan had no time to respond and could only watch as users fled in droves. Seeing Jinshan in dire straits, Microsoft offered a yearly salary of 700,000 to poach Xiao Bojun. If successful, Jinshan and Xiao Bojun, this flag would naturally fall. This is where Microsoft's malevolence lies. The flags of you Longhua people have already surrendered to us, so you Longhua programmers should stop struggling. That year, Rebus took a 6-month leave, losing his ideals. But now Rebus came to seek help from Lei Lao Lu, proving they were still full of fighting spirit. Tell Rebus that Lilong Group is interested in investing in Jinshan, but I need to talk to Xiao Bojun and the others in person. Upon hearing this, Lei Lao Lu's expression became slightly excited. He knew that his boss would surely support Jinshan. This was the flag of Longhua's local programmers, and it could not. If this battle against Microsoft failed, the future of Longhua's software would be bleak. It would mean that Microsoft could use the strategy of bundling software with pirated Windows to defeat all software vendors in Longhua. Listening nearby, Guan Jingsheng gained a more concrete understanding of Wang Zilong. In his previous perception, Wang Zilong was merely a patriotic capitalist, but now he saw a business magnate keen on supporting the national industry. For Longhua's finance, he spoke out. For Longhua's software companies, he fought fiercely. For Longhua's industries, he devoted himself tirelessly. At this moment, Guan Jingsheng was truly convinced. Wang Zilong then turned his attention to him. Manager Guan, welcome to Longhua Holdings, but before that I want to discuss the issue of compensation with you. Sir, it is my honor to join Longhua Holdings, though I will not have any objections regarding compensation. Good, you said it, and don't regret it later. I just wanted to discuss your equity and commissions. Upon hearing about equity and commissions, Guan Jingsheng couldn't help but glance at the pile of cash stacked like a small mountain, his expression immediately becoming complex. Could he say he spoke a bit too soon? Seeing his expression, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Forget it, I want tease you, joining Longhua. I certainly won't treat you unfairly. As long as you work for 3 years, you'll receive 2.5 of the equity in Longhua. The commission is 5 of your profit per order. Don't think it's little because the deals we are about to engage in are all international big orders. International big orders. Guan Jingsheng was momentarily confused. He had always thought Wang Zilong wanted him in Longhua for domestic transactions. Lei Lao Lu was also a bit baffled. Their Longhua hadn't even fully penetrated the domestic market, yet how could they be heading to the international stage? On Wall Street, there are big shorts like the Hunter brothers and Old Sue. Can't we Longhua people have our own big short? Hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. The boss wanted Longhua Holdings to stir things up internationally. There's no way to get rich by shorting your own country. If we want to short, we need to go out. Guan Jingsheng couldn't help but feel a surge of boldness. Indeed, shorting one's own people domestically isn't a big deal. If you want to short, go abroad. We need to establish a branch on Wall Street, specifically for hedge funds. When the prospects of the beautiful country's stock market are good, well, ride the wave up, and then old Guan Yu will be responsible for finding stocks with inflated prices and then heavily shorting them. Shorting requires extreme precision. The people of the beautiful country are even more superstitious about data, making it just right for Guan Jingsheng to take on this role. He might thrive in the beautiful country. Old Guan, do you have confidence? Upon hearing Wang Zilong's question, he immediately responded, yes. Very good. In the future, you will be the financial guru of Longhua and the big short shark. With you two around, the name of Longhua Holdings will surely resound far and wide. We want the people of the beautiful country to know that we not only have the hardest shields, but also the sharpest spears. If they want to fleece us, they must be prepared to be gang. Both Lei Lao Lu and Guan Jingsheng couldn't help but feel a bit elated. Why is it that what is clearly a vicious act sounds so inspiring coming from the boss? Guan Jingsheng felt as if he was on fire. If receiving notification from the Shanghai Stock Exchange that the last 8 minutes of trading didn't count was the darkest day of his life, then this moment being accepted by Longhua was the brightest day of his life. He found his ideals again. He found a new faith. Yet in the next moment, Guan Jingsheng faltered, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. The United States was vast. Where precisely should he begin? Confronted by an utterly unfamiliar landscape, a profound sense of pressure welled up within him. Wang Zilong instantly perceived that fleeting flicker of anxiety in his expression. Brother Guan, don't burden yourself excessively. Our Lida Group has closely observed the U.S. stock market for quite some time, and it is now entering a powerful new bull phase. I hear Wanghua Securities is rolling out computerized office systems. Indeed, even the Shanghai Stock Exchange's computers were procured under my guidance. Hearing this, Wang Zilong continued, over recent years, personal computers have proliferated across the United States. Household computer ownership has surged from 15 to 35%. This meant that 1 in every 3 American households now owned a computer, transforming it from a luxury into a common household appliance. As computers became ubiquitous, demand for their capabilities soared, sparking the nationwide explosion of the internet. Within just 4 years, the U.S. gained 50 million new internet users. Guan Jingsheng swiftly discerned the commercial opportunity embedded in these figures. Do you mean the U.S. internet stocks are about to ignite a massive bull run? Wang Zilong nodded. 1995 marked the dawn of the U.S. internet bubble. Netscape Communications IPO proved a resounding triumph, ushering in the era of irrational exuberance. Netscape's success stunned Wall Street investment banks, who suddenly grasped that the internet was virgin territory, fertile, untapped, and brimming with promise, prompting them to scramble for promising internet ventures. Sequoia Capital discovered Yahoo, whose market capitalization peaked at $130 billion in 2000. Amazon, eBay, even companies that merely appended .com to their official website domains saw their share prices surge. Telecommunications and network infrastructure firms, providing essential services to internet startups, soared in tandem. Qualcomm's stock multiplied 26-fold in 1999 alone. 12 comparable stocks each appreciated 10-fold. At that time, gold gleamed everywhere across the U.S. equity markets. The only distinction lay in how much, or how little, one stood to gain. Guan Jingsheng nodded slowly, fully grasping Mr. Wang's intent. Investing in U.S. internet firms was not merely sound, it was inevitable. When riding a gale force wind, even a pig could soar. Once you arrive in the U.S., Brother Guan, first reach out to Jim Clark, Netscape's founder. Inquire whether they require our investment. Should he decline, we'll secure shares through their IPO, acquiring as many Netscape shares as possible. Netscape, I've indeed heard of them. Last year during a business trip, someone recommended their browser to me. The moment I witnessed its operation, I was astounded, convinced it would ascend to extraordinary heights. Guan's mind suddenly ignited with clarity. He knew precisely what to do. The U.S. harbors countless startups akin to Netscape, and your mission is to identify them one by one, then invest. A thought struck him, and he voiced his confusion. Sir, did you not instruct me to take short positions? Investing implies long exposure. Does that not contradict your earlier directive? Huh. To execute a short position, one must first create ample room for it. If their stock prices refuse to skyrocket, where lies the opportunity to short? Soon all of Wall Street will chant the gospel of internet stocks, so fervently that even excrement, if labeled an internet play, would be hailed as fragrant. Tell me, does that not forge the perfect opening for us to short them? Guan nodded in understanding. He had grasped Mr. Wang's strategy to short effectively. One must first go long, and profit handsomely along the way. Do you foresee Netscape's share price plummeting precipitously? In Guan's estimation, Netscape faced virtually no competition in the browser arena. Its product was exceptional. A successful IPO would render it nearly insurmountable for latecomers. Do not forget Microsoft. Whatever they covet, others struggle to rival. Guan Jingxing nodded again, recalling Kingsoft's predicament. How Windows bundled software distribution had steadily eroded its near monopoly in the domestic market. Should Netscape's browser achieve dominance, Microsoft would inevitably target it. If Microsoft embedded its own browser directly into its operating system, the blow to Netscape's market share would be catastrophic. Microsoft truly is a calamity. Wherever it strides, not a blade of grass survives, sighed Li Jiaxin, his brow furrowed with concern. If U.S. internet and related stocks surge, won't Microsoft's share price rise accordingly? Then how might Jobs and his team possibly dethrone an ever more entrenched Microsoft and reclaim market dominance? At these words, a collective sigh escaped the group. Microsoft loomed like a leviathan, crushing all beneath. With 90% global OS dominance, Microsoft stood nearly invincible in the internet age. Yet in my eyes, Microsoft is not invincible. Li Jiaxin's eyes lit up. He pressed forward. Boss, have you already devised a method to counter Microsoft? Antitrust law. At those 4 words, Jian, a native of the United States, immediately understood. For America's corporate titans and financial dynasties, nothing inspired greater dread than antitrust legislation. Not emerging rivals, but the specter of legal dissolution. Once Hollywood's most prominent studios, backed by industrial magnates, had near total control over the American film industry. They produced films, distributed them, and operated theater chains, effectively blocking competitors from securing screen time. Audiences could watch only what the major studios chose to release. This monopolistic stranglehold gave birth to the Paramount Consent Decree. Cinematic behemoths, like Paramount, were forcibly broken up, paving the way for independent studios such as New Line Cinema and Legendary Pictures to rise. Should Microsoft persist with bundling tactics to crush rivals, it would inevitably confront a grave peril: monopolistic anti-competitive conduct. Jian instantly grasped Wang Zilong's design. You intend to short Microsoft stock using antitrust law as leverage. Short Microsoft? Guan Jingxing involuntarily swallowed hard. A wildly audacious notion. After all, Microsoft was then the highest valued stock on the U.S. exchange. Bill Gates had become the world's richest man in 1994. Others had contemplated shorting Microsoft, but without exception they failed. Brother Guan, imagine, if you succeed in shorting Microsoft and dragging its share price down, you, the vanquisher of the ultimate titan, shall achieve legendary renown overnight. The words rang true, yet Guan still deemed the idea dangerously bold. Li Jiaxin, however, fell into deep contemplation. Might we likewise invoke antitrust allegations against Microsoft domestically? Would that grant WPS a fighting chance? Wang Zilong shook his head. China's anti-monopoly law would not be enacted until 2008. Under the current legal framework, such action remains unfeasible. Old Lei Lu mentioned that the Lilong Group was willing to invest in Jinshan technology. Lei Bus' eyes immediately lit up as he asked in astonishment. Is it the internationally renowned Lilong Group? Yes, I spoke about your situation to young Master Wang yesterday. He believes that the banner of domestic software leaders should not fall like this, and is very willing to provide you with significant funding. Upon hearing this, Lei Bus excitedly embraced old Lei Lu. Brother Lu, I truly thank you. With the funding from the Lilong Group, we will surely overcome this crisis. Old Lei Lu hurriedly waved his hand. Haha, if you want to thank someone, thank young Master Wang. I haven't been of much help to you. This is his personal phone number. Just call him, and he will naturally come to meet you. Alright, I'll notify Chiu Zong right away, and we'll go talk to Boss Wang together. He was too excited to care about any formalities, eagerly grabbing his phone. At that moment, Xiao Bojun was fretting over the inability to pay employee salaries. The Panga project was a complete failure, and they hadn't even recouped development costs. Just as he was contemplating whether to sell his house, he received a call from Lei Bus. Chiu Zong, hurry to Modu. I have good news to share with you. Lei, aren't you on vacation? Why are you in Modu? My boss let me keep it short. Aren't you worried about your brother's salaries? I was thinking about finding some external support for Jinshan and happened to run into Brother Lu at the Shanghai Stock Exchange. Brother Lu immediately helped us arrange this, persuading young Master Wang from the Lilong Group to invest in Jinshan. Are you serious? The Lilong Group is willing to finance us. It was no wonder Chiu Bojun felt it was hard to believe. Jinshan technology was clearly in decline under the onslaught of Microsoft and piracy, and with the failure of the Panga project, everyone knew it was just a matter of time before Jinshan fell. Chiu Bojun could only boost his spirits on forums. In a situation where no turning point was visible, could a major company really finance Jinshan? This was said by Brother Liu himself. He has no reason to deceive us. Plus I got young Master Wang's business card. Qiu Bojun immediately responded. All right, I'll take the next flight to Modu. This is the only chance to save Jinshan. We must give it a try. Hastily packing his luggage, Qiu Bojun felt immensely anxious. He and Lei Bus both knew that the issue with Jinshan was not purely financial. Funding was just a small part of the problem. He was more on a quest for guidance. In terms of business operations, Qiu Bojun was indeed a novice, otherwise he wouldn't have been so severely outmaneuvered by Microsoft. He felt that he and Lei Bus couldn't think of a way out, but young Master Wang would surely offer them some insights. Even if this trip to Modu did not secure funding from the Lilong Group, receiving guidance from young Master Wang would be immensely beneficial. When Qiu Bojun arrived at the hotel in Modu, Lei Bus was already becoming a bit impatient. Qiuzong, should I call young Master Wang now? To their disappointment, the person who answered the phone was not young Master Wang himself, but his assistant Su Huizhi. Su Huizhi, upon hearing their names, immediately said cheerfully, "Is it Qiuzong and Lei Zong? The boss has instructed that if you are calling I should send someone to pick you up. Just give me an address and I'll send a car immediately." "All right then, I'll trouble Secretary Su." Su Huizhi did not keep them waiting long. A Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of the hotel, instantly drawing the attention of a crowd of business people. At that moment, there were only a few Rolls-Royces in Modu, and this one was a model they had never seen before, its silver-black exterior exuding both a sense of business and a touch of respectful luxury. "Lei, could this be the car sent by Secretary Su? Why don't you go ask?" Lei Bus looked at the luxury car surrounded by onlookers and tugged at the corner of his mouth. What if it's not? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? He still steeled himself and approached the Rolls-Royce. Before he could speak, the other party inquired. "You must be Lei Zong. I'm Su Huizhi who spoke to you on the phone." "Secretary Su, it seems we haven't met before. How did you recognize me at a glance?" Su Huizhi smiled and replied, "Our boss told me that the most eye-catching person in the crowd must be you." Hearing Su Huizhi say this, Lei Bus smiled shyly. In fact, Wang Zilong had told Su Huizhi that Lei Zong was relatively slender and liked to wear a suit on top and jeans on the bottom, which made it easy for Su Huizhi to recognize Lei Bus at a glance. Lei Bus quickly waved to Qiu Bojun, leaving a crowd behind to discuss among themselves. That looked like Wang Zilong's vehicle. It seems like the ones being welcomed into the car are Qiuzong and Lei Zong from Jinshan Technology. When Jinshan Technology was mentioned, a group of business people displayed expressions of regret. Microsoft was gaining momentum in the mainland, leaving little room for companies like Jinshan Technology to survive before such international giants. If Boss Wang intervenes, maybe Jinshan Technology still has a chance. It's indeed possible. Young Master Wang is famously supportive of domestic industrial tech companies. DeLong and Longwei have already taken up the banner of domestic technology, so it wouldn't be surprising to support Jinshan Software as well. Those present felt that the owners of these companies were anomalies among Dragon Country merchants. They could easily buy things from abroad, but insisted on developing them themselves. Wang Zilong was still keen on this. Why did he have to oppose easy profit? Hearing such sentiments expressed openly, someone scoffed. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? Our great nation cannot let core technology be in the hands of foreigners. Use foreign skills to restrain foreigners. Have you all read your books into the dog's stomachs? Haven't the lessons left by our predecessors been sufficient? His words immediately drew dissatisfaction from the crowd. Many among them were senior executives of foreign-funded enterprises spending foreign bosses' money, naturally wanting to defend their masters. They directed a barrage of verbal attacks at the young man. And few are truly stubborn. Wang disdained to associate. Saying this, he picked up his suitcase and walked towards the nearby headquarters of the Lilong Group. Everyone was left speechless. Could this young man also be from the Lilong Group? The group, led by Lei Busi, quickly arrived at the small villa by the Huangpu River where Wang Zilong was staying. Jian instructed the servant to serve coffee to the two. Just as the two were feeling anxious, a voice echoed from the spiraling staircase. "Gentlemen, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Qiu Bojun and Lei Busi hurriedly stood up and politely replied, "No, not at all. I've already been informed about the predicament facing Jingshan by my sixth brother. As a citizen of Longwo, we certainly cannot stand idly by. How much funding do you need?" Lei Busi and Qiu Bojun exchanged glances, not expecting Boss Wang to be so straightforward, offering money right from the start. They hadn't really considered the financing aspect at all. However, Qiu Bojun, with his straightforward personality, felt that Boss Wang was so sincere that he naturally couldn't let the investor suffer losses. After some thought, he said, "Mr. Wang, Jinshan Technology currently has very little profit margin and has already incurred significant losses this year. How about you give us 1.5 million, and I would be willing to give up 30 of Jinshan Technology's shares." This offer aligned with Wang Zilong's expectations. He remembered that in the original timeline in 1998, he had intended to invest 4.5 million in Jinshan for 30 of the shares, and had even sold some shares before Jinshan went public, earning 19 million. "Great, we can sign the contract right now." Xiao Boujun and Lei Busi both felt this financing was surprisingly smooth, creating a sense of unreality. It was Lei Busi who first opened the conversation. Mr. Wang, actually we are not only here to secure financing, but also to seek some guidance from you. You want to ask me how to cope with the aggressive Microsoft, right? Both nodded in unison. Their sales this year were only 1/3 of last year's figures for the same quarter. Microsoft's word was not only stealing their old customers, but also attracting new customers with its piracy. With piracy available, why would anyone still use the legitimate version? This was inseparable from Microsoft's tolerance of piracy. Have you considered offering WPS for free to the public? The wholesale price for WPS was around 220 yuan, and since its release over 300 copies had been sold. At its peak, Jingshan had more than 200 employees, but now only a tenth remained. The serious staff turnover was due to both the defeat in Pangu and the drastic drop in WPS sales, leading the company into financial distress. His words instantly stunned the two. If it were free, wouldn't Jingshan be in an even worse situation? How would they sustain the company? Xiao Boujun and Lei Busi both had lofty ambitions. They once had three choices. One was to take the remaining funds of Jingshan to invest in real estate in coastal cities. The second was to create health products like Shiyuzhu, and the third was to continue focusing on WPS. The first two were both lucrative industries that could generate profits immediately. Yet they chose the third path. Thus they were more concerned about whether they could reclaim market share from Microsoft. Lei, perhaps we should indeed try making WPS free, only then can we win back the users stolen by Microsoft's piracy. Lei Busi nodded, but without income, while they could persevere for the noble goal, what about the other employees? You both misunderstood my point. What I meant was that you can utilize WPS being free to attract users while making money in other areas. At that time, the internet had yet to develop the concept of platforms. It wasn't until the emergence of Chia that the concept of platform began to flourish. For instance, by simply registering as a WPS user, one could obtain a 3-year usage license, and then we could promote our other services for revenue conversion. By that time, there was little ad revenue. For advertisers, the internet was still a new concept, and they preferred to advertise in traditional media, resulting in minimal advertising income. Other services, single-player games, and various other useful computer software. Both instantly understood Wang Zilong's meaning to use WPS as their base to draw users in for free, and then through secondary marketing promote other software developed by Jingshan. Lei Busi immediately expressed great interest in the single-player games. Wang Zilong mentioned worriedly, saying, "What if we release a single-player game disc, and it gets pirated in the market right away?" This is the tragedy of domestic games. We once had a glorious history, not like now when opening a computer or phone reveals a screen full of cash grab games like Knife 999, Xian Yuan Sword, and Legend of the Dragon Slayer. The domestically released Iron Armored Storm sold 300 copies. We could try collaborating with telecommunications companies, unlocking some game items and hidden features through deductions from phone bills, and invest more effort in anti-piracy measures. Lei Busi nodded, agreeing that single-player games were worth trying. As computers and the internet became more popular in Longwa, gaming would become the biggest demand beyond work. Of course, redeveloping products and games posed a huge challenge for Jingshan, but both Lei Busi and Xiao Boujun's eyes burned with fierce determination. Let's compete with Microsoft. After we return, we will put WPS for free on the forum. Registration will grant free access. Lei Busi's eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Wang Zilong's encouragement for Jingshan to venture into single-player games had a personal motive. He knew that the internet's rapid development in the country would soon bring the internet craze from the beautiful country to domestic shores. A large number of elites who studied abroad would bring the seeds of the internet back home to take root and flourish. The first internet tycoon in Longwa made his fortune by representing an overseas online game. By encouraging Lei Busi to develop single-player games, he was also laying a solid foundation for developing online games. At this point, Wang Zilong cleared his throat, interrupting the two's contemplation. "Before you sign the contract, I have a small request." Xiao Boujun said, "Please go ahead. I don't have many requirements regarding Jingshan's profitability over the next 3 years, but if you need financing before that, my consent is necessary. Lelong Group has the priority. If we choose to forego further financing, only then can you seek other capital." Lei Busi felt there might be significant issues with this, but Xiao Boujun resolutely replied, "Of course, you are the only one willing to extend a helping hand during Jingshan's crisis. In the future, if Jingshan needs funds, we will definitely come to you first." Lei Busi sighed. He knew that Xiao, with his straightforward nature, had struck again. This meant that Jingshan would be tied to Lelong Group, and in the future, any attempt to bring in other capital would require Lelong Group's consent. Haha, then it's a deal. Lei Busi didn't realize that Wang Zilong was actually more interested in him personally. Major news: Lelong Group is suspected of intending to invest in Jinshan Technology. The chairman and general manager of Jinshan Technology appeared in Magic City to meet secretly with Wang Zilong. Jinshan Technology has latched onto the thigh of young Master Wang San, causing waves in the office software market. Looking at a series of reports in the Magic City newspaper, the newly appointed president of Microsoft China, Das, slammed his hand on the table. The others in the office dared not breathe, for in their perception Jinshan Technology was utterly doomed. Not only had technical personnel suffered severe losses, but Panga sales were also poor and bankruptcy was a foregone conclusion. In their plan, after further monopolizing the market with piracy, the next step was to crack down on piracy, converting all users into legitimate users, at which point it would be the true harvest time. And now the plan had encountered an unexpected twist. With the support of Lilong Group, Jinshan's WPS would certainly continue. The losses were not just in the office software market. Their legitimate plan would inevitably be delayed. Ultimately, it was the legitimate sales of Windows that would be affected. Das was the architect of the piracy market capture strategy, and as the president of the China region, he bore immense pressure regarding performance. In the workplace, success or failure was always measured by sales, and no matter how significant his contributions, he would still face a dismal outcome. Lilong Group. Das' eyes were filled with fury. He never expected that just as he was about to succeed, another obstruction would emerge. BOSS Lilong Group is not a small company in Longhua. We should prepare for a long-term struggle. Damn it, I didn't hire you at a high salary for this nonsense. If you can't come up with a good solution, you can pack your things. And the reprimanded professional manager from Longhua turned red with embarrassment and dared not show any dissatisfaction. His mind began to race. He quickly thought of a good idea. BOSS, we can cooperate with all computer vendors in Longhua, offering them the legitimate Windows system and accompanying office software for free on their computers. Bundled sales. Das thought this Longhua manager was quite clever for coming up with such a ruthless tactic. If all computers sold to Longhua were installed with the Windows system and paired with Word Office software, it would fundamentally eliminate the soil for WPS to grow. There's another benefit to doing this. It will force all computer manufacturers in Longhua to take sides. Once we truly capture the operating system market in Longhua, we can turn the free offer into discounted prices. We could even coax them into secretly adding the cost of the software to the computer's price under the guise of offering the system and office software for free. Das felt that this Longhua person was indeed sinister, even betraying his compatriots, yet he liked to use such bad seeds. Wang Cheng, you truly did not disappoint me. Choosing you among so many Longhua students was one of my most correct. BOSS, if we do this, we can also pressure Lilong Group. How can we pressure them? You might not know, but one of Longhua's largest computer manufacturers, DeLong, is a subsidiary of Lilong Group operating in the mainland. If we bundle all computer manufacturers with free legitimate products while excluding DeLong technology. Hearing this, Das' eyes lit up as he immediately grasped the key point. If DeLong's computers were not equipped with the free legitimate system, while other competitors offered it, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on DeLong's sales. This was undoubtedly the strongest retaliation against Lilong Group's support for Jinshan Technology. Wang Cheng, your proposal is excellent. You handle contacting the major computer manufacturers. I will return to Microsoft headquarters one day, and I will recommend you for the position of branch president then. Wang Cheng felt as if he had struck gold upon hearing this, and he left the president's office with a bow. After closing the door, a sinister and vicious expression crossed his face as he said resentfully, Zhao Dikun, just wait and see who I will prove my abilities to you. At DeLong's headquarters, Zhao Dikun, who was signing documents, sneezed hard a few times. He probably never expected that a moment's carelessness would bring about a ruthless and unscrupulous enemy for DeLong. The story dates back 2 years when DeLong launched its first personal computer, gaining recognition in the overseas Chinese community. Furthermore, by spending heavily to hire high-end talent overseas and collaborating on R&D with universities, returning Chinese students choosing to join DeLong was also a good path. Wang Cheng originally thought that as a top student from Harvard Business School, he would surely be offered a high salary and a high position during his interview with DeLong. To his surprise, he passed all the preliminary stages, but fell short at the final interview. As an overseas student, he naturally brought back advanced management concepts from abroad and meticulously proposed a complete management system to DeLong. However, when he submitted it to Zhao Dikun, it was entirely rejected. He still remembers how the other party told him, the technology in Longhua is indeed very backward, but I do not believe that our people are inferior to foreigners in management. If everything is judged by performance and sales, it certainly does not align with DeLong's values. We are a people-oriented company. Sorry, our values do not match, so we cannot hire you. Zhao Dikun knew Wang Cheng was excellent, but he feared that this child would lead DeLong down the wrong path. An excessive pursuit of profit was certainly not the scene Zhao Dikun wanted to see. Being abandoned by DeLong was a significant blow to the proud Wang Cheng. He even rejected an entrepreneurial invitation from a Harvard professor. It took him a long time to recover from the setback. Just as Microsoft established a branch in Longhua, Wang Cheng stood out among a pile of excellent competitors. Das was very optimistic about this Longhua high achiever who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Foreigners adhere to the law of the jungle. Their veins run with pirate blood, and Wang Cheng's cunning was precisely what Das valued most. In response to Jinshan Technology, which had already captured more than half of the office software market, Wang Chung proposed delegating localization to Jinshan in exchange for a joint strategy for both software. The naive Longhua people indeed fell for the trap. Relying on piracy and software interoperability, they effortlessly took away a large portion of Jinshan's market. They might not make a profit, but Jinshan, which lacked capital as a backing, certainly could not afford that. It can be said that Wang Chung played an irreplaceable role in the Microsoft branch. Upon contemplating the opportunity to strike at DeLong Technology, Wang Chung felt invigorated. He extended a collaboration invitation to several major manufacturers led by Lenovo under the title of Microsoft's Regional Director for China. Upon hearing that Microsoft would provide free operating systems and office software services to all computer agents in Longhua, everyone readily agreed to the collaboration, adhering to the notion of seizing a good deal. After discovering that Microsoft had not invited DeLong Technology to the meeting, General Liu of Lenovo immediately surmised Microsoft's intentions. Currently, there are rumors circulating that Li Hong Group is going to invest in Kingsoft Technology. Li Hong Group, being the parent company of DeLong, undoubtedly aims to suppress DeLong and pressure Li Hong Group. General Liu viewed DeLong as a thorn in his side, thus he was immensely gleeful. Being sanctioned by Microsoft and unable to obtain the free operating system would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to DeLong's sales. The two parties could be said to be of the same ilk, forming a strategic cooperation agreement. The computer sales market is notoriously volatile. When Zhao Dikun heard that Microsoft was providing free legitimate operating systems and office software to other manufacturers, he was indeed taken aback. This situation is indeed very serious. Currently, the operating systems widely used in the market include Windows 93, DOS system, later renamed macOS, and Unix. Among them, the most widely used are Windows 93 and DOS, both of which are undoubtedly products of Microsoft. If Microsoft provides free operating systems to Lenovo and other computer manufacturers, it will undoubtedly significantly increase DeLong's production costs. Of course, if DeLong chooses to sell its computers without activating the legitimate Microsoft system, users will definitely prefer other brands. A legitimate operating system and office software are not cheap. Thinking of this, Zhao Dikun hurriedly called Wang Zilong. "Along, something big has happened. Just as you announced investment in Kingsoft, DeLong has been sanctioned by Microsoft." Zhao Dikun explained the situation, and Wang Zilong felt a chill run down his spine. This was the consequence of core technology being in someone else's hands. Even a slight move could severely injure DeLong. This was not the most terrifying method. With Microsoft's connections to various computer manufacturers in Mali country, they could completely cut off all sources of components for DeLong. This was the most frightening aspect for Zhao Dikun. "Don't worry, my little uncle. I am still a major shareholder of Microsoft." In '87, he had Hunter Brothers Fund purchase 14 million shares of Microsoft stock, and now those stocks had nearly quintupled in value. Although this included 2 stock splits and increases, with Wang Zilong's tacit approval, Hunter Brothers Fund maintained control of nearly 8 of Microsoft's shares. Though these shares pale in comparison to Gates, it is undeniable that Hunter Brothers can influence many decisions at the shareholders' meeting, and their voice can be louder. Wang Zilong, who initially only sought to profit from Microsoft, did not expect these shares to come in handy at this moment. Hearing this, Zhao Dikun was puzzled. He remembered that Wang Zilong did not seem to be on Microsoft's major shareholder list. By controlling Hunter Brothers Fund, doesn't that mean I possess over 8 of Microsoft's voting rights? However, speaking of this, I have a more thrilling idea. Wang Zilong thought of something: the declining Apple. In '85, at the peak of its powers, Apple's board of directors revoked Steve Jobs' management authority, and the master was ousted from the company he founded. Previously, Microsoft had seized the opportunity of assisting Apple by supplying software to steal the secrets of the Macintosh, leading to the development of a system that was sold to Apple's competitor IBM. This operating system significantly improved the efficiency of IBM's personal computers, known as the Windows system, which was inspired by the Apple Macintosh operating system. Upon learning the truth, Jobs and Gates completely severed ties, leading to a prolonged legal battle between the two companies. Apple's market share in personal computers began to plummet, and Jobs was thus expelled from Apple. By '96, Apple's market share had dropped to just 4. During the time after Jobs' departure, Apple suffered consecutive years of losses, and if this continued, it would surely face demise. Apple had no choice but to acquire Jobs' startup in '96 and reappoint him as CEO. Wang Zilong's idea was simple: acquire the nearly bankrupt Apple, bring back Jobs, and let him go head-to-head with Gates. Most importantly, the Windows system and the Apple operating system have significant copyright disputes. Had Apple not been on the brink of collapse, they would not have been able to afford a lawsuit. Otherwise, Jobs would never have compromised with Gates, ultimately leading to reconciliation. Thinking of this, Wang Zilong decided to approach the matter from 2 fronts. He softly said, "Little uncle, you need not worry about Microsoft deliberately targeting this matter. I assure you that before long the people from Microsoft's China region will come to discuss providing free operating systems with you." "All right, if you say so, I will be at ease." Wang Zilong immediately made a long-distance call to William. "Mr. Wang, what is the matter? I encountered a slight issue and need you to handle it at Microsoft's board of directors. So DeLong Technology is being deliberately targeted by Microsoft's China region. Yes, DeLong is my seed investment company. We pay Microsoft a substantial amount in legitimate software fees each year. Their actions are nothing short of betrayal. William nodded. He was a smart man and immediately realized how to pressure Microsoft. Also, I want to initiate a purchase of Apple in the secondary market and offline under the name of Hunter Fund. William was surprised and said, haven't we already invested in Compaq? There's no need to acquire another computer company that is significantly declining. Apple still has considerable merits in graphics processing, and besides their operating system is not entirely. Wang Zilong would not disclose to William that in the future this company would become great again due to Jobs firmly holding a position among the top 10 global market values. William did not question Wang Zilong's investment insight, responding, all right, let Hunter Brothers Foundation handle this matter. I'm sure Apple would greatly appreciate a large capital coming to their aid. Apple's market share continued to decline, and the legal battle with Microsoft had placed a significant burden on Apple, turning it into a company on the verge of bankruptcy. I will personally go to Microsoft's board of directors to exert pressure on Microsoft's executives. William enjoyed playing the villain at various company boards. It was one of the few pleasures in his mundane life. Great, I look forward to your good news. William heavily slammed a stack of reports onto the oval table in the conference room. He nearly pointed at Mr. Gates' nose and demanded an explanation. Other representatives of the shareholders couldn't help but swallow hard. The enraged William resembled an irate lion, making everyone afraid to breathe. It was unfortunate that the Hunter brothers had developed a notorious reputation in the financial circles, and their villainous image was deeply ingrained in people's minds. Yet they considered that as major shareholders in Microsoft, it should be Gates and his management team who provided an explanation. Bill Gates was naturally aware of the reasons behind the poor sales in the Dragon Country region. He highly endorsed Dash's strategy of cultivating user habits with pirated versions, but now that William was asking, he couldn't simply say that things would improve in the future. Before he could think of a response, people from Goldman Sachs and Redshirt began pressing for answers. Mr. Gates, we do want an explanation. Why is it that this quarter not only did sales not grow, but we also experienced negative profits? The term negative profits was a very polite way to phrase it. They couldn't understand why the Dragon Country branch would suddenly incur losses under seemingly favorable conditions. Before Gates could reply, William sarcastically laughed. If Mr. Gates can't explain, let me help him out. The president of the China region decided to provide free legitimate services to every major client, including office software like Word. Gates inwardly cursed. Microsoft was already a highly commercialized company, and everyone invested in Microsoft was looking for dividends. The previous free services did not come with advertising revenue. They were literally not earning a single penny. Employees could implement such business strategies without any psychological burden, but for the bosses present it meant that all of today's expenses were to be covered by Microsoft. Everyone was wondering if the people in the China region had lost their minds. Offering all clients free services was akin to throwing money away. The entire conference room erupted in chaos. They were all very dissatisfied with the actions of Microsoft's China region, as it also involved their interests. If Microsoft performed well, their investment banks could secure more dividends, and with more dividends they would earn higher bonuses. Mr. Gates, we need an explanation. This is quite different from what you said before. Indeed, with such extensive free services in the China region, the headquarters of Microsoft will have to bear all the losses incurred, and the performance for the entire fiscal year will not look good. What was the reasoning behind such free offerings? As Gates was about to explain, William added fuel to the fire by sarcastically stating, with such a large branch, the president's salary is a solid $1 million a year. The high-level executives, they earn salaries equivalent to gold-collar workers in the Dragon Country. When they made the decision to offer free services, did they consider where their salaries would come from? Should we let them work for free for an entire fiscal year? People from Goldman Sachs chimed in. Exactly. As professional managers, they aren't considering our interests. Why should we continue to pay them salaries? To avoid losses, let's simply optimize the entire China region out. After all, free promotion will suffice. We could even send in a donkey to run things. A donkey could manage things too, since it's free, right? The representative from Goldman Sachs immediately gained the agreement of all shareholders. Gates' face turned red, suggesting sending a donkey to manage was such a vicious jab. Wasn't it insulting the people responsible for the group's management as fools? Enough! Gates shouted angrily to stop everyone from continuing their reckless remarks. William not back. Oh, Mr. Gates, you certainly speak loudly, but don't forget you are no longer the absolute major shareholder with 45% control. Now our combined shares exceed yours and Allen's. Since Microsoft went public, Bill Gates had been reducing his holdings in Microsoft stock, investing the cash into his family foundation for other types of investments, such as land acquisition. This also resulted in his voice in the board becoming increasingly weaker. Previously, he could leverage shareholders against each other, but when it came to fundamental interests, no one would stand by his side. Ladies and gentlemen, DOS has done well. Now the entire Dragon Country is using our software. but he has caused us to incur losses. These pirated users will soon convert to legitimate users. Legitimate users who don't need to spend a penny. Gates was nearly going mad. How could William's tongue be so formidable? Seeing the billionaire's aggrieved expression, William couldn't help but chuckle maliciously. No matter what Gates said, William would always counter with, so we incurred losses. A group of short-sighted investors clearly sided with William. Even Gates himself began to doubt whether Das had indeed made an extremely unwise decision. Gates could only say Das did this to thoroughly defeat the rival Jinshan. It is rumored that they will receive investment from the Lirong Group, and DeLong is a subsidiary of Lirong. Their actions are meant to warn Lirong Group, not to meddle. I believe they are also trying to caution other major groups. As Gates mentioned the Lirong Group, he cast a meaningful glance at William, clearly hinting at the close ties between the Hunter brothers and the Lirong Group, suggesting the intent of this attack was unclear. But he was interrupted again by William. Are you saying that Das' actions were merely to create minor friction with Lirong Group, hence specifically targeting DeLong? William shook his head. Ladies and gentlemen, what I want to say is that Das' operation is foolish. Calling him a foolish donkey is a compliment. Whether targeting DeLong can shake Lirong Group, let's put that aside. Gates, do you know how much profit DeLong has provided to Microsoft in the past few years? It's $50 million, accounting for 40 of the total sales in the Dragon Country. This number is still growing at a very high speed. Hearing this figure, the attendees were once again in an uproar. A Das targeting DeLong meant shutting Microsoft out of nearly half the market in the Dragon Country. William seized the opportunity to ask Mr. Gates, if it were you, would you willingly hand over half of Microsoft's market just to shake up another group? Gates hesitated again. The answer to this question was crucial, as failing to respond well could lead many shareholders to lose faith in him and Microsoft. If the answer is no, then what Das has done is undoubtedly a serious mistake, and he will surely be relentlessly pursued for responsibility by William. If the answer is yes, then it is undoubtedly a blatant lie, and the shareholders will question his business philosophy. Regardless of how he tries to argue, it will only lead to discontent among everyone. Thinking of this, Gates couldn't help but sigh, admitting, I indeed wouldn't do such a thing, but Das is also considering the company, I feel. William interrupted his speech. Mr. Gates, what could possibly be more important than the interests of us shareholders? Das' mistake is not because he targeted DeLong Technology, but because he forgot who is paying his salary. The other shareholders agreed with William, realizing that the root of Das' error was not bringing unnecessary losses to the company, but rather that he did not prioritize the interests of the investors at all. Gates was stunned for a few seconds. Had William taken some ideological courses in the East? He unexpectedly learned to elevate Das' error to a matter of ideological awareness, leaving Gates momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Seeing everyone in the room nodding in agreement, Gates knew that Das was in deep trouble, as the board would not allow someone who infringed upon shareholder interests to hold a high position. Sure enough, the next moment, he heard the attendees demanding that Gates severely punish Das and immediately revoke any sanctions against DeLong Technology. DeLong Technology is our cash cow, can face be eaten. Jinshan Technology is merely a small company that has lost its competitiveness. Do you, Gates, lack the confidence to face this bit of competition? Everyone present felt that Das was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even if Jinshan recovered, it would only capture a small market in office software. In any case, selling operating systems is Microsoft's main business. Sacrificing the entire core business for a side project is something anyone with a bit of business sense would never do. The China region should focus all its energy on the upcoming sales of Windows 95, rather than fixating on the trivial software market. If Das can't even recognize this distinction, he is unworthy of continuing in the position of regional president. Could Gates say no? He also felt Das had gone a bit too far, but he couldn't dismiss him over one mistake. However, the shareholders would not listen to his continued defense of Das. Gates, we the red shirts strictly require you to fire Das and replace him with someone more suitable to continue as the president of the China region. Yes, and all collaborations involving free distribution of genuine software must be withdrawn and relations with DeLong must be repaired. Hearing this, Bill Gates felt a headache. These shareholders were truly hitting the wrong notes. Who could be more suitable than Das to be the president of the China region? Moreover, withdrawing all free collaborations would surely make all competitors think that Microsoft is untrustworthy. He shared his thoughts, implying that Das should redeem himself through contributions and the free collaborations must continue. William sneered at this. Are you suggesting that mistakes can't be corrected and we can only go from one mistake to another? Shouldn't Microsoft also stick to a wrong decision all the way? The meeting room immediately became noisy again. Someone from Goldman Sachs said to Gates, Mr. Gates, we don't care that Das has saved your life or that he has any ties to you. We only know he is no longer suitable for this position. Especially with the impending release of Windows 95, we cannot allow someone like him to continue as the president of the China region. To be serious, this is not a negotiation but a final notice. If you do not act accordingly, Goldman Sachs will consider withdrawing from Microsoft. This is also the stance of the red shirts. A group of people echoed, expressing their positions. Gates felt unprecedented pressure. If so many shareholders withdrew, Microsoft's stock price would undoubtedly collapse due to a chain reaction. For him, who was constantly trying to liquidate assets, this would be a massive loss. At this moment, William again stepped forward to play the good guy, earnestly advising, "Bill, you are Microsoft's largest shareholder. The losses incurred by DOS also affect your interests. Why are you still hesitating? All right, as Microsoft's largest shareholder, I also believe DOS should no longer hold the position of regional president. I will issue the dismissal order and lift the sanctions against DeLong right away." Everyone present nodded in satisfaction. Previously, they naturally wanted more voice in Microsoft, but had not found the right opportunity. This time, collectively pressuring Gates had undoubtedly achieved that goal very successfully. After the meeting, Gates shot William an annoyed glance. William shrugged nonchalantly. He had prepared himself. After the meeting, Gates shot William an annoyed glance. William shrugged nonchalantly. He had prepared himself mentally for offending Gates, as they had already decided to invest in Apple, and it was only a matter of time before they fell out with Gates. Gates was still highly efficient in handling matters. Almost the next day, DOS received an email from headquarters. After reading the content of the email, his face turned dark. He angrily called Gates, questioning, "Boss, what is going on? Why did the board decide to dismiss me, and why didn't you stop them from doing this?" DOS felt incredibly wronged. I have bled and cried for the organization. You promised to always protect me, yet I ended up with a dismissal letter. Gates spoke very firmly. DOS, what you did this time is indeed a bit too much. You may not know the relationship between Wang Zilong and the Hunter brothers. They are in cahoots, and the Hunter brothers are major shareholders in Microsoft. They pressured me in the board meeting for someone to be accountable for the losses in the China region. DOS suddenly realized this, which explained everything. His sanctions against DeLong Technology naturally drew the dissatisfaction of major shareholders. All the talk about not prioritizing investor interests and the sanctions against DeLong harming the group's interests were moot. Offending the Liang Group was his biggest mistake. After all, they are major shareholders while he is merely a senior employee. When hit, he must accept the consequences. All right, boss, I never expected to exit Microsoft in such a way. Gates losing a valued aide felt quite bad as well. DOS, come to my private foundation. There is a position for you there. But now you must help me clean up the mess in the China region and withdraw all free collaborations. Otherwise, the shareholders may still pursue the losses you've caused. Okay, I will issue the termination of all collaborations involving free software distribution. After receiving the notification from DOS, Wang Chung was in a daze, as his proposal had surprisingly led to his superior's dismissal. Wang Chung pondered with a sense of dread. The last instruction he received from Dasna was to withdraw all collaborations involving free legitimate software. He could never forget the look in Das' eyes as he left with a cardboard box. Regret was tinged with a hint of resentment. Wang Chung was a clever man. Although no one had informed him about the insider details of Das' dismissal, he had already pieced together the situation. What kind of person was DeLong that he could lead the board to unhesitatingly dismiss a regional president? Yet with the president's position now vacant, Wang Chung felt a flicker of opportunity. At present, he was the only one in the entire China region capable of stepping up. He was diligently navigating between several companies. In fact, whether or not Microsoft offered free services was merely a matter of words. Domestic companies dared not utter a peep in front of Microsoft. Microsoft currently dominated the operating system market, leaving these companies with hardly any better choices. Thus, Wang Chung felt no pressure in this endeavor, but he did need to explain a few things to President Liu. Upon hearing Wang Cheng's intentions, President Liu's mind was filled with questions. This isn't what we initially discussed, Mr. Wang. Didn't we agree to collectively target DeLong? Why are we charging fees now? Wouldn't that erase our small advantage? Given the substantial implications, Wang Chung, who had initially been reluctant to explain, could only helplessly respond to President Liu's inquiry. Our board is very dissatisfied with our free offerings. Even the decision-making President DOS was dismissed as a result. What do you expect me to do? President Liu was momentarily stunned by such explosive news. Capital truly was heartless. The entire China region had been largely established by DOS, yet it all seemed to vanish. That may be the case, but we had just established a slight advantage against DeLong, and now it's gone. It's truly because there was no longer a need to pay for operating systems and office software. Liangxiang's computers became several hundred yuan cheaper, resulting in a significant increase in sales during this period. President Liu wished to maintain such an advantage. Wang Chung was also unwilling. He felt a sense of frustration as he had yet to strike Zhao Dekun's face before being interrupted, akin to a spell being disrupted. Two individuals, both with ulterior motives, quickly devised a brilliant idea. The board had only stated that they could not offer free services, but they never mentioned that discounts could not be provided. We'll offer Lianxiang a 50% discount, allowing them to sacrifice a bit of profit, while continuing to adopt the strategy of providing legitimate software for free. President Liu nodded repeatedly. Selling to Lianxiang at half price would ensure Microsoft's profits, while maintaining a price advantage over DeLong, making this collaboration undoubtedly a win-win. The two were in perfect accord. Meanwhile, the Lulong Group held a very formal press conference in the magical city, inviting reporters from both domestic and international circles. Mr. Wang, are you going to invest in Kingsoft? I've heard that DeLong has faced sanctions from Microsoft as a result. What are your thoughts on this? This question came from a reporter from Eagle Country Television, whose expression clearly conveyed his glee. Others joined in the discussion. The uninformed watched the spectacle, while the knowledgeable noted the subtleties. They too had received news of DeLong facing sanctions from Microsoft, and many felt it was a consequence of Wang Zilong's obstinacy. If he hadn't decided to support Kingsoft, he wouldn't have offended Microsoft, leading to DeLong's sanctions. Qiu Bojun and Lei Busi were also taken aback, grasping the gist from the reporter's fragmented remarks. Mr. Wang, you actually did this for us. Qiu Bojun felt deeply distressed. He was the type who would rather suffer a personal loss than trouble others. Now he had not only troubled Boss Wang, but also caused a rival to face sanctions, filling him with discomfort. Lei Busi's expression turned grim. Even with the support of the Lulong Group, were they still unable to withstand the colossal Microsoft? Thinking of this, the light in his eyes dimmed considerably. Just then, amidst the chatter, Wang Zilong cleared his throat. Everyone, your information is a bit outdated. Just yesterday, Microsoft headquarters dismissed President Das of the China region and ordered the immediate withdrawal of all free collaborations. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Zilong calmly added, our Lulong Group has sufficient confidence to face any challenge. Reporters from the mainland and Hong Kong burst into applause. The foreign media felt awkward. They had aimed to provoke Wang Zilong, hoping he would make some rash decisions and confront Microsoft. However, they did not expect him to have already taken action and even eliminated the one responsible for that decision. Not only did they fail to make Wang Zilong lose his composure, but they also made the other party look pretentious, which our Lulong Group is also a major shareholder of Compaq and the general agent for the Asia-Pacific region. I hope Microsoft headquarters will thoroughly reflect on itself. There are not only Microsoft companies in the world that produce operating systems. The Lulong Group will not accept any provocative actions. We will carefully consider the relationship between our two groups and whether we can maintain a good partnership. The foreign media were somewhat dazed. Was Wang Zilong threatening Microsoft to apologize quickly? Microsoft was currently the world's leading tech company. What gave Wang Zilong the nerve to say such things? Reporters from Long Country cheered. The foreigners had been acting like big shots for so long that they truly believed they were above everyone else. They admired Wang Gongzi for standing up against oppression. Foreigners are just paper tigers. We support you, Wang Gongzi. Yes, regardless of what system DeLong uses, the crowd clamored to support DeLong technology, with some even suggesting a boycott against Microsoft. A Long Country reporter shouted, I suggest all Long Country newspapers stand up and boycott Microsoft, letting these foreigners know that behind the Lulong Group, there are over 1 billion of us Chinese compatriots. Yes, let Microsoft roll out of the Long Country market. We want use computers with Microsoft systems. The atmosphere became lively, and facing the righteous indignation of the reporters, Wang Zilong merely watched calmly. His calm and composed demeanor greatly impacted Lei Busi. He seemed to have found a new pursuit, rekindling the fighting spirit in his eyes. He was determined to make WPS even better, proving to the world that domestic software brands could not be extinguished. Seeing the Long Country reporters making bold statements, foreign reporters felt targeted and excluded, unwilling to relent as they continued to question Wang Zilong. Are you initiating a campaign to boycott Microsoft in Long Country? In other words, are you declaring war on Microsoft? Don't you think that the sanctions against DeLong were Microsoft declaring war first? Now the public's boycott of Microsoft is merely a backlash to their actions. Is your company so domineering that only you can strike, while we cannot retaliate? No wonder many people say you have double standards. Well said, Mr. Wang. They are indeed a bunch of double standard. The next day, a series of reports condemning Microsoft emerged. The public was indignant to learn that the national enterprise DeLong technology was deliberately targeted by Microsoft. Many newspapers published the original words of Wang Zilong, and the public felt that young Master Wang's confrontation with foreign media reporters was truly satisfying. Some newspapers even shouted slogans to protect our Zilong and support DeLong technology. There were even people surrounding General Liu at the headquarters, questioning why he had allied with foreign companies to deal with competitors. General Liu was quite frustrated. He wanted to explain, but the billboard's advertisement still boasted about buying Lianxiang and receiving software. Any explanation seemed pale and powerless. He felt that collaborating with Wang Chung from Microsoft was indeed a blunder. Now that Microsoft was facing nationwide boycotts, what would happen if the public awakened and refused to buy Lianxiang computers? At this moment, merely offering price discounts would not resolve the issue. DeLong Technology's personal computer sales surged, leaving Zhao Dikun dumbfounded. Zilong said he would take care of it, but he never expected it would be resolved in this way. He was also besieged by reporters and concerned citizens. Mr. Zhao, will DeLong continue to use the Microsoft system? Mr. Zhao, we will support whatever decision you make. Yes, we cannot let foreigners look down on us. Even if we don't eat mantou, we must uphold our dignity. Listening to their words, Zhao Dikun felt speechless. What system could they use without Microsoft? But with everyone saying this, he couldn't just retreat. He felt the burden of love. DeLong technology was being swept along by public opinion. If he said a no now, this excessive concern would backlash against DeLong. Thinking of this, Zhao Dikun cleared his throat and said DeLong is seeking possibilities for cooperation with other operating system vendors. We also hope Microsoft can provide an explanation for us and our supporters. His words caused a wave of excitement among those present. DeLong might really change to another operating system. Hearing such remarks, Wang Chung wore a mocking smile. Change the operating system. Does DeLong really have a better choice? Faced with public condemnation, Wang Chung chose to remain cold and detached. In simple terms, it meant to retract and act like a turtle. No matter what outsiders say about us, we should not reply to them. Once the heat passes, no one will continue to shout about boycotting us. These computer manufacturers have no other choice. They will ultimately have to work with us. General Manager, what about DeLong Technology? They are one of our largest clients. DeLong. They will definitely come back to their senses. Right now, there is no operating system on the market that can replace us. For the efficiency of computer operations, DeLong will ultimately come back to us. This was Wang Cheng's greatest reliance. He firmly believed that no operating system could match the flexibility and convenience of Windows. No matter how DeLong protested, they would ultimately bow down and compromise. And indeed, Zhao Dikun's words left significant room for interpretation in front of the media, but the public did not recognize this. They all believed DeLong had completely severed ties with Microsoft and would definitely switch to a built-in operating system in the future. However, some technology cannot simply be resolved with bravado. He could only reach out for help again to Wang Zilong. Zilong, you've really presented me with a tough problem. If we don't use Windows, what should we switch to? What operating system can compete with Microsoft now? Seeing Zhao Dikun so flustered, Wang Zilong couldn't help but laugh gleefully. I've already sent William to acquire Apple Inc. We can use Apple's operating system in the future. My goodness, Zilong, haven't you heard the story about Apple and Microsoft? It was precisely because Microsoft surpassed Apple that it created a more powerful operating system than Apple Macintosh, which led to IBM's computers outselling Apple. If we use the Apple system, we will definitely find ourselves in a position where we are overwhelmed by Li Jiaxin. Zhao Dikun's analysis was quite accurate. When Apple became the dominant player in computers, Microsoft was still a small company, but Microsoft helped IBM win the business war, making people realize the importance of operating systems, which laid the foundation for Microsoft's current market value. If Windows is likened to a sword that can slice through iron, then Apple Macintosh is merely a rusty old sword. Once DeLong changes its system, it would be akin to self-defeating. The advantages accumulated before would be completely wiped out. Naturally, Wang Zilong had considered this point, and he reassured Zhao Dikun. Uncle, the Apple system is not as untenable as you imagine. You mentioned that Windows originated from Apple. Since Microsoft can copy from Apple, can't Apple further optimize its system based on Microsoft? Zhao Dikun was stunned for a few seconds. He actually found Wang Zilong's reasoning quite persuasive. Why should we not copy if you can copy from me? Before he could continue to complain, Wang Zilong added, don't worry, after we complete the acquisition of Apple, we will invite the founder Steve Jobs to return. He is the true master-level soul figure, and his business acumen is no less than Gates. Who will win is still uncertain. We will develop an operating system for DeLong to use before Windows 95 is released. Hearing Wang Zilong say this, Zhao Dikun couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why Zilong would spend such a large sum to buy a company on the verge of bankruptcy, he knew that his nephew never made decisions without a plan. Acquiring Apple was undoubtedly part of a grand strategy. William also had some doubts about this. Before the formal transaction, he called Wang Zilong. Mr. Wang, are we really going to spend $3 billion to fully acquire Apple Inc.? Apple had been suffering losses for consecutive years, and its market share had continually declined. Its current market value was already less than $3 billion. In Wang Zilong's view, now was the best time to take action. If they waited for Steve Jobs to return to Apple acquiring, it would not be an easy task. William, do you think we could initiate an antitrust investigation against Microsoft and split it into two? Hearing this, William immediately became interested. Yes, Microsoft's market share was about to exceed 90, far surpassing the legal limit of 75. If an investigation were initiated, Microsoft would undoubtedly be divided. At that time, the value of the second player would also be reflected, and Apple's stock price would undoubtedly soar. After we acquire Apple, we will begin operating behind the scenes. Not yet, let's wait until the year 2000. At that time, we will first sell Microsoft stocks at a high price. Apple Inc. was embroiled in a significant controversy as the Hunter brothers continuously targeted the company with their investments. Moreover, with major shareholders seizing the opportunity to sell, the Hunter brothers fund completed its absolute takeover of Apple after spending $1.5 billion. The market was in an uproar. Many were unaware of the true motives behind the Hunter brothers' acquisition of Apple. Observers could see that this venerable computer company was on the decline, teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Recently, the only news from Apple was the emergence of numerous loss-making projects, making it evident that the company was striving for self-rescue. Ironically, through their efforts, Apple's losses only deepened, exemplified by the Apple Newton, a handheld computer that absorbed substantial research and development costs and energy. One could discern its brilliance. The handheld computer from 1993 was undoubtedly ahead of its time for the people of that era. This project, once imbued with high hopes by Apple's upper management, ended in utter failure, resulting in unprecedented losses for the company. Only Wang Zilong knew that this product was not without users, as the iPhone and iPad were built upon its foundation. In fact, Apple's Newton was just a step away from success. Had they continued innovating the Newton, lowering its price, streamlining its design, and enhancing its battery life, it might have truly shone in the handheld market. That said, everyone now believed that the Hunter brothers had made a foolish decision, their $1.5 billion investment seemingly going to waste. The actions of Apple's shareholders indicated that they were eager to sell the entire company to the Hunter brothers. Even the major shareholders had lost faith in Apple and were keen to cut their losses. If you dared to buy, they dared to sell. Even after becoming Apple's absolute controlling party, the Hunter brothers continued to purchase more of Apple's stock. This behavior caught Gates' attention. He fell into deep contemplation, unsure of what the Hunter brothers were up to. Having already invested in Compaq, why acquire a declining Apple? He firmly believed that the Hunter brothers were not fools. Could fools really manage the world's largest private equity fund? Was it perhaps due to the events surrounding DeLong prompting the Hunter Fund shareholders to focus on operating systems? Thinking this, Gates found the notion absurd. What operating system could possibly rival Microsoft's Windows? Unable to comprehend the situation, Gates set it aside, confident that no one could challenge Microsoft's current status in the tech industry. Meanwhile, the Hunter brothers fund was not idle. As the absolute controlling party, they took over Apple's board of directors, gaining complete control over the company. In addition to halting all of Apple's loss-making projects, they undertook a move that left many baffled. They initiated a takeover of Next company using Hunter Fund's resources. When Next was first established, it was not particularly notable in the computer field, but Jobs quickly recognized its advantages in graphics processing and began steering the company towards animation production. During this time, he also acquired an animation studio, which would later become the renowned Pixar. Pixar produced many successful animated films, including Toy Story, A Bug's Life, and Finding Nemo. In 2006, this studio was sold to Disney for a staggering $7.4 billion. Jobs was astonished by this acquisition, but the Hunter brothers' takeover of Apple gave him hope for a return. Indeed, ever since Jobs was ousted from Apple, he had longed for the day he could return. Especially as he watched Apple gradually decline, he was anxious and yearned to return to the company during his entrepreneurial days. He addressed the Hunter brothers' acquisition supervisor, who sought him out. My next latest market valuation is $400 million. I can sell my shares at a discount, but the Hunter brothers must agree to one condition. What condition? I can report your proposal directly to my boss. The Hunter brothers' acquisition supervisor hadn't expected such a favorable turn of events. They assessed Next's potential value, which could possibly exceed that of the current Apple. I am willing to accept a salary of $1 a year to serve as Apple's president for 1 year. If I cannot lead Apple to change, I will resign willingly. Jobs made the same choice as history dictated, proactively volunteering to become Apple's president. The supervisor exchanged glances with others, genuinely admiring this individual before them. They wanted to remind the eager to return Jobs that their mission included not only the acquisition of Next, but also inviting him back to Apple. What made them chuckle was that before they could mention the other purpose, the eager Jobs jumped the gun. Gentlemen, is this request excessive? The supervisor hastily waved his hand. Not excessive at all. Oh, I will report your request to our boss immediately. Jobs nodded. The world, including former shareholders of Apple, was unaware of the company's true value, but he understood that Apple's future held many possibilities. The Hunter brothers must have seen Apple's potential value when they acquired the company at a low price. He was confident they would not refuse his request. How could the Hunter brothers refuse such a request? $1 a year. Acting as president. William nearly laughed out loud upon hearing the proposal. When Wang Zilong insisted that he acquire Next to invite Jobs back to Apple, he was quite puzzled. Was Jobs really that extraordinary? Could he truly lead Apple out of its low point? But the fact that Jobs proactively volunteered, even willing to return to Apple for $1 a year, confirmed one thing. Jobs indeed was the visionary behind both Apple and Next. The resolve he possessed was something previous Apple presidents lacked. Could tell him that Nixon and I agreed to his terms, welcoming him back to Apple. If he performs well, we are willing to offer him. The supervisor conveyed Williams' words to Jobs. Upon hearing about the option rewards, he felt invigorated. In the original timeline, Jobs had once stated in a media interview that he had earned less from Apple than from Pixar, suggesting he held very little equity in Apple. A few days later, Apple held a press conference announcing not only a strategic partnership with Next, but also declaring Jobs' return as interim president of Apple. The media erupted. Jobs was a co-founder of Apple, its former soul, who had led the company to peak market valuation, and now he was returning to glory. In the original timeline, in 1997, Microsoft invested $150 million to save Apple, which was in crisis. At that time, society was in an uproar as Microsoft had plagiarized Apple's system and stabbed Apple in the back, leading to the decline of Apple Inc. Now Apple has surprisingly turned to its archrival for help, and the two parties have reached a reconciliation. In Wang Zilong's view, this reconciliation is quite absurd, as Microsoft's condition for rescuing Apple is that Apple relinquish its lawsuit accusing Microsoft of plagiarizing its operating system. Compromising with a plagiarist for $150 million in life-saving funds must have filled Steve Jobs with anger and resentment. Therefore, William, representing Wang Zilong, conveyed two opinions to Steve Jobs. First, our investment in Apple is aimed at competing for Microsoft's operating system market. Your primary task upon returning is to optimize Apple's operating system using Next's advantages in graphics processing and to produce a product that can stand toe-to-toe with Windows 95. Then license this system to other computer companies. Upon hearing this, Jobs' eyes lit up. During the countless days and nights away from Apple, he had fantasized about a fair showdown with his old friend Gates, and he could never forget the betrayal Gates had inflicted upon him. He had trusted Gates immensely, yet Gates had resorted to unscrupulous means to plagiarize Apple for his own gain. It could be said that half of Microsoft's market value was built upon stepping on Jobs' head. Licensing the system to other computer companies was something Jobs had also considered, but it had faced unanimous opposition from the Apple board, who stubbornly believed that an open system would cause Apple to lose its competitive edge. It was precisely for this reason that Microsoft found an opportunity. With a 95 similarity, computers from companies like IBM sold like hotcakes, allowing Microsoft to completely dominate the operating system market. Mr. William, I agree with your idea of licensing the Apple system to other computers, but Microsoft has nearly monopolized the entire operating system. Even if we produce a system that can compete, it will be hard in the short term. William smiled and said, what if we license the Apple system for free? Jobs was taken aback. He had to admit that it was a brilliant idea. After all, Apple had never expected to make big profits from the operating system, as the market was dominated by Microsoft. If they licensed the copy for free, the most anxious party would be Microsoft, and this could deliver a fatal blow to Microsoft, which relied on stable income from the operating system to boost its stock price. A Microsoft operating system is not cheap, costing over $100. Selling tens of millions of copies would mean Microsoft could earn billions in profit. At that time, Gates would experience the despair he once felt. But sir, if we license for free, wouldn't that be a self-inflicted wound? No, as long as half of the computers in the future run our operating system, will you still worry about not making money? Are you saying we can develop compatible software to make money? Yes, not only do we need to develop Apple software ourselves, but we should also encourage other software companies to develop software on our platform. For example, we can encourage our users to use Longwood Jinshin's WPS. Jobs had heard of Jinshin's WPS. It is said that the poor programmers in Longwood believed Microsoft's lies and made the two pieces of software compatible, thereby burying their own advantageous market. But if in the future they installed WPS on Apple system users, wouldn't WPS instantly snatch away ROD's users due to their compatibility? Mr. William, this is truly a brilliant idea. I bet Gates never thought that the boomerang would one day hit him back. William said coldly, at that time we will also instigate the antitrust group to investigate Microsoft, further undermining their market advantage. Jobs deeply understood the terrifying nature of big capital. Gates was in trouble. What about my second task? This second task doesn't actually require your leadership, but you need to publicly express your break with Gates in front of the media. We will invite the world's most famous rights protection lawyer to initiate the most intense plagiarism lawsuit against Microsoft until Gates compromises and admits his mistakes. This undoubtedly touched on Jobs' painful past, as Windows had seized the opportunity to help develop software and stole Apple's core patents with the similarity between their operating systems, once reaching 95. A thief had now become the world's richest man, while he had been driven out of the company he founded, drifting in exile. He had once angrily berated Gates, who had remained indifferent. Thinking of this, Jobs replied, all right, Mr. William, I know what to do. When the news from the press conference reached Gates' ears again, he was utterly dismayed. The once great elder brother had returned, and he was the very opponent he feared the most. It could be said that only he understood how powerful Jobs had been all those years. He would not forget that it was by plagiarizing Jobs' masterpieces that he achieved his current status. Thinking of this, he immediately called his assistant and ordered, immediately contact the Hunter brothers. I have something I want to discuss with them. Gates felt that there was a solid basis for negotiation in this matter. The Hunter brothers were also shareholders of Microsoft, and both parties had common interests. They surely didn't want Microsoft's stock price to be affected. If he knew that the Hunter brothers were coming for Microsoft's system, he would surely be furious, as this was a betrayal from the shareholders. Soon the phone was handed to William. Gates, do you have something to say? William, first I apologize to Mr. Wang on behalf of DOS. I know that sanctioning DeLong technology was wrong. Now that you have acquired Apple, if you need us to produce software, Microsoft can be at your service. Gates, you don't need to apologize to us. The one who needs to apologize is Jobs. It's clear he has been harboring grievances about what you did, and the first thing he did upon returning was to restart the plagiarism lawsuit against Microsoft. Hearing about the plagiarism lawsuit, Gates inwardly cursed. The worst thing he feared had happened. Apple was going to... I remember Apple wanted us to pay $500 million in compensation. Let's settle this privately. Microsoft is willing to offer Apple $400 million in compensation. Haha, Mr. Gates, $500 million is already a thing of the past. Jobs believes that Microsoft has profited from plagiarism over the years, so he has raised the compensation to $1 billion. Faced with this figure, Gates couldn't help but exclaim in shock, as it meant they would have to sell tens of millions of copies of the Windows system to earn back that amount. Gates couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn Jobs. If Microsoft loses the lawsuit, it will have to compensate Apple with $1 billion. Continuing the lawsuit would be extremely disadvantageous for Microsoft, as Gates is fully aware of whether there was any plagiarism. Moreover, Apple's largest shareholder is the Hunter brothers. Let's not forget that another identity of the Hunter brothers is that they are the world's largest short sellers. From the perspective of a short seller, would they really pass up such a great opportunity to short Microsoft? Gates even imagined the Hunter brothers using this lawsuit to continuously spread negative news about Microsoft, then selling off Microsoft shares to achieve a large-scale shorting of the company. The final result would be that Microsoft not only loses the lawsuit and incurs losses, but its stock price would also take a significant hit. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He questioned somewhat angrily, William, is there really no chance for us to settle privately? Of course there is. Microsoft is in desperate need of money. As long as you privately provide us with $2 billion, we can persuade Jobs to drop the plagiarism lawsuit against Microsoft. A lawsuit against Microsoft for plagiarism would be a long one, and William doesn't want to hurt Microsoft's stock price at this time. $2 billion is a very reasonable price. Gates thought for a moment and said, all right, I will have all Microsoft shareholders raise this amount. You Hunter brothers do not need to pay this money. Hearing this, William secretly cursed Gates as an old fox. If he really did this, it would undoubtedly push him and Nixon into opposition in front of everyone. There's no need for that. We Hunter brothers are not short of this little money. Our share will not be less by a penny. After all, this money would eventually flow into their pockets, and putting on a show is also good. At this point, both of them felt the impulse to hang up, but Gates suddenly asked William, tell me honestly, besides extorting this money, what other purpose do you have in acquiring Apple? Haha, you're joking. We are only here to make money. What other purpose could there be? That's even better. In the future, Microsoft will create compatible software for Apple. I hope we can achieve a win-win situation. After all, you are a shareholder of both Microsoft and Apple. Of course, I hope the stock prices of both companies soar, as that aligns with the interests of our Hunter Brothers Fund. William spoke these words somewhat insincerely. Just a few minutes ago, he was discussing with Nixon how to divide Microsoft in the future. After hanging up, Gates shook his head. He wouldn't believe a single word of what William said. However, he couldn't guess the true purpose behind the acquisition of Apple. It couldn't possibly be to compete for the operating system market, could it? He shook his head nonchalantly. The current Microsoft is no longer the Microsoft of the 1980s. He is very confident in his own technology. No one can gain an advantage over Microsoft in the operating system market. After Jobs became the interim president, the first thing he did was gather the 100 most trusted employees from Apple, all of whom were elites from various departments. A secret project was put on the agenda, and all participants signed confidentiality agreements. Upon realizing what the returning boss wanted to do, they couldn't help but get goosebumps. Make Apple great again. The meeting room was filled with shouts. The best way to defeat a thief is to completely reclaim everything that was stolen. All the funds that Gates put forward would become ammunition aimed at Microsoft. As Avengers, Apple employees were filled with rage, willing to do anything for this goal. In such an atmosphere, the Netscape browser company invested by Longhua Holdings was about to go public. The atmosphere at the IPO site was extremely heated. In its initial public offering, Netscape browser raised nearly $500 million, with a subscription price reaching $28 per share, and before even listing on the U.S. stock market, it had reached a market valuation of $1 billion. The manager in charge of North American investments was shocked by this subscription price. According to the new market value generated by the IPO, their shares in Netscape had already reached $200 million. It should be noted that when they initially invested in Netscape, they only spent $5 million. In just a few months, this investment had multiplied by 40 times. The manager finally realized how frenzied the internet stock boom mentioned by Boss Wang was. What excited him the most was that Longhua Holdings would become the biggest winner from Netscape's IPO. However, when the day of the Netscape bell ringing arrived, the manager felt he was still too young. The Americans have gone crazy, completely crazy. The stock price of Netscape was jumping wildly. The green was a bit frightening. 40, 50, 60. The manager felt as if his body was floating in the clouds. He would never have thought that Netscape's stock price would rise so wildly. Everyone present was excited, their faces flushed. This was a scene never seen before at the U.S. Stock Exchange. A journalist exaggeratedly said, Netscape's market value has surpassed $2 billion. Oh, it took tech giants decades, but Netscape achieved it. Though it might be a bit overly flattering, the manager couldn't help but exclaim, it was a miracle. After all, Netscape was still in a loss-making state before going public. Such a company yet, because it had millions of users, was pursued by stockholders and institutions. He couldn't even guess where Netscape's first-day closing price would land. The executives and technicians of Netscape embraced each other with excitement. It would not be an exaggeration to say they became wealthy overnight. Technicians holding only one of the shares became millionaires today. Clark and the company's VP even amassed fortunes exceeding $100 million. As a representative of the major shareholders, the manager also became the focus of many media outlets. People were surprised to discover that an institution from Longhua actually held 20 of Netscape's shares, meaning this institution at least gained a net investment return of at least $500 million. Many Wall Street figures remembered the name of this Longhua Holdings executive, Wang Zilong. Many journalists from Longhua reprinted the Wall Street reports. The headline was, "The Godfather of Longhua Securities Shocks Wall Street, Profiting 100 Times." At this time, there was a strong desire to learn from the strong in Longhua, as everything newly opened was learned from the beautiful country's capital market, always feeling that foreign things are the best. Now a Longhua institution is making a fortune from foreigners on Wall Street. Standing out among many foreign investment institutions undoubtedly brings glory to Longhua. The recently calmed down heat of Longhua Holdings exploded again in Longhua's news. Meanwhile, Wang Zilong, burdened with bad reputation, completely changed the previous public opinion, and his reputation rapidly improved. The people at the Shanghai Stock Exchange were surprised to find that the former general manager of the multinational corporation had transformed into the general manager of Longhua Holdings. Gates heavily slammed the Wall Street Journal onto the ground. The secretary rolled her eyes, thinking how these reporters really knew how to stoke the fire, comparing a nouveau riche, with Microsoft claiming that Netscape's browser was the star of the future. Microsoft had become sluggish, and Gates himself was struggling to keep pace with the internet era. Anyone who saw such evaluations would feel emotional, and Gates was no exception. This browser is indeed a promising avenue. Some organizations estimate that Netscape has a future market value of at least $10 billion. As he thought of this, a glimmer of greed appeared in Gates' eyes. Star of the future, huh? He had an idea in his mind and spoke to his secretary. Find a browser company similar to Netscape, then acquire it and bundle it in our next generation system. After that, one must admit Gates was a clever and cunning character. He drew inspiration from Dar's bundling of Office software. He planned to utilize Windows' monopolistic bundling to give away a browser. This browser didn't even need to be too sophisticated. Its free nature could surpass all functions. Once these few steps were completed, Microsoft could effortlessly capture all of Netscape's market. Facts later proved that Gates' strategy was a great success. Netscape was utterly defeated by Microsoft's ugly feature-poor IE browser simply because Microsoft had bundled IE for free in the new generation system. Faced with the unscrupulous tactics of a giant, Netscape launched an antitrust lawsuit against Microsoft. Although Netscape ultimately succeeded in their long and difficult fight for rights and received compensation from Microsoft, it was all too late. Netscape's stock price plummeted from a peak of $178, ultimately being acquired by the giant AOE for $4 billion per share. Microsoft's actions served as a lesson to all software companies: do not attempt to challenge Microsoft's position, or they might meet the same fate as Netscape. Microsoft's approach of creating a high-fidelity copy of whatever product was hot was further developed by a gaming tech company from the Dragon Nation. However, in this parallel universe, Gates encountered his lifelong rival. Netscape was now a powerful piece in Wang Zilong's hands. How could he watch Microsoft dispose of it? At this moment, a bigger problem was troubling the wealthiest man. He had received news from the China region and asked, "Is that manager from the Dragon Nation also a Harvard graduate?" "Yes, sir, he had quite a good reputation during his time at DARS." "I see. He is indeed a very interesting character to propose sanctions against DeLong Technology and Kingsoft." What Gates didn't expect was that Kingsoft chose a free strategy, publicly releasing their latest version of WPS Online for download. This led to Kingsoft capturing a significant portion of the Office software market, and crucially, DeLong and Kingsoft had formed an alliance. All of Kingsoft's software was pre-installed in the computers produced by DeLong. Interestingly, among these pre-installed software, some were free to use, while others could be activated at a low cost simply by paying for the phone bill. It seemed that Kingsoft was employing a very savvy business strategy to compete with Microsoft. Competing for the market with free offerings and profiting from other software, the person who came up with this idea is truly a business genius. Gates viewed this matter with such a relaxed attitude because he felt that he had only lost a trivial portion of the market in Greater China. It's time to select a new president for the Greater China region. Gates thought of a suitable candidate. It's him. Wang Chung nervously rubbed his hands. He had spent a long time writing a competitive strategy report hoping to gain Gates' recognition. Gates was a legendary senior at Harvard and an idol for Wang Chung. He believed that Mr. Gates would surely help him out because they were both alumni. Moreover, he felt that no one was more qualified than he was for the position in Greater China. During this long wait, all Microsoft employees in the China region received an appointment notice. Wang Chung felt a shiver run through him. He was sure his appointment letter had arrived. But soon everyone looked at him with strange expressions. Gates had indeed decided on a new president for the Greater China region, but the new president was not Wang Chung. He saw a name that clearly belonged to someone from the Eagle Nation. Wang Chung felt a betrayal he had never experienced before. After Dar's departure, he had been shouldering the responsibilities alone in the Greater China region. Although he had not received an official appointment, he had already considered himself the de facto president of Greater China. Even without achievements, he had put in his hard work. Gates had actually overlooked him for the presidency. A wave of anger and humiliation washed over him, and his hatred for Gates even surpassed that for Zhao Dikon. Sensing the hostility emanating from Wang Chung, employees scattered in his path, fearing to provoke him, Meanwhile, Kingsoft was holding a simple internal celebration. Congratulations on the new generation of WPS achieving great success. Qiu Bojun was excited, his eyes filled with joy. Others rushed forward and lifted him and lay Busi high. Just as they received the sales data for the new quarter showing great success in their collaboration with DeLong Technology, they had obtained a significant share of revenue from telecom mobile departments. Our Kingsoft Typing Dictionary sold 300 copies upon launch, and Kingsoft Siba sold 300 copies, with total revenue reaching 16 million dragon coins. Though this figure couldn't compare to the explosive sales of the previous WPS, they believed that as WPS regained market share, the sales records of these two software would be continuously refreshed. Old layer idea is quite good. People who are just getting acquainted with computers have needs not only in office scenarios, but also for practicing typing and translation. I have just received numerous requests for purchases from schools in Modu and Jingcheng. They want to offer computer courses, and both of these software are on their procurement lists. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but applaud Lei Busi. It was thanks to this general manager's tireless leadership in developing new products that they were able to truly emerge from their current predicament. Lei Busi humbly said, "The upcoming launch of Sword Hero World is our main event. Besides that, we have taken Mr. Wang's advice and are developing an online chess and card game software." Upon mentioning this online chess and card game software, Qiu Bojun couldn't help but nod repeatedly. He couldn't understand why Mr. Wang had so many brilliant ideas. Chess and card games are popular games. If the online combat system is successfully developed, it is bound to become one of Kingsoft's most successful products. Indeed, Lialong Group has invested a great deal of effort into Jinshan Technology. A month before Jinshan Technology was about to launch, the Sword and Sword World major commercial evening newspapers received cooperation invitations from Lialong Group, which wanted to spend money on a soft advertisement. N.I. Cohen cupped his hands to all the editors. "First, I want to thank all of you. Without your support, both Jinshan Technology and DeLong Technology would have fallen into operational difficulties." At that time, the domestic newspapers were still quite pure, and the editors repeatedly waved their hands, saying it was all a matter of course. "Mr. and we also consider this a matter of course. Microsoft has indeed gone too far. DeLong is our national benchmark technology company developed independently, and Jinshan Technology is a banner in the domestic computer software industry. How can we just watch two companies fall under sanctions?" "Yes, Mr. and there's no need to be overly polite. What we are more concerned about is the performance of the two companies. Since we published related reports, the public has shown great interest in their current situation, and we have received a lot of letters. Thanks to the domestic media coverage, Jinshan and DeLong have gained quite a few mental shareholders. The purpose of today's gathering is to discuss the current situation of Jinshan Technology and to brainstorm ideas for writing a soft advertisement for the upcoming single-player game by Jinshan. A soft advertisement is a form of advertising that is relatively less direct. It does not directly introduce a product, but subtly conveys it to the users. Maintaining a commercial newspaper relies not only on profits from newspaper sales, but also significantly on advertising revenue. Everyone needs to make a living. The last time we helped support was already a noble act, and Lialong Group also aims to cultivate a deep relationship with various newspapers through placing soft advertisements. Writing soft advertisements is our forte, Mr. and please quickly share the current situation of Jinshan Technology." Seeing the eager expressions on everyone's faces, N.I. Cohen quickly nodded in agreement. In light of Microsoft's indulgence in piracy, the latest version of Jinshan Technology's WPS is now available for free download. This strategy is a double-edged sword. The good news is that after being made free, the download volume has surged to 4,000 copies. Everyone was taken aback by this news, knowing that according to reports from relevant departments, there are approximately 650 internet users in Longwood this year. This means that at least 60 of internet users have downloaded the free WPS. The coverage of WPS has surpassed that of Microsoft again. The editors applauded, repeatedly cheering enthusiastically. In the same free context, the coverage of WPS has exceeded that of Word, proving that domestic software is not inferior to foreign products. N.I. Cohen continued. "Mr. Qiu and Mr. Lei have changed the operational thinking, proposing a new operational approach to ensure that every Longway user can access affordable software. By applying low-price strategies to Jinshan Typing and Jinshan Dictionary, total sales have reached 40 million Long coins. The editors clapped excitedly again. Oh, Jinshan technology has truly revived. Thank you all for your support. The achievements Jinshan has made are partly due to you. The editors waved their hands repeatedly, acknowledging that while their reports have brought great attention to Jinshan, it must also have software that genuinely performs well. No one will continuously pay without reason. A strong iron must have a strong foundation. What we are promoting this time is the upcoming launch of Sword and Sword World, a single-player game. Upon hearing this, the editors fell silent. After a long while, an older editor finally spoke up, asking, promoting a game. At that time, people's thoughts were not as open-minded as they are today. Even in the 21st century, many older generations still believed that games would ruin children. They would never look for reasons within themselves. When games were not popular, they blamed television. When novels were popular, they blamed novels. When mobile games became popular, they started blaming games again. Yes, nowadays foreign games are developing vigorously, and the forms of games are evolving rapidly. From handheld game consoles to game consoles, and then to computer single-player games. Single-player games from Yandao are selling very well. We should also have our own single-player games in the mainland. As soon as it was mentioned that foreign games are doing very well, the competitive spirit among the editors was stirred up. A young editor immediately said, "Is Sword and Sword World a single-player game similar to Yandao's Sword and Fairy?" And Kowloon did not expect that there would actually be game enthusiasts among the editors, considering that Yandao's Sword and Fairy had just been released a few months earlier. Yes, however, Mr. Lei took Mr. Wang's suggestions and incorporated many new gameplay elements that will surely not disappoint the gaming enthusiasts. Mr. I is right, games will undoubtedly be one of the most popular forms of entertainment in the future. I've heard that there are 2 foreign games that are very popular in the country called Warcraft. My son, who is in college, even formed a team at school saying he wants to compete against foreigners and bring glory to the country. I couldn't understand before. Yes, we the people of Longwa need our own computer games. Since this is an industry that is popular worldwide, we cannot fall behind. Well said. The crowd turned towards the entrance where the newcomer was Wang Zilong, the owner of Li Jiaxin Group. Wang Zilong continued, "Not only must we create our own games, but we must also integrate our culture into them, and then promote them abroad to advocate our martial arts and fantasy culture. In the future, we should also have our own game competitions. Competition is everywhere in the world. Even in gaming, we must showcase our style." Wang Zilong understood that this conversation was extremely important, as it would establish a fundamental tone for future game promotions. His point that games could also bring glory to the country instantly sparked discussions among the editors. This point was very bold, but indeed changed their perception of games. An older editor raised his hand and asked Mr. Wang, "I very much agree with your point, but have you considered that once we promote games, it may lead many young people to become addicted? We will certainly face public outcry." Yes, others echoed, "Even though there are huge advertising fees involved, we still have our bottom line and cannot accept just any advertisement. On this point, I think there should be regulations on games for minors, legislating to limit the gaming time for young people rather than adopting an outright ban." Everyone agreed on this point. An outright ban would only backfire. There is a saying that extremes lead to opposites. Appropriate entertainment will not ruin a child. What truly destroys a child is the way their parents educate them. The people present immediately had no objections. They were all willing to take on the task of the soft advertisement, and they reached a preliminary consensus on how to promote it. A few days later, a new report emerged, and many major commercial newspapers published an article about the current situation of Jinshan technology. This report immediately captured the attention of many, as they were all mental shareholders of Jinshan technology. Seeing that the market coverage of Jinshan Technology's WPS had surpassed that of Word again energized them. Then seeing that the sales of Jinshan's 2 software products had reached 40 million long coins, they felt that the sales were still too low and planned to save up to buy a DeLong personal computer to purchase these 2 very practical entry-level software. Just as they were thrilled about Jinshan Technology's revival, they saw the extended content of the special report. There is still a long way to go for domestic games. The international gaming industry market has reached $180 billion. Games have become an emerging industry in Japan and South Korea. After personal computers became popular in the beautiful country, various computer game manufacturers emerged like bamboo shoots after a rain. Mr. Wang proposed that we should develop our own domestic games that reflect our culture, otherwise we can only play games made by foreign manufacturers. Over time, we will not recognize our own culture and will develop a tremendous inferiority complex culturally. Chinese culture has a long history, is it not worth promoting? This statement had a profound impact on the readers of the newspapers. Chinese culture has been passed down for 5,000 years, while the beautiful country has only a history of 100 years. Japan and South Korea were once vassal states of Longwa. If people continue to play their games and accept their cultural baptism, while Chinese culture is left behind, what a great tragedy that would be. For the first time, the public realized how important the gaming industry is. It is the most effective means of cultural export. At the end of the special report, there was news about Jinshan Technology's Sword and Sword World set to be released. Many people made up their minds that to help the Longhua gaming industry rise, they must buy the genuine version to support Jinshan technology once Sword and Sword World goes live. Sword and Sword World became a hit even before its release, with many considering it a beacon of domestic games. Wang Cheng also took note of this report. He spent a long time adjusting his mindset, now feeling that he could postpone his revenge against Zhao Dikun and Jinshan technology. To sit in the position of president for the China region, he must first eliminate the newly arrived foreign president. The foreign president, after adapting to the work environment for a while, also noticed this report. He was indifferent to the issue of games, but focused on the 60 market coverage of WPS. He immediately summoned Wang Cheng for questioning. Director Wang, can you explain how this happened? How could our software market share be surpassed by Jinshan again? You can't blame us for this, President. I once advocated granting free authorization of our genuine office software to our competitors, but it was halted by headquarters after less than a few weeks. Das lost his job because of this, which led to Jinshan's growth. The foreign president frowned. So you mean the current downturn is a result of headquarters' decision-making errors? I wouldn't dare. Seeing his weak demeanor, the foreign president curiously asked, I will hold you accountable for this. What do you think we should do now? Wang Cheng originally did not want to provide any good suggestions. If the others' performance improved, wouldn't that solidify their position as president? Suddenly, he had a devious thought, coming up with a plan that could bring down the new president while simultaneously suppressing Jinshan, killing two birds with one stone. At this thought, Wang Cheng proposed, President Jinshan technology seized our market share solely by manipulating public opinion, exploiting national sentiment to vilify foreign enterprises like ours. The foreign president acknowledged this point. His company's status as a foreign entity was Microsoft's greatest vulnerability. Long Gu, a conservative and stubborn figure, would instantly oppose Microsoft the moment his patriotism was provoked. That was precisely where he hesitated. Could this director from Longhua have a sound strategy? Speak freely. There is an ancient saying, in Longhua water can carry a boat, yet it can also capsize it. Li Long Group leveraged patriotic sentiment to promote a video game. In Longhua's traditional culture, gaming has long been viewed as a frivolous distraction, an ignoble pursuit. They could simply sell their game, but instead they insisted on tying it to Chinese cultural heritage. We can exploit this very contradiction to trigger a backlash against their reputation. The foreign executive, Gates' trusted aide, was quick-witted. He immediately grasped Wang Cheng's intent. Excessive praise inevitably backfires. Everything has its limit. At last he understood why Das had placed such faith in a Longhua national. Having originally intended to gradually sideline Wang Cheng, he now regarded him with newfound seriousness. If you were given full authority over this matter, how would you proceed? Will you engage media outlets to publish critical pieces targeting Jinshan technology? Wang Cheng shook his head. Attacking them would only backfire. Their supporters are too numerous. Any minor criticism would only galvanize their base further. Then what do you propose? A cold, calculating smile flickered across Wang Cheng's face. Not only will we refrain from attacking them, we will instruct the media to lavish ceaseless, effusive praise upon them, hailing them as cultural ambassadors, paragons of domestic gaming. Flattery, so excessive it borders on absurdity. Until one day the public grows weary, nauseated, even repulsed by such relentless adulation. Then we shall have succeeded halfway. Only then will we ignite a wave of criticism against Jinshan technology, effortlessly winning over many unsuspecting observers. The foreign president silently marveled. The strategy was ruthlessly brilliant. They did not expect widespread affection for Microsoft, but they could cultivate a segment that actively despised Jinshan technology. Those who resented Jinshan's exploitation of patriotism for marketing would naturally gravitate toward Microsoft. Yet Wang Cheng's surprises were not exhausted. He continued, we can not only turn people against Jinshan, we can win over a portion to embrace Microsoft. How? From my understanding of Longhua's people, there will always be those who consider themselves exceptional, those who crave distinction by opposing mainstream consensus. They call it intellectual independence, but truly it is merely a bid for attention. They claim critical thinking, but are in fact most susceptible to indoctrination. By positioning Microsoft as customer-centric and branding our products as sophisticated while dismissing Jinshan as crude and provincial, we shall inevitably earn their admiration. Thus we shall dismantle Longhua's unity from within, even persuading some that patriotism equates to naivety, while self-centered individualism signifies enlightened sophistication. The foreign president applauded enthusiastically, especially captivated by Wang Cheng's tactic of inciting internal discord among Longhua's own people, turning them against one another. Microsoft would thus reverse its declining fortunes and firmly entrench itself in Longhua, securing his own position as president beyond doubt. Director Wang, you are truly exceptional. I promise you, if you cooperate fully with me, I will never forget your contributions. Wang Cheng remained utterly unmoved by such hollow promises. His motives ran far deeper. He was no mere instrument for foreign interests. Yet it was not yet time to reveal his hand. He feigned enthusiasm and energetically directed the PR department into action. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The release date of Xianxiao World had arrived. At authorized retail outlets nationwide, crowds surged. Longwas gaming enthusiasts and Jinshan loyalists formed long queues well before dawn. Retailers at shopping malls were exhilarated. With rampant piracy and prohibitively priced legitimate copies, they had reluctantly resorted to selling counterfeit discs, substituting inferior fakes for genuine products. Such scenes of eager, orderly queues were unprecedented. Though they'd anticipated Xianxiao World would be a hit, none foresaw this overwhelming turnout. Many already regretted failing to stock sufficient inventory. China's three earliest gaming magazines, Software CD Electronic Game Software and Home Computer Games, published comprehensive reports on the public's fervent rush to purchase legitimate copies of Xianxiao World. All three publications devoted extensive feature articles to Xianxiao World. Each awarded the title a perfect 5-star rating. Not only did the editors personally test the game, they also invited numerous players to share their experiences and even enlisted veteran game designers to publish detailed walkthroughs. Nearly every player awarded Xianxiao World top marks. A seasoned gamer interviewed on the street declared, "I've played dozens of games across countless genres. Before playing, I assumed this would be a mere clone of Chinese Paladin, a turn-based RPG, but Xianxiao World shattered my expectations. Its tactical battle system, blind box mechanics, weapon crafting engine, and, above all, its groundbreaking legacy system left me awestruck. Even after completing the main story in dozens of hours, the legacy system compelled me to replay, not once, but twice, thrice." "So you mean, you played it again and again after finishing?" "Yes. Each playthrough delivers fresh revelations. Its branching narratives and achievement system make every 100 yuan purchase feel profoundly justified." Among players exchanging impressions, the universal sentiment was this: parting with over 100 yuan stung, perhaps representing a month's food budget. But having played Xianxiao World, no one doubted its worth. Some logged over 100 hours and still craved more. Sales soared to 180,000 units. Qiu Boujun and Lei Busi were stunned upon hearing the figure. A single legitimate copy of Xianxiao World carried a steep price tag, 180,000 units, translated to sales exceeding 20 million Longwei yuan. Jinshan Technology's total R&D investment for the game amounted to merely 2 million Longwei yuan, meaning net profit approached 10 million. "We're baffled. Why have so many media outlets spontaneously lauded our game, hailing it as a national masterpiece and proclaiming us peaked at debut? Countless newcomers, never-before gamers, have rushed and drawn by the hype. What does Yinzhong Publishing House say? Urge them to print more copies immediately, before pirated versions don't mention it. The printing presses at Yinzhong Publishing House are running so hot, they're nearly smoking, yet still can't keep pace with distributor demand." Qiu Boujun and Lei Busi stared dumbfounded. Could a single game truly provoke such frenzy? Upon learning of the phenomenon, Prince Wang Zilong sensed something sinister beneath the surface. These enthusiastic promoters, lavishing extravagant praise upon Xianxiao World, were no friendly competitors. Most bore foreign capital affiliations. That alone made the situation deeply suspicious. Fortunately, thanks to Wang Zilong's numerous suggestions and Lei Busi's extraordinary dedication, the game stood shoulder to shoulder with legendary Xianxiao titles of later eras. In its own generation, it towered above all rivals, its wildly imaginative mechanics captivating every player who dared engage with it. Even the most fastidious critics, after earnest play, would rise in awe and acclaim. Its uncompromising quality rendered even the most hyperbolic praise seem justified. Skeptics who'd resolved to criticize found themselves converted into devoted fans. Xianxiao World suffered no reputational backlash. In fact, it attracted legions of new admirers drawn by its renown. Yet Wang Zilong remained vigilant. Summoning Ni Kuan, he ordered a thorough investigation into whoever was orchestrating this campaign. Wang Qingtu saw the headline announcing Xianxiao World's record-breaking 180 unit domestic sales and felt a strange, unsettling emotion stir within him. A domestic masterpiece that dwarfs Heroes of Might and Magic. A Longwo-developed game surpassing Warcraft 3. Jinshan Technology, the future titan of gaming. These seemingly exaggerated accolades struck the public as wholly deserved, utterly baffling. Eyes bloodshot, Wang Chung reluctantly shut down the game. Defiant, he purchased a copy and discovered to his shock that dawn had broken before he looked up again. After an entire night's immersion, he could identify not a single flaw. Its gameplay truly eclipsed every title on today's market, and if translated into English, it would undoubtedly conquer the world. He shook his head in resignation. A direct smear campaign was impossible. Given Xianxiao World's massive fanbase, such tactics would only strengthen its appeal. Yet Wang Chung refused to let Jinshan reap the fruits of Microsoft's efforts. To orchestrate this praise campaign, Microsoft had already spent nearly 500,000 yuan in advertising. Without tangible results, he would never pass muster with the foreign president. Still reeling from sleepless exhaustion, he drank cup after cup of bitter black coffee. Yet by mid-afternoon, he felt utterly hollowed out. Nonetheless, upon returning home, he instinctively booted up the game and loaded his save file. At that moment, a sudden insight flashed through his mind. "I've got it. He immediately dialed the manager of the Xiaohan. Contact our allied media outlets immediately. Instruct them to fabricate stories students hospitalized from non-stop Xianxiao world, play young scholars, academic performance collapsing. Then condemn Jinshan technology for corrupting youth, fostering addiction, peddling digital opium. Silence stretched from the other end. He raised his voice, Xiaohan. Xiaohan. Oh, director, I'm here. Sorry, I drifted off for a second. Wang Cheng's lips twitched. He raised his voice again. You are playing Xianxiao world, aren't you? No, director, it's midnight. Even normal people need sleep. Wang Cheng didn't believe a word. This young man was unmistakably deep into Xianxiao world. Such feeble pretense couldn't fool him. Better not be. If you are, it's treason. Every Microsoft employee is forbidden from purchasing Xianxiao world, even pirated copies. Now draft a plan, immediately frame Xianxiao world as dangerously addictive, threatening adolescent mental health, and file formal complaints with regulatory authorities citing its graphic violence and demanding an immediate ban. Xiaohan hesitated. This magnificent game deserved better. Xianxiao world was truly the beacon of domestic gaming. Following Wang Cheng's scheme would slam shut the very door it had just opened. Seeing Xiaohan silence, Wang Cheng issued a final warning. I expect visible impact within 5 days, or you're dismissed on the spot. Xiaohan acquiesced. Landing a prestigious job in a metropolis was no small feat. He'd just taken out a loan for an imported car. Losing this high-paying role meant defaulting on payments. So he compromised his conscience and set about executing this distasteful assignment. Within days, media coverage pivoted sharply. Negative reports on Xianxiao world proliferated nationwide. Letters poured in from parents claiming their sons skipped school to play Xianxiao world. Office workers reported deteriorating health due to late-night gaming. The old stigma that gaming was idle and irresponsible resurfaced. Even employed adults faced nagging from cohabiting parents or spouses. Playing Xianxiao world now seemed tantamount to committing a grave offense. Jinshan's team was caught completely off guard. The most alarming development. An official summons from the National Press and Publication Administration. Mr. Lei, we fully appreciate the extraordinary effort behind crafting such a blockbuster. And indeed, this title surpasses even Western games in quality. However, we've received overwhelming public complaints its monster slaying and leveling mechanics are excessively bloody and violent, endangering children's psychological development. You must halt all sales immediately and revise the game's content. Resumption of sales is permitted only after our reapproval. Immediate suspension and revision. Young Lei Busi, once a fiery idealist, nearly erupted in profanity. Fortunately, Chiu Bojun clamped a hand over his mouth in time. Mr. Chiu. Lei Busi's eyes brimmed with wounded disbelief. He couldn't fathom why, just as Jinshan glimpsed hope, it should suffer such brutal, unrelenting punishment. What remained of the combatant leveling system? Chiu Bojun shook his head, took the phone, and replied calmly, Understood. We accept the penalty, and will begin revisions immediately. After hanging up, Chiu Bojun and Lei Busi exchanged glances. Though the revisions themselves posed no technical challenge, both men sat paralyzed, utterly at a loss. News that Jinshan Technology had been hit by complaints and forced to pull its product from sale for rectification instantly became the next day's headline. A large number of elders applauded, and a cohort of educational figures cheered even louder. Xianxiao world corrupts the young. Devices that foster addiction, portable music players, game consoles, computers, should be banned as students must devote themselves to study. Such assertions quickly became mainstream. Many parents told interviewers that Xianxiao world should be banned outright. Jinshan Technology found itself suffocated beneath a tidal wave of public opinion. Young people were inconsolable with official discs pulled from shelves. They resorted to the pirated copies flooding the market. No one rose to defend Xianxiao world. People in the Long Nation loved to magnify trouble. With the slightest stir, they descended into denunciation, and in many mouths, Jinshan Technology's reputation plummeted overnight. Talk of being the pride of domestic software became meaningless before accusations of poisoning the youth. Schools and training institutions that had planned to procure Jinshan's educational software withdrew their orders en masse, and amid the public's onslaught, the company entered its darkest hour. How high Jinshan Technology had once been lauded was matched only by how severely it was now trampled. Some media even defected, as if denigrating Jinshan had become the politically correct stance. Bojun and Lei Busi were bewildered. Had their effort to craft a domestic game been a mistake? The company, which had been returning to normal, announced a 7-day furlough as Bojun sank into despondency. Before the leave, Bojun granted every employee a bonus equal to 3 months' pay, a small solace for those who had fought on the front lines for half a year. Yet the two leaders bore no smiles. When Wang Zilong saw them, their usual vigor was gone. Bojun even hinted at a desire to retreat from public life. Mr. Lei, tell us your thoughts. I would like to request funding to try a different direction. Wang Zilong spoke with a tone of frustrated impatience, disappointed by their timidity. Are you going to give up because of this blow? You once pledged to carry the banner of domestic software. Now you desert at the first gust and ripple. Both men flushed, but Boss Wang seemed to misunderstand. This was no mere breeze. Jinshan technology had become a target of universal scorn. We must wait for this wave of public opinion to pass. At this moment, anything we do will be criticized. Wang Zilong beckoned to Su Huizhi. Tell us, mister. And I would have your investigations turned up. Kubo-jun and Lei were stunned. Could there be tricks at work? They did not yet know. They were not novices. In retrospect, the affair felt peculiar. So many voices of accusation against Xinxiao World had surfaced so suddenly, and the complaints had arrived abruptly. Su Huizhi produced a stack of documents and explained Mr. Wang noticed this group when Xinxiao World was being excessively praised by the media. They are the same people who later attacked it. Lei Bussy quick-witted immediately sensed ulterior motives. Media do not praise a private firm without cause unless paid handsomely. This was a scheme to prop them up only to destroy them, and it had worked. These media share another trait. Though they appear domestic, they have foreign capital behind them. We also carried out rigorous statistics of legitimate purchasers of Jinshan's Xinxiao World. Today, the buyers are largely white-collar and above. 90% of legitimate users fall between 25 and 35, and users under 18 are virtually non-existent. Hearing the figures, Lei Jun and Kubo-jun brightened. Lei slapped his forehead with emphasis. Remember that the entry price for an official Xinxiao World disc was 138 yuan, while recorded per capita monthly income in the Long Nation was only a little over 400 yuan. Per capita numbers obscure the reality that median incomes sit below 400. Even if official 2024 figures claimed a monthly average of 6500 yuan, none around me earned that. 138 yuan could be half a month's wages for some. As a parent, would you spend half a month's pay to buy your child? If a child charged a few thousand yuan for Genshin on your phone, you would be furious. Thus, Mr. Lei concluded it was implausible that any child would spend over 100 yuan to buy Xinxiao World. Legitimate users of Xinxiao World were clearly those with some economic means. Who are these parents leaping out to slander us? Su Huizhi could not help laughing. The woman featured in that newspaper, Lu Dama, is a rural vendor who came to the city to sell vegetables. Her family subsists on farming and small livestock. Their monthly income is below the city's minimum. Even with several family members working for years, they could not afford a computer. Another case was even more brazen, a purported 5-guarantee household with no children and no welfare, living solely on village relief. Yet the story invents a son for him. And this one? Kubo-jun seethed. He had felt guilty for a long time and had spent much time questioning whether they had done something grievously wrong. Fine, so they sling this accusation at us. Mr. Chio, don't be hasty. I have more explosive material. Su Huizhi could hardly suppress a smile. Wang Zilong shot him a sharp look. Kubo-jun and Lei Bussy were near fury, yet Su could not help laughing at the revelation. Su Huizhi restrained his laughter with difficulty. We obtained the complaint call signal origins from inside the telecom operators and found they clustered in a few small zones, mostly office towers, not residential neighborhoods. Kubo-jun nodded with a bitter smile. He could not fathom who had crafted such filthy tactics. Were it not for Lilong Group's means and background, they might have had to concede defeat. Do you still want to withdraw from the arena now? Mr. Chio snapped angrily. Don't talk about retiring. It's one thing if we didn't know someone was using dirty tricks, but if we fall because of them, I'll never forgive myself. Lei Bussy too bristled. If he gave up so easily, he would not be Lei Bussy. So Boss Wang, tell us, how shall we retaliate? Both turned to Wang Zilong. At his word, they would open their mouths and tear into the malignant forces hiding. I intend to hold a press conference in the name of Lilong Group to vindicate Jinshan technology and cleanse its reputation. Boss Wang, we appreciate your willingness, but is that advisable? Exactly. Let us hold our own press conference and set the record straight. You have already done more than enough for us. Concern flickered in both their eyes. Jinshan technology was under universal attack, and they feared that defending it would drag Mr. Wang into the same stain. Do not worry about Lilong. As your parent company, if I cowered now, what would the other Wang family invested for? I will stand on this stage. Hearing this, the two were moved. Being under Lilong Group felt like a blessing, far preferable to those mercenary outfits that only recognized money. Seeing Lei Bussy look on with admiration, Wang Zilong felt a slight pride. Cheers. Cheers. Meanwhile, senior executives of Microsoft's China division held a celebratory gathering. The foreign president brought his hand down hard on Wang Cheng's shoulder in approval. Director Wang, your strategy of flattering to then smother worked brilliantly. Our office software sales have surged recently. This is all you're doing. Wang Cheng hurriedly waved his hands, eyes darting, and addressed the group. This was the president's strategy. I am merely the executor. If there are heroes, I do not deserve the credit. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly fawned over the foreign president. The foreign president, elated, reflected that no wonder Wang Cheng had been trusted by Desai. With such conduct, he could not bear to replace him. You are excellent. Keep it up, and there will be promotions and raises. Certainly, certainly. After shepherding the president away with a hostess, Wang Cheng pulled Xiao Han into a corner of the reception. Xiao Han, if our smear campaign against Jinshan were exposed, what would you say? Exposed. Director Wang, how could you suggest that? Our operation is seamless. Who would suspect us? Wang Cheng shook his head. From the outset, he had known this operation might be uncovered because many parts of it did not make sense, and their opponent was Lilong Group. The other side had with little effort eliminated Gai's trusted aide Desai, who tracing the origins would be only a matter of time. I ask you, if that happens, what will you do? As a subordinate, Xiao Han understood Wang Cheng's thinking. I would immediately confess to the police, saying the foreign president coerced us, and hope for lenient treatment from the authorities and society. You are clever. Rest assured, I will not let you take the fall. Even if you must serve a few months, once I become president, the director's position will be yours. The director's position. Xiao Han was instantly tempted. This was a sworn pledge. The director's compensation and benefits were many times his own, who under normal progression, he would languish as a PR manager for 5 or 6 years before even having a shot. How many such 5 or 6 year spans does a life have? He vowed immediately that if anyone asked, he would say the orders came from the president personally. Let the foreigner, a devoted fan of Xinxiao World, Xiao Han inwardly welcomed this development. Wang Zilong did not disappoint him, or Wang Cheng. On the 7th business day after Xinxiao World was ordered off the shelves as public outrage intensified, Wang Zilong attended Lilong Group's press conference. Kubo Jun and Lei Busi also appeared. Their presence electrified the media. Mr. Lei, are you here to apologize to the public? Are you going to announce a permanent cessation of development and sales for Xinxiao World? Many reporters present had once written advertorials for Xinxiao World. They felt a measure of sympathy for Jinshan Technology, believing that such a successful domestic developer was being smothered in its cradle by public opinion. This was a loss for the nation's gaming industry. The day Xinxiao World was delisted felt like an end to a chapter in the country's game history. No, we are here today to reveal some truths. The smearing and complaints that led to Xinxiao World's delisting are a deliberate, thorough conspiracy. Lei Busi's indignant declaration instantly ignited the room. They were not there to apologize publicly, but to clear their name. When Lei Busi produced the legitimate user data, people remained skeptical, but when he singled out the media and demanded they confront the accusations, and those outlets began to flee, the hall erupted. Those purportedly affected relatives pictured in articles were paid to recite scripted lines. Some are 5 guarantee households, others impoverished families. There is no way they could have spent large sums on games. Behind the fabrication of these little stories stood foreign capital. In their plot against Jinshan, they were meticulous. First giving free publicity to Xinxiao World, then turning to smear it with contrived pieces. As Lei Busi named name after name, national reporters bristled with indignation. These lackeys had been hired. No wonder so many industry peers suddenly turned on Jinshan Technology. It turned out they had been paid by another group. In the eyes of domestic journalists, those actors had violated the ethical standards public media should uphold and were unworthy of the title journalist. Reporters immediately raised their cameras and fired a barrage of shots at the remaining lackeys. They vowed to use their pens to restore the truth for Jinshan Technology and nail those scoundrels to the pillar of shame. Mr. Lei, call the police. We support you. Make those behind this pay the price. Yes, we cannot tolerate foreign capital defaming our national enterprises and using media to turn truth upside down. Mr. Lei signaled for calm. He had more to say. As for the parents' complaints against Xinxiao World, they are groundless. With assistance from the relevant departments, we traced the complaint call signals and found them concentrated inside several office buildings. Reporters were stunned. This was a coordinated planned attack on Jinshan Technology, and they had nearly fallen into a trap that would have strangled a national high-tech software firm in its cradle. What a sordid commercial war! Who had been plotting against Jinshan Technology? Who was attacking our national enterprise? These domestic media had nearly become accomplices to the scheme. Now many reporters' fighting spirits flared, our objectivity and cool reason vanished. In that moment, they were ready to take up their pens and fight for Jinshan Technology. Wang Zilong took the microphone and the intense atmosphere at the scene fell silent. Although Boss Wang had not said a word until now, his quiet presence indicated the family's stance. Now everyone wanted to hear his views on the matter. The foreign capital's slander against Jinshan Technology has inflicted a heavy toll on our national technology. Originally, the sales of the fantasy world could have broken the 3.0 mark, but now due to the impact of piracy and the momentum of rumors, it has come to a halt. The cooperation between Jinshan Technology and domestic universities has also fallen apart, causing Jinshan Technology at least 50 million in financial losses. The laws of the nation must be upheld and family rules must be followed. Our Lijun Group will not let a single wrongdoer escape. Our legal department will sue the companies that spread rumors and hold the media and masterminds behind it accountable for their economic and legal responsibilities. I hope the relevant departments do not take this lightly. Only a strong response can better protect our national technology enterprises. His vehement words received a warm response from the journalists present. The relevant departments are spineless, afraid of the strong and bullying the weak. Now that they are determined to destroy our national enterprise if they do not protect their own, while failing to severely punish these unscrupulous manufacturers, not be aiding the oppressor. As a result, the venue was filled with voices demanding sanctions against the slandering media and severe punishment for the masterminds behind it. Wang Zilong continued speaking. As for the malicious complaints against Jinshan Technology that everyone is concerned about, our Li Jun group will sue the relevant departments. Their laziness in investigating and their blanket decision is truly an abuse of their public service. I believe the law and the nation will ensure Jinshan Technology's innocence. The crowd grew quiet. A boss Wang was going crazy. How could he dare to say such words? However, Li Jun group had absolute evidence that there were organized, malicious, large-scale complaints. The relevant departments did not strictly verify and directly remove the fantasy world, which caused such a detrimental impact on Jinshan Technology. If they could have carefully verified the situation and sought the truth, ensuring justice for Jinshan Technology, they would not have caused such significant losses. If it weren't for Jinshan Technology having Li Jun group as a backing, the now disgraced Jinshan Technology would likely have no choice but to shut down. Jinshan Technology is the benchmark for software in Longwa, the leader of national technology. This loss is not just Jinshan's, but a loss for the entire Longwa technology industry. The venue suddenly erupted with a series of approving voices. Boss Wang, we support you. If they succeed in their conspiracy this time, it is the negligence of the relevant departments. I believe similar incidents will continue to occur and national enterprises that are slandered will have no recourse. This time we cannot take it lightly. We must not let them escape responsibility. We cannot simply drink 3 cups of self-punishment to resolve this. The crowd was furious and Wang Zilong's voice rang out again. As for the issue of whether young people will become addicted to games, it is indeed worth our attention. I hope the state can strictly crack down on pirated discs. This is not just the voice of Jinshan Technology and many software game companies. It is a powerful measure to protect the physical and mental health of our youth. At first, everyone felt that this statement had logical issues. How could cracking down on piracy protect the physical and mental health of the youth? But upon careful consideration, they found it reasonable. The price difference between pirated and legitimate versions is nearly tenfold. With an average monthly salary of 400, would you as a parent spend over 100 to buy a game for your child? If you did, that is your responsibility as a parent. You spoiled your child and allowed them to become addicted to games. I will propose that cracking down on piracy be included in the work of the relevant departments. Their task is to strictly guard against pirated game discs harming the health of the youth. The leaders of the relevant departments who arrived late were dumbfounded. Not only did you fail to rectify the situation, but how could you also turn around and morally bind us? Wouldn't they be busy every day wrestling with small vendors? They are cultural people sitting in offices, and how could they associate with street vendors? However, the one speaking was Wang Zilong, a representative. Perhaps he could indeed succeed in proposing at the conference. Many representatives would likely give the Wang family this face. The leader felt a headache coming on. The most troublesome part is that Li Jun group also wants to complain about their. If it were an ordinary case of civilians suing the government, he would scoff at it. But with Li Jun group involved, this matter wouldn't even go to court. They would be held accountable from above. What a joke. Li Jun group is a major taxpayer and contributor to local development. Would they turn against the Wang family for your department? The key is that they were indeed in the wrong, facing large-scale complaints, too lazy to investigate the reasons and truths, and simply opted for a blanket removal. If Li Jun group truly pursued them through legal channels for the economic losses they caused, they would indeed face. He hurriedly stepped onto the stage and politely said to Wang Zilong, Mr. Wang, may I represent the department and say a few words? Of course. The venue fell silent immediately. It was evident that this kind-looking elder was a high-ranking leader. First, I want to sincerely apologize to Jinshan Technology on behalf of the department. There was a chorus of boos from the audience. If an apology is useful, why do we need the law? The leader's face flushed, and he chuckled bitterly. We will initiate a new investigation into this matter. If it is indeed due to negligence, we will not let any public servant go lightly. Furthermore, our department will compensate Jinshan Technology for the corresponding economic losses. As for the compensation amount, we need to reassess Jinshan Technology's economic losses. At this, the crowd nodded, acknowledging his attitude of admitting fault. He felt he had truly lost face. After leaving the venue, he immediately told his secretary, have everyone hold an overnight meeting. No matter who made this decision that day, they must pay the price. Don't you want to find a temporary worker? Bastard, you are still thinking of patching things up. Do you really want to be sued by Li Jun group and then be found guilty in court? At this moment, the press conference was nearing its end, and Wang Zilong did not forget to admonish the public. If one day a child becomes addicted to games, it must be due to a lack of education and guidance from adults and society. Playing games is not wrong. Everyone has their own hobbies. You wouldn't want your child to restrict you from smoking, drinking, or dancing in public when you grow old. His words elicited a round of laughter from the crowd, who had not yet realized the severity of the issue. Just as everyone was about to go back and report on this matter, a voice suddenly shouted from the back of the crowd. Mr. Wang, I come to confess I am guilty, and I want to expose the mastermind behind this. This elite in a suit shouted again when he saw everyone stunned. I want to expose the mastermind who slandered Jinshan Technology and organized malicious complaints against the fantasy world. I am the one who handled it all. Only then did the media snap back to attention, rushing towards Xiao Han, eager to get the first-hand scoop from him. Wang Zilong, witnessing this scene, was puzzled about what the other party was up to. Although he had some guesses about the mastermind, could this person really be a scapegoat pushed forward by Microsoft? Thinking this, he said to his bodyguard, "Bring that person up to the stage. I want to see what trick Microsoft is playing." Xiao Han was terrified. He had just been torn apart by the group of reporters, and several strong men had finally protected him to the stage. Upon seeing Wang Zilong, he seemed to have found his savior, and excitedly said, "Mr. Wang, I finally see you. I have evidence of wrongdoing by Microsoft executives. They instructed me to bribe the media to frame Jinshan Technology." Based on Wang Zilong's experience in assessing people, this individual seemed sincere and genuinely appeared to be a righteous person. "As long as what you say is true, I can protect you in front of the relevant departments. Even if you have to go to prison for this, you can come work at my Li Jiaxin group after you are released." Upon hearing this, Xiao Han's eyes sparkled even brighter. He took the microphone and said, "Everyone, I am Han, the public relations manager for Microsoft Greater China. Here is my ID badge." The audience erupted into an uproar. This was indeed something Microsoft would do. They truly had not given up their malicious intentions. It hadn't been long since their previous malicious targeting of DeLong, and now they were striking Jinshan Technology. "Everyone, please listen to me. This incident was a conspiracy devised by the foreign president of Greater China and the sycophantic manager Wang Cheng. I have recorded conversations as evidence." As he spoke, Wang Cheng's eyes were filled with fury. He did not believe Wang Cheng's nonsense. From the day Wang Cheng ordered him to take action against the fantasy world, he knew that if something went wrong, he would definitely become the scapegoat for the foreign president and Wang Cheng. So he had long prepared a backup plan. It was likely that Wang Cheng had not expected that he would also have a day of misstep. He Han is a conscientious person from Longhua. How could he sincerely work for foreigners? If given a choice, he would definitely choose to be a good person. "I love the game fantasy world. After doing those things as instructed, I felt immense guilt. I thought I would sink down and collude with them, but Mr. Wang's words just now inspired me. If the true culprits are not punished, they will only become more rampant, committing more wrongdoings. For the sake of my national enterprise, and to restore justice for Jinshan Technology, I am willing to accept the punishment and expose the foreign president and Wang Cheng." "Good. Well said, you are a man." The audience erupted with applause. Qiu Bojun also praised, "Realizing one's mistakes and returning to the right path is commendable. To go far and return is a high virtue. I, on behalf of Jinshan Technology, forgive your past mistakes." The police maintaining order on site immediately took Xiao Han aside for questioning. Wang Zilong also had Li Jiaxin Group's legal team provide full protection for Xiao Han. Many reporters wanted to squeeze out more details from Xiao Han and the police, all following the police's team out. Watching the crowd disperse, Wang Zilong and Qiu Bojun and Lei Busi looked at each other in silence for a long time. Qiu Bojun wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "This matter seems to have come to a close." Wang Zilong shook his head. "We will definitely sue Microsoft. The legal fees and litigation costs will be covered by Li Jiaxin, but we will sue the media that spread rumors and Microsoft in the name of Jinshan Technology. I am not joking. If I lost so much money, I will not hesitate to bite out a piece of fat from them. Do they really think we are easy to bully?" The two men sensed the murderous intent in Boss Wang's words and estimated that many media outlets might face closure as a result. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, who was in a bar with a girl, received a phone call. "Director, something big has happened." Wang Cheng's eyes were filled with excitement. "Great. Xiao Han must have successfully reported." He could not hide his excitement as he asked, "Was the president taken away for investigation?" His plan to kill two birds with one stone was finally a great success. Not only did he deliver a heavy blow to Jinshan Technology, but he also dragged the foreign president down. He did not believe the headquarters could find a better president than him. "No, the police want." Just then the door to his private room was opened and a group of men in hats walked in. "What are you doing? This is a private club. Who is your superior?" "I. This is our arrest warrant." "Mr. Wang Cheng, please come with us." Everyone in the room turned to Wang Cheng, who was still on the phone. "Is there some misunderstanding here? We now have enough evidence to prove your involvement in the Jinshan slander case. Please come with us and cooperate with the investigation." As Wang Cheng was taken out of the bar, a throng of reporters surged forward, snapping pictures of his face, which he desperately tried to shield. His mind was in chaos. He did not understand why Han had changed his tune, but he knew he was in serious trouble. The foreign president might be deported, and he would definitely face a lawsuit and trial from Li Jiaxin Group. The reporters could not help but marvel at the efficiency of the men in hats who had overnight brought both the foreign president and Wang Cheng back to the police station for questioning. The foreign president kept shouting at the camera that he wanted to contact the embassy and a lawyer, but all he received was a chorus of disdain from the reporters. Foreigners are just asking for it. Do they really think Longhua is their lawless land? The next day, the malicious slander by Microsoft's Greater China executives against Jinshan Technology, leading to the removal of the fantasy world through improper means, became an international headline. This time, even the foreigners known for their double standards and for turning a blind eye to wrongdoing felt that Microsoft had acted unreasonably. You brazenly committed wrongdoing and expected applause. The key is that you have been exposed and now you face a lawsuit from Jinshan Technology. In their home turf you are sure to lose, and a loss means you will have to pay a hefty sum. What about us shareholders? When Gates learned the ins and outs of the matter, he slammed his desk in frustration. Knowing that Jinshan Technology was a subsidiary of Li Jun Group, yet still provoking them, he dared not touch Li Jun Group. These incompetent fools had to show their presence in front of others. Now they faced the consequences. Top executives were taken down and Jinshan Technology's legal notice was sent to Microsoft's headquarters demanding they pay $200 million in reputation damages and economic losses, not to mention adding a mental distress claim. Thinking about the $200 million, he felt like screaming. This was blatant extortion. BOSS, should we extradite the president of Greater China back home first? Bastard, he still wants me to save him. Have the lawyer tell him to firmly insist that this was instigated by that Wang Chung and has nothing to do with Microsoft's headquarters. Also contact William immediately. William was not at all surprised that Gates would call. From the moment Mr. Wang set his sights on Microsoft, he had already decided the company's fate. Microsoft seemed like a trapped fly struggling repeatedly in the web woven by Mr. Wang. Gates, what's happened now? Haven't you seen the news? Jinshan Technology is going to sue us in the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know what that means if it really goes to court? It means Microsoft is going to be sued in a Dragon Kingdom court. Damn it, how can you still waste time talking nonsense? Don't you know that if we lose and face sanctions from the Dragon Kingdom, it will cause significant losses to our stock price? The most critical issue isn't just the impact on the stock price. Our Windows is set to officially launch globally in late next month. This will definitely affect our sales, especially in the Greater China region, where the new Windows will surely face resistance. Microsoft deliberately maximized piracy not to benefit the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They have always had ambitions for legitimate sales in the Chinese market, otherwise Gates wouldn't have continuously sent his trusted aides to try to open up the Dragon Kingdom market. As Windows 95 was about to bear fruit, new troubles arose. William intentionally feigned ignorance and said, how can you still bring up the Dragon Kingdom market? It might sell a maximum of a few 100,000 software copies, at best barely a fraction of our total sales. I'm not even raising my voice as a shareholder, yet you are complaining about losing so much money. Gates also realized that his tone was inappropriate. He had inadvertently vented his anger at William instead of directing it at the Li Long Group. But he was very aware of the potential value of the software market in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the internet users in the Dragon Kingdom number only in the millions, there are quite a few companies equipped with computers. From the rising sales of several computer manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom, he could anticipate that the number of personal computers there would surge rapidly in the future. The Greater China region would inevitably grow into a sales market that could not be ignored. Thinking of this, Gates lowered his voice and said, Sir, my attitude was inappropriate earlier. I was concerned and thus agitated. Perhaps you could act as an intermediary. We are willing to compensate Jinshan Technology for their losses. Escalating this matter would be detrimental to us as Microsoft shareholders. William then replied irritably, fine, I truly have a hard life having to clean up after your subordinates every day. Gates chuckled awkwardly at this. He felt the same way. According to Das, Wang Chung had significant issues. Although he was a supposed local business expert in the Dragon Kingdom, his strategies were all detrimental to everyone involved. Fortunately, this mess has finally been caught before it could escalate further. Hopefully, the new president sent over won't create any more trouble. William called Wang Zilong and couldn't help but mock the flustered Gates. He seems utterly stunned. Even in this situation, he's still thinking about launching Windows 95 in the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously. Wang Zilong was intrigued by the launch date of Windows 95. When is he planning to start the sale of 95? According to him, he plans to launch it globally in late next month. So that means in late October. How is Jobs doing with optimizing the Apple system? The progress is fast. After preliminary testing, the efficiency is far superior to Win92, and there has been significant progress in image processing. However, there are still many bugs, so it might be released later than Apple. Wang Zilong knew that Jobs was working around the clock with a covert project group to optimize the Apple system. It was simply impossible to eliminate all bugs in such a short time. The official release will definitely not catch up to Windows 95, but perhaps we can hold a pre-sale launch event. Jobs' launch event for the Apple IV shocked the world, but it wasn't until 3 months later that the Apple IV was officially released globally. The reason for the early launch of the pre-sale was entirely due to them hearing the news that Nokia was about to release a new phone, the Nokia N800. As it turned out, Jobs' strategy was correct. The Nokia N8 became a symbol of the rich and powerful, while the Apple IV sparked a frenzy of purchases, with some even sacrificing a kidney for it, allowing scalpers to become overnight millionaires. Speaking of which, Wang Zilong thought he could learn from Jobs' operation, preemptively holding a launch event before Microsoft and directly starting pre-sales. He believed many would be interested in this nearly free software. William immediately understood Wang Zilong's meaning and laughed. I bet Jobs would be more than happy to do this. After all, Gates had backstabbed him before, so it's only fair to return the favor. All right, I assume Gates is getting impatient. Tell him to compensate Jinshan $10 million, and we can put this matter behind us. Otherwise, we'll see him in court. Jinshan Technology has plenty of time to drag this out. Hearing this figure, William smiled even more happily. The economic losses Jinshan Technology suffered barely exceeded 10 million dragon coins. After the truth was clarified, they not only suffered no reputational damage, but also gained a significant advertisement on CCTV news. One could say they turned misfortune into fortune, but Wang Zilong stubbornly demanded a compensation of $10 million. I bet when Gates hears this number, he'll be furious, as it's almost equivalent to all the profits he could have made in the Dragon Kingdom. William, with a mischievous sense of humor, only half spoke in front of Gates, 10 million dragon coins. Gates thought this compensation figure was quite reasonable. If the fantasy world had not been taken down, at most they would have sold another 100 legitimate copies, and combined with other software sales, it would be about 10 million in losses. Gates, are you being a bit naive? There's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, for every falsehood, there's a penalty of 10. Gates exclaimed in shock. Are you implying that Wang Zilong wants us to pay a compensation of 10 million euros? No, he generously offered you a discount. He only needs $10 million, and he wants to sue Microsoft further. Gates twitched his mouth. So does that mean I should thank him? Anyone could hear the resentment in Gates' words. Gates, now is not the time to get angry. Think about it. If you go to court against the Li Long Group in the Dragon Kingdom, what are your chances of winning? What if he really demands Microsoft pay 10 million euros in court because you didn't give him face? If you want to continue operating in the Greater China region, can you afford not to compensate? $10 million is a lot. For Microsoft, with sales in the billions of dollars each year, it's hardly significant. Gates calmed down. William's words made a lot of sense. If Microsoft were sued by Jinshan Technology with the Li Long Group involved, they would have almost no chance of winning. If the other side insisted on extorting a large sum of money, Microsoft would have to comply unless they wanted to cease operations in the Dragon Kingdom. On one side was the Dragon Kingdom market, and on the other was a compensation that was a drop in the bucket for Microsoft. Gates could only concede. All right, let's settle at this price, but Jinshan Technology must drop all lawsuits against Microsoft. Gates was still happy about resolving a dispute, unaware that a far greater crisis awaited him. After hanging up, William called Jobs' office again. This temporary president was directing his subordinates to fix the bugs in the new generation of Apple's operating system. Just then his Nokia phone rang. Boss, is there something you need? The Hunter Brothers Funds Board has decided to hold Apple's new product launch on October 7th, under the guise of a new generation of handheld computers, but in reality, it is to announce Apple's new generation of operating systems. This news was a bit overwhelming. Jobs took some time to grasp the key points and excitedly asked, is Windows 95 going to be released? But our operating system isn't fully optimized yet. We need at least another 50 days. Gates plans to release their Windows 95 in late October. Even if our operating system isn't completely ready, that's not a problem. As long as it doesn't malfunction during the demo at the launch event, it's fine. Jobs understood Williams' intent to release the new operating system ahead of Microsoft and start global pre-sales. This is a genius idea. Jobs could even imagine Gates' expression when he realized he had been backstabbed. He would probably be so frantic that he would come knocking at the door. He would never forget that Gates had once seized the opportunity to help Apple develop software to steal Apple's system secrets, aiding IBM in winning the business war. The day he learned the truth, he confronted Gates, who shamelessly claimed that this was the business rule. Winners are kings and losers are bandits. This is the natural order of survival. He now wanted to return this saying to Gates. Boss, what's the pricing for our Apple system? Let's just charge the printing cost $9. Jobs rarely showed a schadenfreude smile. This price, combined with the optimized efficiency of the Apple system and its advantages in image processing. And what about Microsoft's Windows system? A single copy costs over $100. Yet it offers no significant advantages in performance. Even a fool would know how to choose. After the launch event, many would be willing to wait for the day the Apple system officially hits the market. Just thinking about how Gates would be furious made him want to laugh out loud. The only thing to determine now is that you and the others have less than a month left to prepare. If there are any issues at the launch event, it would be akin to slapping your own face and damaging your own brand. Don't worry, 2 weeks is enough for us to make some basic optimizations, ensuring that there won't be major accidents. By the way, how is the production of the new generation of handheld computers? We are preparing for final mass production. When mentioned about the new generation of Apple, Newton Jobs raised his tone. I believe this handheld computer will certainly overturn the public stereotype of the first generation Newton. The Apple Newton was a very failed product. Apple invested a lot of manpower and resources into it, but due to being too ahead of its time, it had almost no civilian use and nearly became the last straw that broke Apple's back. However, Wang Zilong felt that the handheld computer resembled the Amazon Kindle of later generations. One could even see the shadow of future tablet computers. The reason the first generation Newton failed was that it ignored its practicality. Neither its battery life nor its functionality met users' needs. Thus, Wang Zilong offered several groundbreaking suggestions. The first was to reduce the size of the Newton while enhancing its battery life. The first-generation Newton looked like a brick. It was aesthetically displeasing and inconvenient to carry. Who would want to carry around a brick that needed constant charging? It should be compact enough to fit in a pocket, which is the effect it should have, aligning more with the idea of a handheld computer. The second suggestion was to add more functional features for daily life rather than positioning it solely as a mobile office product. There were already enough personal portable computers on the market to meet the needs of mobile office work. The Newton's positioning should align more with public entertainment needs, such as adding ebooks, MP3 playback, and simple gaming functionalities. This suggestion greatly inspired Jobs. He even contemplated whether to add communication functions, turning it into a mobile phone running the Apple operating system. However, Jobs only harbored these whimsical thoughts in his heart. He didn't even tell William. After getting inspired, he began redesigning various functions of the Apple Newton. Because of the foundation laid by developing the first-generation Newton, costing $500 million, adding various functions based on that foundation was almost effortless. The most important aspect was that they could continue using the production line from the first generation, making the mass production of the second-generation Newton almost inevitable. Now Jobs had not only turned the second-generation Apple Newton into a true handheld computer, but also endowed it with functions such as reading, listening to music, and gaming. By eliminating some chips and components, this handheld computer was not only lighter, but also reduced production costs to one-third of the previous model. Most commendable was the design of the second-generation Newton, which was simpler and more aesthetically pleasing, aligning better with public taste. Boss, what price are you planning to set for Newton 2? Let me think. To ensure a profit margin of over $100 per unit, its price should be around $400. By the way, I want to remind you that the TXT novels and MP3 music provided on the Apple website must have legitimate copyrights, or otherwise we would face significant trouble in the future. Okay, you'll have someone purchase some legitimate books and music copyrights. I'm sure they haven't realized the commercial value yet, so the prices shouldn't be too high. Alright, thank you for your hard work. I truly hope Newton 2 will become a bestseller in the future, as it might be our primary source of profit for a long time to come. Apple's financial crisis was not completely resolved. Expenses far exceeded revenue, and it was challenging to make huge profits from the operating system. Thus, the only hope now rested on Newton 2. Thinking of this, Jobs said, "Boss, I think we need to return to our core business and reclaim the personal computer sales. Do you have any good ideas? I plan to make some alterations to the computer's appearance. The current designs are just too ugly. If I add some color designs, it should yield great results." William held a high regard for Jobs' creativity. He found the predominantly white and gray computers on the market rather. Jobs was a master of aesthetics. His design products were simple and intuitive, combining beauty with practicality, emphasizing not only external aesthetics, but also the inner beauty of the product, exemplifying the fusion of aesthetics and technology. Currently, there are simply too many computer products with similar appearances on the market. A little design tweak might just win over trendy users. Alright, I support you in this endeavor. Let's carve out a new realm with these 3 strategies. A few days later, numerous media outlets received the notice that Apple would be launching a new product. At first, everyone was indifferent, as the disclosed information suggested that Apple would be releasing a new version of the Newton series. Mentioning the Newton, people couldn't help but recall the brick-like device that offered no practicality and could not replace a portable laptop. In short, the Newton was a disastrous product. With a $500 million development cost, it recouped less than $10 million, leading to the resignation of 2 consecutive CEOs. Many expressed confusion over the strategic plans of Jobs and the Hunter brothers. The Newton series was beyond rescue. Jobs' comeback project oddly chose Apple's most failed product. Did he really believe he could be the savior? Could a failed product really be transformed into something miraculous? Not only did mainstream media lack faith in Apple's Newton 2, but even their competitors openly ridiculed Jobs in private. They had worried for a long time after learning of his return to Apple. They feared that this former giant in the computer industry might indeed make a comeback. However, upon realizing that Jobs had been tinkering away for so long without abandoning the continued development of Newton 2, many felt they had overestimated Jobs and even thought that the initial decision by Apple shareholders to oust him was wise. Meanwhile, Gates remained oblivious to the looming danger, treating the matter as a post-meal joke, along with others, completely unaware that Jobs' 3-pronged strategy would soon affect him. Because both insiders and outsiders were skeptical about the upcoming Newton 2, public sentiment would inevitably reflect in stock prices. Apple's stock price even suffered a significant blow as it dropped consecutively for several days, giving the Hunter brothers another opportunity to buy at the bottom. Jobs felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. The entire Silicon Valley press was denouncing Apple, and his abilities faced unprecedented doubt. In his youth, people doubted his managerial skills, and now that he had returned in triumph, they still refused to grant him any measure of trust. Seeing Jobs in a bad mood, William chose not to console him, but instead teased, "Oh dear, is this little setback making you wilt? Who was it that confidently promised to bring Apple back to greatness?" Having spent considerable time with this elderly gentleman, Jobs understood his sardonic nature and smiled as he replied, "Sir, I am merely contemplating how to counter at the launch event. Have you thought it through? If you're ready, then let's go for it." Jobs nodded, calling over a manager to convey his instructions. This demonstration video is crucial. We will use it for advertising later, so please ensure there are no mistakes. All right, Chief, I guarantee it will leave that bunch of fools in awe. Seeing this, William nodded in agreement. He truly admired Jobs. Mr. Wang's insight was indeed infallible. Perhaps Apple could really become a great tech company under Jobs' leadership. He shook his head. Apple was still in a continuous state of loss. What greatness could there be? A few days later, the Apple launch event took place at the Infinite Loop campus. This campus was built during the decline of Apple following Jobs' departure, commencing operations in late 1992 and early 1993. Its main structure is a ring formed by 6 buildings, aesthetically pleasing yet impractical. As reporters gazed at the aesthetically designed ring, they recalled that the launch event for the original Newton was also held at this Infinite Loop campus. A sense of fatalism arose in everyone's hearts. Apple seemed to be treading the path of endless decline. Meanwhile, the Apple staff setting up the venue became increasingly anxious as reporters flooded in. Jobs' presence reassured them. His calm demeanor often made one overlook that this was a critical day for Apple. Jobs was well aware that if this new product failed, Apple might genuinely plunge into the abyss. Would the public truly reward him for the efforts he had made over the past half-year? Carrying this anxious heart, he stepped onto the stage from the waiting area. Scattered applause erupted from the audience as if they hadn't eaten. Were it not for the invitation from the Hunter Brothers Fund, they wouldn't have bothered to give Apple any respect. Some television stations and media outlets even sent only a few interns to cover the event. Based on their experience, they believed that Newton 2 was destined to be a failure. At that moment, Apple resembled an old man who was barely hanging on, and Newton 2 seemed to be the coffin lid as Jobs was about to bury the company he had founded. Without uttering a single unnecessary word, Jobs signaled for the staff to start playing the video. When the large screen lit up, a small, exquisitely designed tablet that could be held in one hand appeared. The screen occupied nearly the entire body, eliciting gasps from the reporters. Jobs' voice soon followed. Ladies and gentlemen, what I am holding is Newton 2. Based on Newton 1, we have made it smaller and thinner while enhancing its aesthetics. We have trimmed some commercial functions, but this will not hinder your use of office software. With the included notepad and stylus, you can write smoothly on it. And crucially, its standby time after a single charge has improved to 48 hours, enough to support you for 3 to 4 hours of continuous work. The video fast-forwarded through Apple's battery tests of Newton 2 and showcased various software applications. Occasional gasps could be heard from the audience. Had there not been video editing in the tests, they might have been genuinely tempted, as no one wanted to carry around a bulky laptop. With Newton 2, they could complete today's news articles on trains or planes, or even finish some work in the car. Today's laptops are still a bit too bulky. Newton 2 seems to truly define what a handheld computer is. Such a product will be highly favored by business travelers. Thinking of this, the reporters couldn't help but take a flurry of photos of Newton 2 in Jobs' hands. Their trip was not in vain. It seemed Apple could rely on this upgraded product to solve its most pressing revenue crisis. This was not a mere fanciful idea. The handheld computer was an uncharted branch in the computer industry. Apple's Newton 1 had proposed this concept, yet the public experience was not user-friendly, leading to a disastrous failure. With a $500 million development cost, other companies had been deterred. However, through Jobs' efforts, the handheld computer seemed to have been realized, and for a long time to come, Apple would face no competition in this niche. By the time competitors saw profit potential and entered the market, Apple would have already completed a technological leap and could comfortably rest on this product for several years. Seeing the reporters' astonished reactions, Jobs and others at Apple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least it proved that Newton 2 would not face the same scorn from tech media as Newton 1. Jobs continued his introduction. Long-distance business is merely one trivial feature among many that we have endowed it with. It can also be used for reading ebooks. As the screen switched to the ebook feature, gasps erupted from the audience. Because they saw something on the electronic screen, the beginning of how steel is made, and as the video flipped pages in sync with Jobs, the words on the black and white screen also changed. Those who had turned off their cameras hurriedly switched them on, realizing the magical aspects of Newton 2. All users can download the ebooks they want to read from our Apple website via the internet. Due to technical reasons, we can only store 10 ebooks simultaneously. Someone in the audience couldn't help but shout, "That's enough, that's enough. One book is enough to last several days. I no longer have to carry heavy books with me." Others echoed in agreement. This feature was simply a lifesaver for boring journeys. But when Jobs showcased the next feature, the audience erupted in excitement. Our Newton handheld computer can also function as a music player, allowing you to enjoy the pleasures of MP3 music anytime, anywhere. You can use it to listen to music. With the rise of the internet, many underground musicians shared their works as MP3s online, and some artists uploaded expired copyrighted works to the internet. Yes, we have created a music sub-website for this purpose. We have negotiated MP3 copyrights with several music rights companies, and we will continuously upload legitimate audio sources to the site, allowing you to leave your portable music player behind and immerse yourself in music without disturbing those around you. A profound silence fell over the audience. Incorporating music in MP3 form into a handheld computer was indeed a remarkable idea. Now with the internet's emergence, just the MP3 download website could instantly achieve a valuation of hundreds of millions of dollars. The reporters present first felt bewildered, wondering why they hadn't purchased more stocks, while others were offloading Apple shares. It was easy to imagine that just this MP3 website alone would cause Apple's stock price to soar for several consecutive days. Furthermore, the MP3 player was merely a small feature of Newton 2. They sensed that once Newton 2 hit the market, it would undoubtedly become this year's most sought-after electronic product. Not only would it be in high demand among business professionals, but it would also create a buying frenzy among young men and women outside the circle. This would be a phenomenon in electronic products. Apple would certainly regain public attention due to this product. Currently, it was the bull market for internet tech stocks on Wall Street, and institutions and investors would reassess Apple's value, causing the stock price to skyrocket. After a long moment, the media finally reacted and began to applaud, filling the venue with applause. Jobs relished this applause but did not indulge in it. Instead, he continued, "Actually, Newton 2 is merely the appetizer we have prepared for you. Next, I will introduce you to the true star of Apple today." Upon hearing this, the reporters were puzzled. If Newton 2 was this explosive, what kind of surprise could the main act which Apple had kept under wraps bring? Those who had initially wanted to inquire about the price of Newton 2 suddenly held back their words and waited silently for Jobs' demonstration. What we are truly unveiling is a computer operating system, macOS. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment. Apple had not abandoned their operating system. No, rather it should be said that Jobs had not forgotten the betrayal inflicted by Gates. They recalled that Apple was about to release Windows 95, and it became clear to them that Jobs' announcement of a new operating system at this juncture aimed squarely at Microsoft. Everyone was somewhat dumbfounded. Had Jobs gone mad thinking he could clash heads with the Microsoft giant? Today, Microsoft nearly monopolized the operating system market, a realm Apple could hardly intrude upon. Faced with the rising tide of skepticism, Jobs confidently clapped his hands. The screen began to play a prepared advertisement, which was somewhat simplistic, lacking big stars, and even the voice was that of a slightly humorous passerby. It focused more on showcasing the interface and functionality of macOS. The venue soon fell completely silent. They had initially wanted to cancel Jobs' presentation, but quickly quieted down as the demonstration video played. They saw something remarkable: an installation process significantly simpler than Windows, achieving a true plug-and-play experience. An operating system that directly entered a graphical user interface, eliminating the need to manually input commands. Each function was plainly displayed on the screen, offering a more straightforward user interface. Most crucially, Jobs had improved Apple's compatibility issues, allowing it to nearly support all mainstream software on the market with operational efficiency, even surpassing Windows 92. With built-in larger program storage, more features, you can use our built-in software for image optimization, play built-in. This operating system brought them immense surprise as they watched various software run smoothly to the extent that they forgot to take pictures. They asked themselves what choice they would make if such a system were priced the same as Windows 92. Naturally, the answer would be macOS. They couldn't help but feel a bit shaken. Oh, could Apple's operating system really replace Microsoft Windows? Thinking of the soon-to-be-released new series of Windows, their hearts became resolute again. OS was at most just a follower of Microsoft, and Windows 95 would surely outperform OS. Yet they heard Jobs softly say, "Our macOS is priced at $9 per copy. $9. A wave of exclamations rippled through the crowd. Such an excellent operating system, and Microsoft next door would sell it for at least $200, yet you offer it for just $9. The stunning ladies had never experienced such an uproar and began to whisper among themselves. How can you set such a low price? This is completely undermining the market. $9.09, how much profit is left for Apple? The Americans thought Jobs was crazy. In their mindset, even if milk were poured into the river, it would never be sold cheaply to those in need. This is the quintessential capitalist mentality. Moreover, $9.09 is essentially giving away a copy for free. Someone questioned Mr. Jobs, "Have you considered the consequences of doing this?" Jobs smiled and replied, "Of course we have considered the consequences." Apple's market evaluators calculated that even if each operating system sells for $9, we still have a certain profit margin. If we can sell 20 million copies in the future with a stable annual growth of 500,000 units, we could earn over $10 million in net profit each year. Someone scoffed, "Sir, this is a market worth over $1 billion annually for Microsoft." The gentleman is correct, but currently Microsoft has nearly monopolized the operating market. The only way for us to get a piece of the pie is to do it this way. Everyone fell silent, realizing that Jobs and Apple were determined to bring down the price of operating systems. A reporter raised his hand and asked, "Aren't you worried about provoking Apple's displeasure?" Jobs coldly retorted, "In 1985, when Microsoft stole Macintosh secrets and wielded them against IBM, did they think it would provoke my displeasure? Now I am merely representing Apple to reclaim what the company has lost. If Microsoft believes our pricing is problematic, they can lower their prices as well. Or I could modify our pricing and Microsoft would have to pay us half of their annual profits. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle. As industry insiders, they knew all too well the animosity between the two companies. It seemed Jobs had some valid points. The operating system market originally belonged to Apple, and now Jobs merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully. There is no rule stating that an operating system must be priced over $100. A price of $9 still allows for profit, showcasing the high profitability of the software market. Seeing the large price of $9 on the screen, everyone felt that the operating system market was about to undergo a transformation. Jobs assured them, "In the past, I insisted on not offering operating systems and development software to other computer manufacturers, but we have now recognized this mistake. I announced that we will collaborate with every computer manufacturer from now on, whether you are IBM, SUN, or Compaq. You can all use Apple's operating system." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Apple did not rely on the operating system for profit. Their main business was still selling various types of computer products. As long as they did not incur losses, shareholders would accept any outcome. In contrast, Microsoft relied heavily on software sales for its performance. Now Apple had released a competitive product and offered it at a discounted price, threatening the foundation Microsoft had built over the last decade. Even more terrifying was that this operating system, named macOS, was compatible with many market applications, including those from numerous competitors of Microsoft. Microsoft's previous monopoly in the software market was established through the bundled sales of operating systems and built-in software. Even if the product's optimization and performance were not as good as competitors, many people with the mindset of simply needing a functional product led to other software being quickly eliminated after being heavily imitated, allowing Microsoft to form a further monopoly. It is known that there are now over 300 software applications on the market, but due to Microsoft's presence, they are rapidly disappearing. To survive, they are either being swallowed by Microsoft or are forced to pay exorbitant protection fees. But now a highly compatible operating system has emerged, breaking Microsoft's monopoly in the operating system sector. Those software vendors who had previously been oppressed by Microsoft now saw the opportunity to rise again with the OS system. Jobs also faced the media, assuring all software vendors in the market, "Our Apple operating system will be an open platform in the future, welcoming all competitors. We will only charge a small service fee and will never replicate other software vendors' products. To maintain neutrality, I assure you on behalf of Apple that we will never personally engage in software competition." Upon hearing this, the reporters couldn't help but applaud, as the world had long suffered under Microsoft's hegemony. As a platform provider, they would have to compete for food with a group of independent software companies. It was reported that Microsoft had recently acquired a browser company and was developing its own browser targeting the new internet darling Netscape. Jobs and Apple had stepped forward to provide numerous software vendors with a new choice. The biggest beneficiaries would undoubtedly be those internet software technology companies. They sensed that the software market would soon undergo a reshuffle, breaking Microsoft's monopoly and forming a scene of two strong rivals. The reporters sensed that this would be explosive news for the day, as they incessantly snapped photos of Jobs. It wasn't until Jobs announced the end of the press conference that the reporters queued up to exit. Each of them held a gift from Apple, a brand new unopened Newton 2. This was their greatest reward for the evening, having snagged a coveted handheld computer for free. They could imagine that their colleagues who had declined to attend would be envious to the extreme, and most importantly, they had obtained explosive news. The materials they gathered today were enough to write a front-page feature. Many marginal personnel and interns felt that this report was their chance to soar. As the reporters and major television stations departed, news of Apple's impending major move spread like wildfire. Many reporters who failed to arrive on site realized what big news they had missed. The Apple that they had previously dismissed was actually poised for a comeback. Gates and the senior executives of Microsoft, along with shareholders, quickly received insider information regarding Apple's press conference. Originally waiting to see Jobs make a fool of himself, they found themselves caught in an unexpected twist. Gates initially thought this kind-hearted media person was joking. However, upon seeing the footage shot at the scene, he fell into a long silence. At that moment, he felt slightly overwhelmed, realizing Jobs had indeed chosen to take revenge on him, and he was completely unaware. He thought of an ancient Eastern story about enduring hardships to seek revenge. Apple had ultimately welcomed back their king and had spent over half a year launching a fierce counterattack against him. Gates felt a mixture of anger and fear. For him and Microsoft, it was merely that the monopoly business could no longer be sustained. A disruptor had emerged in the operating system market. The advantage he had built over more than a decade would not just collapse overnight. The market had not been devoid of competitors before, yet Microsoft had defeated all without exception. Microsoft had spent considerable effort cultivating user habits over the years. After getting used to the Windows system, switching to OS would naturally require a period of adjustment. Additionally, Jobs' strategy of using low prices was a significant mistake, meaning Microsoft could exploit the differentiation in both high and low-end markets. A $9 OS would naturally become a low-end product while Microsoft's system had always occupied the high-end market. As long as they labeled Microsoft's system as high-end and reliable, those with ample resources would naturally choose an operating system that suited their status, allowing Microsoft to maintain its foothold in the upper market. In his view, Jobs' choice to sell the operating system at a low price might even bring benefits to Microsoft in the future. Selling the operating system at a low price is essentially cultivating new users for the entire market. As long as Apple halts system development, it could lead to a large-scale exodus of users. Those lost users would naturally become Microsoft's users. Upon thinking this, he even took the time to sip a cup of gray coffee, then leisurely instructed his secretary, "Tell the marketing department to hold an emergency meeting." He was fully confident about how to respond to Apple's challenge. Before the meeting began, he also called William. "Mr. William, I want an explanation." William feigned ignorance. "I don't know what needs explaining. As a major shareholder of Microsoft, you chose to provide a substantial amount of R&D funds to Jobs. That was quite a surprise for me." Anyone could hear the resentment in Gates' voice as if he were a scorned lover. William couldn't help but shiver. He had long prepared a response to Gates' questioning. "Gates, you know I dislike probing into the specific operations and management of investment companies. Jobs' actions did indeed catch me off guard, but I believe with your skills this is just a minor challenge. You will definitely stabilize the stock price, right?" Of course. Gates was filled with confidence. The performance of Windows 95 far exceeded that of macOS. Although Apple's system would indeed impact Windows sales, he was confident he could keep it within limits. "Please tell Jobs that I have compensated for my actions. Now he has also stabbed me in the back. Our previous grievances have been wiped clean. Since he has decided to compete for the operating system market, there is nothing more to discuss. We will determine our strengths and weaknesses and decide our fates." William, listening to the killing intent in Gates' words, replied, "You are all companies invested by our Hunter brothers. In this competition, we will strive to remain neutral." He then hung up the phone. William was surprisingly drenched in cold sweat from Gates' call. He couldn't help but complain to Nixon beside him. Today's younger generation really knows how to show off. Determining strengths and weaknesses and deciding fates. I can't believe he thought of that. Gates has been domineering for so long, but this time he is so tough because he wants to indirectly warn you not to act recklessly. For him, Jobs is merely a challenger. The one who truly threatens him is you and the kings behind us. William nodded. He was curious to see where Gates' confidence came from. On the other hand, Gates sat in the boss chair at the oval table listening to the unified analysis from his team. He cleared his throat, stopping everyone from continuing their points. The suggestions proposed by the employees did not hit the mark. If they followed their plans, it might indeed allow Apple to gradually eat away at their market. First, you need to optimize Windows 92 to reach a level that can simply compete with OS, and then lower the pricing of 92 to around $20. Everyone nodded in agreement, their vacant eyes lighting up. Once they optimized 92 and reduced the price, those wavering users would surely continue to support Microsoft's products. Then we need to change our original promotional slogans and strategies for Windows 95, focusing on its superior reliability and performance over competitors. We will further engrave in users' minds that our Microsoft operating system is the industry benchmark. Additionally, we will also learn from Apple and launch a pre-sale offering all users who register on our official website and 20% discount on our 95 system. Originally, they priced the 95 system at around $200. To counter Apple's low-price strategy, they decided to set the price at $160. With the 20% discount, that would be $128. This price still left Microsoft with considerable profit margins, surely attracting many users to buy. As for the sales channel partners, we are willing to make greater profit concessions. They will surely be more willing to sell our software. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This strategy was extremely lethal and cunning. Jobs had set the software price at $9, making the profit for channel sales very slim. Doing so would cause Apple's operating system to be in a state of being sold out. Even if Apple used a low-price strategy, what use would it be if there was no stock available in the market? This was the source of Jobs' confidence. With these three strategies, Apple's impact would be minimized. For Microsoft, it would only mean earning less. Perhaps with thin profits from many sales, they could still maintain high profit growth. I, Gates, am not made of clay. To think that such little tricks could defeat me is simply a dreamer's fantasy. Although I say this in my heart, I regard Jobs as a formidable opponent. The other side has returned and produced a highly practical new Newton 2 product along with a usable operating system to compete with Microsoft. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the other side had been plotting revenge for over a decade. With such an opponent, even the usually serene Gates felt a hint of crisis. Apple has officially launched a challenge against Microsoft. With Apple's rebound and the return of Steve Jobs, he has taken aim at Gates. The Wall Street Journal, the Los Angeles Times, and the largest newspaper in America, the Washington Post, among other authoritative Western media, have extensively covered Apple's product launch event. Not only did they provide detailed reports on the various features and performance of Apple's new handheld computer, the Newton 2, but many editors also generously praised the device. Some editors even wrote first-hand user experience articles, and since they received gifts they naturally had good things to say. Moreover, the experience with the Newton 2 was indeed quite impressive, leaving little room for criticism. In this era, the capabilities of such a product have far exceeded their imaginations. Naturally, the media's focus has primarily been on Apple's release of the Mac OS operating system. They elaborated on the old grievances between Apple and Microsoft, portraying Jobs as a heroic figure biding his time for revenge. A 9.99 operating system is that not heroic? Some media outlets objectively introduced the various features of the OS, claiming that Apple's system now possessed the strength to challenge Microsoft. The 9.99 operating system and Apple's open new policies were a boon for small software vendors in the market. In the past, major software vendors had only two choices after growing strong. One was to be acquired by Microsoft, and the other was to be defeated and struggle against a Microsoft copy. But now with the emergence of Apple's OS, new hope has arisen for these software vendors. Of course, these media outlets were not simply promoting Apple for no reason. The capital behind them naturally sees the value of Apple, and as they reported, major investment banks on Wall Street began to buy Apple stock in large quantities. As soon as the market opened, Apple's stock began to soar. In their view, Apple's stock was currently in a slump, and multiplying several times was not an issue. How could the financial giants of Wall Street miss such a great opportunity? Currently, boosting Apple's stock has become a common goal among all of Wall Street. Even short sellers such as the Proton Fund and Tiger Fund have joined in. The public had never experienced such a scenario, with the majority of media praising a tech company. At first, they were somewhat skeptical, as they had previously been misled by the media. But after seeing the Newton 2 advertisement on TV, they recognized its groundbreaking technological features. After watching the advertisement, not only were they intrigued, but even their children clamored to buy a Newton 2. The Newton 2 instantly became a hot topic among the public. Almost everyone was discussing this newly released product, leading many investors to conclude that it could indeed overturn the current landscape of electronic products. Adding to this was the current boom in tech and internet stocks, causing Apple's market value to surge by 76% in a single day. Seeing this stock price, the faces of William and Nixon filled with wrinkles, almost broke into smiles, as they knew this was just the beginning. Feedback from the first batch of Newton 2 users indicated that it was bound to sell extraordinarily well. Steve Jobs, standing by, felt a bit excited, but more regretful. After his painful exit from Apple's board in '87, he sold 11 of his Apple shares, although he had recently bought back a substantial amount at a low price. However, it was incomparable to the enormous profits earned by the Hunter brothers. Just thinking about those former shareholders who sold their stakes to the Hunter brothers, they must be regretting it deeply now. These individuals have finally paid a heavy price for underestimating him. As the two big shots rejoiced, Jobs were in just one morning, pre-orders for the Newton 2 reached 3 million units. We have already delivered 300,000 units to our distributors, and 3 million is nearly half of our production for 6 months. Jobs himself had not anticipated that the sales of the Newton 2 would be so explosive. He had conservatively prepared only 300,000 units, and for these units the distributors nearly had a falling out at Apple's headquarters. Previously, these distributors had been indifferent towards Apple, but now they were excessively flattering. Jobs felt that even if he made stringent demands, these people would agree without hesitation. Because there were no competitors for the Newton 2 in the market, imitating its technology was not something that could be accomplished in a day or two. It should be noted that developing the Newton 1 took Apple 3 years and a staggering investment of $500 million, while other companies in the handheld computer sector were nearly blank. To catch up would take at least a year or two. So to procure handheld computers, one could only purchase from Apple. This is a unique product with monopoly attributes. Once a product has monopoly attributes, you are practically a god to the distributors. Now, all the distribution companies are eagerly waiting for Apple to supply, fighting fiercely for a share of the limited stock. This includes previous distributors who had cooperated with Apple, as well as a group of distributors eager to join the collaboration, waiting for Jobs' favor. One distributor, barely surviving, had previously been an Apple partner. Now a company is offering $30 million to buy them out. This means that being an Apple distributor is worth $10 million in the market. William and Nixon couldn't help but gasp. 300,000 units mean a net profit of $300 million. Thinking of this, William said heavily, "Next, your task is to fully expand the production line of the Newton 2, aiming to increase the monthly output to 1 million units by early next year." Hearing the target of 1 million units, Jobs felt pressured, but he also understood the urgency of his boss. Within 2 years, competing products imitating the Newton 2 would certainly emerge. They must take advantage of the time before competitors appear to saturate the market with the Newton 2, and then within 2 years achieve performance breakthroughs based on the Newton 2 to launch a new product line. This is to firmly hold the entire market. How are the pre-orders for the OS system going? Hearing William's question, Jobs hesitated for a moment and replied, "The situation seems a bit off. Logically speaking, with a price of $9.99, we should have had over 100,000 pre-orders, but the distributors appear to be lackluster, having only symbolically procured a few units, currently totaling only 30,000 orders." William also noticed that something was amiss, This pre-order volume was significantly lower than their expectations. Soon the seasoned Nixon guessed the key point and said quietly, "It's because your pricing is too low, which has also resulted in lower profit margins for sales." Moreover, it is certain that Apple has already taken action and the distributor's enthusiasm for the OS is understandably low. His words enlightened both William and Jobs, connecting the dots in their minds. However, what frustrated them was that the reason they initially set the price at $9.99 was to attract users. They never imagined that this low price would turn into a disadvantage. Jobs looked at William with a pleading expression, making William feel a bit uneasy. The reason he had so many good strategies was due to Prince Long's direct teachings. If he could come up with a countermeasure, it would be a waste of his learning. Let's set aside the OS pre-sales for now. After all, there are still a few months until the official launch, and I'm sure we can come up. Jobs nodded. He had long realized that Gates would not sit idly by. He did not expect the other party to come up with such an effective countermeasure so quickly. Thinking about it, the distributors of the operating system are mostly staunch supporters of Microsoft. Unless Apple can show the ability to overthrow Microsoft, these distributors are unlikely to completely switch sides. They are willing to procure a few to test the waters, which is already quite respectful. Just as Jobs was about to discuss the formalization and stock options with the two bosses, someone knocked on the door. "BOSS, there is an urgent incident." Upon hearing the secretary say this, Jobs hurriedly let the person in to speak. At this point, he could not care too much and asked the secretary in front of William and Nixon, "What happened that made you so flustered?" "BOSS, just now our website crashed." "A website crash is no small matter," Jobs instinctively asked. "How could it crash? Did someone attack our website?" The secretary wiped the sweat off his forehead and shook his. "No, the technical department said it was because suddenly tens of thousands of people logged onto our website, causing it to overload, and the server couldn't handle it." The three of them were taken aback. Terms like site overload and server crash were somewhat unfamiliar to them. Jobs was the first to regain his senses and exclaimed in astonishment, "Tens of thousands of people? What were they doing on our official website?" "BOSS, they were all there to preview and purchase our legitimate MP3 music sources from the newly developed music download subsite." Upon hearing this, Jobs felt a bit dizzy. William and Nixon also revealed expressions of surprise. This music platform was prepared for Newton 2 users, and they had purchased many legitimate copyrights from record companies for this purpose. Of course, the record companies had no idea about the true value of MP3 copyrights, and even they did not foresee the immense commercial potential of MP3 music. Thus, they offered some old music for free download on the official website, while some popular music could be sampled for 30 seconds for free, and downloading a song only cost 99 cents. However, unexpectedly, before the Newton 2 had even sold out, tens of thousands of people surged onto the official website to preview and purchase. The three executives realized that charging for MP3 music downloads was incredibly profitable. For the employees, a website crash felt like the sky was falling, but for Jobs and the Hunter brothers, this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Jobs immediately issued directives, quickly procure more and larger servers. Moreover, the name MP3 Download Center is no longer suitable. Let's officially rename the subsite to Apple Music Platform.